484 Chapter 51. Chapter size. 2,712 words. Third person Pav. On island in the sea, east blue. Crack. The sound of a lock echoed from the door, and it began to move slowly, but with a sound revealing its weight as it opened. Finally, treasures! Nami exclaimed as they started walking towards the entrance, unfolding in front of them. As the doors opened, Nami was ready to rush inside at her highest speed. Wait, Nami, we don't know what we might find in there. Be careful. It's better if everyone stays together. Luffy warned her with a stern look at the cat burglar. He didn't want to have to keep saving her from any trap in this place due to her recklessness. I guess you're right. Nami sighed and admitted, approaching the group again. Let's stick together. If anything unusual happens, let us know, Luffy said and went ahead, leading the group. The first thing they saw after passing the doors was a dark corridor. Luffy raised the palm of his hand, and a purple flame emerged from it in the form of a fireball, floating and fixing above his head, providing light to his surroundings. The now illuminated corridor proved to be made of the same material as the gate, making Luffy even more intrigued about what lay inside this place. But the place had no secrets beyond being hidden on a random island and requiring a key to open, as they hadn't encountered any traps so far. The group continued to the end of the corridor without problems. Once they reached the end, Luffy began to see what looked like a large hall opening in front of the crew, with a staircase leading down to a slightly lower level. Luffy's surprise came when he increased the intensity of his flame, quickly illuminating the entire place. He threw other flames at the ceiling, which was 15 meters high. It was a spacious area with at least 50 meters, a kind of ancient cave or grotto. This time, without all that external material, only natural stone structures and rocks were found here. But Luffy wouldn't be surprised if there was a layer around this chamber, protecting it from any external invaders. As the intensity of Luffy's flame increased, the location revealed its secrets with extraordinary splendor. The light danced on the walls of a vast cave, highlighting the marks of an ancient battle echoing in the atmosphere. Natural stone formations and majestic rock structures composed the environment, giving it a sacred aura. In the center of this monumental chamber, two poneglyphs rested silently, silent witnesses of a long-buried history. Next to them, a pillar stood with dignity, supporting a box that seemed to guard mysteries yet to be revealed. Distant, almost like a vision from another time, was an old and broken ship, whose remnants resembled the legendary Flying Dutchman, evoking an atmosphere of myth and antiquity. With this thought, Luffy turned his face and instinctively looked at Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi is now out of the clutches of Vanderdecken IX, but I'll make sure to kill him when we go to the New World. Luffy thought and returned his attention to the ship. The golden glow escaping from a hole in the side of the ship, a result of centuries of decay, captured the group's attention. The shining gold, now illuminated by Luffy's light, cascaded into a dazzling shower of sparkling sparks, dazzling everyone. The discoveries in the heart of the cave triggered a feeling of awe, as the group found themselves facing an unexplored chapter of history, waiting to be unveiled. That, Kuina said. Gold. A lot of gold, Usopp murmured beside her. Sharky. No, you can't eat that, Megalo, Shirahoshi warned her friend. I've never seen such a quantity before, Yamato argued, but she didn't seem very interested. Are we dreaming, brother? Johnny asked his companion. We must be, brother, Yosaku replied. I never imagined that so much gold could be in just one place. Reiju said with quite a surprise as well. Tisk. Is it just gold? Zoro mocked, uninterested. Oh. Chow Chow agrees with you, Zoro. But I'm surprised too. I expected this on the Sky Island, but I never thought we'd find so much gold in the East Blue, Luffy said. People didn't even wonder about what he said about the Sky Island, as their sole focus was on the gold reflecting the purple fireballs on the ceiling. However, Luffy didn't mind and turned his face to see the reaction of the person among them who loves gold the most with interest. Isn't that right, Nami? Luffy smiled at a Nami who stared at all that gold with lifeless eyes. Luffy. Is this real? Nami asked calmly, with the same eyes, and continued. Aren't we dead and come to some kind of heaven for our good deeds? She continued to muse in a trance. Nonsense, silly girl. Go ahead and pick out some pieces for yourself. Take whatever you can, Luffy said. He was quite surprised by the gold, but he was more curious about the mysterious box and poneglyphs. He took his first steps towards the chest on the pillar and the stone with ancient inscriptions. Luffy didn't care about the gold anymore beyond his initial surprise. Of course, it was a very pleasant surprise. It would greatly accelerate his plans with something like this, but he had his thoughts on the contents of that part, as they seemed more important than the treasures. Yamato decided to follow Luffy instead of the majority of the crew, who chose to run for the gold. Luffy approached and stood in front of the pillar chest, next to the poneglyphs. Let's see what's inside this box because I'm almost sure that this box must be the most important thing in this chamber. They seem to have died a long time ago. Yamato commented beside them. In the nearby area, they noticed that there were 6 long decomposed skeletons. They wore samurai armor, and there was a complete sword among them. It looks like they built this place a long time ago, then fled from something and fought in this same chamber to protect their items, especially this box. Luffy analyzed the place. There are also signs of a fight. They could have locked themselves in with the enemy, but how does that explain the ship with gold appearing here, buried in the middle of an island practically? Yamato asked curiously. The place had many holes, even the ship looked like it came out of a war before coming here, only adding to the mystery of this place. Luffy couldn't imagine how it ended up in this place, perfectly understanding Yamato's logical thinking. Yes, there was a battle in this place. Strange, and no, I have no idea how that ship appeared here. Luffy murmured with all this mystery. Anyway, let's see what's in this box. Unfortunately, I don't know what to do with these stones with a strange language, Luffy said, approaching the chest. As soon as he opened it, he was surprised by the content inside. The box was fancy and had something peculiar inside, carefully placed. A fruit? What kind of devil fruit could it be? Yamato asked beside him, sounding somewhat surprised as soon as she saw what was inside the box. Strange. I don't recognize this fruit, and I don't remember it in the encyclopedia here, Luffy murmured. Luffy said, taking the book from his pocket and flipping through it to make sure of his doubts. The fruit was shaped like a canine paw with 3 colors, red on the right, blue in the middle, and white on the left, something quite intriguing for Luffy and Yamato. Anyway, I'll save it for later. Luffy took the box after closing it and shrank its size, putting it in his pocket. His attention turned to the poneglyphs now. These stones are quite hard, Yamato commented, touching one of them. Yes, your father has one of them in particular, somewhere on Onigashima, Luffy commented. Really, what are they for? Yamato asked. A bit curious about their purpose, she didn't know them yet. As far as I know, they seem to have 3 functions in my opinion. 1. Narrate history. 2. Tell about prophecies and ancient weapons, and 3. The red stones give the location of the One Piece. Luffy commented, leaving Yamato wide-eyed. Knowing the value of these stones, especially the last use that Luffy mentioned. Really, she couldn't help but be surprised now, making Luffy look strangely at her. Don't you know, these are called poneglyphs. I'm sure Oden used to read them in his time, Luffy spoke. Are these things poneglyphs? Then I must read them too, she said with determination after realizing that these are the stones described in Oden's diary that he used to report in his journal. Still, she had never seen one before, so she didn't recognize them. I doubt you can. Only one person could do that. I really hope she comes to my ship soon, Luffy commented, thinking of Robin. Of all the characters in One Piece, Robin was the woman he most wanted by his side. He had always been captivated by her for some reason. Her story was quite sad, and that made him very eager to protect her. He stopped summoning her when he had the cards because he knew she wouldn't simply trust him at that moment. So he decided to recruit people more easily and would wait to talk to Robin in Alabasta once they reached the Grand Line. I see. Yamato nodded with Luffy, seeing that she couldn't understand anything about those symbols, no matter how hard she tried. Luffy touched the poneglyphs, thinking that his best chances of gaining knowledge were to copy them on paper, but he didn't stop trying to use his fruit to run a test. To his surprise, it really worked. One of the poneglyphs he touched began to shrink, getting smaller and smaller. Ow! You got one, Yamato said next to him. Zoro approached them with interest, especially in the sword that Luffy was holding now, as he had no interest in gold and was with Chow Chow by his side. It seems so, although this is a big surprise to me since I thought my devil fruit abilities wouldn't work on them, Luffy commented, still incredulous, as he couldn't even scratch them, but somehow managed to shrink their size. Now he looked at the small stone in his hand. This is really a surprise, but it makes things much easier, giving me the ability to collect the stones. I'm sure the 5 elders would go crazy if they knew someone could do this. Luffy had a new happy thought with this. Luffy, opening a satisfying smile, went to the next poneglyph and shrank it like the last one. Well, this part is done. Let's see the gold now, Luffy said, approaching most of the crew, who were circling that whole mountain of gold, looking for something that interested them everywhere. He could see Nami adorned with jewels all over her body, carrying 3 huge bags behind her, still searching for something valuable. I bet it's only 3 bags because that's all she has. I wouldn't be surprised if she built another mountain of bags to take from here, Luffy muttered to himself. Most were happy, putting jewelry on their arms, earrings, and even crowns. Kuina, Luffy called. Kuina looked surprised at Luffy and saw him smile at the sight of her, after she adorned herself with gold, putting on bracelets, necklaces, and earrings. Don't look at me like that. I'm a girl, Kuina shouted at Luffy's teasing glances. Feel free. You look beautiful like this. Luffy showed appreciation for the girl and continued to speak. But I intend to interrupt you because I have something for you, he said, showing the sword he found among the skeletons. Zoro next to Luffy couldn't help but be surprised by this, just like Kuina. This, what kind of sword is it? Kuina couldn't help but be surprised as she hurried towards Luffy. It's Tensa Zangetsu, a sword on the same level as your old Wado Ichimonji. It's cursed, so its rank isn't higher, but it could be among the top 12. Its last user appeared 300 years ago, and it was lost since then. Now it's yours. I believe it will help, and if you master it, it will be among the main legendary weapons. Luffy said the description he read in the weapons encyclopedia as soon as he saw the weapon and smiled at Kuina, who looked strangely at him. You should have this weapon. Your saber was destroyed by Mihawk, Kuina commented, trying to deny. That's not important to me. I'll soon have my own sword shortly after we reach the Grand Line, so I'll simply discard any weapon I have on hand. That's why I prefer to give you the sword. Luffy spoke sincerely, gaining some admiration from the people around him who heard it. I don't know what to say. Thank you, but this won't make me join your crew for this reason. Kuina stuck her tongue out at Luffy and took the sword from his hands but thanked him with a look to the man in the straw hat. She wasted no time and pulled the blade out of the sheath to admire the sharpness of the blade, which didn't seem to be affected despite centuries locked in a cave. Luffy smiled at this. He didn't expect anything more from Kuina, but he always liked the way the girl acted tough. He left her with the sword and went to the gold right after. He looked at the whole group dressed in gold and found it amusing. Shirahoshi seemed to be adorning Megalo while laughing at him with amusement, and Megalo didn't seem to like it much. Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku thought they were in a pool of gold as they swam among the treasures with happiness. Reiju was next to them, patiently choosing an earring and a kitchen knife made of gold. Have you taken what interested you? I'll take the rest of the gold, Luffy simply said, approaching. Luffy-sama. No, Nami, seeing what Luffy was going to do, had a premonition that appeared even in the worst nightmares. Stop him. Don't let him touch the gold for anything in this world, Nami shouted, running to Luffy, trying to prevent him from making that witchcraft of making money and gold disappear. But it was too late. The gold began to be sucked as soon as he touched it with his hands, like a black hole, and only large amounts of gold were pulled into Luffy's hand as if he had opened a portal, leaving everyone who had the gold unharmed and unaffected as they watched the gold flow into Luffy's hand. Everyone was surprised by this because tons of gold disappeared into Luffy's hands in a few seconds under everyone's gaze, leaving only the gold that everyone was carrying and adorning themselves with. Shop money. 7,920,000,000 berries. Luffy looked with satisfaction at the nearly 8 billion he now possessed. No. Nami's scream was so loud that it passed through the camera barrier and even startled the cannibals in their tribe at that moment, wondering what kind of creature had been hurt so much to let out such a lamentable scream. 484 Chapter 52, Chapter Size. 2,641 words. Third person POV. On island in the sea, East Blue. Luffy noted his gains. An unknown devil fruit, shaped like an apple with 3 colors. Red, blue, and white. Last but not least, 2 poneglyphs that he somehow managed to shrink for compactness. Luffy was sure that he could describe what that strange fruit was and its story of how it ended up there, along with some mysterious history, but that would have to wait. I'll have to ask Robin when we get to Alabasta. For now, it's better not to consume the fruit since it's not described in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. But it's clear that it's special. Otherwise, the government wouldn't have been searching for it for centuries. I'll have to figure out what it does and then give it to whoever is most suitable for this fruit before having someone from the crew eat it. Luffy concluded and moved on to the next treasure. An enormous amount of gold that he absorbed into the system. Shop money. 7,920,000,000 berries. That's a lot, a whole lot of money. Luffy was in awe of the immense wealth he had acquired on this ship inside the cave. Nami still wept for all those mountains of money disappearing from one moment to the next, thanks to Luffy and his sorcery. I don't want to waste any more time here. We've explored the whole place. Now let's move forward because I know you all have questions, and I want to explain some things to you, Luffy said, prompting everyone to follow quickly. There were many questions, but he promised to answer them all, so everyone waited. Soon, they exited the cave. With Luffy removing the key, the doors began to close, and they continued through the forest toward the beach. Looks like Lami is here too, Yamato said after a while as everyone approached the beach. They were already at the last trees, and soon they spotted the marine ship with a boat beside it and a massive empty raft. Lami and Beppo were waiting for them. As the group approached them, Lami broke the silence first. I was ready to go after you. It was quite boring here. Lami lamented and looked at the group, not recognizing Johnny, Yosaku, and Reiju. You guys seem to have left some behind, but still, the group has increased even more, Lami said with a smile, as the strange couple was nowhere to be found, but the number of people did not decrease. New companions, Beppo exclaimed beside her. A talking bear, Johnny and Yosaku said simultaneously, surprised. What a strange group. Reiju found these people increasingly peculiar, and their numbers seemed to be growing even more. Lami looked at the woman she didn't know, and somehow, when their eyes met, it seemed like sparks flew between them. It looked like, from that moment on, they would be sworn enemies. Luffy looked at that a bit worried, but before he could say anything, someone shouted, "Wait! You're that woman with the bear from the newspaper?" Johnny shouted strangely, recognizing Lami now along with Beppo. "You guys are the new bounty hunters from the East Blue. We're your fans after you took down Buggy the Clown," they shouted in unison. "They're not our companions, right?" Lami asked with a grimace at this strange duo that was screaming in admiration for her, ignoring her words. "No, they're just accompanying us like Kuina," Luffy said, smiling. "I see. Anyway, it looks like you guys have been through some things," Lami commented, observing the remaining excitement of some with gold adorning everything they could, while others seemed to be in a state of depression, like Nami in a corner with tears since they left that cave, even though she had 3 bags of gold behind her. "Oh, and did you get the money for Kuro and his crew?" Luffy asked. "Yes, 16 million for the captain and his crew. But the Marines were bothering us this time, especially the base commander, as he wanted me to join under his command, and Morgan's newspaper wanted to schedule an interview. Like, I'm just handing over pirates. I don't know why I'm getting so much attention," Lami complained to Luffy. "It doesn't seem like much, really," Reiju scoffed in a mocking tone. "What did you say?" Lami didn't like what the pink-haired woman said, even though she seemed to have some logic in her words. For some reason, Lami didn't like it when it came out of her mouth. Meanwhile, Beppo took a bag of berries from the boat and placed it in front of Luffy. "There are 25 million, Captain," Beppo said. "That's good, even more than Buggy," Luffy commented, making the money disappear, and Nami, seeing this, cried even more. "Kuro? You captured Kuro? Is he still alive?" Yosaku said admirably, now recognizing the conversation between them. "You're amazing, Sister Lami," Johnny said, causing Lami to grimace again. "It wasn't Lami who caught him. He was killed by Usopp," Luffy clarified. "Brother Usopp?" both bounty hunters exclaimed in surprise. "Of course, it was me," Usopp said proudly, not wanting to dwell on the fact that he almost died on that occasion. Wait a minute. Lami is handing over a pirate crew you captured?" Johnny asked strangely. "Even that old clown, Luffy-sama beat him, and Lami-sama traded him for berries," Shirahoshi said. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Lami is a crew member," Luffy said calmly, making the bounty hunters understand the situation. but they were still no less surprised, as it was quite shocking. Lami was someone they had come to admire as the best in the area in this sea when it came to hunting pirates. Even though the first capture was buggy, it was unprecedented for someone to hand over a pirate to the Marines with more than 10 million in many years. Anyway, is there anyone else to hand over? You mentioned there would be 2 more pirate groups before we go to the Grand Line, Lami asked, and Luffy confirmed. Yes, but before that, let's talk. We have a crew meeting now, and with you, it would save me time to explain things later, Luffy said, looking at everyone after they paid attention to him when he said those words. As you know, we got this devil fruit, Luffy announced, holding up the fruit for everyone to see as it increased in size in front of them. Do you know what its effect is? Lami asked curiously. No, there are no records in the encyclopedia, and it seems that it hasn't had a user for a few hundred years or maybe more than that, Luffy said, raising many eyebrows. And who's going to eat it? Or are we going to sell it? Reiju asked. The only clue is the poneglyph. Here, Luffy showed the miniatures of the stones to everyone. This language is forbidden. No one knows it, and the government would hunt us down like dogs if they knew you have it in your hands. Lami warned severely as soon as she noticed the gravity of the situation. We'll be hunted by the world government. What? Sharky. This is too dangerous, Captain, I'm sorry. There's no way the government doesn't know about this is with us, and even if they did, we won't be afraid of them, Luffy spoke confidently and continued. Regarding what's written here, there must be many people who know this language, but the vast majority must be scholars under the control of the world government to read these words. However, there is one person outside their control who has this kind of knowledge, and her name is Nico Robin, whom I intend to find in Alabasta to discover something real about the fruit and the story behind it before deciding who should eat it, Luffy said, and everyone understood. Although some doubts arose in the minds of those who had known the woman known as the Devil's Child for over 20 years, about how Luffy knew her whereabouts, no one raised more questions about it. Now, about the treasure, about the pile of gold we found, there were almost 8 billion berries in that place. The place fell silent after these words. No one could believe what they heard or were still trying to process this information in the wake of Luffy's words moments ago. They knew it was a lot of gold, but hearing this was too shocking. Are you saying there was more than 7 billion in gold in that place? Kuina said, looking lost. 7 billion, almost 8 billion, Nami said, looking like a dead fish. It's just gold. Zoro scoffed. He never cared much for money, no more than he needed, of course. Oh, it's just gold, he says. Usopp commented, looking lost. Sharky? Papa never talked about money, so I don't know, Megalo, but it seems like a lot of money, I guess, Shirahoshi said. Almost 8 billion. The collective scream was heard throughout the island again. Even Lami and Beppo were stunned, wondering how the crew managed to get so much money while they were away. They knew there was a lot of money, but this amount was so absurd that while Lami, Reiju, and Kuina seemed stunned, Nami, Usopp, Johnny, Yosaku, and Beppo had looks as if life no longer existed. Shirahoshi, Megalo, and Yamato just looked curiously, and Zoro and Chow Chow didn't seem to care. There was this money, but I've already spent all the money while we were coming to the beach, Luffy announced, earning even more astonished looks. Luffy, how did you spend almost 8 billion on this path from the cave to the beach, which lasted only an hour? Nami asked in a lifeless tone. She seemed unable to bear it anymore and flew at Luffy with so much anger that it didn't even seem like her captain was a monster. The punches hit Luffy with all the force of the girl, but it only made Nami cry as she tried to alleviate the pain in her fists after connecting them with Luffy's tough skin. Ha 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 ha. Let me explain first. Luffy ignored the fact that Nami tried to hit him and continued with a cheerful laugh. I have a special ability, which everyone deserves to know. I have a power that can exchange berries for other items at market prices. Luffy said, and extending his hand, a white devil fruit with green stripes appeared in the shape of an orange with wings. I traded most of the money for this fruit, Luffy said, showing the fruit. Everyone, without exception, looked curiously at this devil fruit. What kind of fruit is it? Lami asked. It's not one you know or is in the encyclopedia, but it's more expensive than your Oppo no Mi. Luffy smiled. What, is it worth more than 4.5 billion? Lami exclaimed in amazement now. 4.5 billion? Luffy, you spent more than that on this fruit? Nami shouted at Luffy. but didn't try to hit him this time, as it didn't yield much result last time, but she had no less desire to do so. Yes, I bought it because I know it will be useful, since this fruit will be yours. Luffy said, turning to Nami, who still held his hand in pain, and showed her the fruit, leaving her stunned. What are you saying? Are you going to give it to me? Nami was speechless after that question. Yes, I was thinking of the best way to deal with Arlong. I came to the conclusion that you should do it with your own hands, so I spent 5 billion on this fruit. I already intended to give it to you anyway when I had the money, so it just came earlier than I imagined. With it, you will be one of the most powerful in the group once you consume it. Luffy spoke. 5 billion Luffy, you can't give me this, it's too much money. Nami may love money, but she knows her place when she needs to. 5 billion is an amount she never dreamed of having in her life, but now, this man she decided to call captain said he would free her land with something so valuable. He was giving her such a precious gift. I've already decided, it's yours, Luffy smiled. But what about the others? Why give me this power when others might be more useful than me? Nami insisted. Don't worry, I have this book, which I bought for another 2 billion. It's a manual of the 6 styles of the Navy, and it's not just any, but the best in the world, used only by the elite of the world government. Luffy said, showing the decorated and protected book cover. 2 billion? What are these 6 styles? Kuina was the first to ask, making Luffy earn more curious looks. Incredible Luffy, you got that? Lami said with an admiring look, as she knows a bit about these techniques, just as Reiju knows a bit from the time of Germa. Is it that amazing? Zoro asked with curiosity. These 6 styles are powerful techniques used by the elite of the Navy and world government. There are many useful techniques. One of them is that you can step on the air as if it were solid ground. You can practically fly with your jumps, Reiju said. Now, eat this, Nami. Luffy said, handing the fruit to Nami. Just eat, no one will complain. Don't you want the power to avenge your mother? Luffy asked. He knew that no one would mind all that treasure being invested in a fruit in Nami's hands, and even if someone complained, he wouldn't care, as he is the captain and decided so. Yes, you're right. Nami finally said, reaching out and eating the fruit at that moment. What a terrible taste. Nami almost spat out everything she'd put in her mouth, but seeing that she was eating 5 billion berries, she quickly put the whole fruit in her mouth and tried not to vomit in the next moment. Her captain smiled at this and announced. Congratulations, Nami, you ate the Eikon Eikon No model. Garuda, Luffy said happily and looked at Nami's status in the system. Nami, Navigator, Devil Fruit. None, Eikon Eikon No model. Garuda, E. Vitality, E, C Strength, E, C Defense, E, C Speed, E, B. Spirit, C, B, as a member of his crew. All of her talents increase by 100%. System rules, the ranking level of the system works from the letter E to X. This is the mortal limit, which is understood within this classification from lowest to highest, just below. E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, EX, 484 Chapter 53. Chapter size. 3,271 words. Third person Patre-on Island in the sea, East Blue. Congratulations, Nami, you ate the Eikon Eikon No model. Garuda, Luffy said happily and looked at Nami's status in the system. Nami, Navigator, Devil Fruit. None, Eikon Eikon No model. Garuda, E. Vitality, E, C Strength, E, C Defense, E, C Speed, E, B. Spirit, C, B, as a member of your crew. All your talents increase by 100%. What? Nami exclaimed, feeling the changes in her body like never before in her entire life. She seemed to be experiencing immediate transformations upon consuming the fruit. Are you feeling the effects already? Ha 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 ha. That's good. Luffy commented, watching Nami look at her hands in disbelief as some lines of green energy appeared and disappeared rapidly, as she didn't have much control. Everyone around was curious about these changes the navigator and the captain were talking about because Nami didn't seem to have changed physically in the eyes of the group. Luffy, I feel much stronger for some reason. It's like I'm overflowing with energy. Nami forgot about the fact that she had depression after seeing billions of berries disappear before her eyes for a new feeling of ecstasy at this moment, feeling the changes in her body. Ha 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 ha. That's how it is. Let's do a test. Punch me now. I want to see what you're capable of right now. Luffy spoke excitedly, and Nami agreed with the captain. Approaching him, under the gaze of everyone, she leaned back with her arm and punched Luffy in the chest, who was using no support other than his own physical strength to withstand the blow. Boom! Nami punched Luffy point blank, causing him to recoil 10 meters with the impact in the next moment, while his feet were dragged by the beach sand. The expression of surprise was collective because they saw her try to punch Luffy a moment ago without even scratching his body. Even Luffy looked at her with some amusement. Now she had much stronger strength, even though, despite everything, she only made him retreat a few meters. But this was a surprising change in the captain's opinion, as she used to be the weakest in the group until a moment ago. Ha ha ha. Luffy began to laugh while massaging the part hit by her punch. I can say I felt that. Nami, good job. But your potential is much more than that. Luffy was getting more and more excited. One thing is to be a strong captain and have to do everything for the crew while being practically a babysitter in the group. Another is to have capable and reliable companions that Luffy could trust for tasks too dangerous for most people. He wanted a crew like that. Luffy, how did I become so strong? Nami knew she had change. But her punch was so powerful that it surprised her to the core. She would have killed a normal person with that. She still had difficulty absorbing this information. Nami, don't underestimate yourself. This is just an initial strength. As far as I know, the physical specialty of your fruit is agility and mobility, as you control the wind and can fly with wings. Not to mention, you can create giant claws and control them within a certain range, making the versatility of your abilities very powerful, even more versatile than my icon. I can fly, control the wind and even create those claws? Nami was incredulous at this information, becoming more and more stunned as she realized how powerful her devil fruit was. Do you think 5 billion were just for you to increase your physical abilities? Luffy teased her. Thank you. She looked at Luffy for a while and thanked him, going to him and giving him a sincere, strong hug. No one had ever done something so grand for her before. There was no way she couldn't be moved. Thank you. I don't know what else to say, but no one has ever done something like this for me before. She admitted in the midst of the hug with these very words, showing her true gratitude as tears began to run down her cheeks and a content smile appeared. Luffy returned the hug as his arms enveloped her back and waist. Nami, don't worry. I always saw potential in you, as someone reliable from the moment I laid eyes on you in that buggy's cage, Luffy said sincerely. But you turned me into a servant and made me clean your ship, she complained as she leaned back and punched Luffy's chest with feigned anger. Well, someone wanted to take all my treasures at the time. I had to punish that person in a certain way, Luffy smiled, looking at a raised eyebrow Nami. Fair enough. Nami admitted in the end. Could you two stop flirting in front of the group? Lami scoffed, interrupting Luffy and Nami from continuing this kind of conversation as they embraced so intimately in front of them. This time, I have to agree with the emo here, Reiju said. Who are you calling emo? Curly eyebrows, Lami expressed her anger. Call me that again, and I'll kick your butt? Reiju hadn't liked this woman from the beginning. Wanna try? I'll be happy to cut someone like you, Lami growled. Could you stop fighting too? Where did this come from? Kuina complained from the side. Luffy sighed at this too, foreseeing that this fight would be a recurring event during their journeys in the next years or decades together. Stop this. I want to celebrate with the group right now. We have 2 giant prawns to eat and plenty of drinks in stock, so I want to have a feast here, not see idiots fighting. Luffy stepped away from Nami and went to them with the navigator in tow. Feast, Johnny, Yosaku, and Usopp cheered immediately, knowing the experience of the parties made in the last few days on the ship. They could indulge in food and drink to their heart's content. It didn't take long, and the beach quickly filled with utensils that Luffy took from the ship. Using his fruit, he enlarged the size and reduced the weight to facilitate Reiju's work with the food. So Luffy, you mentioned the ability to exchange berries for things. You just skimmed over something like that. How exactly is that? No one should do that just like that. Lami looked suspiciously at Luffy, who was now drinking sake with Zoro by his side, as they seemed to be the people who loved this type of alcoholic beverage the most in the crew. It's true. I didn't explain that properly. As I said, I can buy anything that no one has claimed. Luffy looked at the doubtful faces around him. As the question attracted everyone's attention, even Reiju stopped cooking and seasoning the prawn meat to listen at this moment. The concept isn't difficult, but explaining what a system is complicated for them. Luffy murmured and continued his reasoning with the group. The money I touch and make disappear isn't the power of my fruit shrinking its size. Instead, it's transferred to a space where I can no longer withdraw it as berries. But I can exchange the amount of money for other things. As I mentioned before, I can't take things that others already have. For example, I can't take Mihawk's Yuru, but I can take Gold D. Roger's sword, the former Pirate King, if I have the money since it's not in anyone's possession at the moment. Luffy didn't speak about the system itself, but it seemed that the smarter members of the group understood the concept. That's incredible. Are you saying you can buy most things in this world? That explains the manual of those techniques, but didn't it belong to someone already? Kuina said, surprised, and asked curiously. As long as it's not a weapon or a fruit with a person, things like that manual, locked in deposits, I can take. Luffy clarified. And where does this money go? It can't just cease to exist when you buy something, right? Nami asked, alarmed and concerned about the idea of gold ceasing to exist. That is very concerning, Captain. With this, the value of gold would skyrocket due to scarcity, creating chaos in the world economy and making significant changes in monetary prices. With this kind of global crisis, many countries will be wiped off the map. Beppo shouted, making everyone, without exception, look at him with a shocked expression. How can this mink bear understand economic concepts? Luffy couldn't help but be surprised by this. The others looked at Beppo with various expressions, some trying to understand what was behind his words. Others had shocked expressions like Luffy, as they had some idea of the concepts and logic behind this theory, as the captain was thinking. However, for everyone, it was surprising that it was Beppo who said this before anyone else, in this situation. Well, actually, this doesn't affect the world. Luffy said, a little embarrassed still, but continued. Gold and money simply don't disappear from the world, they are sent as far away as possible, so I can't access them again. Since that wouldn't be fair, even with a cheat like this, it wouldn't be cool for me to have infinite money while acquiring all the valuable items in the world, right? Now some lucky person should come across some part of this hidden gold, probably on the other side of the world right now. Luffy clarified. I understand. But it's still great to be able to do this, Usopp muttered. Luffy, you've already spent 7 billion on the manual and Nami's fruit. Do we need to have Lami catch more pirates and take them to the Marines? Kuina posed a logical question. You have a good point, Kuina, but I want to handle it the same way. There's still 920 million left in the system. Money isn't a more significant problem for us right now, but even so, I want to clean this sea of those with higher bounties. Either we hand them over to the Marines or exterminate them all. But I don't think we've become a cruel crew that kills in cold blood, right? So let's hand them over to the Marines while we still have the chance. Luffy said, as he wanted to get rid of these people in the East Blue before leaving this sea. As soon as he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lami sitting while drinking a beer. Is everything okay with you? I don't want to take advantage of you, but if you're willing to continue, I'd appreciate it. Luffy spoke to her. If she wasn't satisfied, they could simply go to a base and throw the captured pirates at her. If this gang you caught and one more is missing, there's no reason not to continue doing this since I'm starting to get used to it. Lami scoffed. Great, now let's stop with boring topics and continue our feast, Luffy said, and Reiju already had the meat ready for them to eat as she placed it on a giant plate. Here, Reiju offered, and their group began to eat while drinking their beverages. What delicious meat. Luffy was right, it's so good. Thank you, Mr. Raccoon, for the food. Do you know you're talking to a dead being, Shirahoshi? Hee. After that, darkness took over the sky, but the group didn't seem to mind as they continued their festivities without interruptions. Ha 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 ha. He. Shar. What a bunch of idiots, but you have to admit it's funny, ha 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 ha. What kind of group is this? Brother Usopp is so funny. Ha 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 ha. While the feast continued, the antics between Usopp and the others were created with many of the crew already drunk. This kind of atmosphere continued until they lost consciousness in the middle of the night. The next day. What a hellish hangover. Luffy woke up with a strong headache the next day. He found himself in the middle of the beach area with Lami and Reiju on each of his arms. They hadn't slept together, as everyone was still clothed, but it didn't stop him from being surprised by it. They seemed like water and oil, to the point where I thought they would hate each other from that first contact yesterday. But it seems I was wrong since they seem to be in harmony. That's good. Luffy smiled satisfied at the two women, who slept peacefully in his arms. As much as I like being between two beauties, I have things to do this morning. Luffy complained to himself and carefully removed his arms from the girls and got up without waking them. As soon as he got up, he saw the state of his crew. They were scattered all over the beach quite stupidly. Nami and Kuina were hugging in a corner of the sand. Shirahoshi was with Megalo, Johnny and Yosaku were lying side by side in a corner. Usopp used Chow Chow as a stuffed toy. Yamato was in a corner near where Luffy was with the girls, alone while snoring on her back. The funniest was Beppo, who slept on top of a rock. This is going to give him a hell of a backache, Luffy felt for his companion. But to Luffy's surprise, when he looked for the swordsman of the group, wondering if he had lost again, he noticed Zoro drinking in front of yesterday's old bonfire. "You woke up, Captain," he greeted Luffy, smiling. "Damn, Zoro. You can sometimes drink more than me. Aren't you hungover?" Luffy spoke a bit surprised. "I guess not." Zoro shrugged. "Whatever, I'm going to do some things, don't bother me right now," Luffy said and went to the beach, where there were the marine boats and the boat Lami used. Luffy went to a more secluded corner and took a box from his pocket containing his official ship, the Black Pearl, a name he had decided on a few days ago. He took it out of the box and resized it to its normal size in front of him. Seeing the comical boat, he didn't need any effort to open the system the next moment. System. Open. Shop. Points, 920 million. Selecting the ship in front of him. Upgrade a ship to level 2. Price, 500 million berries. This option does not include furniture and equipment, they must be purchased separately. Yes. No. Yes. A new screen appeared before Luffy, showing the modifications that would happen to the ship. With this, he could choose the color, flag, and several other options for the ship without changing its soul. This is better than I thought. It won't be a worse ship than the Thousand Sunny from the original story. It might even undergo another evolution, Luffy celebrated internally. After spending a few minutes shaping the ship model in the 3D system, a confirmation question appeared again once he finished. Upgrade level 2 plus equipment for the ship, 700 million. Yes. Sure of his choices, he confirmed. That's 700 million, so I expect a ship even superior to the Thousand Sunny, which the original Luffy spent 300 million on without labor. As soon as he clicked yes, his money dropped to 220 million, and the ship in front of him with a goat's head began to dismantle. Luffy quickly used his power to muffle the sound, intending not to wake anyone up. He wanted to see the stunned looks on everyone's faces when they saw the ship in front of them for the first time. The ship silently started to disassemble, with the pieces floating in the space around it, as it unraveled and remodeled with other pieces appearing out of nowhere. A massive atom wood emerged, forming the skeleton and base of the ship, a sight to behold as the ship magically assembled in front of him. Zoro looked incredulous at this scene, as he was the only one awake, wondering what his captain was doing a little away from the ship on his own. He couldn't help but drop his drink when he saw the scene before him. Zoro saw Luffy take out the ship he received from Kaya, and soon after, the ship began to disassemble by some strange force and was being reconstructed as something new, something black and powerful, much larger in size. How is this possible? He asked with disbelief, watching the ship being reformed in front of him, transforming into something new, something formidable. A moment later, Luffy looked at the ship in front of him, satisfied. It may not be a battleship the size of Krieg's, but it's certainly like a Navy warship. Much better than those of the Buster Call. Not to mention the difference between this and the ones they've been using so far is staggering. "What are you doing here, so close? I don't like you," Luffy heard Reiju's voice growling from the beach, and his eyes went directly to the duo fighting early in the morning. "It seems I was hasty and thinking they would get along," Luffy said mentally, feeling a bit tired. "What did you say, curly eyebrows? Do you think I want to be by your side? I'll cut your feathers and put them on your back," Lami growled. "Threaten me one more time, and I'll kick you straight into the sea," Reiju gritted her teeth. "I don't want you near me. Get out of here," both said at the same time and then stared at each other with sparks crossing their eyes. "What is this early in the morning?" Nami complained as she got up next to Kuina. These two are fighting again, Kuina said beside her. What a headache. Johnny complained. This noise doesn't help at all, Yosaku said beside him. Sharky. You're right. Lami-sama and Reiju-sama are so scary this morning. Shirahoshi cried next to Megalo. What is this noise early in the morning? Yamato got up, yawning. Bark, bark, Chow Chow complained, while Usopp quietly got up next to him. Zoro was still standing, looking at the new ship now next to the Marines, wondering if he had drunk too much or if he was still sleeping and dreaming. Hey, Luffy. Where did this ship come from? Nami shouted in surprise at Luffy on the beach. She went to find the captain to resolve the situation between the girls and saw him standing in front of a black warship with the same Holly Roger as Luffy's cloak, a skull with crossed bones, wearing a straw hat. You guys finally woke up. Look, isn't it obvious? This is our official ship, the Black Pearl, Luffy announced, earning incredulous looks. Even Lami and Reiju stopped fighting to look at that monster, much larger than the medium-sized marine ship next to it. 484 Chapter 54, Chapter Size. 3,219 words. Third-person POV. Somewhere at sea, East Blue. So we'll meet later. Lami announced on the marine ship, securing it to the dinghy with Krieg's prisoners, who looked annoying as they cried for freedom. Luffy didn't even feed them properly, so the group could only cry when their sizes returned to normal. Yeah, I decreased the temporary weight of the ship to make it easier to take it to the next naval base. Don't forget to say that you took this ship from us after a confrontation. Maybe the Marines will reward you with some gold, and I don't want to miss that opportunity, Luffy told Lami. Wait, Luffy. Why is she leaving? Isn't there a base near Kokoyashi Village Island? Wouldn't base Naval 16 be faster for Lami? Nami asked, even making Lami look at Luffy with questioning eyes, expecting him to clarify this. Well, it's the same base that should take care of Arlong, but for some strange and very corrupt reason, in my opinion, the pirate has been dominating that area for almost 10 years without the Marines interfering, right? Luffy asked Nami, who quickly understood what the captain was talking about, as she knew how corrupt the Marines of that base were and had strong connections with Arlong. I understand. Lami also understood. And more importantly, why would I deliver pirates to a base that I plan to rob at the next stop? Luffy smiled, earning raised eyebrows from those who heard it. What do you mean, Luffy? Kuina asked a bit cautiously. Our first stop before Arlong is base Naval 16. I plan to loot that place before moving on. Luffy had a sadistic smile as he spoke these words. The Marines will be very angry about this, Zoro commented. It's not like we haven't attacked a base before, right, Zoro? Luffy retorted. Whatever, I hope to find someone to fight, Zoro muttered. Anyway, let's say our goodbyes. I hope to see you later. Maybe delivering Arlong after our crew destroys a marine base will raise a lot of suspicions for you, so I believe this is the last time you deliver any pirate as a supposed rising pirate hunter. Luffy said, and Lami nodded. Saying goodbye to everyone, Lami started her dinghy and moved away from Luffy, pulling the marine ship behind her. Now let's set this beautiful new ship on course and continue our journey, Luffy, asking Nami to start navigating it. Cutting through the stormy waters, the Black Pearl emerges from the shadows of the horizon, a sight that would be feared by all seas in the future. Its hull, bathed in a deep ebony, absorbs the sunlight, giving the vessel a sinister and majestic appearance. At the front, the bow is crowned by an Ifrit head carved in obsidian, roaring towards the horizon with imaginary flames dancing in its fiery eyes. The masts, tall like black spires piercing the sky, support black sails that seem to absorb light rather than reflect it. Each sail is adorned with ancient runes, a mystical touch that adds an aura of dark magic to the ship. The crew's flag, a skull symbol with a straw hat crossed over two crossed bones, fiercely flutters at the top of the main mast. The main deck of the Black Pearl is a choreography of movement orchestrated by the skilled crew. Black cannons, embedded on the sides, give the vessel an intimidating and menacing air, just like at the front and rear, making the ship retaliate from all sides against attacks at sea. The polished wood, carved with intricate patterns, bears witness to the craftsmanship that shaped this naval masterpiece. The captain's cabin, strategically located in the heart of the ship, is a marvel of dark engineering. The massive door, adorned with carvings that tell stories of victorious battles, opens to reveal a sanctuary of dark leather and golden details. In the center, an obsidian throne serves as the captain's seat, surrounded by star maps and mysterious artifacts. The giant figure of the Ifrit head at the bow seems to guide the Black Pearl through the turbulent waters, a mythological entity bringing with it the fire of destruction. As it cuts through the waves, the vessel leaves a trail of black foam, adding a touch of mysticism to its passage. The legend of the Black Pearl would echo through ports and taverns, inspiring fear and respect. Its destinations are unknown, its origins shrouded in mystery. It is a dark threat that will loom over the seas, a force that defies natural entities, commanded by a powerful crew that would make the world tremble one day. As he sailed, all the crew members began to explore the new ship with curiosity. The space was much larger for them to train outdoors, and there was even a garden for them to plant trees and plants. This initially shocked him, and they quickly moved inside the Black Pearl to explore the interior. Incredible! There's a room exclusively for me. There's even a tank to swim with Megalo, Shirahoshi shouted from somewhere. The kitchen is so large, Reiju couldn't help but comment. There are so many useful things in it. The refrigerator can fit a sea king, she concluded as they looked around with curiosity, getting familiar with the place where they would spend a good part of their time. Look at these cannons. They can even point to the front of the ship, Usopp said on the side of the ship, inspecting the weapons and the depot. There's a front cannon with a special weapon too, Luffy said, making Usopp's eyes gleam as he ran to see this weapon. The ship had a laser cannon in the front and an emergency nitro, like the Thousand Sunny. However, the energy was different, using Frankie's cola. Luffy could add his heat to recharge the batteries. Incredible! Luffy could hear his excited marksman's shout seeing the weapon. The captain was quite satisfied with his new ship. It was black and fierce as he always imagined for his own ship. He placed a mold of the Ifrit head at the front of the ship to represent his own identity. Luffy, how did you do this? Kuina approached Luffy at this moment, while getting closer to the ship. As I said, I can exchange berries for items, including ships. In this case, I refurbished that ship from Kaya and turned it into this big warship, spending 500 million berries plus 200 on accessories that I placed in the right places. That's amazing. You spent all the money, didn't you? She questioned. Yes, I only have 220 million left. Adding the 25 Lami brought from the last delivery, I have 245 million now, Luffy said, and Kuina nodded. I can't say it's not incredible, so I guess it was money well spent, even though I think it was a large amount. Nami joined the conversation after setting the ship on course. There's a room especially for you to map out your maps, so start getting familiar with your new room and workspace, Luffy told Nami. Really, I'll check it out. Nami got excited and ran into the interior of the ship. Kuina. Look at these weights. Zoro drew Kuina's attention in the training area as he picked up giant dumbbells. Oh. Chow Chow barked happily, seeing a little house in the open space for him, where he couldn't complain, as he asked Luffy for something like this a few days ago. He never liked staying inside the ship, preferring to sleep on the mast like a lookout. While everyone familiarized themselves with the ship, choosing the best room for them and seeing different structures on the ship to meet their needs, Luffy stood at the bow while looking at the horizon. He was happy to finally have his own ship with a reliable crew that he already considered great. Everyone, I think you've taken too much time getting to know the ship. I want everyone gathered for training in the next 10 minutes, Luffy announced, amplifying his voice so everyone could hear. It didn't take long for everyone to gather in the middle of the ship, as Luffy wanted to train them before their confrontation with the Navy. I've set up the weights for you to do your basic training, so no gravity today, but you'll follow the training program. Are we not going to train that manual? Reiju asked with some interest, as there was a skill about flying in the sky, something that interested her a lot. Not yet. I plan to start doing that after passing through Nami's homeland. Anyway, you need to strengthen your bodies before that training. I'll be with Nami today since she still has no idea how to use her mythical zone, Luffy announced. And without much secrecy, everyone went to their positions in this new training field, which was much superior to the previous one. There was a board where he wrote the training list, with them following this training regimen. It made the captain's job much easier, allowing him to pay more attention to Nami without worrying about the others. Luffy, what can I do? I'm much stronger now, but you seem to recognize that my powers are more than the physical strength I gained, Nami said in front of Luffy. First, you now have the ability to fly. Try to create wings like me, Luffy said, as wings grew on his back, making his mantle move as they grew within it. Nami looked attentively at Luffy's beautiful black wings, making him look like some kind of dark angel with those red eyes. He's so handsome, both in this form or when he's normal. Nami couldn't help but have this thought as she looked at Luffy staring at her, who raised an eyebrow as Nami's expression seemed strange to him. Nami, focus. Concentrate on the wings. Imagine wings growing on your back like new limbs, Luffy scolded her. And Nami quickly did so to escape her embarrassment with slightly naughty thoughts. Nami made a mental effort, creating the image of wings growing like Luffy's. A green glow began to emanate from that place, and white wings began to form, but halfway through, they dissipated with another glow, and Nami knelt exhausted from the sudden effort. It's hard, it's as if all the energy in my body is spent on this, but I felt it, Nami said happily, seeing that there were indeed wings growing on her back as Luffy instructed. Breathe, this is your first attempt. I know you're excited to fly, but let's take it easy, even if you have to face Arlong tomorrow. Luffy said, surprising Nami a bit. Tomorrow? I thought we would arrive today with the speed of the ship. It's much faster than the Navy's, and with your devil fruit, that wouldn't be a problem, Nami complained, wanting to reach her village as soon as possible. Hold on there, miss. I want to arrive tomorrow for a reason. I want you to be ready to fight that fish man. Otherwise, you'll lose if you're not yet accustomed to your body. I know your new powers have made you confident, but you must be familiar with them first before this fight. Luffy gave her a lecture. I understand. Nami acknowledged Luffy's reasoning and stood up for another attempt. She tried to create the wings 3 times. With each attempt, she improved, and on the last one, she created a huge white wing with a 2-meter span, completing this phase 1 of her transformation. I have wings. Nami jumped for joy, seeing the result of her efforts. That's good, now let's get you used to them before we start flying, Luffy said, and they trained without Nami being able to undo her wings, something that impressed Luffy with apparently a natural talent from the girl, who was getting used to the transformation quickly. Great, let's stop here. You seem to be getting used to the wings. Now let's start your first flight. These wings are like any limb of your body. It's something like running, putting force into your legs, you gain speed. Use this concept because at least for me, it works. Luffy crossed his arms and waited for Nami to try taking flight. Nami began to get used to the movements and control of these wings as she moved them. She started flapping them to gain strength to lift off the ground. After starting to flap with the wings rapidly, forming a wind on the ship's deck, she began to move away from the ship's wood. I'm doing it, Nami shouted excitedly as she ascended in front of Luffy, who let his hair get messy after receiving the wind from those wings. Well done. Luffy smiled. Look at this, Luffy, I can fly, I'm flying, Huh? Ah, Nami was so excited that she caught the attention of the entire crew in the air, who were watching her demonstration. But soon, excitement turned into fear as she was falling 15 meters from the ground, screaming as she fell. Luffy, help me, she shouted as she approached the deck in despair. Could Luffy catch her like a princess? Could he? He just watched her falling? Boom. Asterisk, she fell from the deck with a strong impact, starting to get up with some difficulty. Ouch. Why didn't you catch me? A man should be a gentleman when a lady is in danger. Nami growled at Luffy as soon as she got up. Nami, your body is strong enough not to feel the impact. I'm your captain, not your babysitter. Luffy spoke honestly. He wouldn't help anyone unless it was a matter of life and death. They had to solve most of their problems themselves. Did you feel the impact, Nami? Luffy asked, breaking the silence that Nami had as she heard his words. No, she admitted. Well, then don't expect my help for trivial things. I like you, Nami, but you'll never grow and become strong if I do everything for you, Luffy said seriously. I guess you're right. Nami admitted a bit embarrassed. Now let's continue. I'll fly with you to train in the sky. Hold on tight. Luffy grabbed a stunned Nami by the waist and took off into the sky with her screaming, as Luffy's actions were quite sudden. After flying more than 2 kilometers in the air, Nami held onto Luffy like a cat not wanting to let go. Luffy, this is not a joke. I'm scared. Take me down, please, she screamed and cried at the same time. Calm down, silly girl. I put negative gravity on you. Try to fly. I'll catch you if you fall, but you'll only fall slowly, and the wind here won't bother you with that. This will be your training, Luffy said, making her look suspiciously at him, as there was still fear in her eyes. Release slowly. Trust me, when I say I won't let you fall here, it's because I won't let that happen. Luffy spoke. He could be very tough, but he always did what he said. Okay, she said, releasing him. He caught her by the waist, lifting her in front of him, and asked her to flap her wings. As she did so, he released his grip on her waist, and she began to fly. I'm doing it, she said excitedly, even though she was afraid to look down miles away from the Black Pearl. Very good, keep it up. Luffy smiled at her. Luffy, I'm falling. Nami panicked a moment later. Calm down, you'll fall slowly due to the gravity I put here. Luffy clarified and saw her realization in the next moment. Huh? It's true. This is amazing. Nami couldn't help but be surprised when she saw herself falling slowly, just as Luffy said. Rest for a bit and resume practicing and ascending when you recover. Let's continue with these exercises for the rest of the day, Luffy said, and Nami nodded. 1 day and a half later. At a marine base stationed in the middle of the sea on a small island, sailors were at the edge of it, carrying out their daily tasks, mainly monitoring the sea. Despite being a mundane activity, they reported any approaching marine or civilian ships, a routine duty at this base. The base gets so boring when Captain Nezumi leaves for his business, complained one sailor with a spyglass. Yeah, it seems he went to meet Arlong, said his colleague, showing a malicious smile. Did you hear that Arlong had a proposal for the captain to earn a lot of money? The other asked. Yeah, I wish I had gone with him, but the captain didn't choose me to go. I hope to get some share of that money because staying here at the base is so horrible and boring, he grumbled. Give me your spyglass. There's something coming from the horizon. His colleague didn't wait for an answer. He snatched the equipment from his hand and looked at the dark spot at least 10 kilometers away. A ship, but I still can't see who it is, he analyzed. It can't be Captain Nezumi. It must be a trader or even one of ours from another base. Or a pirate. That was good. As if a pirate would attack us, not even Arlong and Krieg have that courage. True. They continued with their chores while chatting and ignored the approaching ship. Hey, that ship is already so close. It looks so strange, don't you think? True, but wait, isn't that a warship and still with a pirate flag? Look at that flag. Let me see it through the spyglass. What? It's a pirate ship. That flag is Straw Hat Pirate with a bounty of 10 million. Sound the alarm. Alarm asterisk alarm asterisk alarm asterisk alarm. The sound stirred the entire base. Meanwhile, Luffy looked at the bow of the ship standing on the head of Ifrit that he placed in front of the ship. He looked forward with crossed arms, and his cloak lifted with the wind from the ship's speed. They finally saw us, but they took so long that we're only 1.5 kilometers away from them. What a bunch of idiots and slackers. Luffy snorted at this, as they had managed to approach so closely without drawing much attention so far. Luffy looked at the base in chaos, with sirens blaring everywhere, while sailors ran back and forth carrying weapons, and some prepared cannons. He raised his hand as he instructed his crewmates as they approached the base. Now, fire! Luffy lowered his hand, and Usopp and Shirahoshi, who were on the cannons, pulled the ropes of the weapons immediately. Bang! Bang! The shots initiated a small war on the sea, with the Straw Hat Pirates openly firing on the base along with the naval base, attracting the attention of everyone in the next few days since no pirate had attacked a marine base so openly in years in this sea. 484 Chapter 55, Chapter Size. 2,758 words. Third person POV. Somewhere at sea, East Blue. Marine Headquarters, 16, East Blue. Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! Aw. They're hitting us even from this distance. A Marine shouted, his voice filled with fear, as the outer courtyard of the base was pounded by cannon projectiles fired from a pirate ship located more than 1 kilometer away. The impact was terrifying, as the base's weapons had an effective range of only 800 meters, leaving them at a considerable disadvantage. Man the warships. We need to confront them at sea. The order was quickly given, and the Marines acted promptly, launching warships to face the audacious pirate ship that lay beyond their effective reach. Command, are you there? A Marine ran to the communication tower seeking assistance. Without Captain Nezumo present, direct communication with High Command was impossible. The number for direct contact with the base admiral was restricted information, reserved only for the highest echelons of the base hierarchy. Instead, they opted to call a base located in Logatown, where they could establish contact through the Den Den Mushi. "Catch Captain Smoker here, what can I do for Base 16? A rough voice was heard from the other side of the Den Den Mushi. "Captain Smoker, this is the lieutenant from Base 16. We are under attack while Captain Nezumi is away. The pirates have a ship that can reach a distance our cannons cannot, and they are bombarding our entire base," the lieutenant cried. "Who is attacking you?" Smoker had a serious tone at this moment, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "They are the Straw Hat Pirates." Crack, all. Before the man could finish, the communication tower received a cannonball, causing it to explode its walls and collapse in large part, falling on top of the man. Meanwhile, on the head of Ifrit. "Whistle, nice shot, Usopp," Luffy said to himself, observing the destruction caused by his ship's weapons. "Captain, these weapons are quite dangerous. Even the Marines are in despair," Reiju commented while smoking and observing the destruction at the naval base. "Let's advance. Shooting at the Marines from this distance is boring, and they seem to want to greet us while pulling those 3 ships out of the harbor," Luffy spoke, and the ship gained speed again, shifting from negative speed to 30 times faster. "The warships are getting closer, Luffy," Kuina warned, with 3 warships approaching theirs. In fact, it was more them approaching the enemy ships than the other way around. "Zoro, Reiju, Yamato, and Nami, protect the ship so it won't be hit by the shots." Luffy gave the orders, and they quickly assumed their positions. When within range of the Marines, they finally had a moment of realization, and many cannonballs were fired at that moment, both from the base and the warships. Dozens of bullets were heading directly for the ship. As the bullets approached them, Zoro began cutting them while jumping in the air. Reiju effortlessly kicked away any attacks. Yamato countered with her weapon, sending the bullets back to their original owners, causing explosions among the enemies. Still, the most surprising was Nami, creating green claws in the air that stopped the incoming bullets by just lifting her hands from the deck. She also raised whirlwinds in front of the ship, taking on the primary role of protecting it. "You're getting really good at this, Nami," Luffy praised her sincerely. Nami had shown a lot of talent with her devil fruit powers since yesterday under Luffy's guidance. "Thank you. With this strength, I might not need to run anymore and can be useful and strong," Nami said with some confidence. She no longer needed to run from any danger. Bang! Crack boom. Luffy's attention turned to one of the marine ships at sea, which exploded from a shot fired by the Black Pearl a moment earlier. "Oh! I hit one!" Shirahoshi's voice was heard joyfully from one of the cannons. The cannon system Luffy installed on the ship had an immediate reload feature, eliminating the need for someone to load bullets into the gun every time someone fired. This made Shirahoshi and Usopp's lives much easier, as they only needed to aim and press the analog stick button that moved the cannon's aim. "I'll take down the other one then," Usopp joined the competition. Bang! Crack boom. Hitting the side of one of the ships, Usopp managed to bring it down with a shot, as it struck the weak hull, and seawater began to flood the ship, and they could hear the desperation of the crew. Boom! 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 Feeling challenged, Shirahoshi began firing at the same ship she hit before. After hitting it with 4 more shots, the warship started to crumble. The last marine ship seemed to be in a panic, as their bullets, combined with the base's bullets, seemed to have no effect on the pirate ship. Seeing 2 of their ships being bombarded next to them scared them a lot, making them try to escape. "Do they want to escape? I won't let them," Usopp said, turning his cannon towards the ship. And Shirahoshi did the same. Even though she didn't have precise aim like her companion, she still managed to target that last ship. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 4 explosions destroyed the last ship in the next moment, while the Marines screamed in despair. The pirate ship was already passing through the wreckage as they approached the island. Bang! Bang! Usopp and Shirahoshi spared no effort in continuing to bombard the naval base now. When Luffy approached, he could see fear in the eyes of the Marines, pointing guns at them on the dock, but failing to show much courage. They had unsuccessfully tried to prevent this pirate ship from approaching the small island. When they didn't make a scratch on the Black Pearl, the pirates took down 3 warships and demolished half of the naval base. Their morale couldn't be any lower. That was too easy. Luffy couldn't express it more tediously. He had expected more of a challenge, but looking at the Marines, it was clear they had lost the fighting spirit. "You're the Straw Hat Pirates. Do you have any idea what you've done today? The Marines will hunt you to the ends of this world," one of them, seemingly the current leader, said angrily, with at least 200 Marines behind him. "You're not Captain Nezumi. I expected to find him here. Did he die from the cannon shots?" Luffy casually asked the man as he descended from his ship. "Captain Nezumi is away, but even so, you won't get away with this, pirate," he growled. "That's not important. You should worry about your own life rather than the consequences of me attacking the Navy," Luffy mocked in front of his ship. The Black Pearl was in front of the port, at least the part that was still intact, as half of the base had been hit by his 2 marksmen. The port was no exception. Luffy wasted no more time and began walking directly in front of the Marines. "What do you want, Monkey D. Luffy, pirate scum?" the man snarled with some confidence as he prepared to shoot. "Isn't it obvious? I'm here to plunder this base," Luffy said, flashing a greedy smile. "What did you say?" This left everyone stunned. They expected pirates to plunder villages and towns, but a marine base in the middle of the sea? It wasn't a very common activity, especially for newcomers in such a weak sea. "You're doomed. Listen to what I'm saying, justice will always prevail. Yamato, can you use your conqueror's haki? Take down these annoying men, quickly," Luffy requested Yamato, who promptly positioned herself beside him, releasing her intimidating aura. Yamato's expression became determined. Her eyes shone with an indomitable energy. Although not a master of conqueror's haki, knocking out 200 low-ranking soldiers, along with some hidden within a 300-meter area, was an easy task for her. The energy permeated the entire place before everyone's eyes rolled back, and they foamed at the mouth. A moment later, all of them fell to the ground unconscious. "Incredible, how did she do that?" Kuina exclaimed, amazed, as she approached with the rest of the crew. Yamato's impressive aura, reinforced by Conqueror's haki, left everyone in awe of the display of power. "Yamato is so strong," Nami couldn't help but comment. "That will be explained later with the 6 styles. For now, I want to plunder this base before heading to Kokoyashi village as fast as possible." Luffy shrugged, not wanting to explain something like that in the middle of robbing the Marines. "Kuina, Johnny, and Yosaku will stay on the ship since they are not part of the crew, and we don't need their images associated with us, so it's better not to involve them. Nami and Yamato will go to the naval vault, grab all the money and valuable items from the Marines. Zoro, Usopp, and Reiju will go to the dungeons. If I'm correct, this base is involved in the black market with human trafficking. I want you to free anyone who looks like a slave," Luffy said with a hint of anger at the end, surprising everyone. As he always says, he hates hypocrites who commit crimes behind a flag, shouting justice. This base has always been one of the worst examples with this concept that he has seen in the original work and even in some fanfics. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi and I will check the documents in the command post. Chow Chow will take care of our ship. Luffy announced his orders, and everyone began to separate with their own tasks. Kuina and the bounty hunters couldn't complain about these orders since they were not part of the crew. It didn't take long for Luffy to hear Zoro being kicked by Reiju. "Where are you going? It's better not to happen what happened on the last island." Reiju kicked Zoro, who complained with a stern look, while Usopp sighed beside them. Luffy, Shirahoshi, and Megalo arrived at the command room. Luffy began to quickly sift through the documents on the shelves and the desk. "Shirahoshi, try to find anything we can use as evidence of the crimes these Marines must be committing here," Luffy announced beside the mermaid. "Me, Luffy-sama? I'm not very smart," she didn't seem very confident for the task. "Come on, Shirahoshi, you're a princess. Even though you've been trapped in a room almost your entire life, I'm sure you received an aristocratic education." Luffy didn't believe she hadn't had any teachers over the years. I'll try," she said, gaining a bit of confidence. Thus, Luffy sifted through all the documents in the main office with the princess. This took 20 minutes when Luffy increased his reading speed by 30 times. Arms smuggling, illegal sale of Navy equipment, bribery, blackmail, human trafficking, and dealings with certain pirate groups beyond Arlong, their main sponsor. Captain Nezumi even has connections to the black market of the New World. So many things here, and the idiot signed many documents and kept many things addressed to this base and his own name. Perhaps years of committing crimes with his sponsors made him quite bold, not caring about leaving evidence. Luffy commented as he looked at the stack of papers that would incriminate all the Marines in this base. Can the Navy be so evil, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked, horrified as she read so many horrible things. Marines are pirates, in the end. They're just people fighting for their own goals and what they believe in. They can be good or bad, although most pirates are bad, and most Marines fight for justice, but there's always one or another exception, Luffy said more calmly. He felt disgusted by the Marines in this base, but he wouldn't dwell on it now, as they would be condemned in the coming days. I understand, Shirahoshi commented beside Megalo. But I'm surprised. Even though he's involved in such a small layer of the black market, he still had some connections leading to the Joker of the New World black market. Well, it's better not to care about Don Quixote Doflamingo at all now. In the end, he's just a dog of Kaido, someone who will be eliminated in the future by Lami. Luffy murmured to himself as he picked up the documents and stored them to leave the base. Megalo, get that Den Den Mushi. Luffy asked him to grab a larger device hidden in one of Captain Nezumi's hideous paintings. The darn guy was a narcissist, and a hole in the wall seemed to be used for emergencies, but Luffy would steal it for some uses. Sharky. Megalo quickly bit the bag that held the equipment and followed Luffy and his friend, carrying the documents. When Luffy left the main building, he came across 50 people brought by Zoro, Usopp, and Reiju from the dungeons. Their chains were already broken, but their condition was quite lamentable. That. Shirahoshi couldn't help but cover her mouth, frightened. Luffy understood everything as well. There were children and even girls the same age as the mermaid, malnourished, many of them with lifeless eyes, a consequence of almost becoming slaves in the black market. Captain Nezumi was deeply involved with this market, something that not even Arlong would agree with his partner, as he must hate slavery after everything his race went through. Luffy believed that Arlong wouldn't even stoop so low as to enslave his enemies, since the Fishman likely considered such a practice beneath only inferior humans. The Fishman preferred killing and massacring over putting chains on his victims. You guys had your hands full, Luffy said with little emotion. Yeah, it was pretty unsettling, Usopp said disheartened. It wasn't easy to convince them to leave, it was quite sad. Reiju lit a cigarette while speaking those words. Even Nami seemed disheartened by the side, despite some gold she obtained from Yamato. Seeing these people only worsened her mood. Can the Navy be this bad? Yamato spoke with little humor. It wasn't a pretty sight, but she had seen a lot of it in Wano when some people were brought to Onigashima. Most of them aren't, and we shouldn't classify them that way. But there are exceptions to the rules. Don't worry, we'll make them pay for this. Luffy approached them and went to the former captives, who still looked at them suspiciously and fear in their eyes. I know it wasn't easy for you to be here, locked up like a slave. If you want to leave, you can go, and you're free. We're heading to Kokoyashi Village Island. If you want a ride, I can give you one. If you don't, as I said, you're free to do whatever you want. Luffy said simply and turned to walk away. Wait, can I come along? A captive, slightly larger than the others, spoke up. Luffy turned to him in surprise and kept his gaze on the man. He was 2.5 meters tall, had very short white hair with tan skin, and had a strong build. Luffy could tell he was quite powerful, even though he appeared to be around 30 years old. You can come. We're pulling a Navy ship behind ours. Anyone who wants to join, come aboard, said Luffy, and many captive people decided to follow the large man. However, some former slaves chose to take different paths. Thank you. May I know who you are? My name is Hugo. The strange man quickly introduced himself to Luffy, eliciting a suspicious look from the captain. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the one who will dominate the seas, Luffy asserted, reciting his characteristic introduction. Dominate the seas? That sounds so cool, even though I don't believe it, Hugo murmured, casting an admiring look at Luffy. Luffy tried to ignore the man's smug smile as they boarded the ship, taking all the rescued individuals with them. With everything ready to set sail, the Black Pearl left the port and headed straight for Nami's hometown island. The Marines were still unconscious on the ground, and Yamato released a second wave of Conqueror's Haki to ensure none of them would hinder the escape of the former captives. 484 Chapter 51. Chapter size. 2,712 words. Third person POV. On island in the sea, east blue, crack. The sound of a lock echoed from the door, and it began to move slowly, but with a sound revealing its weight as it opened. Finally, treasures! Nami exclaimed as they started walking towards the entrance, unfolding in front of them. As the doors opened, Nami was ready to rush inside at her highest speed. Wait, Nami, we don't know what we might find in there. Be careful. It's better if everyone stays together. Luffy warned her with a stern look at the cat burglar. He didn't want to have to keep saving her from any trap in this place due to her recklessness. I guess you're right. Nami sighed and admitted, approaching the group again. Let's stick together. If anything unusual happens, let us know, Luffy said and went ahead, leading the group. The first thing they saw after passing the doors was a dark corridor. Luffy raised the palm of his hand, and a purple flame emerged from it in the form of a fireball, floating and fixing above his head, providing light to his surroundings. The now illuminated corridor proved to be made of the same material as the gate, making Luffy even more intrigued about what lay inside this place. But the place had no secrets beyond being hidden on a random island and requiring a key to open, as they hadn't encountered any traps so far. The group continued to the end of the corridor without problems. Once they reached the end, Luffy began to see what looked like a large hall opening in front of the crew, with a staircase leading down to a slightly lower level. Luffy's surprise came when he increased the intensity of his flame, quickly illuminating the entire place. He threw other flames at the ceiling, which was 15 meters high. It was a spacious area with at least 50 meters, a kind of ancient cave or grotto. This time, without all that external material, only natural stone structures and rocks were found here. But Luffy wouldn't be surprised if there was a layer around this chamber, protecting it from any external invaders. As the intensity of Luffy's flame increased, the location revealed its secrets with extraordinary splendor. The light danced on the walls of a vast cave, highlighting the marks of an ancient battle echoing in the atmosphere. Natural stone formations and majestic rock structures composed the environment, giving it a sacred aura. In the center of this monumental chamber, two poneglyphs rested silently, silent witnesses of a long-buried history. Next to them, a pillar stood with dignity, supporting a box that seemed to guard mysteries yet to be revealed. Distant, almost like a vision from another time, was an old and broken ship, whose remnants resembled the legendary Flying Dutchman, evoking an atmosphere of myth and antiquity. With this thought, Luffy turned his face and instinctively looked at Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi is now out of the clutches of Vanderdecken IX, but I'll make sure to kill him when we go to the New World. Luffy thought and returned his attention to the ship. The golden glow escaping from a hole in the side of the ship, a result of centuries of decay, captured the group's attention. The shining gold, now illuminated by Luffy's light, cascaded into a dazzling shower of sparkling sparks, dazzling everyone. The discoveries in the heart of the cave triggered a feeling of awe, as the group found themselves facing an unexplored chapter of history, waiting to be unveiled. That, Kuina said. Gold. A lot of gold, Usopp murmured beside her. Sharky. No, you can't eat that. Megalo, Shirahoshi warned her friend. I've never seen such a quantity before, Yamato argued, but she didn't seem very interested. Are we dreaming, brother? Johnny asked his companion. We must be, brother, Yosaku replied. I never imagined that so much gold could be in just one place. Reiju said with quite a surprise as well. Tisk. Is it just gold? Zoro mocked, uninterested. Oh. Chow Chow agrees with you, Zoro. But I'm surprised too. I expected this on the Sky Island, but I never thought we'd find so much gold in the East Blue, Luffy said. People didn't even wonder about what he said about the Sky Island, as their sole focus was on the gold reflecting the purple fireballs on the ceiling. However, Luffy didn't mind and turned his face to see the reaction of the person among them who loves gold the most with interest. Isn't that right, Nami? Luffy smiled at a Nami who stared at all that gold with lifeless eyes. Luffy. Is this real? Nami asked calmly, with the same eyes, and continued. Aren't we dead and come to some kind of heaven for our good deeds? She continued to muse in a trance. Nonsense, silly girl. Go ahead and pick out some pieces for yourself. Take whatever you can, Luffy said. He was quite surprised by the gold, but he was more curious about the mysterious box and poneglyphs. He took his first steps towards the chest on the pillar and the stone with ancient inscriptions. Luffy didn't care about the gold anymore beyond his initial surprise. Of course, it was a very pleasant surprise. It would greatly accelerate his plans with something like this, but he had his thoughts on the contents of that part, as they seemed more important than the treasures. Yamato decided to follow Luffy instead of the majority of the crew, who chose to run for the gold. Luffy approached and stood in front of the pillar chest, next to the poneglyphs. Let's see what's inside this box because I'm almost sure that this box must be the most important thing in this chamber. They seem to have died a long time ago. Yamato commented beside them. In the nearby area, they noticed that there were 6 long decomposed skeletons. They wore samurai armor, and there was a complete sword among them. It looks like they built this place a long time ago, then fled from something and fought in this same chamber to protect their items, especially this box. Luffy analyzed the place. There are also signs of a fight. They could have locked themselves in with the enemy, but how does that explain the ship with gold appearing here, buried in the middle of an island practically? Yamato asked curiously. The place had many holes, even the ship looked like it came out of a war before coming here, only adding to the mystery of this place. Luffy couldn't imagine how it ended up in this place, perfectly understanding Yamato's logical thinking. Yes, there was a battle in this place. Strange, and no, I have no idea how that ship appeared here. Luffy murmured with all this mystery. Anyway, let's see what's in this box. Unfortunately, I don't know what to do with these stones with a strange language, Luffy said, approaching the chest. As soon as he opened it, he was surprised by the content inside. The box was fancy and had something peculiar inside, carefully placed. A fruit? What kind of devil fruit could it be? Yamato asked beside him, sounding somewhat surprised as soon as she saw what was inside the box. Strange. I don't recognize this fruit, and I don't remember it in the encyclopedia here, Luffy murmured. Luffy said, taking the book from his pocket and flipping through it to make sure of his doubts. The fruit was shaped like a canine paw with 3 colors, red on the right, blue in the middle, and white on the left, something quite intriguing for Luffy and Yamato. Anyway, I'll save it for later. Luffy took the box after closing it and shrank its size, putting it in his pocket. His attention turned to the poneglyphs now. These stones are quite hard, Yamato commented, touching one of them. Yes, your father has one of them in particular, somewhere on Onigashima, Luffy commented. Really, what are they for? Yamato asked, a bit curious about their purpose. She didn't know them yet. As far as I know, they seem to have 3 functions in my opinion. 1. Narrate history. 2. Tell about prophecies and ancient weapons, and 3. The red stones give the location of the One Piece. Luffy commented, leaving Yamato wide-eyed. Knowing the value of these stones, especially the last use that Luffy mentioned. Really, she couldn't help but be surprised now, making Luffy look strangely at her. Don't you know, these are called poneglyphs. I'm sure Oden used to read them in his time, Luffy spoke. Are these things poneglyphs? Then I must read them too, she said with determination after realizing that these are the stones described in Oden's diary that he used to report in his journal. Still, she had never seen one before, so she didn't recognize them. I doubt you can. Only one person could do that. I really hope she comes to my ship soon, Luffy commented, thinking of Robin. Of all the characters in One Piece, Robin was the woman he most wanted by his side. He had always been captivated by her for some reason. Her story was quite sad, and that made him very eager to protect her. He stopped summoning her when he had the cards because he knew she wouldn't simply trust him at that moment. So he decided to recruit people more easily and would wait to talk to Robin in Alabasta once they reached the Grand Line. I see. Yamato nodded with Luffy, seeing that she couldn't understand anything about those symbols, no matter how hard she tried. Luffy touched the poneglyphs, thinking that his best chances of gaining knowledge were to copy them on paper, but he didn't stop trying to use his fruit to run a test. To his surprise, it really worked. One of the poneglyphs he touched began to shrink, getting smaller and smaller. Ow! You got one, Yamato said next to him. Zoro approached them with interest, especially in the sword that Luffy was holding now, as he had no interest in gold and was with Chow Chow by his side. It seems so, although this is a big surprise to me since I thought my devil fruit abilities wouldn't work on them, Luffy commented, still incredulous, as he couldn't even scratch them, but somehow managed to shrink their size. Now he looked at the small stone in his hand. This is really a surprise, but it makes things much easier, giving me the ability to collect the stones. I'm sure the 5 elders would go crazy if they knew someone could do this. Luffy had a new happy thought with this. Luffy, opening a satisfying smile, went to the next poneglyph and shrank it like the last one. Well, this part is done. Let's see the gold now, Luffy said, approaching most of the crew, who were circling that whole mountain of gold, looking for something that interested them everywhere. He could see Nami adorned with jewels all over her body, carrying 3 huge bags behind her, still searching for something valuable. I bet it's only 3 bags because that's all she has. I wouldn't be surprised if she built another mountain of bags to take from here, Luffy muttered to himself. Most were happy, putting jewelry on their arms, earrings, and even crowns. Kuina, Luffy called. Kuina looked surprised at Luffy and saw him smile at the sight of her, after she adorned herself with gold, putting on bracelets, necklaces, and earrings. Don't look at me like that. I'm a girl, Kuina shouted at Luffy's teasing glances. Feel free. You look beautiful like this. Luffy showed appreciation for the girl and continued to speak. But I intend to interrupt you because I have something for you, he said, showing the sword he found among the skeletons. Zoro next to Luffy couldn't help but be surprised by this, just like Kuina. This, what kind of sword is it? Kuina couldn't help but be surprised as she hurried towards Luffy. It's Tensa Zangetsu, a sword on the same level as your old Wado Ichimonji. It's cursed, so its rank isn't higher, but it could be among the top 12. Its last user appeared 300 years ago, and it was lost since then. Now it's yours. I believe it will help, and if you master it, it will be among the main legendary weapons. Luffy said the description he read in the weapons encyclopedia as soon as he saw the weapon and smiled at Kuina, who looked strangely at him. You should have this weapon. Your saber was destroyed by Mihawk, Kuina commented, trying to deny. That's not important to me. I'll soon have my own sword shortly after we reach the Grand Line, so I'll simply discard any weapon I have on hand. That's why I prefer to give you the sword. Luffy spoke sincerely, gaining some admiration from the people around him who heard it. I don't know what to say. Thank you, but this won't make me join your crew for this reason. Kuina stuck her tongue out at Luffy and took the sword from his hands but thanked him with a look to the man in the straw hat. She wasted no time and pulled the blade out of the sheath to admire the sharpness of the blade, which didn't seem to be affected despite centuries locked in a cave. Luffy smiled at this. He didn't expect anything more from Kuina, but he always liked the way the girl acted tough. He left her with the sword and went to the gold right after. He looked at the whole group dressed in gold and found it amusing. Shirahoshi seemed to be adorning Megalo while laughing at him with amusement, and Megalo didn't seem to like it much. Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku thought they were in a pool of gold as they swam among the treasures with happiness. Reiju was next to them, patiently choosing an earring and a kitchen knife made of gold. Have you taken what interested you? I'll take the rest of the gold, Luffy simply said, approaching. Luffy-sama. No, Nami, seeing what Luffy was going to do, had a premonition that appeared even in the worst nightmares. Stop him, don't let him touch the gold for anything in this world, Nami shouted, running to Luffy, trying to prevent him from making that witchcraft of making money and gold disappear. But it was too late. The gold began to be sucked as soon as he touched it with his hands, like a black hole, and only large amounts of gold were pulled into Luffy's hand as if he had opened a portal, leaving everyone who had the gold unharmed and unaffected as they watched the gold flow into Luffy's hand. Everyone was surprised by this because tons of gold disappeared into Luffy's hands in a few seconds under everyone's gaze, leaving only the gold that everyone was carrying and adorning themselves with. Shop money. 7,920,000,000 berries. Luffy looked with satisfaction at the nearly 8 billion he now possessed. No! Nami's scream was so loud that it passed through the camera barrier and even startled the cannibals in their tribe at that moment, wondering what kind of creature had been hurt so much to let out such a lamentable scream. 484 Chapter 52, Chapter Size. 2,641 words. Third person POV. On island in the sea, East Blue. Luffy noted his gains. An unknown devil fruit, shaped like an apple with 3 colors. Red, blue, and white. Last but not least, 2 poneglyphs that he somehow managed to shrink for compactness. Luffy was sure that he could describe what that strange fruit was and its story of how it ended up there, along with some mysterious history, but that would have to wait. I'll have to ask Robin when we get to Alabasta. For now, it's better not to consume the fruit since it's not described in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. But it's clear that it's special. Otherwise, the government wouldn't have been searching for it for centuries. I'll have to figure out what it does and then give it to whoever is most suitable for this fruit before having someone from the crew eat it. Luffy concluded and moved on to the next treasure. An enormous amount of gold that he absorbed into the system. Shop money. 7,920,000,000 berries. That's a lot, a whole lot of money. Luffy was in awe of the immense wealth he had acquired on this ship inside the cave. Nami still wept for all those mountains of money disappearing from one moment to the next, thanks to Luffy and his sorcery. I don't want to waste any more time here. We've explored the whole place. Now let's move forward because I know you all have questions, and I want to explain some things to you, Luffy said, prompting everyone to follow quickly. There were many questions, but he promised to answer them all, so everyone waited. Soon, they exited the cave. With Luffy removing the key, the doors began to close, and they continued through the forest toward the beach. Looks like Lami is here too, Yamato said after a while as everyone approached the beach. They were already at the last trees, and soon they spotted the marine ship with a boat beside it and a massive empty raft. Lami and Beppo were waiting for them. As the group approached them, Lami broke the silence first. I was ready to go after you. It was quite boring here. Lami lamented and looked at the group, not recognizing Johnny, Yosaku, and Reiju. You guys seem to have left some behind, but still, the group has increased even more, Lami said with a smile, as the strange couple was nowhere to be found, but the number of people did not decrease. New companions, Beppo exclaimed beside her. A talking bear, Johnny and Yosaku said simultaneously, surprised. What a strange group. Reiju found these people increasingly peculiar, and their numbers seemed to be growing even more. Lami looked at the woman she didn't know, and somehow, when their eyes met, it seemed like sparks flew between them. It looked like, from that moment on, they would be sworn enemies. Luffy looked at that a bit worried, but before he could say anything, someone shouted, "Wait! You're that woman with the bear from the newspaper?" Johnny shouted strangely, recognizing Lami now along with Beppo. "You guys are the new bounty hunters from the East Blue. We're your fans after you took down Buggy the Clown," they shouted in unison. "They're not our companions, right?" Lami asked with a grimace at this strange duo that was screaming in admiration for her, ignoring her words. "No, they're just accompanying us like Kuina," Luffy said, smiling. "I see. Anyway, it looks like you guys have been through some things," Lami commented, observing the remaining excitement of some with gold adorning everything they could, while others seemed to be in a state of depression, like Nami in a corner with tears since they left that cave, even though she had 3 bags of gold behind her. "Oh, and did you get the money for Kuro and his crew?" Luffy asked. "Yes, 16 million for the captain and his crew. But the Marines were bothering us this time, especially the base commander, as he wanted me to join under his command, and Morgan's newspaper wanted to schedule an interview. Like, I'm just handing over pirates. I don't know why I'm getting so much attention," Lami complained to Luffy. "It doesn't seem like much, really," Reiju scoffed in a mocking tone. "What did you say?" Lami didn't like what the pink-haired woman said, even though she seemed to have some logic in her words. For some reason, Lami didn't like it when it came out of her mouth. Meanwhile, Beppo took a bag of berries from the boat and placed it in front of Luffy. "There are 25 million, Captain," Beppo said. "That's good, even more than Buggy," Luffy commented, making the money disappear, and Nami, seeing this, cried even more. "Kuro? You captured Kuro? Is he still alive?" Yosaku said admirably, now recognizing the conversation between them. "You're amazing, Sister Lami," Johnny said, causing Lami to grimace again. "It wasn't Lami who caught him. He was killed by Usopp," Luffy clarified. "Brother Usopp?" both bounty hunters exclaimed in surprise. "Of course, it was me," Usopp said proudly, not wanting to dwell on the fact that he almost died on that occasion. Wait a minute. Lami is handing over a pirate crew you captured?" Johnny asked strangely. "Even that old clown, Luffy-sama beat him, and Lami-sama traded him for berries," Shirahoshi said. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Lami is a crew member," Luffy said calmly, making the bounty hunters understand the situation. but they were still no less surprised, as it was quite shocking. Lami was someone they had come to admire as the best in the area in this sea when it came to hunting pirates. Even though the first capture was buggy, it was unprecedented for someone to hand over a pirate to the Marines with more than 10 million in many years. Anyway, is there anyone else to hand over? You mentioned there would be 2 more pirate groups before we go to the Grand Line, Lami asked, and Luffy confirmed. Yes, but before that, let's talk. We have a crew meeting now, and with you, it would save me time to explain things later, Luffy said, looking at everyone after they paid attention to him when he said those words. As you know, we got this devil fruit, Luffy announced, holding up the fruit for everyone to see as it increased in size in front of them. Do you know what its effect is? Lami asked curiously. No, there are no records in the encyclopedia, and it seems that it hasn't had a user for a few hundred years or maybe more than that, Luffy said, raising many eyebrows. And who's going to eat it? Or are we going to sell it? Reiju asked. The only clue is the poneglyph. Here, Luffy showed the miniatures of the stones to everyone. This language is forbidden. No one knows it, and the government would hunt us down like dogs if they knew you have it in your hands. Lami warned severely as soon as she noticed the gravity of the situation. We'll be hunted by the world government. What? Sharky. This is too dangerous, Captain, I'm sorry. There's no way the government doesn't know about this is with us, and even if they did, we won't be afraid of them, Luffy spoke confidently and continued. Regarding what's written here, there must be many people who know this language, but the vast majority must be scholars under the control of the world government to read these words. However, there is one person outside their control who has this kind of knowledge, and her name is Nico Robin, whom I intend to find in Alabasta to discover something real about the fruit and the story behind it before deciding who should eat it, Luffy said, and everyone understood. Although some doubts arose in the minds of those who had known the woman known as the Devil's Child for over 20 years, about how Luffy knew her whereabouts, no one raised more questions about it. Now, about the treasure, about the pile of gold we found, there were almost 8 billion berries in that place. The place fell silent after these words. No one could believe what they heard or were still trying to process this information in the wake of Luffy's words moments ago. They knew it was a lot of gold, but hearing this was too shocking. Are you saying there was more than 7 billion in gold in that place? Kuina said, looking lost. 7 billion, almost 8 billion, Nami said, looking like a dead fish. It's just gold. Zoro scoffed. He never cared much for money, no more than he needed, of course. Oh? It's just gold, he says. Usopp commented, looking lost. Sharky? Papa never talked about money, so I don't know, Megalo, but it seems like a lot of money, I guess, Shirahoshi said. Almost 8 billion. The collective scream was heard throughout the island again. Even Lami and Beppo were stunned, wondering how the crew managed to get so much money while they were away. They knew there was a lot of money, but this amount was so absurd that while Lami, Reiju, and Kuina seemed stunned, Nami, Usopp, Johnny, Yosaku, and Beppo had looks as if life no longer existed. Shirahoshi, Megalo, and Yamato just looked curiously, and Zoro and Chow Chow didn't seem to care. There was this money, but I've already spent all the money while we were coming to the beach, Luffy announced, earning even more astonished looks. Luffy, how did you spend almost 8 billion on this path from the cave to the beach, which lasted only an hour? Nami asked in a lifeless tone. She seemed unable to bear it anymore and flew at Luffy with so much anger that it didn't even seem like her captain was a monster. The punches hit Luffy with all the force of the girl, but it only made Nami cry as she tried to alleviate the pain in her fists after connecting them with Luffy's tough skin. Ha 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 ha. Let me explain first. Luffy ignored the fact that Nami tried to hit him and continued with a cheerful laugh. I have a special ability, which everyone deserves to know. I have a power that can exchange berries for other items at market prices. Luffy said, and extending his hand, a white devil fruit with green stripes appeared in the shape of an orange with wings. I traded most of the money for this fruit, Luffy said, showing the fruit. Everyone, without exception, looked curiously at this devil fruit. What kind of fruit is it? Lami asked. It's not one you know or is in the encyclopedia, but it's more expensive than your Oppo no Mi. Luffy smiled. What, is it worth more than 4.5 billion? Lami exclaimed in amazement now. 4.5 billion? Luffy, you spent more than that on this fruit? Nami shouted at Luffy. but didn't try to hit him this time, as it didn't yield much result last time, but she had no less desire to do so. Yes, I bought it because I know it will be useful, since this fruit will be yours, Luffy said, turning to Nami, who still held his hand in pain, and showed her the fruit, leaving her stunned. What are you saying? Are you going to give it to me? Nami was speechless after that question. Yes, I was thinking of the best way to deal with Arlong. I came to the conclusion that you should do it with your own hands, so I spent 5 billion on this fruit. I already intended to give it to you anyway when I had the money, so it just came earlier than I imagined. With it, you will be one of the most powerful in the group once you consume it. Luffy spoke. 5 billion Luffy, you can't give me this, it's too much money. Nami may love money, but she knows her place when she needs to. 5 billion is an amount she never dreamed of having in her life, but now, this man she decided to call captain said he would free her land with something so valuable. He was giving her such a precious gift. I've already decided, it's yours, Luffy smiled. But what about the others? Why give me this power when others might be more useful than me? Nami insisted. Don't worry, I have this book, which I bought for another 2 billion. It's a manual of the 6 styles of the Navy, and it's not just any, but the best in the world, used only by the elite of the world government. Luffy said, showing the decorated and protected book cover. 2 billion? What are these 6 styles? Kuina was the first to ask, making Luffy earn more curious looks. Incredible Luffy, you got that? Lami said with an admiring look, as she knows a bit about these techniques, just as Reiju knows a bit from the time of Germa. Is it that amazing? Zoro asked with curiosity. These 6 styles are powerful techniques used by the elite of the Navy and world government. There are many useful techniques. One of them is that you can step on the air as if it were solid ground. You can practically fly with your jumps, Reiju said. Now, eat this, Nami, Luffy said, handing the fruit to Nami. Just eat, no one will complain. Don't you want the power to avenge your mother? Luffy asked. He knew that no one would mind all that treasure being invested in a fruit in Nami's hands, and even if someone complained, he wouldn't care, as he is the captain and decided so. Yes, you're right, Nami finally said, reaching out and eating the fruit at that moment. What a terrible taste. Nami almost spat out everything she'd put in her mouth, but seeing that she was eating 5 billion berries, she quickly put the whole fruit in her mouth and tried not to vomit in the next moment. Her captain smiled at this and announced. Congratulations, Nami, you ate the Eikon Eikon No model. Garuda, Luffy said happily and looked at Nami's status in the system. Nami, Navigator, Devil Fruit. None, Eikon Eikon No model. Garuda, E. Vitality, E, C Strength, E, C Defense, E, C Speed, E, B. Spirit, C, B, as a member of his crew. All of her talents increase by 100%. System rules, the ranking level of the system works from the letter E to X. This is the mortal limit, which is understood within this classification from lowest to highest, just below. E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, EX, 484 Chapter 53. Chapter size. 3,271 words. Third person Patre-on Island in the sea, East Blue. Congratulations, Nami, you ate the Eikon Eikon No model. Garuda, Luffy said happily and looked at Nami's status in the system. Nami, Navigator, Devil Fruit. None, Eikon Eikon No model. Garuda, E. Vitality, E, C Strength, E, C Defense, E, C Speed, E, B. Spirit, C, B, as a member of your crew. All your talents increase by 100%. What? Nami exclaimed, feeling the changes in her body like never before in her entire life. She seemed to be experiencing immediate transformations upon consuming the fruit. Are you feeling the effects already? Ha 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 ha. That's good. Luffy commented, watching Nami look at her hands in disbelief as some lines of green energy appeared and disappeared rapidly, as she didn't have much control. Everyone around was curious about these changes the navigator and the captain were talking about because Nami didn't seem to have changed physically in the eyes of the group. Luffy, I feel much stronger for some reason. It's like I'm overflowing with energy. Nami forgot about the fact that she had depression after seeing billions of berries disappear before her eyes for a new feeling of ecstasy at this moment, feeling the changes in her body. Ha 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 ha. That's how it is. Let's do a test. Punch me now. I want to see what you're capable of right now. Luffy spoke excitedly, and Nami agreed with the captain. Approaching him, under the gaze of everyone, she leaned back with her arm and punched Luffy in the chest, who was using no support other than his own physical strength to withstand the blow. Boom! Nami punched Luffy point blank, causing him to recoil 10 meters with the impact in the next moment, while his feet were dragged by the beach sand. The expression of surprise was collective because they saw her try to punch Luffy a moment ago without even scratching his body. Even Luffy looked at her with some amusement. Now she had much stronger strength, even though, despite everything, she only made him retreat a few meters. But this was a surprising change in the captain's opinion, as she used to be the weakest in the group until a moment ago. Ha ha ha. Luffy began to laugh while massaging the part hit by her punch. I can say I felt that. Nami, good job. But your potential is much more than that. Luffy was getting more and more excited. One thing is to be a strong captain and have to do everything for the crew while being practically a babysitter in the group. Another is to have capable and reliable companions that Luffy could trust for tasks too dangerous for most people. He wanted a crew like that. Luffy, how did I become so strong? Nami knew she had change. But her punch was so powerful that it surprised her to the core. She would have killed a normal person with that. She still had difficulty absorbing this information. Nami, don't underestimate yourself. This is just an initial strength. As far as I know, the physical specialty of your fruit is agility and mobility, as you control the wind and can fly with wings. Not to mention, you can create giant claws and control them within a certain range, making the versatility of your abilities very powerful, even more versatile than my icon. I can fly, control the wind and even create those claws? Nami was incredulous at this information, becoming more and more stunned as she realized how powerful her devil fruit was. Do you think 5 billion were just for you to increase your physical abilities? Luffy teased her. Thank you. She looked at Luffy for a while and thanked him, going to him and giving him a sincere, strong hug. No one had ever done something so grand for her before. There was no way she couldn't be moved. Thank you. I don't know what else to say, but no one has ever done something like this for me before. She admitted in the midst of the hug with these very words, showing her true gratitude as tears began to run down her cheeks and a content smile appeared. Luffy returned the hug as his arms enveloped her back and waist. Nami, don't worry. I always saw potential in you, as someone reliable from the moment I laid eyes on you in that buggy's cage, Luffy said sincerely. But you turned me into a servant and made me clean your ship, she complained as she leaned back and punched Luffy's chest with feigned anger. Well, someone wanted to take all my treasures at the time. I had to punish that person in a certain way, Luffy smiled, looking at a raised eyebrow Nami. Fair enough. Nami admitted in the end. Could you two stop flirting in front of the group? Lami scoffed, interrupting Luffy and Nami from continuing this kind of conversation as they embraced so intimately in front of them. This time, I have to agree with the emo here, Reiju said. Who are you calling emo? Curly eyebrows, Lami expressed her anger. Call me that again, and I'll kick your butt? Reiju hadn't liked this woman from the beginning. Wanna try? I'll be happy to cut someone like you, Lami growled. Could you stop fighting too? Where did this come from? Kuina complained from the side. Luffy sighed at this too, foreseeing that this fight would be a recurring event during their journeys in the next years or decades together. Stop this. I want to celebrate with the group right now. We have 2 giant prawns to eat and plenty of drinks in stock, so I want to have a feast here, not see idiots fighting. Luffy stepped away from Nami and went to them with the navigator in tow. Feast, Johnny, Yosaku, and Usopp cheered immediately, knowing the experience of the parties made in the last few days on the ship. They could indulge in food and drink to their heart's content. It didn't take long, and the beach quickly filled with utensils that Luffy took from the ship. Using his fruit, he enlarged the size and reduced the weight to facilitate Reiju's work with the food. So Luffy, you mentioned the ability to exchange berries for things. You just skimmed over something like that. How exactly is that? No one should do that just like that. Lami looked suspiciously at Luffy, who was now drinking sake with Zoro by his side, as they seemed to be the people who loved this type of alcoholic beverage the most in the crew. It's true. I didn't explain that properly. As I said, I can buy anything that no one has claimed. Luffy looked at the doubtful faces around him. As the question attracted everyone's attention, even Reiju stopped cooking and seasoning the prawn meat to listen at this moment. The concept isn't difficult, but explaining what a system is complicated for them. Luffy murmured and continued his reasoning with the group. The money I touch and make disappear isn't the power of my fruit shrinking its size. Instead, it's transferred to a space where I can no longer withdraw it as berries. But I can exchange the amount of money for other things. As I mentioned before, I can't take things that others already have. For example, I can't take Mihawk's Yuru, but I can take Gold D. Roger's sword, the former Pirate King, if I have the money since it's not in anyone's possession at the moment. Luffy didn't speak about the system itself, but it seemed that the smarter members of the group understood the concept. That's incredible. Are you saying you can buy most things in this world? That explains the manual of those techniques, but didn't it belong to someone already? Kuina said, surprised, and asked curiously. As long as it's not a weapon or a fruit with a person, things like that manual, locked in deposits, I can take. Luffy clarified. And where does this money go? It can't just cease to exist when you buy something, right? Nami asked, alarmed and concerned about the idea of gold ceasing to exist. That is very concerning, Captain. With this, the value of gold would skyrocket due to scarcity, creating chaos in the world economy and making significant changes in monetary prices. With this kind of global crisis, many countries will be wiped off the map. Beppo shouted, making everyone, without exception, look at him with a shocked expression. How can this mink bear understand economic concepts? Luffy couldn't help but be surprised by this. The others looked at Beppo with various expressions, some trying to understand what was behind his words. Others had shocked expressions like Luffy, as they had some idea of the concepts and logic behind this theory, as the captain was thinking. However, for everyone, it was surprising that it was Beppo who said this before anyone else, in this situation. Well, actually, this doesn't affect the world. Luffy said, a little embarrassed still, but continued. Gold and money simply don't disappear from the world, they are sent as far away as possible, so I can't access them again. Since that wouldn't be fair, even with a cheat like this, it wouldn't be cool for me to have infinite money while acquiring all the valuable items in the world, right? Now some lucky person should come across some part of this hidden gold, probably on the other side of the world right now. Luffy clarified. I understand. But it's still great to be able to do this, Usopp muttered. Luffy, you've already spent 7 billion on the manual and Nami's fruit. Do we need to have Lami catch more pirates and take them to the Marines? Kuina posed a logical question. You have a good point, Kuina, but I want to handle it the same way. There's still 920 million left in the system. Money isn't a more significant problem for us right now, but even so, I want to clean this sea of those with higher bounties. Either we hand them over to the Marines or exterminate them all, but I don't think we've become a cruel crew that kills in cold blood, right? So let's hand them over to the Marines while we still have the chance. Luffy said, as he wanted to get rid of these people in the East Blue before leaving this sea. As soon as he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lami sitting while drinking a beer. Is everything okay with you? I don't want to take advantage of you, but if you're willing to continue, I'd appreciate it. Luffy spoke to her. If she wasn't satisfied, they could simply go to a base and throw the captured pirates at her. If this gang you caught and one more is missing, there's no reason not to continue doing this since I'm starting to get used to it. Lami scoffed. Great, now let's stop with boring topics and continue our feast, Luffy said, and Reiju already had the meat ready for them to eat as she placed it on a giant plate. Here, Reiju offered, and their group began to eat while drinking their beverages. What delicious meat. Luffy was right, it's so good. Thank you, Mr. Raccoon, for the food. Do you know you're talking to a dead being, Shirahoshi? Hee. After that, darkness took over the sky, but the group didn't seem to mind as they continued their festivities without interruptions. Ha 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 ha. He. Shar. What a bunch of idiots, but you have to admit it's funny, ha 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 ha. What kind of group is this? Brother Usopp is so funny. Ha 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 ha. While the feast continued, the antics between Usopp and the others were created with many of the crew already drunk. This kind of atmosphere continued until they lost consciousness in the middle of the night. The next day. What a hellish hangover. Luffy woke up with a strong headache the next day. He found himself in the middle of the beach area with Lami and Reiju on each of his arms. They hadn't slept together, as everyone was still clothed, but it didn't stop him from being surprised by it. They seemed like water and oil, to the point where I thought they would hate each other from that first contact yesterday. But it seems I was wrong since they seem to be in harmony. That's good. Luffy smiled satisfied at the two women, who slept peacefully in his arms. As much as I like being between two beauties, I have things to do this morning. Luffy complained to himself and carefully removed his arms from the girls and got up without waking them. As soon as he got up, he saw the state of his crew. They were scattered all over the beach quite stupidly. Nami and Kuina were hugging in a corner of the sand. Shirahoshi was with Megalo, Johnny and Yosaku were lying side by side in a corner. Usopp used Chow Chow as a stuffed toy. Yamato was in a corner near where Luffy was with the girls, alone while snoring on her back. The funniest was Beppo, who slept on top of a rock. This is going to give him a hell of a backache, Luffy felt for his companion. But to Luffy's surprise, when he looked for the swordsman of the group, wondering if he had lost again, he noticed Zoro drinking in front of yesterday's old bonfire. "You woke up, Captain," he greeted Luffy, smiling. "Damn, Zoro. You can sometimes drink more than me. Aren't you hungover?" Luffy spoke a bit surprised. "I guess not." Zoro shrugged. "Whatever, I'm going to do some things, don't bother me right now," Luffy said and went to the beach, where there were the marine boats and the boat Lami used. Luffy went to a more secluded corner and took a box from his pocket containing his official ship, the Black Pearl, a name he had decided on a few days ago. He took it out of the box and resized it to its normal size in front of him. Seeing the comical boat, he didn't need any effort to open the system the next moment. System. Open. Shop. Points, 920 million. Selecting the ship in front of him. Upgrade a ship to level 2. Price, 500 million berries. This option does not include furniture and equipment, they must be purchased separately. Yes. No. Yes. A new screen appeared before Luffy, showing the modifications that would happen to the ship. With this, he could choose the color, flag, and several other options for the ship without changing its soul. This is better than I thought. It won't be a worse ship than the Thousand Sunny from the original story. It might even undergo another evolution. Luffy celebrated internally. After spending a few minutes shaping the ship model in the 3D system, a confirmation question appeared again once he finished. Upgrade level 2 plus equipment for the ship, 700 million. Yes. Sure of his choices, he confirmed. That's 700 million, so I expect a ship even superior to the Thousand Sunny, which the original Luffy spent 300 million on without labor. As soon as he clicked yes, his money dropped to 220 million, and the ship in front of him with a goat's head began to dismantle. Luffy quickly used his power to muffle the sound, intending not to wake anyone up. He wanted to see the stunned looks on everyone's faces when they saw the ship in front of them for the first time. The ship silently started to disassemble, with the pieces floating in the space around it, as it unraveled and remodeled with other pieces appearing out of nowhere. A massive atom wood emerged, forming the skeleton and base of the ship, a sight to behold as the ship magically assembled in front of him. Zoro looked incredulous at this scene, as he was the only one awake, wondering what his captain was doing a little away from the ship on his own. He couldn't help but drop his drink when he saw the scene before him. Zoro saw Luffy take out the ship he received from Kaya, and soon after, the ship began to disassemble by some strange force and was being reconstructed as something new, something black and powerful, much larger in size. How is this possible? He asked with disbelief, watching the ship being reformed in front of him, transforming into something new, something formidable. A moment later, Luffy looked at the ship in front of him, satisfied. It may not be a battleship the size of Krieg's, but it's certainly like a Navy warship. Much better than those of the Buster Call. Not to mention the difference between this and the ones they've been using so far is staggering. "What are you doing here, so close? I don't like you," Luffy heard Reiju's voice growling from the beach, and his eyes went directly to the duo fighting early in the morning. "It seems I was hasty and thinking they would get along," Luffy said mentally, feeling a bit tired. "What did you say, curly eyebrows? Do you think I want to be by your side? I'll cut your feathers and put them on your back," Lami growled. "Threaten me one more time, and I'll kick you straight into the sea," Reiju gritted her teeth. "I don't want you near me. Get out of here," both said at the same time and then stared at each other with sparks crossing their eyes. "What is this early in the morning?" Nami complained as she got up next to Kuina. These two are fighting again, Kuina said beside her. What a headache. Johnny complained. This noise doesn't help at all, Yosaku said beside him. Sharky. You're right. Lami-sama and Reiju-sama are so scary this morning. Shirahoshi cried next to Megalo. What is this noise early in the morning? Yamato got up, yawning. Bark, bark, Chow Chow complained, while Usopp quietly got up next to him. Zoro was still standing, looking at the new ship now next to the Marines, wondering if he had drunk too much or if he was still sleeping and dreaming. Hey, Luffy. Where did this ship come from? Nami shouted in surprise at Luffy on the beach. She went to find the captain to resolve the situation between the girls and saw him standing in front of a black warship with the same Holly Roger as Luffy's cloak, a skull with crossed bones, wearing a straw hat. You guys finally woke up. Look, isn't it obvious? This is our official ship, the Black Pearl, Luffy announced, earning incredulous looks. Even Lami and Reiju stopped fighting to look at that monster, much larger than the medium-sized marine ship next to it. 484 Chapter 54, Chapter Size. 3,219 words. Third person Pav. Somewhere at sea, East Blue. So we'll meet later. Lami announced on the marine ship, securing it to the dinghy with Krieg's prisoners, who looked annoying as they cried for freedom. Luffy didn't even feed them properly, so the group could only cry when their sizes returned to normal. Yeah, I decreased the temporary weight of the ship to make it easier to take it to the next naval base. Don't forget to say that you took this ship from us after a confrontation. Maybe the Marines will reward you with some gold, and I don't want to miss that opportunity, Luffy told Lami. Wait, Luffy. Why is she leaving? Isn't there a base near Kokoyashi Village Island? Wouldn't base Naval 16 be faster for Lami? Nami asked, even making Lami look at Luffy with questioning eyes, expecting him to clarify this. Well, it's the same base that should take care of Arlong, but for some strange and very corrupt reason, in my opinion, the pirate has been dominating that area for almost 10 years without the Marines interfering, right? Luffy asked Nami, who quickly understood what the captain was talking about, as she knew how corrupt the Marines of that base were and had strong connections with Arlong. I understand. Lami also understood. And more importantly, why would I deliver pirates to a base that I planned to rob at the next stop? Luffy smiled, earning raised eyebrows from those who heard it. What do you mean, Luffy? Kuina asked a bit cautiously. Our first stop before Arlong is base Naval 16. I plan to loot that place before moving on. Luffy had a sadistic smile as he spoke these words. The Marines will be very angry about this, Zoro commented. It's not like we haven't attacked a base before, right, Zoro? Luffy retorted. Whatever, I hope to find someone to fight, Zoro muttered. Anyway, let's say our goodbyes. I hope to see you later. Maybe delivering Arlong after our crew destroys a marine base will raise a lot of suspicions for you, so I believe this is the last time you deliver any pirate as a supposed rising pirate hunter. Luffy said, and Lami nodded. Saying goodbye to everyone, Lami started her dinghy and moved away from Luffy, pulling the marine ship behind her. Now let's set this beautiful new ship on course and continue our journey, Luffy, asking Nami to start navigating it. Cutting through the stormy waters, the Black Pearl emerges from the shadows of the horizon, a sight that would be feared by all seas in the future. Its hull, bathed in a deep ebony, absorbs the sunlight, giving the vessel a sinister and majestic appearance. At the front, the bow is crowned by an Ifrit head carved in obsidian, roaring towards the horizon with imaginary flames dancing in its fiery eyes. The masts, tall like black spires piercing the sky, support black sails that seem to absorb light rather than reflect it. Each sail is adorned with ancient runes, a mystical touch that adds an aura of dark magic to the ship. The crew's flag, a skull symbol with a straw hat crossed over two crossed bones, fiercely flutters at the top of the main mast. The main deck of the Black Pearl is a choreography of movement orchestrated by the skilled crew. Black cannons, embedded on the sides, give the vessel an intimidating and menacing air, just like at the front and rear, making the ship retaliate from all sides against attacks at sea. The polished wood, carved with intricate patterns, bears witness to the craftsmanship that shaped this naval masterpiece. The captain's cabin, strategically located in the heart of the ship, is a marvel of dark engineering. The massive door, adorned with carvings that tell stories of victorious battles, opens to reveal a sanctuary of dark leather and golden details. In the center, an obsidian throne serves as the captain's seat, surrounded by star maps and mysterious artifacts. The giant figure of the Ifrit head at the bow seems to guide the Black Pearl through the turbulent waters, a mythological entity bringing with it the fire of destruction. As it cuts through the waves, the vessel leaves a trail of black foam, adding a touch of mysticism to its passage. The legend of the Black Pearl would echo through ports and taverns, inspiring fear and respect. Its destinations are unknown, its origins shrouded in mystery. It is a dark threat that will loom over the seas, a force that defies natural entities, commanded by a powerful crew that would make the world tremble one day. As he sailed, all the crew members began to explore the new ship with curiosity. The space was much larger for them to train outdoors, and there was even a garden for them to plant trees and plants. This initially shocked him, and they quickly moved inside the Black Pearl to explore the interior. Incredible! There's a room exclusively for me. There's even a tank to swim with Megalo, Shirahoshi shouted from somewhere. The kitchen is so large, Reiju couldn't help but comment. There are so many useful things in it. The refrigerator can fit a sea king, she concluded as they looked around with curiosity, getting familiar with the place where they would spend a good part of their time. Look at these cannons. They can even point to the front of the ship, Usopp said on the side of the ship, inspecting the weapons and the depot. There's a front cannon with a special weapon too, Luffy said, making Usopp's eyes gleam as he ran to see this weapon. The ship had a laser cannon in the front and an emergency nitro, like the Thousand Sunny. However, the energy was different, using Frankie's cola. Luffy could add his heat to recharge the batteries. Incredible! Luffy could hear his excited marksman's shout seeing the weapon. The captain was quite satisfied with his new ship. It was black and fierce as he always imagined for his own ship. He placed a mold of the Ifrit head at the front of the ship to represent his own identity. Luffy, how did you do this? Kuina approached Luffy at this moment, while getting closer to the ship. As I said, I can exchange berries for items, including ships. In this case, I refurbished that ship from Kaya and turned it into this big warship, spending 500 million berries plus 200 on accessories that I placed in the right places. That's amazing. You spent all the money, didn't you? She questioned. Yes, I only have 220 million left. Adding the 25 Lami brought from the last delivery, I have 245 million now, Luffy said, and Kuina nodded. I can't say it's not incredible, so I guess it was money well spent, even though I think it was a large amount. Nami joined the conversation after setting the ship on course. There's a room especially for you to map out your maps, so start getting familiar with your new room and workspace, Luffy told Nami. Really, I'll check it out. Nami got excited and ran into the interior of the ship. Kuina. Look at these weights. Zoro drew Kuina's attention in the training area as he picked up giant dumbbells. Oh. Chow Chow barked happily, seeing a little house in the open space for him, where he couldn't complain, as he asked Luffy for something like this a few days ago. He never liked staying inside the ship, preferring to sleep on the mast like a lookout. While everyone familiarized themselves with the ship, choosing the best room for them and seeing different structures on the ship to meet their needs, Luffy stood at the bow while looking at the horizon. He was happy to finally have his own ship with a reliable crew that he already considered great. Everyone, I think you've taken too much time getting to know the ship. I want everyone gathered for training in the next 10 minutes, Luffy announced, amplifying his voice so everyone could hear. It didn't take long for everyone to gather in the middle of the ship, as Luffy wanted to train them before their confrontation with the Navy. I've set up the weights for you to do your basic training, so no gravity today, but you'll follow the training program. Are we not going to train that manual? Reiju asked with some interest, as there was a skill about flying in the sky, something that interested her a lot. Not yet. I plan to start doing that after passing through Nami's homeland. Anyway, you need to strengthen your bodies before that training. I'll be with Nami today since she still has no idea how to use her mythical zone, Luffy announced. And without much secrecy, everyone went to their positions in this new training field, which was much superior to the previous one. There was a board where he wrote the training list, with them following this training regimen. It made the captain's job much easier, allowing him to pay more attention to Nami without worrying about the others. Luffy, what can I do? I'm much stronger now, but you seem to recognize that my powers are more than the physical strength I gained, Nami said in front of Luffy. First, you now have the ability to fly. Try to create wings like me, Luffy said, as wings grew on his back, making his mantle move as they grew within it. Nami looked attentively at Luffy's beautiful black wings, making him look like some kind of dark angel with those red eyes. He's so handsome, both in this form or when he's normal. Nami couldn't help but have this thought as she looked at Luffy staring at her, who raised an eyebrow as Nami's expression seemed strange to him. Nami, focus. Concentrate on the wings. Imagine wings growing on your back like new limbs, Luffy scolded her. And Nami quickly did so to escape her embarrassment with slightly naughty thoughts. Nami made a mental effort, creating the image of wings growing like Luffy's. A green glow began to emanate from that place, and white wings began to form, but halfway through, they dissipated with another glow, and Nami knelt exhausted from the sudden effort. It's hard, it's as if all the energy in my body is spent on this, but I felt it, Nami said happily, seeing that there were indeed wings growing on her back as Luffy instructed. Breathe, this is your first attempt. I know you're excited to fly, but let's take it easy, even if you have to face Arlong tomorrow. Luffy said, surprising Nami a bit. Tomorrow? I thought we would arrive today with the speed of the ship. It's much faster than the Navy's, and with your devil fruit, that wouldn't be a problem, Nami complained, wanting to reach her village as soon as possible. Hold on there, miss. I want to arrive tomorrow for a reason. I want you to be ready to fight that fish man. Otherwise, you'll lose if you're not yet accustomed to your body. I know your new powers have made you confident, but you must be familiar with them first before this fight. Luffy gave her a lecture. I understand. Nami acknowledged Luffy's reasoning and stood up for another attempt. She tried to create the wings 3 times. With each attempt, she improved, and on the last one, she created a huge white wing with a 2-meter span, completing this phase 1 of her transformation. I have wings. Nami jumped for joy, seeing the result of her efforts. That's good, now let's get you used to them before we start flying, Luffy said, and they trained without Nami being able to undo her wings, something that impressed Luffy with apparently a natural talent from the girl, who was getting used to the transformation quickly. Great, let's stop here. You seem to be getting used to the wings. Now let's start your first flight. These wings are like any limb of your body. It's something like running, putting force into your legs, you gain speed. Use this concept, because at least for me, it works. Luffy crossed his arms and waited for Nami to try taking flight. Nami began to get used to the movements and control of these wings as she moved them. She started flapping them to gain strength to lift off the ground. After starting to flap with the wings rapidly, forming a wind on the ship's deck, she began to move away from the ship's wood. I'm doing it, Nami shouted excitedly as she ascended in front of Luffy, who let his hair get messy after receiving the wind from those wings. Well done. Luffy smiled. Look at this, Luffy, I can fly, I'm flying, Huh? Nami was so excited that she caught the attention of the entire crew in the air, who were watching her demonstration, but soon, excitement turned into fear as she was falling 15 meters from the ground, screaming as she fell. Luffy, help me, she shouted as she approached the deck in despair. Could Luffy catch her like a princess? Could he? He just watched her falling? Boom. Asterisk, she fell from the deck with a strong impact, starting to get up with some difficulty. Ouch. Why didn't you catch me? A man should be a gentleman when a lady is in danger. Nami growled at Luffy as soon as she got up. Nami, your body is strong enough not to feel the impact. I'm your captain, not your babysitter. Luffy spoke honestly. He wouldn't help anyone unless it was a matter of life and death. They had to solve most of their problems themselves. Did you feel the impact, Nami? Luffy asked, breaking the silence that Nami had as she heard his words. No, she admitted. Well, then don't expect my help for trivial things. I like you, Nami, but you'll never grow and become strong if I do everything for you, Luffy said seriously. I guess you're right, Nami admitted a bit embarrassed. Now let's continue. I'll fly with you to train in the sky. Hold on tight. Luffy grabbed a stunned Nami by the waist and took off into the sky with her screaming, as Luffy's actions were quite sudden. After flying more than 2 kilometers in the air, Nami held onto Luffy like a cat not wanting to let go. Luffy, this is not a joke, I'm scared, take me down, please, she screamed and cried at the same time. Calm down, silly girl. I put negative gravity on you. Try to fly. I'll catch you if you fall, but you'll only fall slowly, and the wind here won't bother you with that. This will be your training, Luffy said, making her look suspiciously at him, as there was still fear in her eyes. "Release slowly. Trust me, when I say I won't let you fall here, it's because I won't let that happen." Luffy spoke. He could be very tough, but he always did what he said. "Okay," she said, releasing him. He caught her by the waist, lifting her in front of him, and asked her to flap her wings. As she did so, he released his grip on her waist, and she began to fly. "I'm doing it," she said excitedly, even though she was afraid to look down miles away from the Black Pearl. "Very good, keep it up." Luffy smiled at her. "Luffy, I'm falling." Nami panicked a moment later. "Calm down, you'll fall slowly due to the gravity I put here." Luffy clarified and saw her realization in the next moment. "Huh? It's true. This is amazing." Nami couldn't help but be surprised when she saw herself falling slowly, just as Luffy said. "Rest for a bit and resume practicing and ascending when you recover. Let's continue with these exercises for the rest of the day," Luffy said, and Nami nodded. 1 day and a half later. At a marine base stationed in the middle of the sea on a small island, sailors were at the edge of it, carrying out their daily tasks, mainly monitoring the sea. Despite being a mundane activity, they reported any approaching marine or civilian ships, a routine duty at this base. "The base gets so boring when Captain Nezumi leaves for his business," complained one sailor with a spyglass. "Yeah, it seems he went to meet Arlong," said his colleague, showing a malicious smile. "Did you hear that Arlong had a proposal for the captain to earn a lot of money?" the other asked. "Yeah, I wish I had gone with him, but the captain didn't choose me to go. I hope to get some share of that money because staying here at the base is so horrible and boring," he grumbled. Give me your spyglass. There's something coming from the horizon." His colleague didn't wait for an answer. He snatched the equipment from his hand and looked at the dark spot at least 10 kilometers away. "A ship, but I still can't see who it is," he analyzed. "It can't be Captain Nezumi. It must be a trader or even one of ours from another base. Or a pirate. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. That was good. As if a pirate would attack us, not even Arlong and Krieg have that courage." True. They continued with their chores while chatting and ignored the approaching ship. "Hey, that ship is already so close. It looks so strange, don't you think?" "True, but wait, isn't that a warship and still with a pirate flag? Look at that flag. Let me see it through the spyglass." "What? It's a pirate ship. That flag is Straw Hat Pirate with a bounty of 10 million. Sound the alarm. Alarm asterisk alarm asterisk alarm asterisk alarm." The sound stirred the entire base. Meanwhile, Luffy looked at the bow of the ship standing on the head of Ifrit that he placed in front of the ship. He looked forward with crossed arms, and his cloak lifted with the wind from the ship's speed. They finally saw us, but they took so long that we're only 1.5 kilometers away from them. What a bunch of idiots and slackers. Luffy snorted at this, as they had managed to approach so closely without drawing much attention so far. Luffy looked at the base in chaos, with sirens blaring everywhere, while sailors ran back and forth carrying weapons, and some prepared cannons. He raised his hand as he instructed his crewmates as they approached the base. "Now, fire!" Luffy lowered his hand, and Usopp and Shirahoshi, who were on the cannons, pulled the ropes of the weapons immediately. Bang! Bang! Asterisk. The shots initiated a small war on the sea, with the Straw Hat Pirates openly firing on the base along with the naval base, attracting the attention of everyone in the next few days since no pirate had attacked a marine base so openly in years in this sea. 484 Chapter 55. Chapter size. 2,758 words. Third person POV. Somewhere at sea, East Blue. Marine Headquarters, 16 East Blue. Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! Asterisk. Aw! They're hitting us even from this distance. A Marine shouted, his voice filled with fear, as the outer courtyard of the base was pounded by cannon projectiles fired from a pirate ship located more than 1 kilometer away. The impact was terrifying, as the base's weapons had an effective range of only 800 meters, leaving them at a considerable disadvantage. "Man the warships. We need to confront them at sea." The order was quickly given, and the Marines acted promptly, launching warships to face the audacious pirate ship that lay beyond their effective reach. Command, are you there?" A Marine ran to the communication tower seeking assistance. Without Captain Nizumo present, direct communication with High Command was impossible. The number for direct contact with the base admiral was restricted information, reserved only for the highest echelons of the base hierarchy. Instead, they opted to call a base located in Logatown, where they could establish contact through the Den Den Mushi. "Catch, Captain Smoker here, what can I do for Base 16? A rough voice was heard from the other side of the Den Den Mushi. "Captain Smoker, this is the lieutenant from Base 16. We are under attack while Captain Nizumi is away. The pirates have a ship that can reach a distance our cannons cannot, and they are bombarding our entire base," the lieutenant cried. "Who is attacking you?" Smoker had a serious tone at this moment, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "They are the Straw Hat Pirates." Crack, *all. Before the man could finish, the communication tower received a cannonball, causing it to explode its walls and collapse in large part, falling on top of the man. Meanwhile, on the head of Ifrit. "Whistle, nice shot, Usopp," Luffy said to himself, observing the destruction caused by his ship's weapons. "Captain, these weapons are quite dangerous. Even the Marines are in despair," Reiju commented while smoking and observing the destruction at the naval base. "Let's advance. Shooting at the Marines from this distance is boring, and they seem to want to greet us while pulling those 3 ships out of the harbor," Luffy spoke, and the ship gained speed again, shifting from negative speed to 30 times faster. "The warships are getting closer, Luffy," Kuina warned, with 3 warships approaching theirs. In fact, it was more them approaching the enemy ships than the other way around. "Zoro, Reiju, Yamato, and Nami, protect the ship so it won't be hit by the shots." Luffy gave the orders, and they quickly assumed their positions. When within range of the Marines, they finally had a moment of realization, and many cannonballs were fired at that moment, both from the base and the warships. Dozens of bullets were heading directly for the ship. As the bullets approached them, Zoro began cutting them while jumping in the air. Reiju effortlessly kicked away any attacks. Yamato countered with her weapon, sending the bullets back to their original owners, causing explosions among the enemies. Still, the most surprising was Nami, creating green claws in the air that stopped the incoming bullets by just lifting her hands from the deck. She also raised whirlwinds in front of the ship, taking on the primary role of protecting it. "You're getting really good at this, Nami," Luffy praised her sincerely. Nami had shown a lot of talent with her devil fruit powers since yesterday under Luffy's guidance. "Thank you. With this strength, I might not need to run anymore and can be useful and strong," Nami said with some confidence. She no longer needed to run from any danger. Bang! Crack *, boom. Luffy's attention turned to one of the marine ships at sea, which exploded from a shot fired by the Black Pearl a moment earlier. "Oh! I hit one!" Shirahoshi's voice was heard joyfully from one of the cannons. The cannon system Luffy installed on the ship had an immediate reload feature, eliminating the need for someone to load bullets into the gun every time someone fired. This made Shirahoshi and Usopp's lives much easier, as they only needed to aim and press the analog stick button that moved the cannon's aim. "I'll take down the other one then," Usopp joined the competition. Bang! Crack *, boom. Hitting the side of one of the ships, Usopp managed to bring it down with a shot, as it struck the weak hull, and seawater began to flood the ship, and they could hear the desperation of the crew. Boom! 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 Feeling challenged, Shirahoshi began firing at the same ship she hit before. After hitting it with 4 more shots, the warship started to crumble. The last marine ship seemed to be in a panic, as their bullets, combined with the base's bullets, seemed to have no effect on the pirate ship. Seeing 2 of their ships being bombarded next to them scared them a lot, making them try to escape. "Do they want to escape? I won't let them," Usopp said, turning his cannon towards the ship. And Shirahoshi did the same. Even though she didn't have precise aim like her companion, she still managed to target that last ship. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 *4 explosions destroyed the last ship in the next moment, while the Marines screamed in despair. The pirate ship was already passing through the wreckage as they approached the island. Bang! Bang! Usopp and Shirahoshi spared no effort in continuing to bombard the naval base now. When Luffy approached, he could see fear in the eyes of the Marines, pointing guns at them on the dock, but failing to show much courage. They had unsuccessfully tried to prevent this pirate ship from approaching the small island. When they didn't make a scratch on the Black Pearl, the pirates took down 3 warships and demolished half of the naval base. Their morale couldn't be any lower. That was too easy. Luffy couldn't express it more tediously. He had expected more of a challenge, but looking at the Marines, it was clear they had lost the fighting spirit. "You're the Straw Hat Pirates. Do you have any idea what you've done today? The Marines will hunt you to the ends of this world," one of them, seemingly the current leader, said angrily, with at least 200 Marines behind him. "You're not Captain Nezumi. I expected to find him here. Did he die from the cannon shots?" Luffy casually asked the man as he descended from his ship. "Captain Nezumi is away, but even so, you won't get away with this, pirate," he growled. "That's not important. You should worry about your own life rather than the consequences of me attacking the Navy," Luffy mocked in front of his ship. The Black Pearl was in front of the port, at least the part that was still intact, as half of the base had been hit by his 2 marksmen. The port was no exception. Luffy wasted no more time and began walking directly in front of the Marines. "What do you want, Monkey D. Luffy, pirate scum?" the man snarled with some confidence as he prepared to shoot. "Isn't it obvious? I'm here to plunder this base," Luffy said, flashing a greedy smile. "What did you say?" This left everyone stunned. They expected pirates to plunder villages and towns, but a marine base in the middle of the sea? It wasn't a very common activity, especially for newcomers in such a weak sea. "You're doomed. Listen to what I'm saying, justice will always prevail. Yamato, can you use your Conqueror's Haki? Take down these annoying men, quickly," Luffy requested Yamato, who promptly positioned herself beside him, releasing her intimidating aura. Yamato's expression became determined. Her eyes shone with an indomitable energy. Although not a master of Conqueror's Haki, knocking out 200 low-ranking soldiers, along with some hidden within a 300-meter area, was an easy task for her. The energy permeated the entire place before everyone's eyes rolled back, and they foamed at the mouth. A moment later, all of them fell to the ground unconscious. "Incredible, how did she do that?" Kuina exclaimed, amazed, as she approached with the rest of the crew. Yamato's impressive aura, reinforced by Conqueror's Haki, left everyone in awe of the display of power. "Yamato is so strong," Nami couldn't help but comment. "That will be explained later with the 6 styles. For now, I want to plunder this base before heading to Kokoyashi village as fast as possible." Luffy shrugged, not wanting to explain something like that in the middle of robbing the Marines. "Kuina, Johnny, and Yosaku will stay on the ship since they are not part of the crew, and we don't need their images associated with us, so it's better not to involve them. Nami and Yamato will go to the naval vault, grab all the money and valuable items from the Marines. Zoro, Usopp, and Reiju will go to the dungeons. If I'm correct, this base is involved in the black market with human trafficking. I want you to free anyone who looks like a slave," Luffy said with a hint of anger at the end, surprising everyone. As he always says, he hates hypocrites who commit crimes behind a flag, shouting justice. This base has always been one of the worst examples with this concept that he has seen in the original work and even in some fanfics. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi and I will check the documents in the command post. Chow Chow will take care of our ship. Luffy announced his orders, and everyone began to separate with their own tasks. Kuina and the bounty hunters couldn't complain about these orders since they were not part of the crew. It didn't take long for Luffy to hear Zoro being kicked by Reiju. "Where are you going? It's better not to happen what happened on the last island." Reiju kicked Zoro, who complained with a stern look, while Usopp sighed beside them. Luffy, Shirahoshi, and Megalo arrived at the command room. Luffy began to quickly sift through the documents on the shelves and the desk. "Shirahoshi, try to find anything we can use as evidence of the crimes these Marines must be committing here," Luffy announced beside the mermaid. "Me, Luffy-sama? I'm not very smart," she didn't seem very confident for the task. "Come on, Shirahoshi, you're a princess. Even though you've been trapped in a room almost your entire life, I'm sure you received an aristocratic education." Luffy didn't believe she hadn't had any teachers over the years. I'll try," she said, gaining a bit of confidence. Thus, Luffy sifted through all the documents in the main office with the princess. This took 20 minutes when Luffy increased his reading speed by 30 times. Arms smuggling, illegal sale of Navy equipment, bribery, blackmail, human trafficking, and dealings with certain pirate groups beyond Arlong, their main sponsor. Captain Nezumi even has connections to the black market of the New World. So many things here, and the idiot signed many documents and kept many things addressed to this base and his own name. Perhaps years of committing crimes with his sponsors made him quite bold, not caring about leaving evidence. Luffy commented as he looked at the stack of papers that would incriminate all the Marines in this base. Can the Navy be so evil, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked, horrified as she read so many horrible things. Marines are pirates, in the end. They're just people fighting for their own goals and what they believe in. They can be good or bad, although most pirates are bad, and most Marines fight for justice, but there's always one or another exception, Luffy said more calmly. He felt disgusted by the Marines in this base, but he wouldn't dwell on it now, as they would be condemned in the coming days. I understand, Shirahoshi commented beside Megalo. But I'm surprised. Even though he's involved in such a small layer of the black market, he still had some connections leading to the Joker of the New World black market. Well, it's better not to care about Don Quixote Doflamingo at all now. In the end, he's just a dog of Kaido, someone who will be eliminated in the future by Lami. Luffy murmured to himself as he picked up the documents and stored them to leave the base. Megalo, get that Den Den Mushi. Luffy asked him to grab a larger device hidden in one of Captain Nezumi's hideous paintings. The darn guy was a narcissist, and a hole in the wall seemed to be used for emergencies, but Luffy would steal it for some uses. Sharky. Megalo quickly bit the bag that held the equipment and followed Luffy and his friend, carrying the documents. When Luffy left the main building, he came across 50 people brought by Zoro, Usopp, and Reiju from the dungeons. Their chains were already broken, but their condition was quite lamentable. That. Shirahoshi couldn't help but cover her mouth, frightened. Luffy understood everything as well. There were children and even girls the same age as the mermaid, malnourished. Many of them with lifeless eyes. A consequence of almost becoming slaves in the black market. Captain Nezumi was deeply involved with this market, something that not even Arlong would agree with his partner, as he must hate slavery after everything his race went through. Luffy believed that Arlong wouldn't even stoop so low as to enslave his enemies, since the fishman likely considered such a practice beneath only inferior humans. The fishman preferred killing and massacring over putting chains on his victims. You guys had your hands full, Luffy said with little emotion. Yeah, it was pretty unsettling, Usopp said disheartened. It wasn't easy to convince them to leave, it was quite sad. Reiju lit a cigarette while speaking those words. Even Nami seemed disheartened by the side, despite some gold she obtained from Yamato. Seeing these people only worsened her mood. Can the Navy be this bad? Yamato spoke with little humor. It wasn't a pretty sight, but she had seen a lot of it in Wano when some people were brought to Onigashima. Most of them aren't, and we shouldn't classify them that way. But there are exceptions to the rules. Don't worry, we'll make them pay for this. Luffy approached them and went to the former captives, who still looked at them suspiciously and fear in their eyes. I know it wasn't easy for you to be here, locked up like a slave. If you want to leave, you can go, and you're free. We're heading to Kokoyashi Village Island. If you want a ride, I can give you one. If you don't, as I said, you're free to do whatever you want. Luffy said simply and turned to walk away. Wait, can I come along? A captive, slightly larger than the others, spoke up. Luffy turned to him in surprise and kept his gaze on the man. He was 2.5 meters tall, had very short white hair with tan skin, and had a strong build. Luffy could tell he was quite powerful, even though he appeared to be around 30 years old. You can come. We're pulling a Navy ship behind ours. Anyone who wants to join, come aboard, said Luffy, and many captive people decided to follow the large man. However, some former slaves chose to take different paths. Thank you. May I know who you are? My name is Hugo. The strange man quickly introduced himself to Luffy, eliciting a suspicious look from the captain. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the one who will dominate the seas, Luffy asserted, reciting his characteristic introduction. Dominate the seas? That sounds so cool, even though I don't believe it, Hugo murmured, casting an admiring look at Luffy. Luffy tried to ignore the man's smug smile as they boarded the ship, taking all the rescued individuals with them. With everything ready to set sail, the Black Pearl left the port and headed straight for Nami's hometown island. The Marines were still unconscious on the ground, and Yamato released a second wave of Conqueror's Haki to ensure none of them would hinder the escape of the former captives. Chapter Size 2,382 words. Third person POV Kokoyasi Island, East Blue. Boom! Asterisk a resounding explosion echoed through Arlong Park, capturing everyone's attention. The main gate was sent flying due to the explosion and impact, hitting some fishmen who were in front of Arlong. What? WHO did this, guys, are you okay? The gate went flying. Craig. Is he dead? Was he crushed? They looked at their fallen comrades, incredulous, and turned their gazes to where the gate used to be. There. A figure stood out, fist still raised after the impressive feat.
Hello, Arlong. It's me, Nami, and I'm here to end you. Nami declared confidently, facing over 40 tritons before her eyes. Her courage resonated in the tense air of Arlong Park as the fishmen prepared for the imminent confrontation.
A dense silence enveloped Arlong Park, echoing through the area as Nami's words materialized in the air. The group of tritons stared at her, trying to comprehend what had just been said. My ears are at the same level as humans, inferior. Did I hear that right? Absurd, is that really Nami? Did she really say that? Nami? No one knew for sure who was the first to speak, but the initial disbelief began to dissipate. What's this, Nami? Is it really you? Did you destroy the gate? Arlong growled, his tone laden with disbelief.
Yes, and as I said, I'm here to put an end to your reign, Arlong. Nami affirmed, gaining some confidence. Part of her was nervous, but she knew Luffy was watching, ready to intervene if anything went wrong.
Where did you get this confidence? Human, mocked Chu, his disdain echoing around. I think Nami is different. She couldn't just punch the gate before. What happened to her? Someone in the group questioned, raising the lingering question in the air. It's true, did Nami eat some kind of fruit? Another inquired. Is that possible? So Nami wants to defeat us now, after gaining a bit of strength. Still just a human, and we're over 40, shahahaha. Arlong began to laugh loudly, casting a mocking glance in Nami's direction. However, his demeanor darkened with his next words. I thought we had an agreement, Nami. Seems like you humans aren't trustworthy at all. He taunted, provoking a disbelieving look from Nami, who couldn't believe their words after everything that had happened. Speaking of hypocrites who sent the Marines to take all my treasure, I could say that every fishman is untrustworthy too, but I was fortunate to meet a mermaid who changed my opinion about your race. Unfortunately, that didn't make you, bottom feeders of the sea, any better than you already are. And that's why I'm going to end you, Nami snarled, still incredulous at Arlong's audacity to speak of trust there. You met a mermaid? Where? Some triton asked, curious. Nami couldn't have left the East Blue during the time she was away, meaning there was a mermaid in that sea without them knowing. It was quite intriguing. No matter what you think, Nami, Arlong growled, ignoring the question about the mermaid and continued. As soon as I beat her here, I'll go to your village and kill all the humans there, making you watch everything, helpless, while you beg for mercy, he added with malice. Don't worry, that won't happen because you'll fall today. You and your entire crew. Nami had a slight tremor at Arlong's words, but she regained confidence the next moment and announced these words with wings appearing on her back.
Wings. What is this? Someone shouted, but they didn't have time to receive an answer because Nami acted the next moment. Bending down, Nami punched the air in front of them. Although she had her devil fruit for only a day, she had trained tirelessly with her captain since then. Luffy taught her to fly, materialize and control her claws, create hurricane-shaped wind spheres, and made her learn to release vacuum explosions.
She punched without moving from her spot, hitting nothing but empty space. Initially, they looked at it without understanding, but soon everyone felt the danger of Nami's fist when she struck the air. Green energy erupted from that fist, forming an imposing sphere made of gray wind, 4 meters in diameter in front of Nami. Quickly, she launched herself in the direction indicated by the fist, catching the tritons off guard, giving them no time to react. The sphere, composed of dark and green wind, advanced at high speed, cutting through the ground as if it were digging as it moved. What? Get out of the crack, asterisk, boom, asterisk. Before anyone could react and escape, the sphere hit Arlong and everyone around, throwing them to the opposite side after exploding in their midst. The blow lacked the elemental effects of fire, ice, or the sharp characteristic of wind, but it emitted a wave of force, giving the sensation that an immense battleship ran over them at the moment of impact. Arlong. Guys. The fishmen who were further away and relatively unscathed, besides being hit by comrades flying in their direction or by the debris caused by the explosion, shouted in disbelief as they witnessed their comrades and captain being thrown through the air like kites, each going in a different direction.
Arlong, powerless against Nami's attack, remained seated, not knowing what to do. The impact hit him head-on, projecting him to the opposite side, where he harshly exploded against the wall, in the exact place where Luffy originally punched him during the construction.
As this chaos unfolded, a surprised chorus echoed from the entrance of the broken gate, where everyone watched the fight. This chorus emanated from the villagers, some of whom, alongside Luffy, couldn't contain their joy at the turn of events. What is this? Did Nami do that? Look at that sphere. What kind of power is this? Is she changed? Wait, she broke the gate, right? This woman is amazing. Go. Nami. Some villagers exchanged glances, exchanging expressions of surprise and astonishment. The news of what Nami did spread quickly, and many could hardly believe their eyes in the face of the spectacle of power they were witnessing. Nami-sama is so strong, Shirahoshi exclaimed excitedly. Nami. Nijiko was still wondering if she was somehow still dreaming, as not even in her wildest fantasies could she see Nami easily throwing Arlong to the wall on the other side. Can't we fight too, Luffy? Zoro said dissatisfied, having to watch the fight from there. No, this fight is Nami's, just like no one interfered in your battle with Mihawk. No one should interfere with Nami. Luffy crossed his arms and smiled proudly at his navigator, surprising his enemies and being relentless. However, there's something I want to do to make Nami's fight easier. Yamato, do something to prevent the fishmen from escaping. You know what I mean. Luffy announced. Yes, Yamato said and went into the sea without anyone noticing. Everyone else besides the crew was looking at Arlong Park and the spot where Nami exploded with this mysterious power. Incredible. A villager witnessing this scene said incredulously. Was Nami always this strong? Of course not. But she definitely ate a devil fruit. What? Fruits exist? That's unbelievable, look how strong she became. I thought it was a legend too, but look at this, it's undeniable after what we saw. Nami can defeat him, yes, we can finally be rid of the fishmen. Nami, you can do it, we're rooting for you, Nami. Beat Arlong and his crew. Free us, Nami. The citizens who always treated Nami with disdain once, pretending to do so to spare her from sacrificing herself for them, finally saw some hope here, one that Nami could fight against Arlong and set them free. Nami. A new voice was heard shouting, making the crowd turn around at that moment. Genzo had woken up under a pile of debris in Nami's house. None of the Straw Hats noticed him when they were at the sister's house except Yamato. Nami, Nijiko, and Luffy seemed to forget about him, and when the mayor woke up and saw that no one was around, he came running here when he didn't find anyone at the girl's house or the village.
Nami. Stop this. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for us to the point of fighting Arlong alone. I'll help you myself, he announced, going forward immediately, horrified to see how Nami alone was now facing Arlong.
Stay put, old man. Someone stopped him. Don't get involved in this fight. You'll only get in the girl's way. Let her fight, trust Nami. We'll just be a burden to her in this fight. Trust Nami, Genzo-san. While they held the mayor back from advancing into Nami's fight, the girl in question looked back a bit moved after hearing people cheering for her. People. She murmured. Boom, asterisk, an explosion echoed from the spot where Arlong had been thrown moments before. As he emerged from the wreckage, furious, he turned to the majority of his men who were still standing. Nami, I will make you pay for this, Arlong snarled, issuing an order immediately after. Get her, I don't care anymore if you kill her, just kill her. Arlong spared no words, inciting his men to an even greater frenzy. Completely ignoring the possibility of casualties among his own subordinates, he encouraged a ruthless reaction against Nami. I won't let you, declared Nami with determination. With visible confidence, she rose into the air with the help of her newly acquired wings. Gracefully leaning forward, Nami prepared to launch her next attack against the furious crowd advancing towards her, armed to the teeth. Before the fishmen could run up to her, they couldn't react. Nami, as if unleashing the fury of harpies, materialized sharp claws in her hands, bathing them in an intense green light. Flapping her wings fearlessly, she advanced towards the crowd with overwhelming speed. The surprise on the faces of the fishmen lasted no more than an instant as Nami was upon them in a matter of seconds. her harpy claws cutting through the air with lethal precision. Nami, enveloped in fury and newly acquired abilities, delivered her blows with surgical precision. Her harpy claws, glowing with intense green light, sliced through the air like sharp blades, leaving luminous trails as they advanced. Each movement was choreographed, a dance of destruction executed with deadly grace. She hit vital points of the fishmen, dodging their desperate attacks while slashing with supernatural agility. The cutting sound of the claws meeting scales echoed through the air, blending with the cries of pain from the fishmen. Amidst the fierceness of the confrontation, Nami demonstrated newly discovered mastery, combining agility, precision, and strength. Her attack, once unthinkable for those who knew her as a peaceful navigator, revealed a new facet of her determination to protect what was important to her. Each blow told a story of resistance and revenge, echoing through the village amidst the chaos of battle. "She cut me. What is this? Stop her. Ah, this cuts." Someone stop those claws. The claws were wielded with skill, finding their target in a group of 10 fish men. Nami, agile as a dancer, used her newly discovered mobility to ruthlessly slash them. The fishmen, in turn, could do nothing more than be powerless in the face of the ferocity of the attack. "Guys!" Karubi exclaimed, his eyes widening as he witnessed what was happening around him. The group of fishmen, who once belittled the human as weak, was now tossed into the air after being cut by the fearless Nami. "Shoot! Shoot at her!" someone shouted, and a group of fishmen hastily grabbed their weapons. Facing the imminent threat, Nami raised her hands above her head. A swirling sphere began to form above her, gaining intensity every second. "Garuda! Devastating tornado!" she exclaimed. As she brought her hands down, the sphere expanded, turning into a gray and green tornado of an impressive 8 meters in height. The vortex spun furiously at the center of the area, advancing in the direction Nami had pointed. "A kind of hurricane? I can't aim the gun with this wind." "Run, it's coming towards us." "Ah!" The fishmen screamed, desperately trying to escape the violent force of nature that was rapidly approaching. "Arlong, help us! I'm being thrown." Arlong stared in disbelief as his fellow Tritons were caught by the attack, tossed into the air by the force of the gray wind with green blows. Some were thrown out, while most spun within the imposing tornado, calling for help amid the deafening roar of wind and destruction. The hurricane, carrying more than 20 Tritons with it, spared nothing as it circled through Arlong Park, devastating everything in its path. Finally, it stopped in front of the largest building, where 20 unconscious bodies lay on the ground. An extensive swath of destruction cut through the park, marking the trail left by the tornado. Even the main building, which escaped the circulating wind, had its plates and windows shattered and torn off by the hurricane. "Nami!" Arlong roared, unable to bear seeing his comrades defeated and his park reduced to wreckage in this way. "You guys!" Arlong bellowed with his remaining men. "Go to the sea and throw water at her. She's a devil fruit user. We can weaken her with seawater." He issued the order to his remaining companions, and they had a moment of realization. "Lord Arlong," someone said with apprehension. Arlong looked interrogatively at him. The sea is frozen," he said with the same desperate voice. Everyone turned their eyes to where the sea was just a moment ago. Everything was frozen, as if Admiral Aokiji were present. Even after so many strange events today, now Nami, who has become so powerful, and the sea freezes without anyone knowing why. What must she have done for someone else? "What the hell is happening here?" Arlong said, visibly lost. Third-person POV Kokoyashi Island, East Blue. The sea is frozen," he said with the same voice shouted in despair. Everyone looked to where the sea had been until a moment ago. Everything was frozen, as if Admiral Aokiji were here. Even after so many strange events today, now Nami, who became so powerful, and the sea freezes without anyone knowing why. What must have she done for someone else? "What the hell is happening here?" Arlong said, bewildered. Seeing the frozen sea, Arlong could only clench his fists in frustration. His gaze then turned to Nami. "Let's face it together. We can still defeat her. Let's end this human," Arlong said, standing up and encouraging his companions, indicating that he would join the group. "Yes," the remaining fish men shouted, gaining a new determination as they grabbed their firearms and blades. Nami looked at all of them with the same determined eyes, ready to face them. Breathing a little heavily, she struggled with endurance because even with all the newly acquired power, she still didn't have much stamina. After using many attacks that consumed her energy, she muttered to herself, "I need to defeat him. I can do this." All spectators turned their attention to what would be the final battle, about to unfold before them. "Will Nami-sama be okay?" Shirahoshi asked with a worried expression. "Trust Nami, if she's in real danger, we'll intervene," Luffy stated. "What should we do with these fish men, Luffy?" Johnny asked Hachi and the other two who had just awakened. "Leave them there to watch the fight. Let's see what we can do with them once Nami finishes with Arlong," Luffy said, slapping the dazed people in the face. "Hey, what did you say, human? Arlong won't let this pass," one of them shouted. "Look ahead. Arlong is being defeated by Nami," Luffy declared, making them realize for the first time where they were, in a heavily destroyed Arlong Park, while half of their companions lay on the ground. "Hey, Arlong, everyone," Hachi shouted in concern, but no one paid attention. Everyone was focused on the upcoming battle. "Attack!" Arlong ordered, launching water droplets with his hands while his companions ran towards Nami. Some shot at the girl. Instead of gaining distance, Nami went straight for the group, dodging water droplets and bullets while gaining speed as she flapped her wings. Closing her fists, she managed to approach the first and punch the first fishman that appeared. "Garuda! Vacuum blast punch," she shouted. Boom! By uttering the words, "Garuda! Vacuum blast punch," Nami channeled her energy, forming a fist charged with power. The ensuing impact was spectacular. A deafening boom, asterisk echoed through Arlong Park. The ground trembled with the intensity of the explosion, and a shockwave spread, creating cracks in the ground and raising dust clouds. The fishmen near the epicenter were thrown into the air like puppets, their bodies spinning uncontrollably like unrestrained kites. The surrounding area was impregnated with the smoke from the explosion, temporarily obscuring vision and creating a tense atmosphere. As the debris cleared, revealing the destruction caused by the attack, Nami showed no hesitation. Her wings flapped even more vigorously, propelling her towards the stunned fishmen. Seeing that they had no choice, her enemies attacked the Straw Hat Navigator again, and the fight began anew. Nami executed agile and graceful movements, like a deadly dance. Her wings beat to the rhythm of the battle, creating air currents that made the fishmen waver. She glided among the enemies, leaving trails of green light with her sharp claws as she was surrounded. Bang! A fishman tried to attack her with a spear, but Nami anticipated the move, elegantly dodging and slashing him with her claws. Boom! Another fishman tried to surprise her from behind, but Nami spun in the air, creating a small sphere of wind that protected her as she launched her claws in his direction. Bang! A barrage of bullets was fired in her direction, but with agility, Nami avoided each projectile, dancing through the battlefield. Boom! With a quick movement, she conjured a sharp wind chain that cut through a row of fishmen, leaving them stunned before she finished with a precise blow. Bang! A group of fishmen approached, but Nami, harnessing the power of the wind, created a barrier of air that pushed them away before diving among them with her claws, creating a series of precise cuts. The battle unfolded like an intricate choreography, a chaotic dance of agile movements, meticulously controlled explosions, and precise cuts, all orchestrated by Nami's unparalleled skill. With each deafening roar of a boom, or bang, she responded with a display of ability and power that defied expectations, maximizing her newly acquired capabilities. "Is that Nami?" exclaimed Genzo, wide-eyed, surprised by the girl's skill, even though he had already seen some of her power. Her vision of destroying Arlong Park's ground was still unbelievable. "I've never seen her fight like this before. She's amazing," Johnny commented, with a mix of surprise and admiration. Yosaku, watching closely, murmured, "These fishmen have no idea what hit them." Meanwhile, some villagers were commenting among themselves, expressing amazement at Nami's transformation and the chaos unfolding in Arlong Park. "Nami is tearing them apart. I didn't know she was so powerful. This is insane. She's facing fishmen as if it's the most natural thing in the world and winning." The fight continued, and the spectators' reactions were a mix of fascination and bewilderment at Nami's extraordinary display of power. The sounds of explosions and gunfire echoed through the environment as Nami moved with deadly grace. Even in the storm of water droplet shots and firearms, she persisted, advancing tirelessly. Although some of these attacks managed to reach her, no projectile or charge could penetrate her now notably strengthened and resistant body. The pain, an inevitable result of these impacts, became almost a distant echo in her determination, acting as a kind of anesthesia that propelled her through the fight. Every punch thrown by Nami was a controlled explosion, covering significant areas of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Arlong watched from afar, helplessly witnessing the defeat of his comrades. The park was impregnated with the echo of explosions, leaving the fish men unconscious and severely injured, victims of Nami's controlled fury. "Nami, you damn human!" Arlong's fierce growl echoed as he relentlessly advanced toward the girl after the dust settled a bit. "Arlong, your time has come," Nami retorted firmly. Even despite the visible wounds acquired during the fight amidst the fish men, she faced her worst enemy with some confidence in her eyes. "Human!" Arlong roared, displaying his sharp teeth as he advanced in a furious attack. Nami, despite her skill in dodging, began to feel an overwhelming exhaustion taking over her in this encounter. Her once agile and precise movements became slower and heavier. The wings that supported her began to gradually dissipate, as if the life force were being drained from her body after fighting for so long. With each attempt to dodge Arlong's attacks, Nami's fatigue became more evident. Her movements, now compromised by exhaustion, were no longer as efficient. It was in this moment of vulnerability that Arlong, with a ruthless roar, reached her and fiercely bit her shoulder. "Ah!" The cry of pain echoed as Nami felt Arlong's piercing bite on her shoulder. "I will get revenge on you." Even in agony, Nami gathered her last reserves of energy, clenching her fists and delivering an explosive vacuum punch against Arlong, using the little power she had left. Boom! Arlong didn't have time to dodge the attack and felt the impact, being thrown like a puppet to the other side and colliding brutally with his oriental mansion. Nami, exhausted and with intense pain in her bleeding shoulder, knelt on the battlefield. The effort to avenge Arlong took its toll, leaving her vulnerable. Some conscious fishmen aimed at Nami at this moment. Bang! 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 4 shots echoed in the air, each finding its target in the fishmen threatening Nami. Usopp, the skilled marksman of the Straw Hats, was strategically positioned at the entrance of Arlong Park. Holding his high-tech rifle, he didn't hesitate to eliminate the enemies targeting his weakened companion. The projectiles, propelled by the advanced precision of the weapon, flew accurately, hitting the fishmen in vital points and neutralizing the imminent threat. Usopp's dexterity with his high-tech rifle was evident in the speed and effectiveness of the shots, ensuring Nami's safety in the face of imminent danger. As soon as Luffy instructed him, he was ready to save his companion who was in her weakened state at that moment. Arlong emerged from the house, a wounded and mutilated specter. He lacked teeth, and his right arm hung loosely, supported only by the shoulder. The damage caused by Nami's devastating attack was evident in his weakened form, a sight that contrasted with the Triton's usual ferocity. The focused shockwave of air had left severe marks on his robust body. Facing Nami at a defiant distance, Arlong couldn't hide the hatred in his eyes. Resentment boiled in the atmosphere as he prepared for the final confrontation. "Arlong, I will defeat you," declared Nami, though her voice betrayed her fragility. "I will not allow that, Nami. I will end you here, as I should have done many years ago, just as I did with your mother," Arlong roared, revealing the depth of his malice. "What did you say?" Nami was infuriated by this, more than anything, thinking of her mother and how Arlong slaughtered her like an animal. "Yes, I will kill her like I did with your mother. I still remember the desperate look on that human's face trying to save the pathetic lives of 2 children. But once I kill you, I will go after your sister and all the humans on this island. Inferior beings should not want to fight against our superior race. The fishmen," he screamed like a madman, as he was the only one standing, and many members of his group were dead with this attack. He had the same feeling he had when facing Admiral Kizaru imposingly many years ago, so he was practically mentally disturbed and spoke with all his hatred for the human race. Everyone who heard this had mixed feelings. The villagers mostly felt fear from these words, hearing what would happen if Nami couldn't defeat Arlong, but many expressed disgust with it, hoping that Nami would kill him right there. Are they really that bad? Shirahoshi couldn't believe what she heard, with alarmed and frightened eyes. Yes, Princess, their minds are infected with this kind of ideology. It was this same ideology that killed your mother. Luffy said, earning a disbelieving look from the mermaid. Sharky? That's true, Luffy-sama. But I don't understand, she said uncertainly but very shaken. Your mother wanted to bring your people to the surface to coexist with our race. That was the dream of Queen Otahime. But some people didn't like that idea. Luffy began without taking his eyes off the insane Arlong. Your mother was murdered, and I know you know who did it. Luffy spoke, causing a shrink from the princess with those words, and he continued. However, what you weren't aware of is that this murderer is also contaminated with this ideology that fishmen are superior to humans. This damn mentality only serves to further distance your people from coexisting with humans on the surface. That's why I believe this is the biggest challenge that Fishman Island faces right now. Luffy said calmly, pointing to the unbalanced Arlong for him to continue. He is the mentor of this idea, casting a shadow over your kingdom that cost your mother's life, and the Fishman Island is being corroded and threatened by this kind of thinking. In the near future, it may find itself on the brink of destruction, Luffy asserted, receiving incredulous looks, especially from the mermaid. Shirahoshi began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted. Nami looks different. Yamato, who had returned a short time ago after freezing the sea, suddenly expressed her observation. She was honing her haki to sense emotions, and although still far from perfection, Yamato could sense the emotional turmoil emanating from Nami at that moment. Luffy immediately turned his gaze to Nami, who remained kneeling. He still kept a safe distance from Arlong, inside the mansion, as he planned to discuss important matters with the mermaid. We should help her, she's already so exhausted, Reiju expressed, watching the navigator in a lamentable state. She's crying, Nejiko exclaimed with great concern. Nami, overwhelmed, heard those words. No one knew, but she was facing a panic attack, flooded with memories that she always tried to forget. Arlong brought back the moment when her mother was killed before her eyes, triggering a crisis while she was in a state of extreme vulnerability, leaving her consumed by despair. She's having one of those attacks, Nejiko exclaimed, and Luffy looked at her with concern as she quickly explained. She has anxiety attacks when the memories of that day when our mother was killed come back, Nejiko explained before anyone could react. Isn't that bad? Usopp nervously asked. Ouch, ouch, Chow Chow also showed concern. We need to act. Arlong is starting to move. Shahahahahaha. In the end, you're just a weak human, Nami, just like your mother. No matter how many powers you have, in the end, you will have the same fate as the poor and useless woman I killed many years ago. Arlong laughed like a madman as he approached Nami. That won't happen, Kuina declared, preparing to use her new weapon. Of course not, Zoro said, drawing his blade slightly from its sheath as well. Nami is acting strange. I feel like something terrible is going to happen, Yamato warned Luffy, who raised an eyebrow. There was no way Arlong could harm Nami with him there, about to act, as Luffy was flexing his feet for that. The information caught Luffy by surprise, seeing that Nami was facing her traumas with a panic and anxiety attack. He didn't know that the trauma from the childhood tragedy could cause psychological problems for Nami in this way. However, he also recognized that he shouldn't be surprised. This is a real world, not an anime. Of course, people would have their problems and face psychological leviathans with some terrible memories in their minds, no matter how strong they were. He understood that even in a place filled with physical strength and extraordinary abilities, people can still carry deep emotional scars. Nami remained kneeling, tears streaming down her face as Arlong's cruel words unleashed a storm of emotions within her. Anger, hatred, fear, despair, and sadness collided within her being. They were not just memories but a dormant monster inside her, stirring with fury and wanting to break free. Raising her gaze, Nami's eyes began to glow in an intense yellow hue as wind started to circulate around her, tossing debris as if they were mere leaves. Arlong's laughter ceased. His steps faltered upon witnessing these haunting changes. Nami, although physically drained, saw her powers resurging before her. Arlong, in turn, felt a terrible premonition, a true imminent danger, an undeniable sense that death was approaching. A monster within Nami was awakening, and the atmosphere around echoed its impending presence. This. Luffy widened his eyes, his mind working quickly to anticipate the possible consequences of what was about to happen. Run! "Get away from the area now." Luffy's urgent cry reverberated through the crowd, initially stunned, trying to react, but the time had already run out. Nami's chest began to glow intensely, emitting a green light that captured the attention of everyone present. In a moment of panic, Luffy directed his orders to Yamato. "Yamato, create an ice wall, now." The urgency in Luffy's voice left no room for doubt, and Yamato promptly erected an ice wall, separating Arlong Park from the crowd. Luffy, acting instantly, employed his power on the newly created wall. Moa Moa no Mi. Defense, apply 30 times. Wait, what about Nami? Najiko's alarmed cry echoed as she watched the wall forming in front of her and her sister. However, before Luffy could respond, something extraordinary happened, shaking everyone in the next moment. A violent tremor ran through Arlong Park, announcing the imminent manifestation of the power contained within Nami. Her kneeling figure became the epicenter of a growing storm, and everyone witnessed her frightening transformation. The green light radiating from her chest intensified, and, in a moment of catharsis, she raised her arms to the heavens and screamed. A black vortex began to form, initially small but growing at every moment so quickly that no one could react. The wind around Nami turned into a deafening roar, and the sky darkened with the shadow of the impending storm. The vortex expanded rapidly, engulfing Arlong Park in its spiral of destruction. Buildings were torn from their foundations, trees bent and stripped of leaves, while the ground trembled under the growing power of the storm. The gigantic hurricane, created by Nami's fury, devoured everything in its path, an unstoppable force destroying every trace of the park that had once been a symbol of Arlong's power. The crowd, now separated by the ice wall and protected by Luffy's defense, watched with horror and fascination as the cataclysm unfolded before their eyes. The cutting wind, the deafening noise, and the flickering lights created an apocalyptic sight, marking the emergence of a force that defied human understanding. Nami's agonizing scream reverberated like a symphony of agony, echoing in everyone's ears as an ominous omen. In an instant, Arlong Park and its wreckage were catapulted by the wind hurricane and, with a deafening crash, collided with the ice wall. The impact was felt by everyone on the other side, as the icy structure resisted, but not for long. Cracks began to form, challenging the enhanced resistance provided by Yamato and Luffy's combined abilities. Tension grew, and in a spectacular burst, the wall crumbled. The wind released by the explosion advanced like a hurricane, brutally hitting everything in its path. Luffy and his companions, although trying to resist, were powerless against the overwhelming force. The crowd was thrown backward, flying through the air before falling hundreds of meters away. While everyone was thrown away by the wind explosion unleashed by Nami, Luffy, realizing the imminent danger, acted quickly. Using his mythical zone abilities, he concentrated flames in his hands and shot controlled explosions towards the flying debris. The strategically directed explosions aimed to disintegrate larger fragments that could pose a threat to the people launched by the wind. The crackling fire danced in the air, creating a shower of attacks on the large rocks for the safety of the villagers still in the air from the force of the explosion. Although some debris still reached the ground, Luffy's action minimized the damage and prevented greater tragedies. While some villagers fell unharmed to the ground, albeit stunned and slightly injured, they were fortunate to escape serious harm, while others lay unconscious on the ground. Moa Moa no Mi. Wait, applied 20 times. Luffy managed to stop by increasing his weight to avoid being blown away by the wind and looked at the impossible. She acquired this power just 1 day ago. Luffy exclaimed in disbelief. After the initial explosion, a colossal hurricane began to form, reaching into the skies and engulfing the entire Arlong base, causing the entire island to feel the wrath of the wind. Under the vortex that already covered the Arlong base area, small harpies emerged, punctuating the scene with green lights. 1, 2, dozens of them appeared, all seemingly preparing to attack. However, Luffy's attention was drawn back to the monstrous hurricane. In the heart of the storm, 2 giant yellow eyes revealed themselves, blinking intermittently with effects similar to green lightning. The crowd fell silent as an imposing shadow of a colossal figure, about 50 meters tall, began to emerge in the center of that tumultuous manifestation. 4 enormous wings stretched on its back, visible whenever the hurricane gleamed with green lights. Garuda was the only word that managed to escape Luffy's lips as he watched the majestic figure reveal itself, resembling a giant Valkyrie emerging from the chaos. 491 Chapter 63, Chapter Size. 2037 words. Third-person POV. Kokoyashi Island, East Blue. Kokoyashi Village, East Blue. What the hell is this? Exclaimed Yamato, his voice muffled by the deafening roar of the wind emanating from the colossal storm. The entire island was immersed in the monstrous wind current that originated at the center of the Arlong Park and continued to ascend into the sky for several kilometers. Despite Luffy's efforts to avoid fatalities, many people were thrown unconscious upon impact as Yamato's ice wall dissolved. The residents, mostly dressed in white, struggled to hold onto anything available, striving not to be thrown by the merciless winds battering them. What's happening? Where did this come from? Where's Nami? Najiko shouted in desperation. Rising from the ground, she frantically searched for her sister, fearing the worst, as Arlong Park was now covered by the colossal storm that had formed at the center of the explosion. The rest of the group shared the same fear as they tried to recover, not only observing the hurricane but also the strange creatures emerging at its feet. What's going on? Did Nami do this? Exclaimed Reiju, shielding her eyes from the furious wind of the storm. What is that? Is that Nami? Kuina shouted alarmed, clinging to a tree while pointing at the hurricane. She had the same vision as Luffy, witnessing the manifestation of the gigantic Garuda. She's lost control, Luffy murmured, fixing his gaze on the colossal shadow within the hurricane. What do you mean, she's lost control? There's no way she could just lose control, Kuina argued, demonstrating familiarity with the concepts and workings of devil fruits. Fruits in the zone category have a will of their own, Kuina. Don't underestimate them, especially the most powerful ones in the mythical category, warned Luffy, not taking his eyes off the shadow flickering with green lights 400 meters away. And what are those things emerging in the hurricane? Reiju asked aloud, watching the small army of harpies emerging in a green light. It seems to be a unique ability of Garuda. She can create these creatures. We better protect the villagers from these things as they might well attack anything in their path, cautioned Luffy, narrowing his eyes. What are we going to do about Nami? Yamato shouted aloud. We have to stop her, don't we? Zoro reasoned aloud. Are we going to fight that? Usopp yelled, visibly apprehensive. Is that Nami? That's a monster. How are we going to face that? Johnny exclaimed, expressing his fear. Yes, brother Johnny is right. We can't fight that, Yosaku argued, raising his voice to be heard over the wind. Guys, Luffy announced with amplified voice. Listen, I'll deal with Nami. You take care of the villagers. Her powers can summon these miniature harpies. You must deal with them and protect the villagers, instructed Luffy, earning some stunned looks as everyone turned to the strange creatures emerging. Of all the icons, Garuda is the weakest, however, she is the most versatile in my opinion, even more so than Odin. In addition to the powers Nami has already demonstrated, Garuda can summon these soldiers, forming even a mini army of them. Nami is still far from fully controlling these abilities, but, as it happened once in the game where Garuda went out of control, creating a few dozen of these creatures on her own, the same is happening now with Nami. We have to stop them without hurting any villagers, reflected Luffy. These creatures could attack anything, as he had mentioned before, and Nami could regret it for the rest of her life if something happened to someone in the village due to her uncontrolled power. At that moment, Luffy thought of another person who, unfortunately, had faced a similar fate. I won't let you have the same fate as Uta, Luffy muttered to himself without raising his voice, as the wind was too loud, and no one else heard. Yamato. Luffy called her immediately with his simplified voice again, and Yamato looked at him the next moment. Look, stay here to protect the people. I'll deal with Nami and intend to transform as well, but there's a good chance of losing control just like Nami. I'm sure I'm not ready for that now. However, if that happens, only you can handle us, understood? But Luffy, that's dangerous, isn't it? Yamato shouted with some concern. Yeah, I won't deny it. But it's necessary. I plan to stay in the final phase until I deal with Nami. You need to intervene if something goes wrong. I'm counting on you, Vice Captain. Luffy spoke and started walking forward against the wind. Increasing his weight, he managed to stand firm against the hurricane as he approached the summoned creatures and Garuda above them. Luffy knew he was acting recklessly, that he would have a better chance of facing Nami with Yamato, but he wanted to test his powers at full strength, and this was a good opportunity. I came to this world and want to enjoy the emotions of an intense battle. Here, in this sea, I don't have many opportunities. Besides Mihawk, I practically deal with everyone easily. Luffy reflected as he walked, hoping to have a good fight with Nami. Luffy felt like he was being watched and looked up at the hurricane. Even without observation haki, it was possible to feel the pressure of being observed by some kind of Megazord. Garuda's eyes seemed to see them as a challenge, shining in a yellow hue within the gray and green wind of the hurricane. Luffy moved 200 meters away from the group and was now in front of the hurricane. Surrounded by at least 30 of the summoned creatures, he prepared for the confrontation. But Luffy's eyes glowed intensely and scarlet, focused solely on Garuda and the hurricane. The hurricane instantly dissipated, bringing relief to everyone present. However, what emerged in its place left expressions of disbelief on all faces. Where the Arlong Park was before, there was now a barren wasteland, a desolate landscape that contrasted dramatically with the previous structure. As the wind-blown dust settled, a massive shadow emerged on the horizon. It was the imposing Garuda, with its 4 wings outstretched and a colossal height of 50 meters. The majestic details of the creature were visible as the daylight highlighted its features, leaving everyone stunned in the face of this astonishing manifestation. Luffy didn't need to turn around to sense the shock that this sight had caused everyone. It was the first time they had witnessed an icon completely transformed in this world. Where did this monster come from? By the gods. Is that Nami? She turned into this thing? Someone turn her back? The villagers screamed from afar, feeling relief from the absence of the wind pressure, but the shock still lingered upon them in the face of the colossus rising before their eyes. Luffy, on the other hand, kept his eyes fixed on Garuda, completely focused on the imposing creature. However, in the midst of the tense silence, something unexpected happened. Awaken! A terrifying and ancient voice, laden with a commanding presence and unfathomable antiquity, suddenly echoed from within him. The sound reverberated like an ancient whisper, enveloping Luffy in a mysterious aura. Surprised, Luffy instinctively turned his gaze to his own chest, trying to comprehend the origin of this voice that seemed to emerge from time immemorial. Luffy was surprised, contemplating this strange internal manifestation. The voice continued, urging him to awaken a dormant power. "You icons sure know how to be terrifying, don't you?" Luffy murmured, trying to understand what was happening. The voice echoed in his mind, an ancestral presence that seemed to desire the release of something powerful within him. "Awaken that power," the voice insisted, echoing like a sinister whisper. Okay, as long as you don't go out of control," Luffy responded, speaking directly to this inner entity. "Awaken, Ifrit," the voice persisted, becoming more intense. "Well, you don't even listen to me, do you? But still, let's see what you're capable of, Ifrit," Luffy declared, accepting the unknown challenge unfolding within himself. Every word of the ancestral voice seemed to vibrate at the core of his existence, triggering an imminent transformation. Luffy's eyes intensified their red hue, and fiery flames began to dance around him, growing furiously in front of the harpies and Garuda. The flames formed a violent whirlwind around him, resembling another firestorm that was growing with every moment Luffy focused on the power within him. Before anyone could react, the flames erupted from Luffy in a truly spectacular display. A fiery pillar rose from the realms of Ifrit, shooting towards the firmament and dominating a vast expanse of the horizon. The sight transcended reality, as if the world itself succumbed to darkness, leaving the colossal pillar of purple fire as the sole source of illumination. The flames grew incessantly, surpassing 50 meters in width, engulfing many harpies nearby and reaching heights exceeding 400 meters. Everyone present felt the intense heat emanating from the monumental column of fire, witnessing a scene that defied human comprehension. When the fiery display finally subsided and ceased, the day seemed to glow under the sun. However, the land around was now devastated and scorched, with purple flames burning everywhere, unaffected by the gentle wind still emanating from Garuda, even without the hurricane that accompanied it before. Crack! Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated as a colossal foot crushed the ground, cracking the earth as it revealed the immense presence of Ifrit. The impact was so powerful that fissures extended through the ground, providing a spectacular view of its magnitude. The giant foot, surrounded by amethyst flames, belonged to the colossal figure of Luffy transformed. Ifrit stood imposing, its majestic form standing out against the cracked and burnt scenery around it due to its flaming pillar. The scene unfolded, gradually revealing the impressive features of Ifrit in its complete transformation. The imposing figure resembled a drake, a lizard-like being with skin reminiscent of burnt rock, covered by amethyst armor that gave it a robust appearance. Vibrant flames danced on various parts of its body, creating a fiery aura that enveloped the colossal creature standing at 50 meters tall. A horn curved backward adorned its head, adding a touch of majesty to its imposing form. In front of Garuda, Ifrit roared vigorously, standing out as a commanding presence in the scene, while everyone watched, amazed and awestruck by the magnitude of these colossal creatures. Leaning forward, Luffy, in the colossal form of Ifrit, unleashed a resounding roar that echoed throughout the island. Each sound wave of the roar seemed to vibrate in the air, announcing the imposing presence of Ifrit before its challenger, the colossal harpy Garuda. The powerful sound echoed through the landscapes, making everyone around feel the intensity of the moment as the atmosphere was saturated with the magnitude of this imminent confrontation between two colossal entities. If anyone has the gift of Clive transforming into Ifrit for the first time, put it here. RRR*RR** Garuda responded with a peculiar cry. A strange cacophony of sounds resembling multiple birds screaming simultaneously. She was clearly irritated by the challenge from this other icon. Luffy stared at the gigantic harpy, while on his body, amethyst flames surged violently, further highlighting his imposing form. "What am I seeing?" Zoro choked. "So big," Shirahoshi exclaimed. "Sharky? Luffy could always turn into this?" Reiju wondered, amazed. "It's colossal," Yosaku shouted. "And to think we had two monsters in the crew," Zoro murmured. "This is insane," Usopp exclaimed, his eyes wide open at the colossal sight. "So, my Luffy could do this all along?" Yamato asked, surprised. Now, before everyone, there were two 50-meter giants, facing each other, ready for an epic confrontation. The crew, as well as the island inhabitants, watched in dread, fearing that these creatures could destroy the entire place. 491 Chapter 64. Chapter size. 2,342 words. Third-person POV. Kokoyashi Island, East Blue. Ifrit glared at Garuda with fury, its immense form standing out in the scenery as amethyst flames danced around it, giving it a threatening aura. "I am being influenced by my own icon." Luffy's thoughts echoed in his mind, realizing that the beast within him craved a brutal battle. Feeling the storm of emotions roaring like a hurricane, he murmured internally, deciding to fight against his opponent like a true wild beast. Moa Moa no Mi. Mind. Applied 3 times, faced with the imminent loss of control to the inner beast. Luffy acted swiftly, invoking the power of his devil fruit to strengthen his mind and stay conscious for a while longer while battling for control. Luffy's mind briefly shone with a golden light as he struggled to subdue the instinctive fury of the icon. "These icons are more dangerous than I imagined. I need to end this before my mind succumbs to Ifrit's will. It's a shame I can't apply the Moa Moa no Mi to other aspects, as I am using its application in the mind. I'll have to fight using Ifrit's power alone. But I have to admit, it's incredible to be a colossal monster of 50 meters. The perspective is completely different when flying at this height. Looking down and seeing my crew like ants below is fascinating. This transformation isn't bad, despite making me an easy target. My body is much more resistant, and my strength is several times greater now, compared to the Phase 2 transformation." Luffy reflected, finding a hint of fascination amid the chaos of battle. Transforming into a giant colossus of 50 meters, Luffy felt an overwhelming sense of power and grandeur. The elevated perspective provided him with a panoramic view of the battlefield, where his comrades and enemies resembled small dots compared to his immense stature. The feeling of dominance and control over the environment was palpable, while the world below seemed to shrink in the face of his colossal presence. Every step Luffy took reverberated like a tremor, echoing his unparalleled strength. His now robust and resistant body contrasted with the apparent fragility of those below him. The higher breeze, distant sounds, and even the smell of the environment took on a new dimension when experienced from such an extraordinary height. Despite becoming an obvious target, Luffy couldn't help but marvel at the unique perspective that the transformation offered. The aerial view and the feeling of being in control of a colossal force added an additional layer of complexity and fascination to the experience of being a true giant in battle. Garuda growled, drawing Luffy's attention once again. Roa arrr, asterisk Garuda's thunderous roar echoed, challenging Luffy in his imposing Ifrit form. While amethyst fire enveloped Ifrit, Luffy thought, "Sorry, Nami, but I'll have to smack you until you're back to normal." His scarlet eyes were focused on the gigantic harpy before him. Roa arrr. Ifrit responded to Garuda's challenge, releasing a powerful roar as a declaration of its own fury. Amidst the tension, Garuda, consumed by uncontrollable rage, was the first to act. Emerging from the wreckage of the former Arlong Park, now reduced to ruins, she flapped her wings forcefully, gaining speed to charge at Ifrit. The giant harpy closed in quickly, reaching a distance of 200 meters, and extended her sharp claws toward the purple fire drake. In response, Ifrit adjusted its feet, standing firm to face the imminent impact and confrontation. Its colossal feet crushed some harpies that were dangerously approaching its crew and the villagers. The ground trembled under the impact, but Ifrit remained vigilant to the threat around it. Meanwhile, Garuda, moving with impressive speed, was already before Ifrit, launching her sharp claws in a fierce assault. Luffy, still lucid, agile, and aware of the imminent danger, coordinated his movements. With precise movements, Ifrit skillfully dodged Garuda's attack, flexing its colossal body to the side. In response, Luffy launched himself onto the giant harpy. Grabbing her arms after dodging, Ifrit held Garuda firmly using both hands. Without wasting time before Garuda could react, Luffy concentrated his strength. Spinning Garuda's massive body by the same arm, he executed an almost complete 360-degree turn. The force of the movement threw Garuda with momentum in the opposite direction, hurling her beyond the forest near the former Arlong Park. The strong wind generated by the impactful motion swept the area, leaving everyone around astonished at the display of Ifrit's immense strength. Boom! Asterisk the impact of Garuda's colossal body colliding with the ground made the entire area shake, echoing the brute force that Luffy had applied in a long-awaited strike. People, who initially seemed like ants before the titanic movements of these two beings, couldn't help but be amazed at the incredible evolution of the battle. Amidst the chaos, the population ran, fearful that the fight between the two giants could result in the destruction of the island. Furthermore, hostile creatures in the form of harpies created by Nami's power tried to approach, but Nami's pirate crew skillfully prevented these threats from advancing towards the civilians, acting as a protective shield in the midst of the turmoil. "Get the unconscious ones and get out of here," Reiju exclaimed, urging the villagers to act quickly. Bang bang! Asterisk. What are these things? Usopp shouted as he fired, eliminating one of the creatures. Luffy said these things are created by Nami's power. Shirahoshi, don't get into this fight. Stay behind and take care of the villagers, Kuina pleaded with concern. Yes, Shirahoshi agreed, running in the safe direction along with her shark. Chow Chow, Nijiko, you must go with them too, Yamato insisted. Woof woof, Chow Chow refused. I'm not going anywhere. My sister is out of control, and I don't intend to leave, Nijiko asserted, picking up a spear that had fallen from the fishmen during the hurricane, ready to assist the crew against the creatures. Chaos had already spread across the entire island at this point. Even with the former captives, they were stunned by the sight of colossal beings emerging even from quite a distance away from that place, after that enormous hurricane, and trembled as those things began to fight each other kilometers away. What are those things that appeared after that sudden hurricane? One of them shouted. We should have stayed at base 16. I don't want to be crushed if those things come here. Let's get back to the marine ship and escape this island. They quickly ran to the marine ship, eager to return to the sea. Meanwhile, amidst the battle of those colossi, boom mmmmmmmm. The thunder of Garuda being thrown into the forest, uprooting thousands of trees, while her body served as the very brake. Without wasting time, Luffy began to advance in her direction, determined to end the fight as quickly as possible. Boom. 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 Asterisk every step Luffy took was like a sonic explosion, cracking the ground and crushing trees and rocks beneath his feet. Garuda, still enraged, got up and faced Ifrit with her fierce yellow eyes. R-O-O-O-A-R-R-R-R. Roar. Asterisk once again. The two beasts roared at each other, echoing like thunder before launching into another round. Garuda spread her wings, gaining momentum as she ascended dozens of meters into the air. Powerful winds began to circulate around her claws, creating a stormy aura around her. Meanwhile, Ifrit, the colossus of purple flames, formed fiery fists in preparation for the imminent clash. The tension in the air was almost palpable, enveloping the two titans preparing for the next exchange of blows. Garuda flew towards Ifrit, who responded with fiery punches. Boom mmmm. Asterisk the resulting explosion from the collision of different elemental fists tore through the forest. The impact was not limited to the collision site but reverberated throughout the island. The elements expanded violently, completely decimating that part of the forest for hundreds of meters. The roar echoed, making it clear that the battle between these two giants was far from over. Ah! The island is shaking. The impact is coming, be careful. This is the end of the world, Charlie. This is so scary. The villagers screamed, feeling the power of the clash between the two colossi, while carrying the hurricane-injured people along with Shirahoshi. In the midst of the furious clash of elements, the wind managed to prevail over Ifrit's fire this time. Luffy, losing momentum, was thrown to the opposite side, colliding with a mountain in the heart of the island. A mountain, now being destroyed by the colossal body, was visible to everyone on the island. Although Ifrit was smaller than the mountain, the force of the impact significantly altered the landscape, causing a profound shock to everyone present to the core of their souls. The unexpected destruction turned the scenery into a haunting spectacle. The tremors resulting from the impact between Garuda and Ifrit echoed throughout the island, like seismic pulses shaking the ground. Trees were toppled in a chaotic dance, rocks detached from the mountains, and the ground cracked under the colossal pressure. The atmosphere was imbued with collective fear as villagers ran in desperation, trying to protect themselves from the imminent chaos. The visible destruction extended beyond the point of impact. Shockwaves radiated, affecting distant areas of the island. Nearby structures were reduced to rubble, and dust clouds obscured the air. The roar of colliding elements resonated like a continuous thunder, echoing through mountains and valleys. The idyllic scenery of the island was being transformed before the astonished eyes of the local inhabitants. The lush nature was replaced by a chaotic scene of destruction, and the island faced a titanic test of strength that threatened to rewrite its geography. What kind of fight is this? I want to go home, Usopp shouted in fear as he continued to shoot at the harpies threatening them, yearning to escape the destruction caused by Luffy's and Nami's battle. They felt the impact of the forests being destroyed and sensed the entire island trembling. Luffy! Yamato murmured while watching Luffy being thrown into a mountain like a colossal puppet. Unfortunately, she couldn't reach phase 3 of her mythical zone yet, as her development had always been restricted by the sea stone handcuffs her father put on her. But she was moved by this kind of fight. It seemed like the island would be destroyed if they let Luffy and Nami fight like madmen for the next hour. We want to leave. The bounty hunters, in turn, joined the chorus of requests to abandon the island, fearing the imminent collapse. The scene of destruction was so overwhelming that the idea of staying in that location became increasingly unsustainable. The epic battle between the two colossi was transforming the island from a peaceful paradise into a cataclysmic battlefield. A harpy charged at the group, but before it could attack, Zoro delivered a precise cut, eliminating the imminent threat. Stop crying and pay attention to the fight here. You'll end up dying like this, Zoro growled, urging the bounty hunters to focus on the battle against the harpies. Yes. Thank you, Brother Zoro. They thanked in unison, realizing the importance of staying alert in the face of the creatures surrounding them. Boom. 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 Reiju, in turn, kicked several harpies, demonstrating skill in repelling these creatures. After defeating the last one, she paused to catch her breath. These things don't stop appearing. She expressed her concern upon noticing that another group of these monsters was approaching, indicating that the battle was far from over. Yes, but we have to take care of them before they reach the village. The rest of the island can barely handle these harpies. Kuina, despite the difficulty in her fight, tried to defend herself with her sword, Tensa Zanjetsu, pressed against the claws of one of the creatures in a strength clash, being an 11-year-old girl. Ah! Nijiko appeared beside Kuina, wielding a spear she had picked up earlier, and struck a precise blow against a harpy. Thank you. Kuina expressed gratitude upon seeing her fight end. It was nothing. Is Nami creating these things? Nijiko was still trying to process the entire situation. She's out of control. Luffy said the fruit itself is in command, Yamato explained. Woof! Chow Chow jumped towards a harpy but was thrown aside after being hit by one of the creature's claws. Chow Chow! Usopp shouted and aimed at the Valkyrie, firing 3 shots. Bang bang bang. After 3 shots, the harpy succumbed to the attack and dissipated in the air with a glow. Damn it, Luffy, stop Nami quickly, Usopp complained. He's still lying on that collapsed mountain, Yamato said. Nami will be fine. Trust the captain. Luffy will manage. Nijiko tried to calm everyone's concern with confidence in the crew's captain. Yes. We have faith that Luffy will stop Nami without harming her. Luffy. Ruer asterisk. Before they could continue placing their faith in Luffy, a thunderous sound echoed through the island once again, and an imposing Ifrit emerged from the wreckage of the mountain, roaring louder than ever, as if thirsty for another round of battle. Luffy, go! Luffy, stop Nami! Luffy, we trust you, end this and bring Nami back. Just don't destroy the island, please. His crew witnessed Ifrit emerging gloriously from the wreckage that was once a mountain, the result of Luffy's impact. Ifrit faced Garuda, ready for another battle. Meanwhile, Luffy surveyed the scene and the distance he had flown. I have to end this before the landscape of this island changes drastically or the island itself is destroyed, he thought, facing his formidable opponent once again. Garuda assumed an attacking stance once more, and Ifrit responded in kind, even from a distance. Thus, Garuda and Ifrit prepared for a third clash. 491 Chapter 65, Chapter Size. 2,257 words. Third-person POV. Kokoyashi Island, East Blue. As the two icons faced each other from a distance, frightened birds crossed the sky, avoiding the monstrosities that resembled small mosquitoes in comparison. It seems I won't be able to save energy. I tried to do that and ended up being carried away by Nami. Luffy lamented the last clash, where he hesitated to use all his strength, trying to maintain clarity. Regret lingered in his thoughts. Without further delay, Luffy flexed his knees, cracking the ground even more with his powerful feet. He launched into the attack, his body surrounded by purple flames, running with surprising speed. For observers, it was like witnessing a meteor sliding across the land, leaving behind a trail of fire as he headed towards Garuda, which was 2 kilometers away. In just a few seconds, he reached the winged monstrosity, creating a path of flames in his wake. Flames witnessing Luffy's onslaught, Garuda tried to fly, but before she could react, the Straw Hat Captain was already in front of her, ready to deliver a punch enveloped in flames. Boom! Garuda adopted a defensive posture, crossing her arms, but the impact of the fiery punch shook her, propelling her backward. At the peak of imbalance, Luffy held her with a single hand, bringing her back into his proximity. In a fluid motion, he swung his arm over Ifrit's shoulder, lifting the giant mythical zone into the air and then letting her fall backward with a thunderous impact. Crack! The echo of the crash reverberated as the ground cracked under the colossal fall. Luffy didn't stop there. Quickly, he swung his arm back and then thrust it forward, delivering a fiery punch from the ground toward Garuda. Flames! Boom! Crack! The impressive sound of flames, explosion, and the ground cracking echoed once again, causing the entire island to tremble slightly. Give up, Garuda. You can't keep going like this. Luffy murmured to himself, holding onto the hope that Nami would return to her normal state. Luffy was surprised to feel the concentration of wind growing beneath him. Before he could react, a hurricane engulfed him, throwing him away, challenging even the resilience of his colossal body. Garuda's hurricane wind, fueled by Nami's uncontrollable power, had a deafening roar. The blast of air swept everything in its path as Garuda was being pressed down by Ifrit above her. Even the nearby landscape did not escape unscathed, toppling trees, rocks, and anything in the path of the unbridled fury. The impact shook the island once again. "Darn, that hurt," Luffy muttered as he flew through the air. After being hit by Garuda's hurricane, Luffy, transformed into Ifrit, was thrown into the sky in a diagonal line, crossing the air like a giant, uncontrolled puppet. The impact was strong, but Luffy skillfully adjusted his position in the air to land on his feet while his amethyst flames flickered furiously around him. Ifrit's paws plunged into the ground with a deafening crash. The colossal body of Ifrit dove towards the earth, causing a violent shockwave. The ground trembled under the massive impact, cracking and fragmenting with the force of Ifrit's grounding. The trees around bent before the arrival of the colossal figure, some being uprooted. Dust and debris rose in a dense cloud, momentarily obscuring the view. The crater formed by the impact expanded rapidly with its weight alone, revealing the magnitude of its force. Birds already frightened by the fight, which had stirred the entire island, took flight towards the sea, dispersing in the face of the intensity of the battle caused on the island. The earth itself seemed to groan under the weight of Luffy and Garuda's transformation since they began the confrontation. Ifrit's gaze turned to its opponent in the distance, but beyond rising again, Luffy saw her tilt her wings. His eyes followed with intensity every beat of Garuda's wings, which, with powerful gusts, majestically rose from the ground. With each upward movement, the harpy gained altitude until reaching a height of 500 meters. With her flying, things are going to get more difficult, Luffy thought. The imposing silhouette of Garuda stood out against the sky, wings beating in a majestic rhythm as she hovered in the air. The mocking expression in the harpy's eyes echoed challenge, indicating that the battle was far from over. While Luffy fixed his defiant gaze on Garuda, who soared in the skies. "I wanted to avoid this, not to spend even more energy, as I won't be able to endure much longer conscious in the Ifrit transformation. But since you leave me no choice, let's see this through to the final phase." Luffy pondered, however, faced with Garuda's persistence, he concluded that he had no choice but to advance to the last phase. With determination, he concentrated his power on his back. A dazzling explosion of light radiated from Luffy, outlining the wings taking shape. The intense brightness eclipsed even the flames that surrounded Ifrit. In this splendor, two black wings, as deep as the night, emerged. They radiated intense heat, while amethyst flames danced vibrantly along their lengths, giving an even more imposing aura to Luffy's transformation. The surrounding environment trembled with the majestic manifestation of the power that now flowed through him. Without wasting time, Luffy flexed his knees and propelled himself to the next stage of the transformation. The environment around him seemed to vibrate with the energy emanating from Ifrit's colossal figure. With a powerful thrust, Luffy jumped from the wreckage of the forest, the ground exploding under his feet once again as Ifrit took off into the sky, and the forest shrank with the wind he produced with it. The roar of the jump reverberated through the landscape, echoing the power contained in that colossal charge. Ifrit enveloped its body in flames as it ascended into the air, beating its wings to meet Garuda in the skies. R-O-O-O-A-A-A-R-R-R, asterisk a resounding roar echoed through the air as Garuda, realizing the charge, leaned in for the encounter, her hands surrounded by a vortex of dark and green wind once again. This time, it was to increase the intensity of my flames to face her, Luffy reasoned, intensifying the temperature far beyond the last confrontation, when he was just testing the waters and conserving energy. Boom mmmmmmmmmmmmmmmm. Asterisk the explosion of the blows manifested in the air above the island. However, all witnesses still felt the tension of the two colors in conflict, each representing the power of Ifrit and Garuda. Ifrit got the upper hand against Garuda this time, pushing her back 3 kilometers in the air due to the impact towards the sea. She managed to recover in the air, thanks to her wings, but the force of the blow made it clear that the balance of the battle was shifting. Luffy didn't hesitate and was already on her at that moment, finding himself in the middle of the vast ocean. Garuda, in turn, didn't want to be taken by surprise again and responded to Luffy with the same intensity. People on the island could see Garuda and Ifrit exchanging blows as they flew through the air a few kilometers away. Boom, 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 boom. Asterisk several kilometers above the sea, Garuda and Ifrit delivered their colossal blows, creating a spectacle of lights and explosions in the firmament. The sunlight, filtered through the clouds, shone through the sparks and flames dancing in the wake of the aerial clashes. Luffy, in his Ifrit form, dove and ascended with agility, leaving a trail of purple flames in his path. His flaming punches relentlessly sought the agile Garuda as she skillfully slid between the attacks, slicing through the air with her sharp claws. Boom. Crack. Roar. Asterisk. The explosions illuminated the sky, highlighting the imposing silhouettes of these titanic creatures. The sea below seemed small and distant, witnessing the grandeur and fury of this celestial battle. Each blow exchanged between Garuda and Ifrit reverberated through space, like a symphony of destruction echoing across the entire island and beyond. The roar of the explosions echoed like thunder, and the seismic impacts were felt even at a considerable distance. It was a spectacle that transcended human understanding, a monumental sight they never imagined witnessing. Two titanic colossi, Garuda and Ifrit, entwined in a dance of destruction, fiercely punching each other while floating several kilometers high. The magnitude of this divine battle was surreal, a scene that challenged the boundaries of credulity. For the spectators on the island, it was as if they were watching a fight between gods in the very sky. This awe-inspiring image was destined to be etched into their memories, leaving an indelible mark that would endure for the rest of their lives. Even the Straw Hats were mesmerized, witnessing this epic battle between titans. Yamato, Luffy said for you to intervene if something happens to him. But let's be honest, can you get involved in the middle of that fight? Reiju asked, lighting a cigarette now that the battle seemed to have tilted in their favor. After eliminating the last harpies, which had apparently ceased, probably because Garuda needed energy for the battle and didn't create them anymore, Yamato pondered. It's really hard to say. Even with Hack, I would still be facing two monsters with powerful elements. Luffy-sama will make it, Shirahoshi confidently affirmed, now that she had returned to the crew after the battle. Look, Luffy is gaining the upper hand, observed Zoro. From a distance, they could see Luffy landing a right hook on Garuda. What is he doing? He's going to do something to her. In the instant following that powerful punch, everyone witnessed Luffy, with Garuda stunned in the skies, wrapping her from behind, firmly holding her arms and pinning her wings. In a fluid motion, his body started spinning towards the island, the purple flames intensifying around him. Like a flaming meteor, Luffy projected himself directly towards the island, carrying with him the other imposing winged creature. An uncontrollable chain of fire formed, leaving everyone on the island gaping at the fiery spectacle inexorably approaching. He can't be coming here, can he? Shirahoshi, seeing Luffy's trajectory, raised the question. Yes, he is coming directly here. Reiju let her cigarette fall from her mouth, panicking. Run! Run! Johnny shouted in desperation. Run! Yamato also warned, watching that enormous meteor formed by two 50-meter creatures flying towards them. SHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHWe're going to be crushed, shut up and just run. While the crew ran in fear, Luffy reached the ground just a bit before where the crew was. Boom mmmmmmmmmm. Ifrit, accompanied by Garuda, crashed with a roar into the water on the beach, generating a deafening shockwave that rippled through the area. The earth was abruptly lifted as the colossal entity descended, dragging Garuda across the island. The impact began on the beach and spread across the entire length of the island until reaching its center. During this terrible path of destruction, Ifrit didn't hesitate to drag Garuda, ruthlessly rubbing her on the ground. The resounding roar and the resulting tremors echoed throughout the island, making people feel the ground shaking beneath their feet. Panic set in, and the island's inhabitants watched in horror, unable to believe what their eyes were witnessing. The only sound permeating the island was the echo of the impact, with debris flying in all directions, creating a trail of destruction. The line of smoke rising at the end of this path of chaos outlined the imposing figure of Ifrit, which rose majestically after the confrontation that had left its indelible mark on the island's landscape. The vibrant roar echoed as a proclamation of victory. reverberating through the island that now displayed visible scars from the colossal battle. I won, but I'm almost turning into a beastly mind. Luckily, I triumphed before my consciousness completely succumbed to Ifrit, murmured Luffy, his eyes fixed on the ground just 50 meters away. There, he witnessed Garuda unconscious, whose form suddenly began to glow, undoing her transformation. Her body shrank to take the form of a small unconscious girl, now lying in the middle of the crater. Thank goodness it's over, finally. Luffy thought relieved as he reverted his transformation. Everyone could witness Ifrit shining intensely before disappearing the next moment. With a small explosion, Luffy touched the ground in the center of the clearing. Rising from the dust, he approached Nami lying on the ground and bruised. "You sure give me some trouble, silly girl," Luffy commented with a bit of difficulty breathing, reaching his mental limit as well. A thunderous noise echoed from the other side, and Luffy didn't need to look in that direction to know it was the sea flooding the crater line with force. "I better get Nami out of here," he muttered, but he was out of strength. The last thing he remembers is footsteps approaching before fainting, recognizing it to be Yamato by the sound of their wooden sandals, a traditional attire in Wano. Luffy just smiled and allowed his mind to rest after so much exhaustion in this intense battle. 491 Chapter 66. Chapter size. 2,458 words. Third-person POV. Kokoyashi Island, East Blue. What exhaustion! Luffy murmured, finally opening his eyes after the last memories and looked around, trying to locate himself. When Luffy woke up, he realized he was in a house and saw the window overlooking the sea. Recognizing this view, he noticed he was at Nami's house, and it was late afternoon. That means I stayed just a few hours or MIA day, but I doubt it's the latter. Luffy thought and noticed someone in the bed next to him. He realized it was Nami herself, who was beside him in bed. Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi was heard, and Luffy looked at the window to be faced with a huge eye outside, looking at him curiously. Did she return to normal? Well, I got knocked out by my own mind. Luffy couldn't help but speak softly. Sharky. A voice from behind the huge mermaid grumbled. Hello, princess. You too, Megalo. Luffy smiled. Are you okay, Luffy-sama? I returned to being large. I wanted to come into the house too, she said with a bit of regret. Wait a moment, I'm coming out. Luffy held her. She nodded with a smile. Luffy sighed and yawned, getting up from the bed to check on someone and see how the others are, to find out how they dealt with the situation and its consequences. Luffy left the room and went to the stairs at the end of the corridor, descending to the lower floor of the house. He encountered female members of his crew with Nijiko in the kitchen destroyed by Nami. Luffy, Yamato, unsurprisingly, was the first to notice and go to him. Are you okay? We were really worried about you and Nami. She hugged him before he could react. Luffy, being suffocated by her huge breasts, couldn't make any comprehensible sound. Yamato, don't suffocate him like that, Kuina complained from his side. Oh sorry, ha 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 ha, she laughed and released Luffy, smiling at him with a cheerful expression. Sigh, I'm okay, a bit sore, but I'll recover quickly. Can you tell me what happened right after I passed out? Luffy asked, wanting to catch up. Well, first off, our ship came out of your pocket to its real size as last time, with the poneglyphs, and as we heard you two talking up there, Shirahoshi and Megalo are giant again outside the house, waiting for you to shrink them again, Reiju said simply. The ship wasn't crushed by seawater, was it? Luffy became worried about seawater filling that hole. No, it rose as soon as the water sank, but it's in the same place, while those strange stones are at the bottom of the water, Yamato said in front of Luffy. Understandable, and the fishmen? Luffy wanted to know. Well, Kuina hesitated. Arlong was found 4 kilometers away, at least his dead body, after being caught in Nami's explosion. Just like the majority of the fishmen, only a few remained since they were in the center of the hurricane, and some survived because they fell in better places than others, but not far from death. And some of those died in the middle of their fight against Nami, caught by the elements you were throwing at each other, or crushed by your bodies as you had a battle that consumed and destroyed 30% of the entire island, dramatically changing the landscape. Nijiko said what Yamato informed them after searching for the fishmen. All this information shocked them a lot, especially the result of a battle between Luffy and Nami, which lasted only 15 minutes. They knew that if the final confrontation had taken place on the island and not in the air, this fight could have caused much more destruction. Well, that's not surprising, but I'm finding Arlong an idiot now. The fool provoked Nami, making her lose control. It's like saying he played with fire after everything. And I bet he didn't expect to get burned by it. It was practically suicide. Luffy mocked. The fishman brought about his own death in a moment of insane state. I can't blame him for thinking that way, Reiju said simply. And Nami? Is she okay? Luffy asked. Nami is fine too. From what I saw, she's just exhausted, Nijiko said. That's good, since Shirahoshi and Megalo are outside the house. Where are Zoro, Usopp, Johnny, Yosaku, and Chow Chow? He wanted to know. There were only women here. They are in the village, helping to prepare a feast for tonight, Kuina said. Oh, but that's great, ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed joyfully with the news and continued talking. Anyway, Yamato, come with me. Let's get our ship and stones in the water, after shrinking the princess and her shark, of course. Luffy announced and quickly left the house with his partner. Shirahoshi, Luffy, seeing the princess on the cliff, called her quickly. Luffy-sama. You're already out. Come here, you too, Megalo. After Luffy shrank his size to 10%, he did the same with Megalo and headed to the location of the hole made by the colossal battle with Yamato. The trail of destruction was evident throughout the island, as if a giant hurricane had passed through. Uprooted trees lay fallen, broken rocks formed an irregular landscape, and the once intact ground was now marked by huge fissures. Debris of vegetation and soil were thrown into the air, creating an apocalyptic scene that stretched across the entire horizon. Wherever one looked, there were traces of the epic confrontation between Ifrit and Garuda. The once peaceful land now exhibited the raw signs of the battle between two titans. It was a shocking and impactful sight, as if nature itself had been challenged and reshaped by the whims of these colossal creatures. In a crater 200 meters wide and kilometers long coming from the sea entrance due to the impact, Luffy and Yamato followed its edge to the end. There was the Black Pearl, standing and floating in the water, disturbed only by some waves coming directly from the sea. Looking at the damage, Luffy couldn't believe that the information about destruction was true. This fight opened a channel almost halfway through the island. This place would never be the same, and Luffy could still see flames on rocks in various places, which didn't stop burning even after hours of the fight, even on some mountains and in the devastated forests where the duo fought. With this channel created by our fight, this island could become a great commercial kingdom. Luffy suddenly had this idea. Imagining a large city like the Goa Kingdom, around the channel. It would be an invaluable port for resupply and trade since the island is between Logatown and the rest of the East Blue. The Goa Kingdom is quite wealthy but very distant from the other kingdoms and islands in this sea, so he knew that trade was not the main focus of that kingdom. In Luffy's opinion, this place is the best strategic point in the East Blue because it is in the middle of this sea. But I don't have money to mobilize for something so big. Even if it gave me some profit after years. I should think first about what to do. Luffy thought since his money was focused on improving his group first, but he didn't deny that this tempted him a lot, and he was already imagining how he could get some money for it. Forget that thought. First, I have to deal with the poneglyphs, which are in the water, Luffy said thoughtfully. Yamato, freeze the water, and let's break the ice to reach them, Luffy said, and Yamato quickly jumped into the water and froze that part of the channel. She wasn't as powerful in her element as Kuzan, but she could do things like these. After freezing, Luffy jumped in place and began to punch with pure focus not to melt the ice with his fire. Yamato helped him with her weapon, and after reaching the historical texts, he quickly shrank and stored them again with the Black Pearl going directly back into his pocket. So they quickly returned to the village. It was already dark, and the only lights in the forests were amethyst flames that still burned in many parts of the island as the night began. When they reached the village, everyone seemed to be celebrating already. Despite a big fight in the end and a part of the island modified and destroyed, no citizen died, and as a result, despite this, they ended up getting rid of Arlong, so it was a great reason to celebrate their victory and new freedom. Luffy quickly went to the village in celebration. The village was filled with a bubbling atmosphere of celebration. Laughter echoed through the air as residents expressed gratitude and enthusiasm. Tables adorned with festive foods and drinks decorated the streets, and colorful lanterns swayed gently, emitting a soft light that contributed to the festive atmosphere. Local musicians played cheerful melodies, and houses were decorated with vibrant flags. It was a vibrant and lively environment, where joy and relief blended after the intense events that shook the island. Despite the damage caused to about 30% of the island, the festive atmosphere in the village was palpable. The residents celebrated with joy, destruction, far from extinguishing the spirit of the community for finally getting rid of the persistent threat of Arlong. The feeling of freedom and relief was evident in the smiles and hugs shared among the islanders. As soon as Luffy and Yamato arrived, they were noticed and passed by everyone as they made their way for him and Yamato, with some words of thanks, and they went to where his crew was, many already drinking. "Luffy!" Usopp shouted happily as I appeared there. "Captain! Brother Luffy, Brother Luffy!" Luffy greeted the lively crowd, raising his voice to be heard above the festive buzz. He grabbed a bottle of beer, a relaxed expression on his face as he blended into the collective joy. His eyes, however, turned to a specific corner of the celebration. "Hey, everyone, how's everyone doing?" exclaimed Luffy, addressing the crowd before turning his attention to a specific point. "Hey, Nami." Luffy let out a contagious laugh as he entered the hustle and spotted the orange-haired girl next to her sister, surrounded by most of the crew. "Luffy." Nami responded with a mix of shyness and melancholy. Luffy understood the reason behind this state of mind. Since she woke up, Nami had been horrified to hear about the events, especially when she learned about the devastating impact her loss of control could have had on the village after the fight against Arlong. This awareness had left her disturbed, to the point of avoiding being in the village for some time. She only showed up because her sister convinced her, and even Genzo went to see her, saying that everyone was still grateful for her getting rid of the Arlong pirates after all. Luffy went to her with a big smile, ignoring those guilty thoughts of hers, and tried to cheer her up quickly. He didn't want to see his companion like this. "Nami, you were amazing." Slap, asterisk Luffy slapped her on the back, and Nami flinched, looking at him stunned, as the slap made many stop to see what it was so loud. Nami didn't respond to Luffy but looked at him, stunned by the blow on her back. "You defeated them so easily, it was so cool." Slap. The palm of Luffy's hand met Nami's back, making her tremble with the impact. "In the end, you killed Arlong with that huge hurricane." Slap, asterisk another slap echoed through the air, and the crew's attentive eyes witnessed each moment. "When you turned into Garuda, you were so powerful and giant." Slap, asterisk another hit, and Nami's surprised expression remained. "You gave me the biggest battle I've ever had in my life, it was quite fun, despite being dangerous." Slap, asterisk the sound of the slap accompanied Luffy's enthusiastic words, creating a unique cadence. "I never imagined I could fight by destroying mountains and devastating forests with every move." Slap, asterisk each impact was felt, and Nami continued to process the words and slaps. "We were like two giant mechs." Slap, asterisk the rhythm of the slaps followed Luffy's narrative, involving everyone in the celebration. "Everyone looked so small compared to us." Slap. The crowd watched, amid laughter and astonishment, the unique dynamics of this interaction. "The coolest part was flying." Slap, asterisk the slaps continued to resonate, punctuating each shared memory by Luffy. "We exchanged punches in the air like titans." Slap, each hit was a chapter in the story of this epic battle. "It was so cool." Slap. The sounds of the slaps echoed in the festive atmosphere, creating a unique celebration melody. "As expected of my navigator." Slap, Luffy's words were followed by another slap, concluding the peculiar performance. "Ha ha 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 ha." Slap, Luffy's contagious laughter mixed with the sounds, forming a symphony of celebration. "Boom! Can you stop slapping people on the back?" Nami shouted, punching Luffy in the chest, resulting in a comedic explosion that caught everyone's attention in that festive moment. Boom! Asterisk Luffy exploded into a nearby tree, creating a commotion. "Ha ha 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 ha. That's the Nami I know." Luffy got up from the debris with a big smile on his face, tapping his hat to remove the dust as he put it back on his head, but in doing so, he only messed up his hair even more, making the scene even more hilarious. He then returned to Nami, laughing at the situation. "You," Nami growled, her desire to hit Luffy again increasing. "Nami, you can't treat your husband like that," Nijiko warned beside her, assuming a serious posture. "He's not my husband, not until he gives Maine 10 billion or gives me a kingdom," Nami shouted, expressing her demands with a touch of indignation, challenging her womanizing captain with a hint of mischief. A kingdom? I guess that's fair, although it's quite greedy. Great, I'll create a kingdom on this island, and you'll be my queen, a great title for the wife of the Emperor of the Sea," Luffy announced, his response eliciting incredulous looks and laughter from the entire crew. 491 Chapter 67. Warning. This chapter will have some explicit content, but nothing too graphic. Chapter size: 2,867 words. Third-person POV Kokoyashi Island, East Blue. Ah! Luffy chugged a bottle of beer with one hand and ate a piece of meat with the other. "Luffy, have this sake. It's delicious," Zoro called to him from the other side to drink from his barrel. "Yeah, let me finish this drink first," Luffy said with a smile as he took another sip of his beverage. As he enjoyed it, he was interrupted by a new person approaching. "Hey, brat. Let's talk about you being Nami's husband." Genzo appeared in front of Luffy with a very dissatisfied expression, wanting to revisit the conversation they had at Nami's house before she knocked him out. And what would that be?" Luffy asked calmly. "Isn't it obvious that you have to take care of her?" "That you, He couldn't finish before taking a punch from Nami and fainting once again. "What do you think you're saying, old man?" she growled at the man, but he didn't respond after being knocked out once again. "Ha ha 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 ha, Nami, you're really fierce. Your husband won't appreciate it like this. Nami is just in her youth, she's energetic, but when she becomes a mother, she'll change." Nami and Luffy heard all the village women giving her advice at this moment, not caring much about Genzo's condition. While Luffy tried to control his laughter at his own situation, Nami, in turn, seemed ready to unleash Garuda again. Despite returning to her normal self without all the previous depression surrounding her, she still retained her explosive and violent nature. She gritted her teeth, emitting an aura of intensity. "I already said, I'll only marry this guy if he..." She hesitated, interrupting the sentence halfway as she remembered the words Luffy had told her earlier. "Why do you have to be so difficult, Luffy?" she snarled at him, expressing her frustration. "Because I'm your captain, isn't it obvious? Ha 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 ha." Luffy smiled and laughed, while Nami just stared at him, lost in perplexity in front of her peculiar captain. "Luffy-sama is so romantic," Shirahoshi said dreamily. "He definitely is not romantic." Nami, Kuina, and Yamato shouted at Shirahoshi simultaneously. Hee. Nijiko laughed at this. "Anyway, Reiju, did you prepare more meat? I'm hungry." Luffy laughed and approached the pink-haired and curly-eyebrowed cook, expressing his typical concern for food. "Here, you damn captain." She grumbled but handed him food while cooking in front of a large fire. "Zoro, give me that sake." He turned his attention to the group of crewmen. "Here." The night continued with everyone interacting with each other. Luffy didn't miss the opportunity to tease Nami, especially with his sister nearby, exchanging some blatant flirtations. In the middle of the party, something quite unexpected happened. "Luffy, I think there's someone who wants to see you," Usopp commented beside him. Luffy turned his body and saw a man standing some distance away. It was Hugo, the one Luffy had invited shortly before entering this island, the last of the former captives left here, as everyone had fled when Luffy faced Garuda. "Hugo, if you're here, does that mean you're joining the crew?" Luffy quickly broke into a wide smile. Hugo was a character who had piqued Luffy's interest to become part of the crew. Although he didn't seem strong at that moment, Luffy believed that he would surely grow, maintaining the determination he showed in the face of Shirahoshi's conqueror's haki during the confrontation with Moa Moa on the high seas. "Yes, but can you show me that you won't bow your head to the world as you claim?" he asked seriously. "I can't prove that now, you'll have to see with your own eyes. I trust in my determination, so it's something that will reveal itself in the future." Luffy responded calmly. Hugo crossed his arms, maintaining a skeptical look despite the festive atmosphere around him. "Captain Luffy, you may have defeated Arlong and that monster, but that doesn't prove you can challenge the world and stand firm. No one has survived the pressures of the world nobles out there. Don't you think you're being naive?" Hugo questioned, maintaining his defiant posture. Luffy, with a confident smile, replied, "Hugo, I understand your doubts. But you see, my crew and I face challenges that most people would consider impossible. It's not just about defeating enemies. It's about challenging expectations and never giving up. The true test is in the path we choose to follow." Zoro, who was nearby, intervened with his typical bluntness. Hugo, if you doubt the captain, then why did you come here? Wouldn't it be easier to stay out of the way? Hugo reflected for a moment, looking at Luffy and then at the crew surrounding him. You may have won here, but the world is vast and full of challenges. I'll join your crew, but I'll keep my eyes wide open. I want to see if you can really maintain that determination when the world presses and challenges those you claim not to fear. I want to become stronger. I want my revenge, challenge those people, and make them pay for everything they've done. I don't think I'll find anyone crazier than you. Monkey D. Luffy in this or any other sea. So I'll trust your words and join you. Hugo declared, accepting Luffy's offer but still maintaining a cautious stance. So that's great, but it doesn't mean it will be easy. Everyone in the crew has enough determination to endure the ship's training. As you yourself said, fighting against the world is not easy, so I expect that from you too. Luffy said, maintaining a serious look as Hugo nodded. He makes us go through hellish training, not that we have determinations. Most of his members thought like this when they heard these words but kept their thoughts to themselves. Anyway, come here. Let's introduce you to the rest of the crew and welcome you, Luffy said happily, glad to have someone with potential for the group. System, crew. Hugo has joined as a member of your crew. After the introductions, Luffy turned his attention to Johnny and Yosaku, the pair of former bounty hunters whose intentions seemed to diverge a bit. Johnny, Yosaku, what are you planning to do? We're setting sail tomorrow. Luffy's question once again captured the attention of everyone around him. Brother Luffy, we intend to stay. This pirate business at sea isn't for us, so we won't be joining you on the next journey. Yosaku expressed his reluctance. No problem at all, guys. If you don't want to come with us, that's fine, Luffy responded with a warm smile and continued. We're friends, so don't be too down. I'm sure it won't be our last meeting, and I have some proposals to discuss with you. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. Luffy concluded. Thank you, brother Luffy, Johnny expressed his gratitude, while Yosaku joined the gesture, creating a moment of emotion among the crew. What will be our next destination, Captain? Zoro asked after a while. Loga Town, Nami suggested, as our goal is to enter the Grand Line. Not yet. Luffy looked at Kuina before continuing. We're going back to the middle of the East Blue and see Kuina's father before continuing, as I mentioned before. Luffy announced, and many looked at Kuina. I can't wait to see the master again and watch his face when he sees Kuina again after 11 years. Zoro commented with a smile. I want to see my father too. Kuina couldn't help but smile at this. Now they could finally reunite. Anyway, we'll set sail tomorrow once we meet up with Lami, who should be on her way to this island right now. So have fun and get to know our new member and spend some time with our friends who said goodbye tomorrow. Luffy announced before the group returned to the festive activities of the village. The group ate and drank for the next few hours, talking with each other. It was in the early morning that they decided to rest. The girls would go to Nami's house, and the men would stay anywhere else. But Luffy noticed how Nejico gave him a subtle signal when she walked away. It seems like this lady is calling me, and I must answer her call. Luffy smiled and waited for a while before going to Nami's house. When he arrived there, he jumped through one of the second-floor windows. As soon as Luffy opened the window, he found Nejico already awake, holding a glass of wine and calmly observing, although a playful smile played on her lips. I thought you'd never arrive, she commented calmly, setting the glass aside. I had to spend some time with the others, but now I'm here, Luffy replied. Nejico stood up, keeping her eyes fixed on Luffy's, creating a silent tension before succumbing to the heat of the moment. As Luffy and Nejico looked at each other, there was a mutual desire in their eyes, a magnetism that only increased with the warmth of the situation and the slight effect of the alcohol they had consumed. Both were a bit affected by the drink, adding a touch of boldness and intensity to the atmosphere. As Luffy and Nejico indulged in intense kisses in the girls' room, a passionate warmth filled the air. Amidst sighs and laughter, Nejico couldn't help but tease mischievously. I can see why Nami chose you. Besides your strength and looks, you seem to be quite a lover, she commented, letting her words hang in the air as they continued to lose themselves in kisses. Ha 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 ha. If I tell you I'm a virgin, that I haven't even kissed your sister's lips yet. Luffy laughed carefreely, without a trace of embarrassment in admitting his inexperience, especially considering his previous life in this world. Really? Are you serious? You know it's hard to believe? She looked at him with questioning eyes. I swear on my conqueror's haki, Luffy joked, referring to his irresistible charisma. Haki of what? Ah, forget it, just come here. I've never done this. I've only heard about it from other women in the village. And since you haven't done it either, let's learn together, she said, grabbing Luffy once again. Both, fueled by alcohol and a collective impulse, undressed each other. In a moment of desire, they threw themselves onto the bed, surrendering to the heat of the moment. Even though Luffy was a virgin in this body, he guided Nezuko while taking the girl's virginity without pain, using a bit of his devil fruit powers to ease the recovery as he made his first penetration. After isolating the room with soundproofing, the bed rocked during the next hour with the two animals in heat. Sometime later, wow, that was so good. Nezuko spoke while lying one on Luffy's chest. It really was. Congratulations, you took the virginity of the future most powerful man in the world. Luffy said in a playful manner. Is that some premium I should be proud of? She growled, not liking what Luffy said. He spoke as if she should settle for it, as if it were some kind of conquest. Maybe a prostitute could be proud of that, but not her. Easy there, it was just a joke. Do you think I'm going to toss you away after today? You have to come with us now. Luffy smiled, seeing that she was upset. I'll think about it, she said, a bit happier with Luffy's words. And what do you mean by taking virginity? No virgin grabs a girl and throws her like a doll onto his lap with intensity. I had 2 orgasms in those 3 minutes. She punched Luffy's chest with this comment, and he smiled at the girl. Ha 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 ha, it was a lot of fun. He laughed like a bandit, enjoying himself, and looked mischievously at Nezuko now. He was 2.1 meters tall while the girl was 1.7 meters, making it easy to embrace her. This body gives me absurd endurance and control, elevating a sexual relationship to another level. Luffy smiled at this thought, still not wanting to sleep. Do you want to continue? You know my body may not handle having sex that way. I was still a virgin until an hour ago, she joked, playing the hard-to-get girl. Is that so? I thought you were looking at me with desire. Especially after I increased your recovery by 30 times after we stopped. It's a shame. Luffy joked with her again. Ha ha ha. Fool, of course. I want to. It's not every day you get to have the first night of your life with a Prince Charming from the stories my mother used to tell me and my sister when I was a child, she joked. Well, I'm more of a villain, but I'll accept your reasoning, Luffy laughed. So tell me, evil villain, what do you intend to do with this poor maiden? She said, opening a mischievous smile. Luffy was a bit silent with this since he didn't know what to say. Nezuko was very direct and bold. No answers. Maybe she should show this evil villain some interesting things, she said, and attacked Luffy, who let her kisses come and responded to this daring woman. 2 hours later, Luffy was with Nezuko in bed, but he felt heavy steps coming into the room, wondering who it could be. Since no one could know he was here except for one person, he already prepared to muffle the sound in the room. Luffy, you bastard, her voice came out quietly due to the power of the Moa Moa no Mi. Boom. Asterisk. Luffy opened his eyes at the sound of the door breaking, and a furious Yamato stormed into the room. You betrayed me, she growled softly, although she wanted to be shouting at him right now, and Luffy looked at her with a bit of sleepiness. This silly girl always acts like this. It's time to teach her a lesson. Luffy looked at her, coming out of his drowsiness, and got up from the bed. Yamato changed her expression to a slightly surprised one as she saw Luffy walking towards her. Hey, why are you like that and coming over here? She suddenly entered a shy state with this. Yamato, do you know what Odin and Toki used to do together? Luffy smiled at her with this question. I have some idea, but I've never done those things, she protested. Well, let me help you then, it's time for us to become a real couple, Luffy announced, and seeing Yamato taller than him, he had a certain pride, so he increased his size with mass application at this moment. Luffy could use 10% of his mass power on living beings, meaning he could have the size of Whitebeard with 3 times his size, but he applied 1.5 in mass and grew to 3.15 meters, almost hitting the ceiling and seeing Yamato from top to bottom now, not the other way around. Luffy. Yamato hesitated for a moment, seeing Luffy gaining height. He quickly pulled her into some kisses before she could react. Yamato, caught off guard, was very shy, but immediately became happy with that feeling of Luffy on her lips and attacked him a moment later, forgetting her remnants of anger and shyness, as she was quite drunk that night. Luffy immediately pulled out that Wano costume and threw her on the bed next to the still sleeping Nezuko. Luffy spent his next hours having fun with Yamato, proving that she was a beautiful woman after all, even though she claimed to be a man named Odin. Luffy considered it a beautiful night after sleeping with two beautiful women, earning some points in their relationships and deepening them even further. The next morning, Luffy was surprised by the wet sensation in his intimate part. His little Luffy was more excited than ever as two tongues played with him. He opened his eyes with Yamato and Nezuko giving him a joint blowjob at that moment. He was quite surprised but excited by the movement of the two girls pleasuring him early in the morning. "I think I'm doing it right?" Yamato asked. "I think so, he's getting harder." "It's good to do this. Luffy must like it too, right?" "Yes, I heard some women in the village say that men love this, especially when they wake up in the morning. My Toki will be happy then." Stop, leave a little for me, Yamato." Just shut up and keep sucking quietly," Luffy shouted, finding this conversation extremely unsexy. 491 Chapter 68, Chapter Size. 2715 words. Third person POV. Kokoyashi Island, East Blue. "Good morning, everyone," Luffy exclaimed excitedly, appearing in the still damaged part of the house. What's this? You seem excited," Reiju commented while preparing coffee, but narrowed her eyes. "I'd like to know why my sister and Yamato seem equally excited." Nami looked with her narrowed eyes at the two women behind Luffy, who seemed both shy and at the same time with a happy smile on their lips, for some reason. "Luffy-sama, you all seem so happy. Did you do something fun? Can I know and join in?" Shirahoshi was curious about why the three of them were acting that way. Cough. 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 Asterisk. The trio choked on Shirahoshi's question. They had no idea how such an innocent question could stifle them so much, and they didn't know how to answer it. "Luffy shouldn't even be here. This house should only be used by us," Kuina grumbled. "You guys acting like this. Luffy spending the night here, could it be?" Nami said, her eyes widening every second. "They had sex," Reiju said as she filled the cups with a simple coffee. "Oh, I see. Wait, what?" Kuina made a comical face, as did Nami and Shirahoshi, their eyes bulging out. "Luffy, you didn't just sleep with my sister, but also with Yamato on the same night," Nami shouted like a madwoman, invoking her power. "Hey, Luffy is my Toki. It's normal for us to do these things," Yamato declared and had a shy expression before continuing. "Although it's the first time we've done something like this, but I loved it," she said excitedly. "Don't talk about something like that with so much happiness," Nami shouted as wind took over the entire kitchen. "Stop it, Nami, I'll drop and waste food if you keep going," Reiju complained. Kuina had already fled the house, not wanting to hear such things, and Shirahoshi had a stunned and completely red look. Reiju just sighed. She knew how her captain was a womanizer, and it wouldn't take long for situations like this to arise. What's the big deal? People who like each other have sex, there's no problem with that," Luffy spoke casually. "People who like each other?" Nezuko asked curiously, as she didn't know that Luffy considered her at that level. "Of course, you belong to me now. We may not love each other now, but that's built over time, so I think it's okay to say what I said, after what we did," Luffy declared and dodged Nami's attack right after. A claw materialized above Luffy, falling onto the captain with force, who had to dodge without looking at the attack.
Boom. Asterisk. "Captain Bastard, you hit on my sister in my own house, sleep with her, and talk about love. I hate you," Nami shouted with all her fury.
Boom. 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 Asterisk. "I'm glad you're back to normal. This is my Nami. But you're going to destroy your own house like this," Luffy declared amidst the attacks with a smile on his face. "I don't care if I manage to hit you," she said as she attacked. "Luffy, Nami is just jealous," Nezuko spoke beside Yamato, crossing her arms. I guess you're right about that." Luffy reflected as Garuda's claws tried to hit him, and he disappeared with supersonic speed before Nami could react. "What do you mean by Nami couldn't finish before being silenced by Luffy's lips. The scene of Luffy kissing Nami while she had her claws in the air was witnessed by everyone, as the cat burglar tried to break free from his kiss. Luffy laughed at Nami after kissing her and quickly retreated, as she surrounded him with wind the next moment. "You idiot, idiot, idiot," Nami shouted indignantly. Boom. Boom. Asterisk she was trying to attack him with all her might, her face turning red after their first kiss, as she attempted to strike him while running through the house. Sigh. Asterisk this guy is so shameless. Reiju sighed, watching Luffy escape from Nami outside the house while she chased him. Reiju looked at the mermaid, who was in an undamaged corner of the house, looking quite shy as she wagged her tail. Luffy doesn't seem interested in Kuina, however. I believe you might become his target one day. But don't worry, we'll prevent that idiot captain from trying to take advantage of you, Shirahoshi, Reiju declared. But I also wanted a kiss, she stated with great timidity and a somewhat tearful tone. Yamato. Nijiko. Reiju. Well, this is unexpected, they all thought at the same time. Meanwhile, Luffy ran from Nami trying to hit him with giant claws materializing in the middle of the house's courtyard. Luffy, you idiot, stand still so I can hit you, you damn womanizer, Nami growled as Luffy dodged her blows. Ha 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 ha, come on, Nami, you liked it, admit it, Luffy declared, making Nami even more furious. Boom. Boom. Asterisk. What's this early in the morning? Zoro, waking up on the street, stood up with the noise coming from a little distance. Looks like Luffy is running away from Nami, Usopp said in a sleepy tone as he approached Zoro. What did Luffy do to her now? Who knows? Anyway, Luffy said we're leaving immediately, so we better get ready, Zoro said, ignoring the sight of Luffy dodging Nami's attacks in the street. Yeah, let's get Hugo, Chow Chow, and Megalo and inform the others about the departure, Usopp said, heading towards the other members and animals sleeping nearby. As soon as everyone woke up, they went to Nami's house where all the female crew members spent the night. Kuina had returned, and Nami seemed to calm down, or she was just tired. Ha 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 ha. You guys finally woke up. Luffy, seeing them approaching, came closer laughing, a very dissatisfied Nami right behind him with eyes like daggers for her captain. Well, then, Captain, shall we depart? Zoro asked. Yes, but we have to finish some things first. I want you to prepare the ship, meanwhile, Luffy declared, taking Black Pearl out of his pocket and throwing it forcefully into the sky, towards the sea. In midair, everyone saw the ship change into its true form, but it didn't seem to slow down as it crashed into the water with a loud splash on that coast. They could see all of this from the hill where Nami's house was. Hoo 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 hoo. That's quite convenient, Captain. Hugo couldn't help but laugh at this demonstration. Luffy shrugged and entered the house with Nami, while the rest of the crew went to organize the ship for departure. Well, let's get ready to set sail, Luffy announced with Nami and Megalo coming right behind. Understood, we better get prepared then, Reiju said, wanting to organize everything. And you, Nijiko, are you coming with me? You know I want that, Luffy asked, looking intently at the girl who became his first woman in this world. I'll go with you. Nijiko debated a bit but ended up accepting, as Luffy seemed serious about taking her, even if she thought it was just not to hurt her or gain points in this relationship, which is a bit strange and sudden for the woman. System, crew. Nijiko has joined as a member of your crew. That's great, I'll make you as strong as Nami on this journey, Luffy declared, making the women in the vicinity shudder. As strong as Nami? You must be joking, she said with a suspicious tone, not believing Luffy's words. Nijiko-sama, Luffy-sama is quite strict, he speaks the truth, so you better prepare for it, Shirahoshi said beside her with a timid and somewhat scared tone. You may be my woman and wife, but I won't go easy. I want you as a powerful wife by my side, Luffy said and then, dodging Nami's claws, destroyed all the debris of the already ruined furniture in the area. You're calling my sister your wife now, Luffy, you idiot, Nami growled. Ha 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 ha. Well, I'm not lying about that. Luffy shrugged and changed the subject. Anyway, pack your things, Nijiko. Let's talk to Genzo. I bet you and Nami want to say goodbye to everyone, Luffy announced, and the sisters nodded. Sometime later, Nijiko packed her backpack, and she, Nami, and Luffy went to the village, while Yamato, Reiju, Shirahoshi, and Megalo went to their ship to help the others. What do you mean you're leaving? Genzo couldn't believe it. Yes, I'm leaving. Someone needs to take care of my sister and Other personal matters. She could be quite bold, but she became shy in the last part while looking at Luffy. Nijiko. Genzo murmured, understanding everything by now, then glared fiercely at Luffy. You better take care of them. If I hear otherwise, I'll come after you and drown you in the sea. Genzo pointed at Luffy and growled. Fair enough. Luffy shrugged and pulled out a stack of papers from his pocket. Here, I want you to implement all these things on this island. Luffy spoke again and handed some papers and documents to Genzo, who took them, curious to know what the heck this pirate was giving him. What is this? Let's see. This, and this. He had a narrowed look, but his eyes began to widen as he read more about it. You must be kidding, right? How the hell is this going to happen? He shouted at Luffy. You can leave that to me. I already have a plan to make it happen. Just worry about doing exactly what I asked there. You know what the status of these two sisters is going to be, right? Luffy grabbed them by the shoulders and gave Gonzo an excited smile. The two women were left confused. Nami had an unsatisfied look, and Nijiko showed a small smile. Damn brat, you better take care of these girls, especially after this, and yes, they will have their required position here. It's just that this is so unbelievable and sudden. Genzo admitted. Relax, I've left everything as planned. When I woke up today, the first thing I did was organize all these ideas, Luffy declared. I still can't believe we can benefit from all that destruction, but okay, I'll do exactly what's described in the papers. But I need the funding here, Genzo declared. That will be sorted out today, with some luck, Luffy declared. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Nami shouted, unable to stand the conversation she didn't understand. Forget about it for now. Say goodbye to the village folks, and we'll talk about it later, Luffy said with a smile, and the sisters reluctantly agreed. As the villagers appeared, Nami and Nijiko bid farewell to everyone with some conversations. Goodbye, everyone, Nami, Nijiko, and Pirate-san, thank you for everything. Nami, we will never forget how you freed us from Arlong. Good luck. We will miss you, the villagers shouted as the trio walked away. Arriving at the beach, someone had already prepared the ship. Before we go, we need to do some things, Luffy declared in front of the ship and took a small object from his pocket. It was a cage, and he enlarged it to its real size and shook it, while small ants came out of it, falling onto the beach sand. These ants transformed into fishmen tied with ropes. There was Hachi and the others who were captured before fighting Arlong and 10 more fishmen who survived Nami's explosion. When Luffy woke up yesterday, he caught them tied up and shrank them to give them a sentence today. So, what are we going to do with you guys? Luffy commented to the small group. The fishmen were conscious now, but they stood imposingly while looking hurt and defeated. They looked at Luffy with fear, knowing that only they survived, and the rest of their crew was dead. Hey, please spare my brothers. Don't kill them. Hachi was the first to speak, begging not to let the last of his brothers die. Well, you guys killed humans and practically enslaved them. Even though Arlong hated slavery, you ended up creating a kind of it here in this village, Luffy declared, making them all bow their heads, as they were already rotten. But we can spare you. You'll just be handed over to the Marines, but I want Hachi on the boat, Luffy declared, wanting to have a fishman among them. It would be useful for sea rescues since most of the Mugiwara crew will be devil fruit users, as Luffy plans. Both Hachi and the members of his crew nearby were surprised by this. Luffy. Nami would speak at this moment. Trust me, Nami, I know what I'm doing. Hachi, if you accept the proposal, your brothers will be saved and handed over to the Marines, but not killed by us. If you accept, I'll treat you as a crew member, and you'll have to regain the trust of Nami and Nijiko. But if you hold any grudge against Nami for killing Arlong and the others or show any indication that you'll betray the crew, I'll kill you and go to Impel Down to kill all your other friends, Luffy declared. He wasn't a good person and didn't intend to be, so he would genuinely fulfill these words. He knew it was a risk to have Hachi, as he might harbor resentment. But Hachi proved to be a reliable person in the future within the story, so Luffy would bet on that. Hey, alright, as long as you don't kill them, Hachi said reluctantly. Is it okay with you like this, princess? Luffy spoke to Shirahoshi at this moment, as he said she had the final say. Yes. If Luffy-sama says it's better this way, Shirahoshi believes him, she declared. Hey, princess. Hachi and the others opened their eyes with this, not believing that this beautiful mermaid, who was their enormous mermaid princess when they saw her as just a child, would now make sense with Luffy's words. System, crew. Hachi has joined as a member of your crew. With Hugo, Nijiko, and Hachi, that's 3 members at once. I'm really satisfied with this. Luffy celebrated internally but was soon interrupted by someone on the Black Pearl. Luffy. Usopp suddenly called from atop the ship. What's up? Luffy raised an eyebrow. It's Lami, she said she's coming here and found a marine ship at sea coming in the same direction, he said with a bit of concern. A marine ship? Who could it be? Luffy wondered, figuring out how they could act so quickly after the attack on Base 16. We spared many sailors on the spot, but we destroyed all their communicators. They shouldn't respond so quickly. Since someone should have arrived on some island before to contact another base. Either we let a communicator pass, or they managed to call for help in the middle of our attack. It's likely the latter. Luffy debated internally. I don't think there's any reason to hide her identity now. Tell her to come here without worrying about being associated with us. It's time for her to be declared our shipmate to the world, Luffy announced and asked. Is she far from the island? Luffy asked Usopp. She said she's an hour away from the island, and the marine ship is beside her, Usopp said. Okay, tell her that. And let's wait for them to arrive since I'll need a new communicator to talk to headquarters. If I'm lucky, these marines should have one since the one I took from Base 16 fled through the seawater when it increased in size, and he wasn't on the boat but in my pocket. A mistake on my part. Luffy said, and everyone nodded, waiting for the marine ship to arrive with Lami. 491 Chapter 69. Chapter size. 2,646 words. Third-person POV Kokoyashi Village, East Blue. Captain Smoker. We're approaching the island, and a sailor entered the cabin, but he seemed nervous delivering this news. Sweat trickling down his face. That's good, but what's got you so on edge, cadet? Smoker asked, exhaling his cigar smoke coldly. It's that the island is strange, Captain, he said a bit hesitantly. What do you mean by that? Tashigi, who was accompanying Smoker, said beside him with a furrowed brow. I think it's better if you go out and see the state of the island for yourself, he said, sounding lost. Smoker rose from the chair in his office, and without wasting more time on questions, he left his cabin to see the island ahead. At first, the place seemed normal, but the more Smoker paid attention, the more he could see the abnormality on that island. What's this? How is this done? Tashigi couldn't believe her eyes. Even Smoker squinted. Remember that marine ship stolen from Base 16? The one with a bunch of people in terrible conditions? They said they were fleeing from 2 monsters. I didn't believe it, but now seeing this. One of the sailors commented on the side, with concern in his tone.
I didn't believe it because they said they were slaves in Base 16, but now. Another one commented.
There was devastation in a large part of the island, recently destroyed mountains, burned forests, and a large hole that started from the sea and cut almost halfway through the island like an immense trench that had been dug. But it was evident that it seemed to have been created with some kind of meteor. Even the water was entering the island through this channel. And this had happened recently, as you could see the canal walls collapsing with the waves from time to time. I'm sure this island didn't have this landscape in the records. The naval cadet spoke beside Smoker, and Smoker could feel the tension in the air among his men. I'm not surprised by that statement. All of this seems to have been created recently. It's even frightening. I can't be sure what happened here, and I can't say I would have liked to have been here when it happened, Smoker thought. Let's continue. We'll know our answers when we reach the island. We're hunting the pirate crew, Straw Hat, responsible for attacking Naval Base 153 stationed in Shell City and Base 16, near this island. We will bring justice to this pirate who has recently been causing chaos in East Blue. He gave the order, and all who were hesitant raised their morale. Yes, for the justice of the Navy, they shouted in a joint chorus. But Sir, Smoker, the famous bounty hunter Lami seems to be hunting the same target as us when she passed us in that small, strange, and fast boat. A sailor suddenly raised the question, as Lami passed them in a small motorboat and accelerated in the same direction they were heading. Let's continue. If that bounty hunter couldn't capture the pirate, we'll get involved and finish the job, Smoker snorted, taking another puff of his cigar. Yes, sir. I heard that woman carries a big sword. It disgusts me to see someone wield their weapon like that. If it's a high-grade sword, I'll try to take it from her, Tashigi said beside him, but Smoker ignored her and watched the ship getting closer to the island. "Captain, there's a marine ship on the coast. Or what's left of it," another sailor said with a magnifying glass, a little scared. Smoker went to the ship's bow and looked with another magnifying glass. "It was destroyed by cannon fire," Smoker said, pondering which unit was here. "I remember the remnants of the attack on Base 16," said their captain. "Nezumi was absent during the Straw Hat Pirates' attack," Toshigi said beside him. "Damn pirates, they'll pay for this." Smoker growled and continued waiting to reach the island. Captain, there's a pirate ship on the other side of the coast," another man said, and Smoker looked at the large black warship a little farther away, but it was on a beach. "That flag, it's them," the lieutenant said beside him, and Smoker gave the order for them to head in that direction. It didn't take long for the ship to turn and go to where the pirate boat was on another beach. Without waiting any longer, Smoker turned into smoke and went straight to where that huge pirate ship was anchored. Lami's boat was parked next to it. He needed to see how the bounty hunter was dealing with the pirates. Meanwhile, some time ago. "Here, your berries. Are you sure you can't give us a discount?" Nami asked the bird. "Kya kya," the bird refused, but it was afraid of the woman in front of it. She almost seemed to be threatening the animal. Even though no one in the world would try to rob these messengers, even if they were the cruelest pirates in Yonkers, as that meant never receiving news from Morgan again, and no one wanted that. "Nami, stop threatening the poor thing and give him your money." Nejiko appeared next to Nami and slapped her on the head, making her shrink. "Sorry, here," Nami said and took the newspaper. When the bird flew away, Nami opened the newspaper with great surprise. "Luffy, look at this. The newspaper is talking about US." She immediately drew her captain's attention, who was on the beach with the others. Read it to me, Nami, and let everyone hear too," Luffy instructed, and the navigator began reading next to her sister. "Chaos in East Blue. A dark force is rising in this sea, while another hero emerges from the other side." Nami read the headline of the front page, and silence fell over the crew. The gazes focused on the news that revealed the twists in the East Blue, capturing the attention of everyone on board. Front page? Didn't know we'd be so important so soon? Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed and waited for Nami to continue. In the weaker sea, a pirate group emerged and is causing chaos, attacking everyone on the sea. They started by beating Alvida, then attacked Base 153, stealing a marine ship and killing a commander. But this group didn't stop there. They attacked Base 16, almost destroying it entirely. "This group doesn't seem to fear the Navy and is openly hostile to them," Nami said, earning many surprised looks. "Well, I can't deny I did that, but just that, I thought I had a better record." Luffy lamented a bit. The pirate captain of this terrible group is called Monkey D. Luffy, known as Straw Hat of the Straw Hat Pirates for the iconic accessory he wears on top of his head and as identified by his Jolly Roger. But not all is lost. A beautiful bounty hunter has emerged in the midst of this chaos, capturing Buggy the Clown, Kuro of the 100 Plans, Krieg, and has already engaged in combat against the Straw Hats, recovering the naval boat stolen by the crew. She is cleaning up the entire East Blue of the greatest pirates and outlaws. Everyone believes that soon she will bring justice and peace to this sea with the arrest of the Straw Hat, Nami concluded, and the news caused a mix of surprise and curiosity among the crew. The East Blue was becoming the stage for unexpected events, and the Straw Hats were at the center of the storm. "Ha ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. I want to see them make a publication when she's in our crew too." Luffy laughed, quite pleased. "I also hope they increase my bounty. I'm tired of being worth only 10 million, he grumbled. "I want one too," Shirahoshi said beside Sharky. Megalo was horrified by his friend. "Bark, bark." Chow Chow spoke to Luffy. "You'll have yours soon, my friend," he said. "A bounty for me wouldn't be bad either," Zoro commented. "I don't want one," Nami agreed. "Me neither," Usopp nodded. Nejiko remained silent. "Having a bounty would be cool, but wouldn't that old bastard know I'm out of Wano as soon as he saw my poster?" Yamato commented. "What a contradictory group." Hugo commented on their reactions. "Everyone thinks that when they join," Reiju said, smoking a cigarette. "Nay." Hachi was lost on the side, now that he was free while his counterparts remained tied up, but he didn't say much. "There's also news of the tidal wave that Shirahoshi caused," Nami said. Are we more important than chaos created by the sea? I don't believe that. Ha 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 ha, Luffy laughed cheerfully. A mysterious and sudden event at sea, raising concerns among the residents of the East Blue. The circumstances and the exact cause of this occurrence have not been clarified yet, leaving the waters of the region in a state of uncertainty, Nami read, and Luffy nodded to that. Luffy, Lami's boat is approaching. Kuina, who didn't participate in the interaction, looked at the sea and saw a small boat coming towards them. It was Lami and Beppo in the dinghy. Finally, it was about time, Luffy said, and everyone patiently waited for their two companions to arrive at the location. This means the Navy is coming, Usopp said a bit scared, remembering the Navy that was also heading here. What kind of fear is that? It's not like we haven't been pursued by them and killed many of them already. This is normal. Zoro argued against Usopp's irrational fear. Kuina, it's better if you're not among us in this confrontation. You're not one of us yet, Luffy said, approaching the young swordsman. I know, but what are you doing? She said when Luffy grabbed her by the clothes and said. You stay on the ship, quietly, he said and tossed her onto the Black Pearl. Ah, Luffy, you'll pay for this, you idiot captain. They could only hear her scream as she rose into the air and fell onto the ship. Everyone sighed, as their captain was quite tough regardless of who was in front of him. Now they awaited their companion to arrive with Beppo. Now, in the current time, Smoker flew over the pirate ship from above and descended like a smoke jet toward the beach, surprising most of the group. When he landed on the beach, he found a scene that made him furrow his brow. He found a man wearing a straw hat holding the most famous bounty hunter in this sea currently, laughing as he held her in his arms around her waist, tickling her, while she was making an unpleasant face and suddenly punching the pirate's head. The man in the straw hat didn't seem to feel her punches while laughing with her, appearing to deal with a mischievous child while laughing. But it was clear to Smoker that they didn't seem anything like the enemies he imagined when he arrived here or was watching the fight he thought he would find. You're Smoker. Ha 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 ha, Luffy, noticing the smoke falling on the beach and seeing Smoker emerging from it, stopped messing with Lami in front of him, and he opened a smile. Smoker narrowed his eyes at this man. He seemed to know him. It was the first time he had met Luffy, but his attention turned to the woman beside him. Weird, I didn't know that the bounty hunter Lami dealt with her pirates like this, he said ominously. Huh? Are you implying something? Huh? Do you want to die? She growled at the insult. In addition to Luffy holding Lami in an embarrassing way, the entire crew was on the beach. The women looked at Luffy dissatisfiedly while the men took care of the tied-up fishmen at his side. Hey, don't offend my woman, Luffy showed some dissatisfaction with that too. WHO is your woman, Lami shouted, punching Luffy again. I mean, the medic of our pirate crew, Luffy corrected with a smile. Medic? Smoker's face darkened with that. I'm a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, the ship's medic, she said directly to the Marine captain. There was no more reason to hide this fact now, so she would now be sailing with them as an official member. So, in the end, you were just a pirate turning in other pirates to collect rewards, Smoker said calmly, but the smoke began to circulate his body, showing fierceness in front of the pirate crew. That's Elogia, Lami said a bit surprised. It's true, almost no one here knows how to use hockey, but luckily, we have an ideal person for that. Luffy smiled as he said this quietly to Lami and turned to the girls. Yamato, can you take him down? He asked, and Yamato, despite appearing quite dissatisfied with Luffy's attitude towards Lami, took the first steps. Maybe I'll do that, she mocked. Smoker looked at the approaching woman as he drew his Nanoshaku Jeet from his bag, ready to fight her before dealing with the rest of them. He was confident he could take them all down. In the next instant, Yamato advanced with surprising agility before Smoker could react. In the blink of an eye, a loud boom echoed across the beach. Yamato reappeared, her hockey-coated fist hitting the back of Smoker's neck with overwhelming force. The Marine officer fell, knocked out, unable to resist Yamato's formidable strength. Everyone looked at this scene with stunned eyes. Silence took over the beach, seeing the tough Marine, who had arrived in style and ready to fight everyone, knocked out so easily in less than a second. Megalo, Shirahoshi, Beppo, Nami, and Usopp, who had been fearing the Marine, were stunned by the turn of events. So weak, Yamato murmured. Ha 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 ha, he's weak now because he relies too much on Logia. Even without knowing hockey, I could deal with him with some difficulty, but I hope that in the future, he'll become strong enough to be a worthy opponent." Luffy laughed and commented, hoping that Smoker would be powerful in the future. This guy didn't become the Marine who followed Luffy for any reason. Just like Roger had Garp on his tail, Luffy had Smoker. Do you want this Marine to be strong?" Lami asked beside, not understanding. "Of course, I expect great challenges at sea as we sail. The journey is always more interesting that way," Luffy declared and looked at the ship and a girl who was spying from there. "Kuina, can you get some sea stone handcuffs from the ship's storage?" he shouted to the girl on the ship, and she nodded and ran to the storage. Junie and Yosaku were no longer present. They stayed in the village. Luffy gave them a proposal, and they accepted. As soon as Kuina threw the handcuffs from the ship, Usopp and Zoro tied up an unconscious Smoker. "Now let's take a photo with Smoker. Grandpa will want to kill me after this, as I attacked 3 different captains and base commanders in the East Blue, but it'll be fun to see his face." Luffy laughed, and they ended up putting Kuina in the photo with them from the top of the ship, one that featured the crew with a marine captain and some fishmen, striking a pose after being convinced by Luffy. "Ha ha ha ha. Let's wait for the marine ship to arrive. It's right there," Luffy announced, and everyone waited calmly for the ship heading towards the beach, a few hundred meters away, heading their way. 491 Chapter 70, Chapter Size. 2,646 words. Third person Pav. Kokoyashi Village, East Blue. When the Marines arrived, the crew witnessed the scene of their captain knocked out and captured by the Straw Hat Pirates. Surprise and bewilderment dominated the faces of the Marines as they saw Smoker in such a situation, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the surroundings as they processed the unexpected turn of events. "Is that Captain Smoker?" they shouted, even though they knew the answer, and quickly rushed to confront the pirates as the ship's ramp fell from the beach. 50 Marines stood in front of Luffy like a dissatisfied crowd, ready to attack and retrieve their captain, even though they were quite scared since their captain wasn't someone in the East Blue who could be defeated due to his smoke logia. Yet, here he was knocked out after a few minutes off the ship. This was unbelievable. "Release Captain Smoker, you scum!" a girl yelled in front of the Marines, leaving many Straw Hat Pirates stunned. "Hey, why am I seeing a Kuina dressed in the burden of the Navy?" Zoro asked incredulously and instantly looked at the ship, making sure Kuina was still there hidden. Kuina herself looked equally shaken on the ship. "She looks so much like me. Did I have a twin sister, and I didn't know?" she wondered, but no one in particular answered. "Incredible, Kuina-sama has a sister," Shirahoshi seemed amazed. "Hello, Kuina's sister," Yamato happily shouted. "Kuina, you didn't tell me you had a sister in the Navy?" Nejiko asked, looking at the Black Pearl. "I don't have a sister, at least not that I know of," she replied quietly, and no one could hear her because she didn't want to draw attention. "The sea is very mysterious, and it's all these mysteries that I seek answers to," Luffy announced, gaining some curiosity about the relationship between the two, as it was never shown in the story. "What are you talking about, pirates? Release Captain Smoker immediately," Tashigi growled, making all the other Marines point their weapons at the pirates. "Let's make a deal. I know you have a Den Den Mushi that can contact the headquarters. I'll free your captain once I talk to them," Luffy said, and the Marines looked surprised and skeptical. "As if we could trust a pirate who killed dozens of Navy soldiers. You're the worst scum in this sea. Especially with Roronoa, Zoro and Lami, 2 ex-bounty hunters who managed to fall even further to become pirates," she spoke angrily. "So you're not concerned about your captain? What fine Navy soldiers you are. I expected that from Akainu, not from you," Luffy mocked. "What do you mean? Simple, give me the Den Den Mushi. Otherwise, forget about your captain. I'll invade another marine base and contact them there, or I can simply take you all down, so it's better to appreciate my courtesy, as I'm in a good mood today," Luffy simply said. Although he could knock them down and board the ship, he still asked them before knocking all of them out. "Damn pirate. Fine, bring the Den Den Mushi." In the end, Tashigi yielded for Smoker's safety. After a Marine returned and went to the pirates with the special Den Den Mushi, Luffy took the initiative and dialed a specific number he obtained from Shell City's base 153. "That damn pirate. What do you plan to do?" Smoker, waking up at that moment, growled like a madman, as he had been captured by pirates and saw Luffy using the Navy's communication device. Kacha *. Hello. This is the communications room at headquarters. Are you speaking from Captain Smoker's personal phone from the base stationed in Logatown? Am I speaking to him? Oh no, I'm the pirate monkey D. Luffy. Did I talk to you when I held base 153 hostage a few weeks ago? Luffy asked calmly. You're Garp's grandson, aren't you? The man on the other end spoke, and the snail showed an expression of anger. That's right, can I talk to Sengoku for a moment? I have Captain Smoker as my hostage this time, Luffy said, smiling. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi seemed to go off the line, returning 1 minute later with Luffy patiently waiting for the call to resume. Garp's grandson, you damned, what are you doing now? Sengoku roared. Hello, Sengoku, it's been a while. Is my grandfather not there today? Luffy simply asked, ignoring the rage of the highest-ranking man in the Navy. No, he's not. Now answer me. What are you doing? You not only attacked Base 16 just now, killing many Marines, but you captured Smoker. Do you know what will happen to you? And not even your damned grandfather can save you, Sengoku shouted like a madman, causing many people around him to have various reactions. The Marines were surprised and stunned that this pirate managed to talk to the highest-ranking person in the organization so quickly, and now he was saying that this pirate was Garp's grandson, the hero of the Navy. Even Smoker lying on the beach seemed stunned. Meanwhile, on the Straw Hat side, their crew seemed to show fear, watching Luffy talk to the fleet admiral so casually. Zoro. Man, this guy is talking to the fleet admiral as if he's arranging a duel. Reiju. I hope this captain doesn't cause a problem too big for us. Hugo. Did he really say he's Garp's grandson? That explains a lot, but it also complicates everything. Usopp. What's happening? This is madness. Capture Smoker and talk to Sengoku so nonchalantly. Lami. I think our captain really knows how to attract attention, in all the wrong ways. Nami. Will this end well for us? Luffy always surprises us, but this time, it's too much. Yamato. I don't understand any of this. Can someone explain what's happening? Don't get so angry. I just defended myself against that captain, and about Base 16, I'm sure you'll want to execute all those Marines after this little conversation in this call. Luffy smiled. What do you mean? The voice growled. Simple, I have documents from that base that will compromise the dignity of the Navy. Morgan will love to publish how the precious Navy became a criminal organization in some places in the world. Think about the scandal that this will bring to the world. Even Morgan won't refrain from publishing something like this, despite all the threats you and the world government can make. Luffy said, surprising everyone present. What do you have? What are you talking about? Sengoku didn't seem as angry now. He showed a bit of nervousness in his voice. I guess you won't believe me, so I'll send copies of some documents and show these Marines how your organization is clean and always fights for justice, Luffy said, handing papers to the Den Den Mushi, which were copies of the documents seized at Naval Base 16. Meanwhile, he took another Den Den Mushi used for recording and transmission and set it up for everyone to see. It was a snail that Nami held when Luffy saved Nejico from Nezumi. In the scene transmitted by the snail, everyone saw how several Marines simply pointed their guns at two begging and unarmed civilians with their captain, Nezumi, giving the order, and they shot those civilians. Of course, this shocked all the Marines and those who were not present in the fight. Smoker couldn't help but growl at this. Yes, your precious Marines under the command of Base 16 kill and rob citizens through the justice of the Navy. They even kept a batch of slaves. Didn't you see a Navy ship full of them coming here? Luffy mocked. Luffy was interrupted when a voice echoed from the other side of the Den Den Mushi, shortly after receiving the documents by fax. Arms smuggling, illegal sale of Navy equipment, bribery, blackmail, human trafficking, and collaboration with certain pirate groups. Captain Nezumi even had connections to the black market of the New World. Sengoku shouted from the other side, revealing a shocking list of crimes. Had connections. He doesn't anymore because he's dead at the hands of the slaves he had imprisoned at that base. Can you believe it? A Navy base has become a human trafficking depot. Luffy mocked, the irony weighing in his words. Smoker, I want you to arrest all the Marines from that base as soon as you leave there. It's a direct order, Sengoku said, completely ignoring Luffy's taunts. Even Tashigi seemed stunned. She was initially determined to bring justice to the pirates attacking the Navy in this sea. But now she realized the terrible situation Base 16 had fallen into. Shock and perplexity were visible on her face as she processed the extent of the crimes that had occurred. Smoker didn't issue a verbal response, but his silence clearly indicated his intention to comply with the received orders. The atmosphere became tense as everyone awaited the next developments. After a brief silence, Sengoku directed his words again to Luffy, now with a harsher tone. "And what do you want? I'm sure you didn't do all this just to throw it in my face," he snarled, evidencing his frustration. "Very clever. I want the following. I have a crew member who suffered because of your Navy's incompetence. They were at the mercy of fishman pirates for many years, losing many friends looted and killed. So, I want 1 billion berries for their hometown," revealed Luffy, his voice laden with determination. 1 billion, everyone shouted simultaneously, expressing disbelief at the colossal amount. "Luffy? You're joking, right?" Nami exclaimed alarmed, unable to believe the audacity of the proposal. "I'm serious, of course," replied Luffy, standing firm in his decision. "No, this is impossible," Sengoku said from the other side, clearly uncomfortable with the demand. I thought 1 billion wasn't that much money for the Navy. Ask yourself this. Would you rather spend 1 billion on capturing Jack, dealing with Kaido's beast pirates, or on documents that would compromise the integrity of the Navy worldwide? If you had a choice, which side would you spend that money on? Luffy asked calmly, throwing a direct and provocative challenge. The presented dilemma left everyone present in suspense, awaiting the response that would shape the future of the negotiation. Silence hung for a moment, laden with expectation and tension. "Fine, I'll send that money to that village, and you'll hand over all the original papers to Smoker," declared Sengoku, his words echoing in the room. Luffy nodded, accepting the imposed condition. "That's great, we have a deal. I hope you keep your word," replied Luffy, keeping a vigilant eye on Sengoku. The agreement was established, but trust between them remained fragile. "Yes, the money will be sent as soon as possible," assured Sengoku. Luffy showed no concern, understanding that this village had suffered due to the organization's incompetence, and delivering the amount was the least he could do to correct this injustice. "Anyway, goodbye." Luffy simply hung up the phone, ending the conversation abruptly. The tension in the air eased a bit, but the outcome was yet to be seen. Next, Luffy released Smoker, turning his attention to the captain with a smile on his face. "Well, Smoker, it looks like we won't be fighting each other now. Still, I expect a fight the next time we meet." Luffy spoke with a small smile, satisfied to see his plans unfolding as he had planned. The atmosphere in the room was charged with intrigue and expectations for the future encounters between these remarkable characters. Smoker didn't hide his dissatisfaction, but even reluctantly, he complied with the order. He understood that facing this group could be a disastrous undertaking, especially after witnessing the presence of true monsters among them, like that tall woman with horns who stood out as a threat that could easily take him down. "Let's go. We have an order to fulfill. Give me the papers and documents," declared Smoker, swallowing his pride in the situation. He returned to his crew, a frustrated expression on his face, and requested the documents from Luffy, who handed them over without hesitation. As the Navy ship sailed away, accompanied by the captured but still living merfolk, Luffy observed the scene. His eyes fixed on the horizon for a moment before returning his attention to his own crew.
"Now let's depart. I have a few things to do before leaving the island and heading to Kuina's home," announced Luffy, outlining the next steps of the journey. His companions nodded in unison, ready to follow the captain's orders. Luffy's ship prepared to set sail, its sails extended in the wind. The ensuing silence was filled only by the sound of waves breaking on the shore. The group was heading toward their next objective. 491 Chapter 71, Chapter Size. 2004 words. Third person POV. Kokoyashi Village, East Blue. As the marine ship moved away from the shore, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates wasted no time and gave the order to move forward. "Let's set sail," Luffy commanded, and the imposing ship began to move away from that specific part of the island. Curious, Nami didn't hesitate to inquire, "Luffy, why did you order us to return to Arlong's old base on the other side of the island?" "Simple. I'm sure Arlong has a considerable treasure hidden there. He stole money and looted pirates for years. Am I wrong, Hachi?" Luffy directed the question to the fishman, who shrank back at the captain's words and looked cautious.
Hachi, having submitted to joining this group of pirates, predominantly composed of humans despite the presence of Neptune's daughter, found it quite peculiar. "Well, it's just that." He hesitated in his response, unsure of how to handle the situation. "You're the only one left from Arlong's group, and your savings are worthless now. So, let's put them to good use. I would have initially given it to the village, but since the Marines are already sending a good amount of money, I thought of keeping whatever Arlong has stored there for the crew's use," Luffy said, and Hachi had no choice but to agree. Arriving with the ship at the edge of the destroyed Arlong Park, Hachi mentioned that the treasure was at the bottom of the sea. "Understood. Clever for a fishman. Can you and Shirahoshi get them?" Luffy asked him and the Mermaid Princess. "Well, Luffy-san, I'm not sure it's wise to leave the princess with tasks like these," Hachi said cautiously, as he never imagined the Mermaid Princess serving a pirate so far from home. He still held great respect for the royal family of the Fishmen Island. "Don't worry, Hachi-sama. If Luffy-sama needs my help, I'll help him," she said excitedly, and Hachi realized he couldn't argue with her about it. Shirahoshi transformed into a huge mermaid again, falling into the water along with Hachi shortly after. It didn't take long for the two to emerge from the water, and 3 huge chests fell onto the deck with the princess carrying 2, one in each hand. "So much gold," some exclaimed, but Luffy took the gold and made it disappear, as most were already accustomed to at this point, without wasting time. "There were 600 million here, a good amount," he commented with the addition of the gold to the system's store. "And now?" Nami asked again, no longer as shocked as when she saw Luffy make the money disappear for the first time. She had already gotten used to it. "Turn the ship towards the center of the East Blue. Let's continue our journey there and settle some things before heading to the Grand Line," Luffy announced. "Yes." Nami gave the direction for someone to turn the helm in that direction. "With the ship on course, let's make the most of the rest of the day and have another feast. We have to celebrate the addition of Nijiko, Hugo, and Hachi with the permanent return of Lami and Beppo now," Luffy announced. There were 14 people and animals in front of him. His crew was quite large and full of potential, which pleased him greatly, a perfect excuse for another feast, in Luffy's opinion. "That's right, Captain," Beppo shouted excitedly. "Another one?" Nijiko asked, knowing they had a feast the night before. "You have to get used to it. Luffy throws feasts for any reason," Nami said beside her. "That sounds good," Hugo said next to her, watching people getting excited. For the rest of the journey, Luffy ate and drank with everyone, getting even more familiar with the new members. The feast lasted the entire day and night, with several barrels of alcoholic beverages on the deck. At the end of the night, Luffy ended up in his bed with Nijiko, Yamato, and a Nami whom he brought after she confessed while drunk, and they surrendered to each other, making her his 3rd official wife. While the Black Pearl sailed calmly on the sea, the morning sun in the east began to illuminate the dark sky. Luffy was awake in bed, surrounded by 3 women, while they slept soundly beside him. He was analyzing his system since he opened his eyes. Store bounties. 225 million plus 30 million, Krieg's crew, plus 98 million, Nami's economy that she decided to hand over to Luffy after everything, plus 623 million, Arlong's economy. "I have a total of 973 million in the store again. That's a good number. There's still 45 million that we stole from Naval Base 16, but I'll leave them stored in the ship's treasury in case I need real money in an emergency," Luffy thought excitedly. It was a good harvest, and he would save the money for future use when he amassed more. Exiting the store screen and opening another system screen, with all the crew members, Luffy began analyzing his crew and everyone's strength. Crew: Monkey D. Luffy, Captain, Devil Fruit. Moa Moa No Mi, D. Eikon Eikon No Mi, Model. Chaos Ifrit, D. D+. Vitality, S. Strength, B. Defense, A. Speed, C. Spirit, B. New, Swordsmanship, E. Haoshoku Haki, Locked, Voice of all things, Locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Yamato, Vice Captain, Devil Fruit. Inu Inu no Mi, Model. Okuchi no Mikami, B. Vitality, S. Strength, A. Defense, S. Speed, B. Spirit, A. Swordsmanship, B. Kenbunshoku Haki, D. Busashoku Haki, C. Haoshoku Haki, D. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Shirahoshi. No specific role. Devil fruit. None. Vitality. S. Strength. E. Defense. D. Speed. E. Spirit. S. Poseidon. Locked. Haoshoku Haki. Locked. As a member of his crew, all her talents increase by 100%. Megalo. Pet. Devil fruit. None. Vitality. C. Strength. C. Defense. D. Speed. D. Spirit. D. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Zoro. Swordsman. Devil fruit. None. Vitality. D. Strength. C-. Defense. D. Speed. C-. Spirit. C. Swordsmanship. Santoryu. C. Haoshoku Haki. Locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Trafalgar Lami. Doctor. Devil fruit. Op no Mi. C. Vitality. C. Strength. C. Defense. C. Speed. B. Spirit. C. Swordsmanship. D. Haoshoku Haki. Locked. As a member of his crew, all her talents increase by 100%. Beppo. Assistant. Devil fruit. None. Vitality. D. Strength. E. Defense. E. Speed. E. Spirit. C. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Chow Chow. Guard dog. Devil fruit. None. Vitality. D. Strength. E. plus Defense. E. Speed. E. Spirit. E. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Usopp. Sniper. Devil fruit. None. Vitality. E. Strength. E. plus Defense. E. plus Speed. D. Spirit. E. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Nami. Navigator. Devil fruit. Eikon Eikon No Mi. Model. Garuda. E. D. Vitality. C. B. Strength. C. Defense. C. Speed. B. Spirit. B. As a member of his crew, all her talents increase by 100%. Reiju. Cook. Devil fruit. None. Vitality. C. Strength. C. Defense. D. Speed. C. Spirit. D. Haoshoku Haki. Locked. As a member of his crew, all her talents increase by 100%. Hugo. No specific role. Devil fruit. None. Vitality. D. Strength. B. Defense. C. Speed. D. Spirit. C. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Nijiko. No specific role. Devil fruit. None. Vitality. E. Strength. E. Defense. E. Speed. E. Spirit. E. As a member of his crew, all her talents increase by 100%. Hachi. Marine support. Devil fruit. None. Vitality. D. Strength. D. Defense. D. Speed. C. Spirit. D. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. System rules. The system's classification level works from letter E to X, with X being the mortal limit. Understanding within this classification from the lowest to the highest, right below. E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. X. I gained the swordsmanship ability since I fought Mihawk, but it's at the lowest level, and I haven't started refining it yet. But my skill with the fruit increased a grade with the Ifrit transformation, Luffy thought. But anyway, we have 14 crew members. If everything goes well, I'll enter the Grand Line with a total of 16 members. Very different from Luffy with 5 in the original. Luffy murmured, quite pleased. He had much more wealth and members than he had seen in the anime, not to mention that his strength was much more powerful, at least with him and Yamato, who could enter the war at the top and come out alive, as long as they didn't conflict with the major forces. Luffy, what are you muttering there? Nijiko woke up sleepily with Luffy talking to himself. Just thinking out loud, my dear Nijiko. I think it's time to wake up, I'll leave first. Luffy said, getting out of bed while tossing the women aside. Luffy, let me stay a little longer. Nami murmured sleepily, while Yamato just snored beside her without caring. Feel free, but be out for training time. I have some things to go over with everyone. Luffy announced and began to dress to leave the room. Nijiko was the only one who accompanied him. Reaching the end of the corridor, the pair could hear some commotion on the ship's deck. Are you talking about me? Curly eyebrow? Shut up, stupid doctor? Luffy stumbled upon a fight early in the morning, between his cook and his doctor, as soon as he left his cabin and saw the two women ready to fight each other. Many were still sleeping at this moment in their rooms, but Luffy saw that Usopp was using a telescope to look at the sea with Chow Chow above the mast, with no place for the fight. Below the main mast, Hugo was adjusting the ship's sail, while Beppo was beside him, hidden from the brawl. Additionally, Zoro was sprawled on the ground next to a barrel of loot, still asleep. While the women engaged in an argument, Luffy wondered how this started. "Luffy, are they always like this?" Negico asked beside him. "Unfortunately." Luffy answered with a headache and went back to talking to the women. "What is this early in the morning?" Luffy stepped into the middle of the fight, as no one else wanted to get involved between the awake individuals. I see the womanizing captain has arrived," Lami said grumpily while crossing her arms. Reiju just remained silent. "Please, the sun is still rising on the horizon. Can someone tell me how this happened?" Luffy said, yawning. "She started it, just tell Curly Eyebrow not to provoke me," Lami said disdainfully. "Tisk, acts like I started this fight, emo girl." Luffy, seeing the situation, averted his gaze elsewhere. "Beppo, who started this fight?" Luffy asked the bear hiding behind the mast next to Hugo. Beppo began to sweat, especially when the two women glared at him. "I'm sorry," he shouted and ran away, and Luffy just sighed once again. "Please, get along. We're a united crew," Luffy argued. Both stared at each other for a few seconds. "No way," they shouted at the same time. Luffy sighed again, having no idea how these two could get along. Author's note. I put 600 million. I believe this could be reasonable. I've seen fanfics that had Arlong with billions of berries, which I always found surreal. In fact, I still don't understand how Kokoyashi Village can donate 100,000 per month for each adult, as there doesn't seem to be any economy on this island. But I'll follow the anime's logic. 491 Chapter 72, Chapter Size. 2,602 words. Third person Pav. Somewhere in this sea, East Blue. Once the dispute between the two women calmed down a bit, Luffy managed to address his entire crew at that moment. Now, with everyone gathered, Luffy looked at the 14 people in front of him, 13 official crew members plus the unofficial member Kuina, and continued. "Let's start the training from this manual finally." He showed the book that cost 2 billion. "The training some of you did was only to prepare your bodies for these techniques. From now on, the real training begins and will be much more rigorous." Luffy smiled at the mostly pale faces. They might fear his training, but there was no doubt about their progress, as they had gone from fragile individuals to being able to withstand some pressure, given that everyone could evolve 6 times faster with Luffy's fruit in the system. "Are you saying the training will be much more rigorous?" Shirahoshi was the first to cry at this, quite scared at the idea of having to endure even more of her captain's training, even though she liked him. "Sharky." Megalo tried to console her friend. It's not that bad," Lami said. "That's because you only trained with him in the early days. He became terrible after you left. Do you have any idea what it was like to have no strength while he forced us to continue the training?" Nami protested with some tears in her eyes. "Not that I'm complaining, but Nami is right." Kuina spoke beside her, as she went through the attitude change with Luffy and told Nami about her routine before they first met their navigator in Orange Town. "If I get stronger from this, I don't mind heavy training," Hugo said, crossing his arms. "I say the same, if it means kicking that old bastard, there's no doubt I'll train," Yamato also spoke. "Anyway, all the techniques are here in this book, but I plan to develop you into 6 groups, where I believe each technique we will develop suits you best to start the training," Luffy said and looked at everyone before continuing. First technique, Soru. I, Zoro, Kuina, Nami, Lami, and Usopp will start with this. Second technique, Geppo, Yamato, Shirahoshi, Reiju. You'll group with the second. These first 2 techniques are about speed and mobility, so I chose these groups to initially train with them, which, in my view, are the techniques you will use the most. Third technique, Tekai, Hugo and Megalo. This duo will train the defensive technique, Tekai. Fourth technique, Rankyaku, Beppo and Hachi. Fifth technique, Shigen, Chow Chow. Both the fourth and fifth techniques are offensive. Beppo will learn the technique conventionally, but I will train the others in an unconventional way. Hachi will train with the cut of his sword, and Chow Chow will train with his bite. And, lastly, the sixth technique, Kami-e, will be with Nijiko. Nijiko will finalize with a flexibility technique. Everyone will go through the training of all the techniques. There is a seventh, but we'll have to cultivate all six first before moving on to the last. Luffy said, waiting for questions to come. Luffy began explaining all the techniques and addressing the crew's questions. The first group accepted well, as it mostly consisted of swordsmen in the crew, and a high-speed technique would always come in handy. Before training Geppo, the second group was quite satisfied with the idea of being able to move through the air. All three girls would be much more useful with this type of mobility, although Luffy saw a challenge in training Shirahoshi since she didn't have legs, but if she mastered it, she could be very useful in battle, as this girl needed to become very strong. The other four techniques were also accepted after Luffy explained them to the rest of the group. Shall we train on the deck, or shall we inaugurate that room, Captain? Usopp asked. Those familiar with the ship knew there was a large room in the center of the ship, something Luffy built with the transformation of the ship. It's time to show how useful that room is since we didn't have the chance to use it before, so let's go to the training room, Luffy said with a smile, and everyone followed him inside the ship. The training room was spacious and meticulously organized to provide the ideal environment for the Straw Hat Crew's skill improvement. With its generous 30 meters in length, it occupied most of the central structure of the Black Pearl, a ship that already boasted an impressive 50 meters. The walls were lined with sturdy panels, and strategically positioned windows ensured adequate ventilation during intense training. In the center of the room, a variety of training equipment was neatly arranged. Benches with weights, punching bags, and agility equipment occupied different areas, catering to the specific needs of each training style. Luffy, always attentive to efficiency, had invested millions in high-quality instruments to ensure the crew made the most of that space. Carefully reading the manual, Luffy took on the role of an instructor, prepared to guide each member of the Straw Hat Crew in their respective training. The training room was imbued with an intense energy, reflecting the crew's determination to strengthen themselves. In the first group, consisting of Zoro, Kuina, Nami, Lami, and Usopp, the task was to take 10 quick steps while carrying weights on their ankles. This activity was complemented by the permanent weight increase granted by Luffy's fruit ability, coupled with the training system. Soru. Objective: increase movement speed. Training routine: short distance sprints at maximum intensity, agility training and quick changes of direction. Endurance training to sustain speed for extended periods. Incorporate the Soru technique into combat simulations. The second group, comprised of Yamato, Shirahoshi, and Reiju, faced a peculiar challenge. With additional weights, they would attempt to perform jumps in the air, envisioning a second thrust while suspended. Luffy, determined to intensify the training, removed the air bubble that surrounded Shirahoshi, ensuring an extra challenge for the 18-year-old. Geppo. Objective: develop the ability to jump in the air. Training routine: plyometric exercises to strengthen leg muscles. High and long jump training. Practice consecutive jumps to improve coordination in the air. Specific training to enhance the Geppo technique. Even in the face of difficulties, you will train 6 times faster, especially with the best manual in the world, one that the Marines don't even have access to. Luffy encouraged Shirahoshi, acknowledging the importance of the challenge. Meanwhile, Hugo, dedicated to strengthening his body, faced blows from one of the machines in the room. The other crew members immersed themselves in specific training, each adapted to their unique abilities. Tekai. Objective: improve physical endurance and defensive technique. Training routine: endurance training to strengthen muscles and bones. Positioning and maintaining posture during simulated attacks. Resistance practice against controlled impacts. Incorporation of Tekai in simulated combat situations. Hachi and Beppo formed the fourth group, training their kicks and sword techniques. Rankyaku. Objective: develop long-range slashing attacks. Training routine: agility training to refine leg movements. Precise cutting practice on designated targets. Combat simulations to integrate Rankyaku into sequences. Strengthening the speed of executing kicks and slashing cuts. The fifth group came with only Chow Chow, enhancing his bite on training dummies in the room. Shigen. Objective: improve fast and precise finger attacks. Training routine: practice quick and precise strikes against small targets. Hand-eye coordination exercises to enhance precision. Incorporation of Shigen into close-quarters combat sequences. Specific training to strengthen fingers and hands. Lastly, Nijiko will be developing her flexibility. Kami-e. Objective. Perfect the dodging technique and body flexibility. Training routine. Flexibility. Daily stretches to improve muscle flexibility. Yoga practice or similar techniques to increase elasticity. Twisting and bending exercises to adapt the body to agility. Dodging. Fast dodging drills against simulated attacks. Use of moving objects to enhance the technique. Combat simulations with varied opponents to test dodging. Coordination. Training to improve coordination between vision and movement. Agility exercises to increase quick response to stimuli. Dodging practice in various environments for adaptability. Speed. Short distance running drills to increase speed. Integration of Kami-e into fast and dynamic movements. Combination of dodging and counterattacks to enhance effectiveness. Inspired by his crew's determination, Luffy implemented an intensive training routine to enhance each member's specific skills. With the addition of extra gravitational force to the training room, the atmosphere was electrically charged with the promise of progress and development. In the coming days, this rigorous training would become the daily routine of the Straw Hat crew. A conscious choice as they opted to return to the center of the East Blue instead of advancing to Logatown and the Grand Line. Luffy guided his crew through this intense training process, preparing them for the future challenges that awaited in the Grand Line. As the Black Pearl sailed towards the next marine base, the atmosphere on board was tense and expectant. Smoker, using the Den Mushi, communicated with Fleet Admiral Sengoku to report the capture of the pirates and the evidence of their crimes. "We've captured them all, Fleet Admiral. We have substantial evidence and many documents supporting the reported crimes," Smoker informed with a frustrated expression. An irritated voice resonated from the other end of the line, expressing indignation at the acts committed by the pirates. "Damn that Nezumi and his crew. It's a shame they're dead, or I would have dealt with them myself." Facing the situation, Smoker inquired of his superior about the next steps. "What can we do now?" Sengoku, still annoyed with the situation, replied, "It's annoying, but it seems those pirates were right. For now, let them go." Sengoku's decision reflected concern about the repercussions of crimes committed by a marine base in the East Blue. The threat made by a rookie pirate also weighed on his mind, creating a humiliating situation for the Marines. For now, the choice was to let the Straw Hats continue on their way, postponing potential future actions while the Marines dealt with the internal consequences of this episode. "Let them go, are you sure?" Smoker expressed disbelief at Sengoku's decision. "Return to Logatown. Someone is heading to this sea and should already be arriving through the comm belt itself. He'll resolve this quickly. You don't need to worry about it," Smoker assured Sengoku. With a resigned huff, Smoker accepted the order, even without much choice. However, before departing, Sengoku requested information about the Straw Hat crew. "Before that, explain to me about the crew, as there's a chance this person may not be able to capture them. I want a report already, as we need to increase their bounties," demanded Sengoku as Smoker returned to his ship. According to the sailors at this base, these pirates launched an attack upon approaching. The power of the cannons on their ship was undoubtedly superior to the Marines in this sea. Smoker began his explanation, detailing the recent events. The prisoners and naval criminals said everyone passed out as soon as the group arrived. "What? Could that be Haki?" Smoker was incredulous upon hearing the news and didn't hesitate to share it with Sengoku. "Let them go, are you sure?" Smoker questioned Sengoku's decision to let the Straw Hats go. "Return to Logatown. Someone is heading to this sea and should already be arriving through the comm belt itself. He'll resolve this quickly. You don't need to worry about it, Smoker." Sengoku instructed Smoker, making it clear that the situation was under control. "All right." Smoker huffed, with no choice. "Before that, explain to me about the crew, as there's a chance this person may not be able to capture them. I want a report already, as we need to increase their bounties." Sengoku requested information about the Straw Hat crew, indicating that bounties could be adjusted. According to the sailors at this base, these pirates launched an attack upon approaching. The power of the cannons on their ship was undoubtedly superior to the Marines in this sea. Smoker began to report the recent events. The prisoners and naval criminals said everyone passed out as soon as the group arrived. What? Could that be Haki? Sengoku exclaimed with surprise, concerned about the possibility of Haki being used by the Straw Hats. This is much more terrible than I imagined. They're already a threat. I need to know more. Sengoku's voice caught Smoker off guard, but he continued to give his report on the situation. When we arrived at the Kokoyashi archipelago, we quickly realized that there had been a battle on the island where Arlong had established himself. According to the surviving fishmen, only one member of the Straw Hat crew took down all of Arlong's pirates, and it wasn't the captain. Smoker began sharing his team's discoveries. When I asked the captives, former companions of Arlong, they said that when the fight was almost won, a giant monster appeared. Some had hallucinations that, in reality, there were two monsters fighting each other in the midst of the chaos, changing the landscape of that island forever. Smoker revealed the disturbing account from the former captives. From what I heard and saw on the island, it's very likely that this fishman is right. About a large landmass, forests, and even mountains on the island were devastated by the battle, and there were giant footprints on the ground, according to my subordinates. He continued, expressing reluctance in the face of the magnitude of the event. Garp, you damn it, what kind of monster have you created? Sengoku couldn't help but mutter, reflecting on the possible implications of this overwhelming power beyond the understanding of the East Blue. Tell me how they captured you, considering you have a Logia. Sengoku was concerned. I don't know. The pirate captain called a woman to fight me. She had horns and was almost as tall as an admiral. A second after she started walking, she looked annoyed and disappeared, and I couldn't even react when I lost consciousness. He said, a bit embarrassed. So there's a user of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki among them at least. Damn, Garp had better deal with this potentially threatening group before they reach the Grand Line. I feel like this group is even more dangerous than what we're seeing in the reports. Sengoku growled, feeling that this group was much more dangerous than he imagined, and they were doing as they pleased in this sea currently. If they grew, they would be an even worse threat. Even that bounty hunter is with them. Damn pirates who still took berries from the Marines through bounties. They don't care about pirates or Marines. They attack everyone they encounter on their way. I'll increase their bounties for the key figures we have information on, Sengoku concluded. With the decision made, the call was ended, and Smoker immediately began issuing orders to his crew. Get ready, declared Smoker firmly. We're heading to Logatown to transport all the prisoners. Toshigi, his loyal subordinate, asked, and what about the pirates, Captain Smoker? It seems the headquarters has already designated someone to deal with them, replied Smoker with determination. Our duty now is to ensure that these corrupt Marines and the remaining pirates of Arlong are escorted and detained and impelled down. As he spoke, they boarded the ships with the prisoners, ready to return to Logatown. 491 Chapter 73, Chapter Size. 4,449 words. Third-person POV. In various parts of the world, the conversation between Smoker and Sengoku took place a few days ago while the Black Pearl continued to cut through the waters of the sea in the subsequent days. The days unfolded in an intense routine of training and rest periods for the Straw Hats. Although there were no alarming results, Luffy kept the group's determination high. He could perceive the constant evolution of each member, progress that brought a small smile to his face. The daily routine consisted of training, resting, lunch, resuming training, enjoying the free afternoon, returning to training, resting, and, at the end of the night, celebrating with a modest feast. Luffy would end the day by sharing the night with 3 beautiful women. I'm enjoying this world more and more. Luffy reflected on the building of his crew and the relationships he cultivated, feeling satisfied. Luffy, the sudden call interrupted his thoughts. While enjoying some free time in the afternoon, the captain was sitting on the ship's deck, rereading the manual of the 6 styles. His companions, basking in the sun beside him, also turned their heads in the direction of the call. Wearing nothing more than Hawaiian-style floral shorts, Luffy raised his sunglasses to see Nami approaching with a newspaper and a conflicted expression. Speak, my woman. Luffy smiled at the nickname. She seemed hesitant at first but gave him a dissatisfied look at that comment. In recent days, she had been extremely embarrassed since he slept with her when they were both drunk. However, Luffy had made her accustomed to the new routine. Despite this woman acting normally, she was in love with her captain. She even shared the bed with 2 other companions. She sighed at her shameless captain and spoke. Your bounty increased. Zoro also had an increase, and Lami got a third bounty for the group. She said, and Luffy quickly grabbed the newspaper and wanted posters. As Nami spoke these words, everyone who was busy with some task or pastime at that moment dropped what they were doing and surrounded their captain with curiosity. Look at our picture. Luffy laughed, seeing the whole group with various people behind the fishmen and Captain Smoker. It was all of them except Kuina, who ended up taking the photo. In the picture printed in the newspaper, the scene captured on the beach came to life in vivid detail. The white, fine sand stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky displayed a dazzling blue, contrasting with the intense green of the palm trees swaying gently along the coast. In the center of the image, the Straw Hats group was positioned in a relaxed and confident manner. Luffy, with his characteristic straw hat, sported a wide smile while pointing at something out of the frame, likely articulating some bold plan. Around him, the crew members struck unique poses and expressions that captured the diversity of personalities, from Zoro's tough posture to Usopp's contagious enthusiasm. The fishmen and Captain Smoker were also visible in the image in front of the group, adding an unusual touch to the scene. The looks of the prisoners and the marine, clearly shaken by the unexpected turn of events, added a dramatic touch to the composition. Kuina, not being with them, positioned herself a little apart, holding the camera with which she captured that decisive moment. The result was an image that defied expectations, leaving the Straw Hats crew's mark on the East Blue. How did she end up in the newspaper? Kuina asked. I sent it through a contact to a Morgan news branch, Luffy stated shamelessly. It's a beautiful photo, Zoro commented, looking at his tough pose. Ha 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 ha. We look like a mafia, Hugo seemed excited. I'm in the newspaper, Usopp exclaimed. But isn't it cool, Usopp-sama? Shirahoshi asked curiously. Sharky. Megalo grumbled. Hachi remained silent as always. Of course not. Nami protested the young mermaid's question. Don't get angry, you look beautiful in this photo, Nijiko said to her sister. I hid my face. I hope that old bastard doesn't recognize me, Yamato said with a smile. Luffy agreed to that during the photo, and she used her usual mask. Oh. Beppo seemed to have stars in his eyes seeing their group photo. Ow, yeah, it seems we're being hunted now, Lami said. Too bad you look kind of ridiculous with that sword on your back, Reiju teased. Speak the addicted smoker in the photo. You look more like a captive than a pirate in that picture, Lami snarled. What did you say? Want to fight? The rest of the crew sighed at the two women who seemed like cat and mouse at that moment. Luffy ignored the women and began reading the newspaper like the front page. In a surprising development, the mysterious figure known as Lami, previously considered a bounty hunter seeking justice, was revealed as an infiltrated member of the Straw Hat Pirates, secretly acting to collect bounties for pirates captured by the crew. This shocking twist adds a new element of mystery to the already enigmatic pirate group. The Straw Hat Pirates, currently composed of 14 members, have emerged as a devastating force in the East Blue, leaving a trail of chaos and destruction in their wake. Their actions include the destruction of 2 marine bases and the ruthless elimination of 4 of the most feared pirate crews in this region. Fear spreads as the extraordinary feats of this crew defy all known conventions. With unparalleled strength, they have become a formidable threat to the established order in the East Blue. The sea is in a state of shock and apprehension in the face of the uncertainty of who will be able to contain the fury of this indomitable group. As the notoriety of the Straw Hat Pirates grows, the East Blue faces a period of despair and uncertainty. The question lingering in everyone's mind is, who can face this threat and restore order to this tumultuous sea? Monkey D. Luffy. 50 million berries, dead or alive. Roronoa Zoro. 10 million berries, dead or alive. Trafalgar Lami. 30 million berries, dead or alive. I've increased my bounty by 5 times. Now I'm the most wanted pirate in this sea. Luffy laughed, radiating contagious joy. Not bad, but I still only have 10 million. Zoro complained, examining his own wanted poster. At least you have one. Beppo commented, looking at Zoro's poster with a bit of envy. I don't know how this serious woman has one, and I don't. Reiju expressed her frustration, somewhat irritated. I was a bounty hunter. It's clear they're annoyed with me. But you're not even important enough to have one. Lami teased, with a mischievous smile. Do you want to be kicked into the sea? Reiju snarled, preparing for the confrontation. Wanna try, inconsequential woman? Lami retorted, initiating a chaotic clash of kicks and sword strikes, with Lami using her fencing, and Reiju employing her agility and combat footwork to defend and attack. It was after an hour that the women stopped fighting, and Usopp shouted from the mast. Land ho, he said, and Kuina almost jumped, as Nami informed them that they were close to her homeland, her father's house. Meanwhile, the news in this newspaper was spreading to the far reaches of the world, reaching an island with the peculiar shape of a gigantic skull. In this sinister place, a man, known as one of the 4 dreadful emperors, watched the newspaper with evident disdain. It was the second time in a few days that a group of young pirates appeared on the front page of Morgan's news. Is there nothing else interesting to show in the newspapers? Why is there a picture of that bunch of brats on the front page again? The emperor questioned, displeased with the apparent insistence of the newspaper in highlighting this specific group. What makes this bunch special? They're not even in the Grand Line, Kaido grumbled as he lifted his gigantic sake cup to his mouth, expressing his lack of impression with the notoriety of the mentioned group. It seems Morgan is out of subjects. King commented beside, crossing his arms indifferently. Who is this? Kaido looked at the image with an initially disinterested expression, but as his eyes examined details, curiosity seized him. His piercing eyes scrutinized the figure in the photo. A person with white hair, wearing Wano-style garments, and a mysterious mask enveloping the head. At first, he thought of a little brat seeing this, but he dismissed the possibility, internally denying the idea that it could be her. However, as he fixed his gaze on the image, he noticed familiar nuances beginning to emerge. The stature, the outlines of the clothes, everything aligned in a haunting way. Could it be? No. That brat disappeared a few weeks ago. There's no way he's in the East Blue with a bunch of rookie pirates. A shadow of sadness crossed Kaido's colossal face as he remembered his daughter. Memories flooded his mind, and the initial look of disinterest gave way to heightened attention. Kaido vented in a guttural cry, tears streaming down his imposing face. The furious expression gave way to a complex mix of emotions, from anger to paternal concern. Onlookers watched cautiously, already familiar with the repetition of these turbulent scenes in recent days, fully understanding the generally grim outcome that followed. Damn brat. Yamato, how the hell did you manage to escape from your old man? Kaido bellowed, his voice echoing through the area. Tension hung in the air as he poured out his frustration and anxiety over his missing daughter. King, positioning himself as the intermediary and the only one capable of calming Kaido's turbulent emotions, tried to offer solace. Don't worry, Queen and Jack are searching all over the New World for Miss Yamato. She'll be found soon. King sought to dispel the dark clouds enveloping Kaido, well aware of the issues that had arisen since the news of Yamato's disappearance spread. It's a shame that King wasn't interested in the newspaper. In King's attentive eyes, if he had directed his attention to the photo, he would have promptly recognized young Yamato, even under the mask, as part of that peculiar group. Unlike Kaido, who resisted the idea, King, knowledgeable of the situation, would have identified her presence immediately, capturing details that transcended the physical barriers of the mask. On the majestic Cake Island, where extravagance and opulence were the norms, a commanding and grandiose woman expressed her displeasure at the news presented in the newspaper. Tisk, just rookies in such a weak sea. Call Morgan and tell him to publish more interesting things on the front pages of the next newspapers. Also, send an invitation to the next tea party next week. The woman's voice resonated through the location, echoing among the refined confectionaries and sugar sculptures, leaving a touch of disdain in the air. Yes, Mama. The fearful and hurried servants promptly obeyed the orders, aware that failing in execution could result in unpleasant consequences and disrupt the harmony on the island of eccentricities. The woman, in turn, observed the frantic action around her with an imperious gaze, ensuring that her will would be carried out without delay. On a picturesque island in the heart of the New World, Shanks, the red-haired man with a distinctive scar, emerged from his morning hangover with a newspaper in hand. His eyes quickly scanned the headlines, and an expression of surprise and satisfaction formed on his face. Luffy, the redhead's shout cut through the air, attracting the attention of his scattered crewmates in the area. A man beside him, calm while smoking a cigar, commented nonchalantly. It's the brat. 10 million and then 50? That's really good. Da-ha-ha-ha-ha. Shanks began to laugh, a robust and contagious sound that echoed across the island. His crewmates joined in the celebration, observing the photo of the Straw Hat Captain. "Luffy has grown so much," exclaimed one of the crew members, marveling at the young man's transformation. "True, he has so many companions. How did he recruit a mermaid and a fishman in the East Blue?" Da-ha-ha-ha-ha. "It's true. I knew that kid was special. I've never seen a crew with a mermaid. Luffy is truly unique," Shanks shouted with joy, his enthusiasm evident. "Hey, that one? Isn't that my son?" A man, Usopp's father, pointed to the photo. "He looks like you. How he's grown, ha 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 ha. Luffy too." "It's true. But he's changed so much. Maybe it's normal after so many years." Da ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed as usual, appreciating the irony of time. "Let's have a feast," he announced, renewing the energy and excitement in his group. "Yes, Captain," the members responded, ready to celebrate the Straw Hats' rise.
On a boat sailing through the turbulent waters of this chaotic sea, a blond man with a pineapple-shaped head excitedly displayed a newspaper to his imposing father.
"Pops, this is Ace's brother," the man announced, waiting for Whitebeard's reaction, whose laughter resonated across the deck. "Goo la 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 la. These brats are bold these days in the sea." Whitebeard couldn't contain his laughter, revealing an expression of admiration for the youngster's audacity. "Pops, there's a mermaid among them." Vista, scrutinizing the photo attentively, brought additional information. "Could it be the mermaid Princess Neptune told us disappeared a few weeks ago, and we're looking for her and any information in our territories?" Fosa, concerned, commented while savoring his cigar. "It can't be her. She's 17 meters tall. Wait, can't this be the red-shirted shark that Neptune described? Apart from the size, everything indicates it's the mermaid princess. How did she shrink so much with that shark?" Jozu pondered, intrigued by the discrepancy in dimensions. "So, she's in the East Blue with Ace's brother?" Vista concluded with a question, his mind quickly reasoning. "Call Ace. He should be in the first part of the Grand Line. I'm sure he'll find the brother. While he hunts down that traitor, he must inform us why his brother is with Neptune's daughter." Marco, the 1st Division commander, proposed immediate action. Whitebeard, the leader, just nodded in agreement. Some members of the 2nd Division were already contacting Ace, who was pursuing Teach in the dangerous waters of the Grand Line. On a distant and gloomy island in the New World, Doflamingo, the extravagant and sinister Shichibukai, lounged on his luxurious throne in the heart of his castle. The atmosphere around him was laden with an intimidating aura, with shadows dancing on walls adorned with luxurious tapestries. Doflamingo's sunglasses, gleaming under the candlelight that illuminated the dark environment, focused on a specific image in the newspaper he held with peculiar elegance. His disdainful smile highlighted the sinister pleasure he felt while observing the picture of Trafalgar Lami, the mysterious woman whose wanted poster now occupied the pages. "Foo. It looks like you've finally decided to step out of the shadows, Lami," Doflamingo murmured to himself, letting out a malicious laugh. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he continued to gaze at the woman's image in the newspaper. While his glasses reflected a specific woman in the photo, he opened a wide smile. Foo. I can't wait to meet her and make her use her fruit so I can obtain immortality. Foo. The man laughed like a madman in his castle. Elsewhere, beneath the sea, the Fishman Island, located in the depths of the ocean, revealed a stunning underwater spectacle. In an ethereal and translucent environment, the underwater city stretched along vast colorful coral reefs and lush marine gardens. Buildings were made of water-resistant materials, showcasing intricate architectures and adornments carved from shells and corals. The sunlight, filtering through the ocean's surface, cast soft, shimmering hues in every corner of the underwater city. Tritons and mermaids moved gracefully through narrow streets, enveloped in a serene atmosphere. Gardens of colorful anemones and exotic sea creatures added a touch of magic to the underwater landscape. Columns of bubbles ascended from openings in the ground, creating a spectacle of lights and shadows that danced on the walls of the buildings. Marine life, with vibrant colors and fascinating shapes, swam around urban structures, contributing to the natural beauty surrounding the Fishman Island. The submerged city pulsed with a vibrant energy, featuring bustling markets, public squares, and majestic buildings that displayed the cultural richness and architectural ingenuity of the Fishman civilization. This underwater wonder, hidden in the ocean's depths, was a testament to the harmony between terrestrial life and the splendor of the marine kingdom. In the majestic audience chamber of the Ryugu Kingdom, an impressive underwater structure boasting intricate coral sculptures and colorful stained glass filtering ocean light, King Neptune, a commanding monarch respected by the sea's inhabitants, sat on his throne adorned with pearls and corals. The three sons of Neptune, Triton, Princess, and Manboshi, hastily entered the room, each carrying an air of urgency. Their faces reflected a mix of excitement and anxiety, bringing with them a newspaper that had been faxed by Whitebeard's pirates. "Father!" shouted Triton, the eldest son with an impressive physique and greenish hair, grabbing the king's attention. Neptune raised his eyebrows, his gaze instantly focusing on his children. The room was adorned with tapestries depicting the glorious achievements of the underwater kingdom, but the tension in the air disrupted the serenity of the place. "We found Shirahoshi. She appeared," announced Manboshi, the youngest son, holding the newspaper in his trembling hands. The newspaper displayed an image of Shirahoshi alongside the Straw Hats, highlighting the surprising reduction in size of the mermaid princess. "What? Where is she?" Neptune questioned, his expression alternating between alarm and hope. The king's throne, carved with intricate shells, seemed almost small compared to the grandeur of the monarch. "She's in the East Blue," replied Princess, the king's only daughter, with a hint of disbelief in her voice. Details of the underwater kingdom, such as shell-carved arches on the walls, witnessed the cultural richness of the marine civilization. "What? How could she be there, and how did she get there so quickly?" Neptune expressed his confusion and concern, his fins waving nervously. "She's in today's newspaper. We can't receive newspapers, but we got them from Whitebeard's pirates via fax," Triton explained as the other children surrounded the king with the newspaper, providing a view of Shirahoshi's surprising image. "Look, father, it's her, even though she looks quite shrunken. There's no doubt it's our little sister," affirmed Manboshi, emphasizing the image of Shirahoshi next to the Straw Hats. "It's really my girl. How could she have shrunk so much? Who are these riffraff with her?" Neptune growled, his voice echoing through the room. "I don't know, father. She doesn't seem sad, but we have to save her from these humans." The elder brother expressed his concern, while the sumptuous decorations of the room witnessed the grandeur of the marine kingdom. "There's a fishman with that crew, how strange," Triton observed, his eyes attentive to the discussed image. "Anyway, contact Jimbei and ask him to go after these pirates now. I'll owe him any favor if my daughter comes home," Neptune declared, his voice reflecting the urgency and determination of a worried father. The underwater sculptures and shimmering stained glass seemed to witness the king's anguish as he faced the uncertainty of his daughter's fate. On a peculiar island in the first part of the Grand Line, colorful bubbles gracefully rose to the sky, creating a scenery as charming as it was mysterious. At the top of a hill, a modest bar provided a spectacular panoramic view, where the bubbles seemed to dance in harmony with the sea breeze. Inside the bar, with a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, a woman looked at the newspaper on the counter. Her eyes, alert and curious, focused on a specific image. "Is this Hachi?" she exclaimed, surprised, as her fingers flipped through the pages of the newspaper. The counter, made of weathered wood, gave a rustic feel to the place. "It's indeed him, and he's not the only interesting one. That hat," replied an elderly man beside her, with a nostalgic look. The bar's interior displayed nautical decorations, including fishing nets hanging on the walls. So, he's the one Shanks Boy talked about?" the woman inquired, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. The gentle wind made the light curtains sway softly, revealing a spectacular view of the sea stretching as far as the eye could see. "Yes, let's see what kind of turbulence he can cause in the world in this era or the next one approaching," the elderly man said, watching the horizon with anticipation. The soft light of the evening painted the bar with golden hues, creating a warm and welcoming atmosphere. The lively conversations and soft laughter of the bar's patrons filled the air, blending with the gentle sound of bubbles breaking outside. This was a place where stories intertwined with the unique scenery of the island, creating a unique and mysterious atmosphere. On a boat in the middle of that sea, the choppy waves marked the rhythm of navigation. The sky, painted by a vibrant sunset, provided a spectacular view for the animated crew on board. Ha 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 ha. This is Luffy. Someone shouted with enthusiasm as the waves gently hit the ship's hull. A camaraderie atmosphere enveloped the deck, where the crew shared laughs and stories. Yes, a rookie pirate taking the front page, it's unbelievable, grumbled one of the pirates, contrasting the celebratory mood. The sound of the sea breeze mixed with the crew's animated dialogues. Luffy. The first intruder snatched the newspaper from the other pirate's hand, expressing his unrestrained excitement. The orange sky reflected on the newspaper pages as it changed hands. Hey, give back the newspaper, you rascal. Wait, who the hell are you? The confused pirate questioned the intruder, whose presence was not recognized among the crew members. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Luffy, the man shouted again, choosing to ignore the perplexed pirate's questions. The atmosphere on board became a mix of curiosity and excitement. Captain, he's Ace, from the Fire Fist, 2nd Division Commander of Whitebeard's Pirates. A crew member clarified the confusion as the information quickly spread across the deck. What? His Excellency Ace. The tone instantly changed, the pirate now recognizing the significance of the figure before them. The sunset's light highlighted surprised and respectful expressions. Captain. What? He fell asleep. An unusual observation brought a touch of humor to the episode, revealing the relaxed atmosphere that surrounded the crew even in the presence of such a renowned figure. In the Marine headquarters, a stern and organized environment, a man smoked a cigar while examining the newspaper. His expression indicated surprise, and the room was momentarily plunged into silence. This name? Is he related to Garp? A man with dark, thick hair, dressed in a blue suit, inquired as he examined the newspaper in his colleague Admiral's hands. He has the same name as him, that's scary. Another man, in a yellow suit, dramatized his reaction, emphasizing the possible connection between the two. Well, it doesn't matter. This just shows that he's a threat and must be eliminated, declared the first admiral, wearing a red suit and displaying a serious expression. The atmosphere in the room reflected the tension that the news had brought, and the discussion about the danger represented by Luffy was beginning to unfold among the leaders of the Navy. In the vastness of another island, where sand dunes stretched to the horizon, a desert scene revealed an arid and enigmatic landscape. The scorching sun hung in the sky, casting long shadows distorted by the contours of the dunes. Amidst this panorama, a mysterious figure walked gracefully, their silent steps marked only by the gentle whisper of the sand beneath their feet. The wind blew, lifting small dust whirls that danced around them, as if obeying an invisible command. Suddenly, a female voice echoed in the desert, filled with surprise and interest. 2Ds on one ship. How interesting, she murmured, her words blending with the wind that carried the essence of mystery. The figure, dressed in a cloak that seemed to merge with the nuances of the sand, revealed only elusive outlines of their presence. Their midnight black hair flowed gently in the breeze, adding a touch of elegance to the enigma they represented. While the dunes stretched as far as the eye could see, the mysterious woman remained immersed in her own thoughts, contemplating something that transcended physical sight, something connected to the destiny that enveloped those marked by the D in their names. Near the imposing reverse mountain, where clouds hovered as silent witnesses, the atmosphere was charged with latent tension. The scene stood out with towering rock formations and shadows cast over the area, creating a sinister environment. As the world moved in its complexity, a man with an astronaut helmet, whose face remained hidden under the metallic protection, found himself in the midst of this peculiar panorama. The gleam in his eyes revealed excitement, and a trail of snot escaped from his nose, adding an extravagant note to his figure. Is this the mermaid I heard in the CP5 agent's call? I want her, he exclaimed, making clear his interest in the mysterious mermaid whose name echoed in an emergency call from CP5. His desire was palpable, as if the mere mention of the aquatic creature had ignited a consuming flame within him. The man, immersed in his own ambition, recalled the information received during the emergency call. Details about the presence of the mermaid accompanied by her guards. Reverse Mountain, with its majestic contours, served as a backdrop for this unusual scene, creating a contrast between the natural grandeur and the singular determination of the man with the peculiar helmet. All that propelled this individual was the obsession to possess that mermaid, as if his own destiny was intertwined with the unrestrained pursuit of something that transcended the boundaries of the ordinary. The air was imbued with the intense energy of that moment, as the man, driven by his own ambitions, prepared to act in ways that only time would reveal. 491 Chapter 74. Chapter size. 3,114 words. Third-person POV. Shimotsuki Village, East Blue. As Black Pearl approached the picturesque island dock, an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement enveloped the crew. The sun, dipping on the horizon, cast its golden rays over the scene, adding a warm touch to the imminent reunion. "We've finally arrived," exclaimed Zoro, his face revealing the excitement overflowing from his eyes as he caught a glimpse of his old island. Kuina, by his side, seemed a bit nervous, but Nami, in a friendly gesture, gently touched her shoulder. "Relax. I'm sure your father will be immensely happy to see you again." "Yes, we'll soon see the master's face." Zoro displayed a confident smile, conveying reassurance to his childhood friend. "I've always wanted to meet that uncle. Let's go." Luffy spoke with enthusiasm, eager to explore the dojo and find Zoro's legendary master. The arrival of the pirate ship did not go unnoticed by the population of the small town. While the anime portrayed it as a village, here it was a developing town, adorned with a port attesting to its growth and participation in trade. The crew's notoriety was evident as people pointed at the ship and hurried to witness the arrival. Luffy's name and his crew echoed throughout the East Blue, the worst recorded threat in the sea, as highlighted in the pages of newspapers. Tension swept through the town like a gusty wind when words like "pirates" and "it's the Straw Hats" echoed through the streets. The villagers, gripped by fear, instinctively sought refuge. "Run! They're the worst pirates in this sea," shouted a resident, echoing the widespread sentiment. "Summon Master Kushiru," cried another, seeking protection under the possible defense of the respected local master. "Yes, he can defend us," agreed a third, as urgency drove people toward the dojo in search of safety. Chaos ensued as Luffy and his companions disembarked from the Black Pearl. The captain, with his typical indifference, shrank the ship and stored it in his pocket, an act that only increased the villagers' already stunned bewilderment. As they walked through the town, the commotion around them was palpable. Shops were hastily closed, windows were locked, and people ran to take shelter in their homes. "I guess it's a scene we should get used to," Luffy murmured, observing the chaos unfolding around him. It was a new experience for the Straw Hats captain, who, despite his pirate history, still marveled at people's reactions to his presence. Kuina watched the city with complicated eyes, a sight that harked back to her old home of years ago, or rather, that persisted only in her memories. The short period from her death until now seemed like an eternity for the girl. Surprise stamped her face as she witnessed the transformations and growth of the place. What was once a small village now expanded like a forming city. The passage of years since her death was evident, and anxiety grew as she approached the reunion with her father. "What will he say when he sees me? He won't believe I'm his Kuina," she thought, uncertainty reflected in her thoughts. As they roamed the city, it didn't take long for a group of sword-wielding individuals to enter the scene, blocking the group's path and spreading fear among the population. "Straw Hat pirates! How dare you come here? We'll arrest you!" exclaimed some young ones, approaching Zoro's age. Tension was created at this moment. "Wait, Lin, Master Kushiru said Zoro might be among them and told us to know their intentions before confronting them," said another youth beside him, his tense face expressing concern. Lin hesitated for a moment, processing the information. "Yes, it's true. Is Roronoa Zoro among the group?" she shouted to them. Zoro stepped out from behind Luffy, displaying his 3 swords at his waist and a nostalgic smile. The seaweed-haired swordsman quickly approached the small group. "It's only been a few months since we last saw each other, and you've changed so much," Zoro said cheerfully, noting the surprised expressions of the swordsmen around. "It's you, Zoro, ha 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 ha," the small group of swordsmen laughed upon recognizing an old acquaintance. "We're here to see the master. I have something very important to show him," Zoro explained, his serious eyes indicating the urgency of the situation. The men exchanged glances, contemplating the best approach in the presence of the pirate crew at the dojo. They also believed that, besides Zoro being with them, Master Kushiru could easily handle the group if they wanted to cause trouble. "Come on, Zoro. The master is already waiting and is quite worried about you," You disappeared after taking the wrong path to your dojo," one of them said, with a conspiratorial smile, and continued walking normally, unaware of the wide-eyed looks from Luffy and the others. "Wait a moment," Luffy quickly shouted, gaining everyone's attention. "Are you saying Zoro took the wrong path to the dojo and ended up in the sea?" Luffy couldn't believe it, as Zoro had claimed he went to the sea on his own. He knew his swordsman had some directional issues, but this was beyond human limits. "That's right. We were worried for many days about Zoro's disappearance when we separated to meet at the dojo later. It was only after a week that he showed up in the newspaper as a new pirate hunter on a very distant island," one of the youths said calmly, reminiscing about the events with casualness. Zoro's expression indicated a mix of embarrassment and resignation in the face of his navigational mishap. Luffy, Yamato, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Lami, Beppo, Chow Chow, Usopp, Nami, Reiju, Hugo, Nijiko, Hachi. Zoro could feel his face turning red at this moment, while Kuina, hidden from the other youths, looked astonished at her old friend, wondering what level of skill it took to get lost so grandiosely. Luffy was the first to laugh in the midst of the silence that left everyone stunned. BFFF. Ha 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 ha. Yamato, with a wide smile and eyes shining with joy. Nami, holding her stomach while laughing and winking at the others. Ehehehe. Lami, with an infectious laugh and sparkling eyes. Shirahoshi, laughing gently with her hands over her mouth. Shar 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 shar. Megalo, showing his sharp teeth in a content expression. Usopp, with a mischievous smile and shoulders shaking with laughter. Zzzzzzzzz. Beppo, letting out an animated laugh and shaking his head. Oh. Chow Chow, barking cheerfully and jumping around. Hehehehehehe. Reiju, with a sarcastic smile and an elegant laugh. Ahahaha ahajaj. Hugo, laughing loudly and clapping. Hilarious. Aka. Nijiko, with restrained laughter but a glint of amusement in her eyes.
Nay. Shishishishishi. Hachi, emitting a soft laughter sound and shaking his tentacles.
It was an accident. I already planned to go to the sea anyway, Zoro shouted embarrassedly. But you didn't even say goodbye to us. One of the young and old acquaintances of Zoro protested in the front group, crossing his arms with a disapproving expression while laughing at the situation. Ha 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 ha. Zoro, I've never seen someone start their journey because they got lost. You're truly unique, Luffy declared, releasing a contagious laugh and showing his broad smile. Tisk. Zoro tried to ignore the group. Even those who didn't interact much, like Hachi, were laughing at him. While they still laughed, the famous dojo finally entered their views, leaving the town center, where Kushiru made sure to remain in a more secluded corner. In front of the place, a few other members of the dojo were waiting for the group, looking cautiously at the arriving pirate group, as by now, everyone on the island knew that the mighty Monkey D. Luffy, the most formidable pirate in the current East Blue, had arrived at the island's port. Why did you bring pirates with you? One of them demanded from the first group, pointing at Luffy and the others. Master's orders, and look there, it's Zoro. He's back, one of them spoke, and the others saw Zoro with great surprise, some with expressions of disbelief and others with joy. Zoro, you really came back and became a pirate, some of them said, accusing the user of Santoryu, with surprised and disbelieving expressions. This is my new path, it's good to see you all, but can we talk to the master? I have something important for him? Zoro asked, maintaining a serious expression, and they quickly cleared the path in the next moment, still processing the revelation about Zoro's new direction. Zoro and I will go in first, after that, I'll call Kuina. Luffy instructed, with a determined tone, as not everyone would be able to talk to Kushiru at this moment. Luffy decided to have an introductory conversation before revealing the bomb. Luffy and Zoro entered the dojo. The dojo's room exhibited an atmosphere of Japanese traditionalism, with tatami covering the floor and a serene environment. Rice paper walls allowed the entry of soft light, giving a natural calmness to the place. Decorative elements, such as paintings and scrolls with Japanese calligraphy, adorned the walls, recounting the history of that respectable dojo. In the center of the room, Kushiru was seated, kneeling on a futon, enjoying a cup of green tea. His posture revealed a harmony between strength and serenity, a characteristic image of an experienced master. In front of him, a small low table held the teapot and a few bowls. Luffy and Zoro entered the room, sensing the seriousness and history that permeated every corner. The subtle scent of incense floated in the air, contributing to an atmosphere of respect and concentration. The room was in total harmony with samurai tradition, providing a striking contrast to the bustle of the outside world. Kushiru, with his eyes half closed in meditation, emanated a calm and thoughtful presence. As he opened one of his eyes, revealing the depth of his analysis, the room seemed to respond to his control over it. Luffy immediately identified Kushiru as Kuina's father, not only due to physical resemblance but also the aura he carried. It was evident that this place was more than just a dojo. It was a sanctuary of wisdom and skill, where tradition intertwined with the present. Zoro, it's good to finally see you, and quite a surprise. Your aura has improved a lot, and Wado Ichimonji seems much happier in its sheath since the last time we spoke, many months ago, he said, opening one eye and assessing his former apprentice, then looking at Luffy. This guy is very calm, just like the character I imagined. I'm not sure, but he has some connection to my dad and the revolutionaries, but I doubt he knows about the relationship between Dragon and me. Luffy thought briefly, looking at the man curiously, maintaining his characteristic broad smile. It's good to see you again, Master. Zoro smiled as he sat in front of him, displaying a mix of respect and camaraderie. Luffy just nodded and sat next to his swordsman to drink the tea, his eyes shining with excitement as he awaited the stories that would be shared. Tell me about your adventures and how you became so strong, Kushiru said calmly, but he was curious, attentively observing his former pupils. Zoro began recounting his adventures since leaving the island, becoming a pirate hunter to earn money for food, and how he met Luffy, omitting information about Kuina. He detailed the battles, challenges faced, and victories achieved. He described his adventure on a pirate ship to this island. So, you faced Mihawk. Interesting, although even I wouldn't recommend doing something so reckless. But you survived and grew stronger. That's good, just be more careful, Kushiru commented, maintaining a serene expression. But his eyes betrayed a mix of concern and pride. I promised never to lose again. I will surpass him and become the world's strongest swordsman, the swordsman declared confidently, displaying determination in his expression. I'm counting on that. Kushiru smiled, conveying support to his former student, and turned his gaze to Zoro's captain, seeing the newcomer from the sea, the infamous Monkey D. Luffy. Kushiru clearly perceived the formidable aura emanating from Luffy. The young pirate was more powerful than anything the swordmaster could imagine. The powerful aura of the group outside the dojo did not go unnoticed, surpassing even that of Zoro himself. If these groups were to clash, the island would be at the mercy of an imminent catastrophe. Fortunately, however, there was no perceptible hostility between them. Furthermore, Kushiru sensed a strangely compassionate aura directed at him from the renowned pirate group outside. Although one of the more subtle auras, it was as if he felt the presence of a ghost in his heart. However, the sword master quickly pushed aside this thought, knowing it was too painful a matter to address at that moment. Anyway, this pirate group is worth 90 million with their combined bounties, a big miscalculation by the Marines. Kushiru murmured internally, dispelling the last thought from his mind and the aura surrounding him. Now, my student said there was something important here. Something tells me you're involved, Kushiru said, looking at Luffy with a penetrating focus. You could say that. First of all, nice to meet you, Kuina's father. Luffy said calmly, causing an immediate somber expression on the sword master's face. Luffy didn't want to waste any more time here after hearing Zoro narrate his complete story. He didn't interrupt them out of politeness, but he wouldn't drag out the main topic any longer. The inside of the dojo remained in a tense silence as Luffy's words echoed. Kushiru, the swordmaster, stared at the captain of the Straw Hats with an expression that mixed disbelief and danger. Why mention my deceased daughter? I doubt you knew her over 11 years ago or before she was killed. He spoke with a dangerous tone, his features stiff, revealing the pain of remembering a painful past. Luffy, maintaining his composure, responded with a neutral voice. Maybe I didn't know her for more than 11 years. But I certainly spent time with her in the last few weeks. She's a good girl. You should be a proud father. Luffy's words echoed like a gentle breeze in the silent atmosphere, contrasting with the tension on Kushiru's face. However, the displeasure of the sword master became evident as he directed his dissatisfaction towards Zoro. Zoro, I taught you better than to bring someone to make dark jokes. Kushiru expressed his displeasure, emphasizing his disappointment with his former disciple. Calm down, master, he's not lying. I spent that time with her myself. My captain managed to bring her back. I know it's hard to explain, but she's out there. You can check for yourself. Zoro intervened, trying to ease the situation. The man stared at Zoro as if he had grown a second head. Not wasting any more time, Kushiru stood up, swearing that both Zoro and his captain would pay for this mockery. It was evident that he never expected such an unexpected turn of events from his trusted swordsman. The dojo corridor was bathed in the soft light filtering through the windows, creating a calm and tranquil atmosphere. The muffled sound of footsteps echoed as Kushiru walked down the passage, unaware of the revelations that awaited him. Upon reaching the dojo entrance, his eyes met with a group of stunned students, lying on the floor as if they had witnessed a supernatural phenomenon. In the center, an adult woman, with a mixture of nervousness and youth in her eyes, stared at the sword master. She appeared to be 22 years old, but her posture and expressions betrayed the uncertainty of someone younger, an 11-year-old girl. Kuina? Kushiru's voice almost faltered as he pronounced his daughter's name. His eyes widened, and his face paled as if he had seen a ghost from the past that should remain dead. Hello, father. It's been 11 years, hasn't it? Funny to find out that I was dead all this time. For me, it's only been a few weeks. Strange, isn't it? Kuina began speaking nervously, not daring to look directly at her father. Surprise and perplexity dominated her as she tried to articulate her words. Kushiru, still dazed, observed every feature of Kuina's face. His mind struggled between reason and emotion, questioning whether he was seeing an illusion, a projection of his deepest desires. The students, now aware of the incredible twist, watched in silence as the atmosphere in the corridor became dense with tension and anticipation. Kushiru's heart pounded as he tried to process the unexpected appearance of his long-lost daughter. Kushiru's initially shocked gaze gradually transformed into recognition and emotion. His facial expression revealed a mixture of disbelief, joy, and relief. His previously rigid body relaxed as tears filled his eyes. His father, now visibly older after a decade, ignored social conventions and enveloped his long-lost daughter in an emotional embrace. Kuina? Is it really you? How is this possible? I truly feel like you're my girl? Kushiru's usually calm voice overflowed with emotion as he hugged his long-lost daughter. The dojo was still immersed in the unbelieving silence of the students, but the scene before them was living proof of a miracle that defied time. It's a long story, Kuina said awkwardly but let her emotions show with teary eyes. Author's notes. **I would appreciate your feedback on the spelling quality of the chapter. I am using ChatGPT to improve spelling and correct some small errors that I don't have time for, so I need feedback if possible. Correct Lami's name to Trafalgar Lami, which is correct. I am considering whether Reiju will also have Conqueror's Haki. I have always had Zoro refer to Kuina's father as old man, but I believe master is the more correct term. I turned the Shimotsuki village into a small developing city. I like to see things change and develop, so I intend to make some small changes like this. I don't want to make Zoro a clown or anything, but I couldn't resist putting this kind of event here, getting lost on the way to the dojo and ending up lost at sea. I hope the Shimotsuki family reunion feels natural. Help this story grow with reviews and power stones if possible. Thank you in advance. I hope you enjoy the read. I am sharing one chapter per day, and for every 100 power stones or 2 reviews, you'll post an extra chapter, with a maximum of 3 chapters per day. Next chapter every 8 hours. 491 Chapter 75, Chapter Size. 2,818 words. Third person POV. Shimotsuki Village, East Blue. The walls of the dojo reverberated with the emotion contained in the long-awaited reunion. The heavy silence that had hung over the minds of those present now dissipated, giving way to a narrative as unbelievable as it was moving. The presence of the Straw Hat Pirates captain, Monkey D. Luffy, permeated the atmosphere with an aura dense with mystery and power. Things settled down after the initial commotion, but curiosity and incredulity still reflected in the eyes of the dojo master, Shimotsuki Kushiru. His daughter, Kuina, now alive after 11 years of absence, stood there, facing her father with a mix of nervousness and expectation. Inside the dojo, where the gentle scent of tea lingered in the air, the small gathering unfolded like a magical tale. The traditional tatami under their feet witnessed a moment that would transcend the pages of the island's history. Kushiru, the paternal and wise figure, lifted his eyes and fixed them on Luffy. Their gazes met, a portal between past and present, a connection between the lost daughter and the man who brought her back. Kushiru, with a deep and inquisitive look, directed his questions to the Straw Hat Pirates captain, Monkey D. Luffy, whose usually carefree expression now gave way to an unusual seriousness. "Is it true that you brought Kuina back with a unique artifact? Is that really possible?" Kushiru inquired, his voice betraying a mix of skepticism and hope, while his penetrating gaze sought convincing answers. The dojo master could barely believe the reality before his eyes. His daughter, lost for more than a decade, was there, alive and tangible. The once unattainable dream was gradually becoming a tangible truth. But Kushiru still longed to comprehend the depth of this incredible resurrection. "It's something like that, but I could only do it once, and I did it with Kuina, even though I was far from here," Luffy replied, his calm voice carrying a serenity that contrasted with the magnitude of what was being revealed. Doubts persisted in the master's mind. "And why Kuina? I'm sure you never knew her," he asked again, seeking to understand the reasons behind this peculiar choice. Kuina, silent, nodded, indicating that she shared the same uncertainties. This peculiar situation had been questioned by herself weeks ago, but the answers were as elusive as the mist that hovered over the ocean. "Because I believe in the girl's potential. She may be only 11 years old, but she can become a powerful swordsman, even as a girl. If you want to know how I know this, don't ask me because there are things I can't and won't talk about," asserted Luffy, his response resonating with unwavering determination. The dojo seemed suspended in time as the gravity of Luffy's words hung in the air. Silence settled, broken only by Kuina's uncomfortable movements in front of her father, as if each spoken word was carving uncertain paths. "What is your goal with my daughter?" Kushiru inquired, his serious gaze seeking answers in the face of the Straw Hat Pirates captain. A tension hung in the atmosphere as paternal concern manifested in the dojo master's eyes. "I want to recruit her as a member of my pirate crew, just like I did with Zoro, of course. But don't worry, I won't force her to join. I used that valuable artifact to have more powerful and fearless people on the sea. But I would be disappointed if she didn't explore her full potential, staying in this weak sea, even if she wasn't in my crew," replied Luffy, crossing his arms with a seriousness echoing the captain's determination. "Do you really believe that, even though she's a woman?" Kushiru asked seriously, his words reverberating in the dojo. A slight discomfort filled the women in the group, but they remained silent, awaiting the captain's response. "I can't deny that, biologically, men are naturally stronger. But this world is a place of endless possibilities and dreams. Kuina can pursue her dream, and that's what I believe, just as I trust Zoro and his potential, I believe in her," Luffy stated, his eyes fixed on Kushiru's, conveying unwavering conviction. A faint smile appeared on the dojo master's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the trust placed by Luffy. "But just that, you make yourself a better man for my daughter," he admitted, a touch of embarrassment coloring his words. The dojo, a training ground and now witness to intertwined destinies, remained enveloped in a unique atmosphere, where past and future converged in the present, guided by the choices of one man and the promises of a pirate. The dojo remained imbued with the emotion of the reunion between father and daughter. Kuina, still processing the incredibility of the moment, whispered a soft, "Father," as if words were lacking in the whirlwind of emotions. "In any case, I believe we should give the father and daughter some space," Luffy declared, revealing a keen perception in the face of the sensitive moment. His suggestion echoed as a sensible decision to preserve Kushiru and Kuina's privacy. "Kuina, we'll stay for 2 days. I'll be waiting for your answer," Luffy communicated, leading the group out of the dojo. An expression of gratitude shone in Kushiru's eyes, thanking for the understanding and respect for privacy. Luffy and the others exited the dojo. Outside, Zoro's students and colleagues eagerly awaited some contact with their master. However, the pirates left without Kuina, leaving the perception of the situation hanging in the air, and they respected it, seeing that the dojo would not open that day. "What do we do now, Luffy-sama?" Shirahoshi inquired as they moved away from the dojo, showing concern for the next step. "Let the pair spend some time together after a reunion that took 11 years to happen. Meanwhile, let's continue with the training and enjoy the island tomorrow as a day off. I plan to have Kuina's answer in 2 days. After that, we'll leave, whether she wants to stay in the crew or not," Luffy explained, outlining the plan for the group. Luffy's decision was accepted without questioning, demonstrating the trust placed in the captain. With calm settling on the island, people returned to their daily routines, while the pirates seemed to have established a friendly relationship with Master Kushiru. Luffy led the group to an undeveloped side of the island, choosing that location to continue the training. The day passed with moments of intense activity and regular breaks, while the Black Pearl rested there, providing rooms for the crew to rest overnight. A day later, Luffy enjoyed the break granted to the entire crew, wandering through the streets of the small town that, in the eyes of the young captain, had transformed from a modest village into a vibrant city before his eyes. This place was known as a small village in the work, but I believe it just kept growing, and the population increased to the point of becoming the city before my eyes. Luffy contemplated as he watched the movement in the streets. The local population now observed the pirate walking alone, without the initial apprehension that marked the first day of his arrival. Shops were open, and despite the cautious looks of the citizens, no one dared to bother the pirate crew. Luffy wandered alone, leaving the girls, accompanied by Megalo, exploring the shops in search of new clothes with the money the captain generously released for everyone. Reiju, on the other hand, dedicated herself to acquiring ingredients in the market. Zoro dueled with his old friends, while Usopp and Chow Chow carried out activities in the forest. Hugo, Hachi, and Beppo remained dedicated to training on a deserted beach. Deciding to dine at a local restaurant, Luffy immersed himself in the city experience. He appreciated the luxury of having time to himself, choosing to walk alone while exploring. Upon entering the restaurant through the main door, he headed to one of the empty tables, receiving cautious looks from both customers and staff. His imposing presence of 2.1 meters in height, accompanied by the iconic straw hat on his back, stood out, followed by the muscles and tattoos under the pirate mantle. Although he had lost his saber, the pistol on his waist and his distinctive style screamed his identity to everyone in the room. Everything about him betrayed his pirate nature, and he was not surprised by the cautious looks of the people around. Although the group had gained Master Kushiru's sympathy, without them knowing the real reason, everyone remained cautious. Soon, Luffy noticed a shadow over his table in the restaurant. "How may I help you, sir?" A shy and nervous voice made Luffy raise his head to face a young waitress in her mid-20s. She was not devoid of beauty, but neither was it something that would surprise Luffy. "Let me see." Luffy picked up the menu and quickly scanned it. "I'll have the special of the day with a wheat beer," he casually commented. "Yes, I'll get that for you," she replied but remained in place. "Can I still help you with anything else?" Despite her shyness, she did not divert her gaze from him. "I don't think that's necessary." Luffy responded a bit perplexed. "I see. Shouldn't you go get my food?" Luffy asked with a hint of amusement, intrigued by why the woman still remained there, staring at him. I'm sorry," she hurried to take the order, her face blushing. "Man, I've become so handsome that it's even a bit uncomfortable. This girl isn't unpleasant, but I have 3 women satisfying me every day, so I don't need to act like a horny animal," Luffy declared internally, deciding not to pay any more attention to the waitress. While the young lady, enchanted by Luffy's appearance, headed to the kitchen to fetch the food for the infamous pirate, Luffy caught snippets of conversations from customers in the restaurant. "It's him, the captain of the worst pirate group in this sea, isn't it?" the man in dark attire murmured, with a sharp gaze and a serious expression. "Yes," his companion agreed, casting a dark look in Luffy's direction. Luffy turned his attention to the 2 discreet men on the other side of the restaurant. They dressed somberly, like government agents. Although it wasn't the first time he had heard such comments, he didn't like the presence of those 2 in particular. His instincts warned that something was being planned. "Our contact is coming to the island right now," the first man said with a low, sinister voice, revealing a subtle smile. How generous, a king paying so much for our services. The second man responded, with a sarcastic tone and a disdainful look. Yes, but you know. The first began to say but was interrupted by the second. Yes, they got in touch. The second man whispered cautiously, looking around to ensure no one was listening. Quiet, we can't talk about it. We've just done our job of tracking the crew and reporting their information. They should already be coming here, and we'll receive our reward without having to do anything else. The first man concluded, maintaining a cold and calculating expression. Luffy listened to the entire conversation in silence. It seemed that his group was being monitored by some king and someone even higher? How interesting. Luffy mocked himself. Although he wasn't worried, he couldn't deny his intrigue. He wanted to find out who these people were. Here, handsome pirate, sir customer. John had to pay attention to the waitress stumbling over her words and just sighed, grabbing his bottle of beer and enjoying a roasted venison that the restaurant had prepared for him. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates remained calm, but his eyes indicated a spark of curiosity and alertness. While Luffy savored his meal, the pair of suspicious men discreetly left the restaurant, the door creaking softly as it closed behind them. After about 20 minutes of the meal, Luffy got up from the table, leaving the payment and a generous tip for the waitress. The silent atmosphere of the establishment contrasted with the internal turmoil of its customers, especially a woman whose sad gaze and broken heart reflected the loss of the man of her dreams, who left without even noticing her. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates quickly located the two suspicious men, tracking them to a small ship that had just docked at the docks this morning. With impressive agility, he sprouted wings on his back without anyone seeing him, and Luffy flew through the skies, concealing himself with the powers of his Ifrit fruit as he approached the boat. He hovered over the small ship and landed silently on its deck. Luffy advanced with determination, entering the cabin door and plunging into the darkness of the ship's corridor. His body, agile as a shadow, slid silently between the narrow walls of the corridor. The cabin, now shrouded in an atmosphere of tension, seemed to hold its breath in the face of Luffy's formidable presence. The internal environment was darkened, illuminated only by beams of light penetrating through the tattered curtains. Luffy found the room where the two men were, conversing and celebrating their future gains with past information. It didn't take long for their door to explode, and their recent visitor entered the room with a smile on his face. What? Who did this? It was me. Luffy's response echoed in the cabin as he entered through the door, a direct confession that sent a shiver down the men's spines. Luffy emerged from the shadows, his imposing figure now revealed by the smoke and debris hanging in the air. His gaze, as sharp as a sword blade, locked onto the two bewildered men before him. The captain of the pirates' expression, once relaxed, now reflected an intensity that showed in his smile, which could be anything but friendly. You? The incredulity in their voices betrayed sudden recognition. What do you want? Simple, heard some men whispering in that restaurant. Now I'm very interested in hearing the whole story. You know, I'm off duty and want a bit of excitement on this day. Luffy's menacing smile hung in the air, casting a sinister shadow over the men who began to pale in the face of imminent threat. What? We don't know what you're talking about. Leave, or we'll call the Marines. One of the men's bravado barely concealed the growing anxiety. Oh, if you're familiar with me, you know I've already taken down 3 Marine base commanders, leading to the destruction of 2 naval bases. Luffy's words echoed in the room. Each step he took increased the pressure, leaving the men in a state of panic. Without hesitation, Luffy began to interrogate them swiftly, each question a direct blow to the men's defense. 5 minutes passed in escalating suspense until... Bang! Bang! The resounding thunderous punches echoed like confined thunder in the ship's cabin, creating a symphony of destruction that reverberated through the wooden planks. Each bang was like a sentence pronounced by destiny itself, sealing the verdict of the captain of the pirates' decisive and ruthless hand. The ensuing silence hung in the cabin, a solemn moment that witnessed the swift and merciless execution. Luffy emerged from the cabin's shadows, his figure standing out against the dark backdrop. The lifeless bodies of the men fell like pieces of a puzzle that now completed with the captain's hands. Luffy exited the cabin after swiftly eliminating the 2 men. His thoughts turned into words whispered to the wind, entrusted only to the captain's ears. This is kind of ironic. They think that king was so bold, but they shouldn't be surprised knowing his personality. It seems that someone from the government, with the authority to command a monarch, is involved. Luffy's graceful leap took him out of the ship, his feet finding the safety of the dock. The smile persisted on his face. Looks like I'll be visiting that kingdom. Maybe I'll take the opportunity to see some old acquaintances. It will be very interesting to reunite with Dayton, Makino, and the others. I have memories of them, but I feel a strong longing and am eager to see them again in person. As Luffy walked away, the boat he had left moments before transformed into a purple pyre, fire dancing and expanding. People began to scream for a fire not long after. 492 Chapter 76. Chapter size. 2,644 words. Third person POV. Village Shimotsuki, East Blue. The crackling of purple flames still danced in the crew's memory when Nami, with her piercing gaze and dissatisfied tone, directed her question to Luffy. Luffy, do you have anything to do with that ship catching fire at the dock this afternoon? Her words were like sharp arrows, and anticipation hung in the air as everyone awaited the captain's response, even though they already knew the answer. Luffy, in turn, wasted no time in his typical irreverence. A playful smile lit up his face as he teased Nami, well aware that his antics wouldn't go unnoticed. Is my woman very curious? Luffy's banter echoed, eliciting some complicit smiles among the crew members. Even in the seriousness of the situation, it was hard for everyone not to be infected by Luffy's unique way of interacting with Nami, despite his sometimes explosive behavior. Stop joking and answer me. Nami wasn't willing to relent, keeping her gaze fixed on Luffy. The truth was implicit, but she sought to hear it from his mouth. Well, I met some interesting people, so I found even more interesting things. Luffy's smile was an unspoken confession, a clear indication that he was, indeed, behind the chaos at the dock. There was no denial, just a subtle revelation of his actions. Does Luffy always stir up trouble when he's alone? Nijiko, with her playful spirit, threw the question with a hint of amusement. Yes. The enthusiastic chorus of the crew resounded in response, revealing that, even with his craziness, everyone was accustomed to and, in a way, even expected their captain's antics. Night fell on the small town, and the crew found themselves on a secluded beach. The Black Pearl was positioned in the center of the sand, ready to serve as overnight shelter for the team. Everyone gathered around, ready to share a meal and discuss the day's events. What would these interesting things be? Curiosity shone in Yamato's eyes as she inquired about the recent happenings. Nothing much, just some information hunters and a possible order to catch us from a king of this sea. Luffy's response was given calmly, revealing that, despite the seriousness of the situation, he wasn't overly concerned about potential threats. Really? Are they strong? Zoro's expression indicated his interest in a possible challenge. I don't know, but I highly doubt it. If you want to fight tomorrow, feel free. Luffy offered, and Zoro nodded enthusiastically, ready to face any challenge that arose. Tomorrow, Kuina-sama will give her answer. Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi expressed her concern, aware of the possibility that Kuina might decide to part ways the next day. Yes, we'll get Kuina's answer, deal with our pursuers, and set sail after all that. Luffy affirmed, outlining the crew's future plans. While Kuina chose to spend time with her father, Master Kushiru, after so many years, uncertainty loomed over her decision regarding the crew. Do you think she'll accept or stay? Reiju's question revealed anxiety about Kuina's choice. I don't know, but regardless of what she chooses, I hope she becomes strong in the future. Luffy's statement echoed, finding agreement among those present. Respect for the girl's choice was evident, regardless of the path she decided to follow. Expectation hung over Luffy regarding Kuina's decision. Although he was optimistic that she might join the crew, there was an awareness that other options were in play. The night unfolded with lively conversations between Luffy and the rest of the crew, covering various topics before retiring to their cabins on the Black Pearl. The atmosphere was light, but the tension regarding Kuina's response persisted in the air. Upon waking up the next day, Luffy found himself surrounded by his women, ready to start a day that, unlike the previous one, would be dedicated to heavy training. Rest was left behind, replaced by preparation for future challenges. As they devoted themselves to morning training and had lunch in the middle of the day, a boat appeared on the horizon, displaying the flag of a specific kingdom. Apprehension grew in the crew as they spotted the luxurious ship with the Goa Kingdom flag approaching. Confusion set in when Hugo expressed his perplexity, questioning the identity of the newcomers. Who are? Hugo murmured, echoing everyone's uncertainty. This isn't the Goa Kingdom, Usopp exclaimed, using a magnifying glass to observe the symbol on the approaching ship's sail. It seems so. Luffy, do you know why they're coming our way? Lami inquired, seeking clarification alongside Luffy. Simple, they are the ones hunting us. A member among us, to be more specific. Luffy's revelation was delivered with a calmness that surprised some members of the crew. And who would that be, Captain? Beppo asked with curiosity. Our mermaid. What? The princess, Hachi was alarmed. Me, Shirahoshi exclaimed, covering her mouth. Sharky, Megalo protested quickly. There's nothing to worry about. I doubt there are people who can pose a challenge to us in this sea, so relax. Luffy tried to reassure the crew, but the tension persisted. Why are they after me, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi questioned, seeking answers. Damn humans. Hachi expressed his discontent beside her. As much as I dislike your prejudice, Hachi, you're right about these specific people. But you can't speak for an entire race. Lami added, bringing a broader perspective. She's right, Hachi and Shirahoshi, people are greedy by nature. You'll have to learn from this. We'll see a lot of it on this journey. Luffy spoke calmly, anticipating the arrival of the boat on the beach. As Zoro wanted to fight, he quickly prepared after Luffy increased his recovery due to the training before the ship arrived. The atmosphere on the beach was tense as the group of 14 people, the Straw Hats, remained clustered next to the imposing Black Pearl, which rested in the middle of the sand. With the arrival of the official ship from the Goa Kingdom, all eyes turned to the vessel. 3 imposing men, clad in elaborate armor, disembarked from the ship. A second group, made up of more common knights, carried a plank and descended from the boat more slowly. The first 3 men advanced toward the Straw Hat crew with an arrogant posture, standing out as the main forces of the royal group. Every step they took in the sand made it clear that they were confident in their authority. The sound of waves breaking in the background seemed to accompany the tense advance of the situation. Luffy, leading his crew, remained unshaken, his piercing gaze taking in every detail of the newcomers. So, you're the feared Straw Hats? You don't seem that impressive. Taunted one of the newcomers, his voice dripping with disdain. But look, Commander, they have beautiful women, added another man beside him, wielding a massive sword with disdain. It's true, we're here to capture the mermaid, but who says we can't enjoy other prey along the way? Hee, taunted the third. As they spoke, they adjusted their helmets, partially obscuring their faces in the dim light. Men around 35 years old, their features remained obscured, but a hostile atmosphere surrounded the group. The women in Luffy's group stared at the newcomers with contempt, the tension in the air indicating that they were ready to act at any moment. Luffy, standing at the forefront of his crew, cast a curious glance at the newcomers. You want our mermaid, don't you? Tell me, what gives you the courage to think you can just pass through us and take her like that? Luffy asked, his expression reflecting curiosity in the face of these men, considering his crew was the most dangerous in these waters. We are in the service of His Royal Majesty, Starry, the first of his name, declared the man who seemed to be the commander, his voice echoing with an air of authority. We are the Royal Knights. We are here to fulfill the orders of our king, asserted the others, while the gleam of their armor shone in the sunlight. Starry is Sabo's brother. Luffy pondered and spoke to the men in front of him. What made your king interested in our group? I heard the request came from someone above him. Luffy questioned, keeping his arms crossed. Yes, our king is recognized by higher forces, and as representatives of that request, we are here to fulfill his orders, explained the commander, while a group of 20 knights, armed with swords and shields, lined up behind the leaders, ready for battle. Do you know who we are? Why so much courage? Luffy persisted in his quest for answers. Just a pirate crew with a captain valued at 50 million. I've captured a pirate with 120 million in the Grand Line before King Starry recruited me. Don't overestimate yourself, little pirate, challenged the commander, eliciting an amused smile from Luffy. Zoro, Hugo, Lami, and Beppo, take care of them, ordered Luffy, turning to watch the spectacle from a distance. The stage was set for a confrontation in the radiant sunlight. Most of the crew followed Luffy while the remaining 4 stood firm before the group. Commander, it seems like they're underestimating us, observed a soldier at his side. True, but there's no need to get too worked up. We just eliminate these 4 and get the others, he said with simplicity. I expected something like, hand over the mermaid, and we'll spare you, but it looks like I was wrong with all that cliché. It's good to see things different from the usual, ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed casually, settling in to watch the fight from some rocks on the beach. Luffy-sama, will they be okay? Shirahoshi asked, visibly concerned. Don't be so scared. They'll handle it easily, so relax. Luffy reassured the mermaid's concerns confidently. The fight began as soon as Luffy uttered those carefree words, and everyone watched as the Royal Knights and the Straw Hat members engaged in battle. Chains? Exclaimed Nijiko beside Luffy. The one who called himself the commander seemed to possess a devil fruit that allowed him to release chains from his body. How interesting, this reminds me of the Uzumakis, commented Luffy. Who? Asked Reiju beside him. Forget about it. Luffy preferred to quickly change the subject. The chains flew quickly toward the 4 Mugiwara members. There were 4 chains, moving at high speed, curving through the air. Zoro countered with his sword but managed to repel with some difficulty. Lami activated her room and switched places with a rock. Beppo was caught by a chain and yelled as he was thrown. Hugo was also captured but held his ground with the strength of his imposing body. They seem to have abilities, remarked one of the enemies, closely examining the Mugiwara's actions. That ability where the woman switched places seems dangerous. Shambles! Exclaimed Lami, raising a finger in a characteristic gesture. Beppo and Hugo, who were being held by chains, were swapped for rocks the next moment. Thanks. Thank you, Lami, both expressed gratitude, returning to the same initial position where the 2 groups faced each other again. This is more challenging than we thought, but our orders are clear from His Majesty. We must fight with all our might, declared the commander. From his body, 10 chains emerged. Another knight from the trio had his body covered in metal, while the third wielded a massive sword, drawing it from the sheath. 2 devil fruits, how interesting. I wonder if there were these original knights to protect Sabo's brother in the Goa Kingdom. Luffy murmured internally, watching the fight unfold in total chaos in that area. Beppo faced a tide of 20 knights, executing kicks in the air and launching Rankyaku to repel his opponents. Hugo exchanged punches with the man covered in iron, but despite his strength, he was at a disadvantage against the user of the strange fruit. Zoro engaged in an intense sword exchange with the swordsman, trying to incorporate Soru into his movements. Meanwhile, Lami seemed to be having fun in her blue space against the opponent, dodging the chains and occasionally using Soru. Although his Soru wasn't perfect, Luffy had trained them for a week, counting on the group bonus from the system, totaling 2 weeks, and if we add the effect of the devil fruit multiplication, Luffy provided 6 weeks of training in the time of 1. They quickly began to develop the techniques, and even though they were still at an initial level, it was only a matter of time until they completely mastered the abilities. The first to emerge victorious was Zoro, using his Soru to cut down the enemy, who fell dead shortly afterward. Sword Turin, shouted the alarmed soldiers, but they were quickly hit by Beppo's kicks. Using Kung Fu style, he kicked blades into the air through Rankyaku. Damn, end this quickly, Sor. Lynx, yes, Commander, replied the man fighting against Hugo, clad in iron. You should be paying attention to our fight. The commander heard the female voice escaping from his chains but was interrupted by the sound of a cut. His chains were cut in front of him. Impossible, he exclaimed, surprised. Why, impossible? It was very simple, Lami said with her sword in hand, revealing an air of nonchalance. She didn't even exert effort against this pirate and decided to end the fight right there. The man felt his arm being severed from his body, his expression changing to immediate shock. What? Before he could fully react to the dismemberment of his arm, his neck met a sharp line from Lami's weapon, and his head was removed in a precise motion, without the aid of the Op no Mi. A jet of blood immediately spurted, marking the abrupt end of his life. Commander, Sor. Lynx was visibly frightened by his leader's quick defeat. The supreme knights of the Goa Kingdom, those who took pride in following their king, were being massacred, and he was the only one remaining alive. Even with his strength, he couldn't overcome Hugo's iron fruit and seemed quite battered. However, he showed no signs of giving up the fight. I have to get out of here, he decided to run, being the sole survivor. He never imagined finding monsters here, as this crew had only 90 million as a whole, and the captain hadn't even fought, finding all of this amusing from the start, like a show. Giving Hugo a punch and making him fly after a clash, he started running to the opposite side, but soon felt his legs being separated from his body. Lami, who had finished her fight and was watching the man, used her cut while he was still within her attack zone. "Ah, my legs?" The man was scared, even though Lami had only removed his legs from his body without actually cutting them. The psychological blow to the man was strong. After all, who would want to see their legs being separated in front of their eyes? "Because they were made of iron," the man exclaimed in horror. "As if I couldn't cut iron," Lami taunted as she approached, her gaze meeting Luffy's. Luffy just nodded, and Lami used her sword to cut the man, ending any attempt at negotiation. "Wait, I can give you anything." Before he could finish, his iron head was removed from his neck, resulting in a spurt of blood and the abrupt end of his words and life. 492 Chapter 77, Chapter Size. 2014 words, Third Person POV. Shimotsuki Village, East Blue. "Captain, it seems I lost that fight." Hugo looked embarrassed as he got up from the ground after the battle concluded. Luffy approached and placed his hand on the big man's shoulder. "Don't be too down, that's normal for everyone. People are always weak at the beginning, and you faced a tough Akuma no Mi user. Just don't give up and focus on training to become even stronger. I saw you trying to use Tekai, but it failed. I won't blame you since you started training ahead of most. Your body hasn't adapted yet," Luffy said calmly to his companion. "Yes, thank you for those words, Captain," Hugo muttered, thinking about the next training session and his strengthening with the idea of getting stronger and developing this technique. "Anyway, it looks like Beppo didn't kill all of them." "Good job, Beppo," Luffy said, observing 8 of those 30 knights still alive but heavily injured on the beach. "I thought Beppo was kind, but he eliminated 22 people, and I must say he developed his technique with talent, even though he failed a few times in the fight," Luffy thought, surprised. "Thanks, Captain," Beppo exclaimed a bit embarrassed. "I'll clean up this mess, tie up all the knights still alive," Luffy said as he walked towards the dead. "They had interesting Akuma no Mi, but I'll have to spend money to get them from the shop after they've been killed. It's not worth it, although the chain's Akuma no Mi is even more interesting than the one that Marine Woman uses. I think her name is Rina." Luffy debated whether to take this Akuma no Mi that reminded him of the Uzumaki's power. 500 million. Luffy opened the shop and looked at its price. He instinctively looked at Nejiko, who could eat that fruit in a corner of the beach. "No, it's not worth it. I have a better fruit for her when we get to Alabasta," Luffy reasoned and set aside the idea. He began to set fire to the bodies to clean the beach, making them all cremate along with their armor, which had no chance to resist the heat of Luffy's flames. Returning to his companions, he noticed they were all looking at the still-standing enemy ship. "I like that ship. It's quite luxurious," Reiju said, looking at the Goa Kingdom's ship. The luxurious ship of the Goa Kingdom was a true floating masterpiece. With an impressive length, it rose majestically above the blue waters of the East Blue, leaving everyone who saw it marveling at its magnificence. The ship's hull was of pure and shining white, glistening in the sun like a precious pearl. The bow was adorned with intricately carved hardwood, intricate details depicting scenes from the kingdom's history, showcasing past glories and the heroes who served it. The sails were immaculately white and seemed capable of capturing the very essence of the wind. They were giant, like the wings of an angel, giving the ship impressive speed and a sense of freedom as it cut through the waters. The deck was made of hand-polished wood, smooth as silk, and adorned with expensive carpets and high-quality wicker chairs. Large glass windows, carefully cleaned and polished, adorned the sides of the ship, allowing a panoramic view of the ocean and sky. Crystal chandeliers hanging from the dining hall's ceiling radiated a soft and shimmering light, creating an atmosphere of refinement and sophistication. The ship's interior was equally splendid. The rooms were spacious and decorated with fine furniture, silk curtains, and valuable artworks. The dining hall was adorned with marble tables and chairs upholstered in luxurious fabrics, where guests could enjoy sumptuous banquets and opulent parties. On the upper deck, there was a sparkling pool, surrounded by wooden loungers and umbrellas, providing an oasis of tranquility and relaxation. The onboard spa offered beauty treatments and massages for privileged guests who wished to relax even further. In summary, the luxurious ship of the Goa Kingdom was a symbol of wealth and power. Its splendor and elegance made it a refuge for the privileged, offering an unparalleled travel experience amid the splendor of the waters of the East Blue. Probably the ship used by the king himself. Lami commented with the same reasoning as the captain. Great, we have a beautiful ship now, and we'll keep it to sell as soon as possible. I'm sure it'll be worth a few $100 million, Luffy commented, but he was surprised when he approached these two, and they spoke one after the other without starting a fight. Is the Goa Kingdom trying to capture me, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked with a bit of concern. Yes, but don't worry, we'll pay them a visit after we sail from here. We're going to attack a king? Usopp shouted in surprise. No, we're going to attack a kingdom, Luffy said calmly. Captain, can you repeat that? I think I heard it wrong, Hugo said. What? I said we're going to attack the Goa Kingdom, Luffy spoke again. Luffy, you can't be serious, can you? Nijiko said with wide eyes. Ha ha ha. It seems you don't know me. I said we're going to attack a kingdom, and that's what we're going to do, Luffy said. Wait a minute. You're not from this kingdom? Zoro opened his eyes when he remembered the time he and his captain met. Luffy mentioned that he was born and raised in Goa. Yes, but that doesn't stop me from attacking their king when he decided to target us. Luffy spoke calmly. So, are we really going to attack the Goa Kingdom? Yes, since this is an order from the captain, I will follow him. Yes, I trust you, Luffy. Yes, I agree with Luffy. If they want to be our enemies, we should respond to that. They, who were initially surprised that Luffy planned to attack a kingdom, ended up agreeing, as Luffy always said that his goal is to conquer the seas. And what is a kingdom compared to that? Especially one that decided to make them their enemies by trying to capture Shirahoshi. Yes, but let's first train for the rest of the day. I intend to see Kuina's response by the end of the day, and we'll set sail shortly after, Luffy announced. With everyone agreeing to that, there were 8 prisoners placed in a small cage, and everyone went to train in the next moment, with some even more determined after the fight against the knights. During the rest of the afternoon, the team trained for 2 more sessions until just before the sun began to set in the west. It was at this moment that Kuina appeared on the beach, surprising everyone. Kuina, we were already going after you, Nijiko said with a smile. Hello, everyone, as you can see, this is my answer, Kuina said as she approached with a backpack on her back and her sword at her waist. She had accepted to travel with them after spending a few days with her father. Her path with the sword asked her to follow them on the journey. That's great, then welcome to the crew, Luffy announced with a laugh. System, crew. Kuina has joined as a member of your crew. That's great. Luffy celebrated internally. Ha 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 ha. Welcome to the Straw Hat Pirates, Kuina. I hope you know what you're getting into because it won't be an easy journey, Luffy announced with a big smile. I know very well what I'm getting into, she scoffed as she approached them. Kuina approached and was greeted with a wide variety of smiles and greetings from everyone, congratulating her on officially joining the group. Luffy, my father would like to talk to you and even Zoro before we leave, Kuina said after the meeting. It was understandable. Luffy knew that the man wanted to talk to him about his daughter, and Zoro, being his apprentice, wanting to exchange some last words of farewell or advice. The captain picked up the black pearl on the beach and threw it into the sea before setting sail. I would say I could go ahead, but Zoro might get lost, so let's go together, Luffy said, laughing, earning a grimace from the swordsman, and the duo set off towards the dojo. Arriving at the location, Luffy was greeted by Kushiru with a small smile in front of the place with some students. I want to talk to your captain first, Zoro. Can you accompany me, Monkey D. Luffy? Sure. Luffy followed the man, who led him to a hill with a tomb a little distant from the dojo. This was the old tomb of his daughter. The sun was setting at that moment, creating a strange atmosphere. But Luffy broke the silence between the two as soon as he arrived at the location. Did you open it? Luffy asked surprised, looking at the excavated spot. It was Kuina's idea, she really wanted to see what was inside, he said calmly. And there was nothing, right? Luffy already imagined the answer since Kuina had been resurrected, and the original bones should have disappeared from there. No, I'm sure the body should be here, and it was never violated all these years. Luffy looked in silence, and the man sighed. I must thank you for bringing my girl back. Even though it's so unbelievable, she's here again, and I know it's her, he said. Luffy didn't know what to say. He had stated his motivations for this many times. I tried to convince her to stay here, you know? he said with a small smile. She said she had an unpayable debt to you, but I said I would pay for it myself and advised her to have a safe life, yet here she is, he continued. But she refused. She said she connected with you, that she really wanted to travel the sea and develop her swordsmanship in your pirate group and pursue her dream. I failed my daughter once, I don't intend to do it a second time, so I can only ask you to take care of her and help her with her dream. That will be done, Uncle, Luffy said after his brief silence and smiled. You brought her back, so you have the right to take care of her from now on. She's already a member of my crew. Even if the world has to burn, I'll save anyone from my crew, Luffy announced. You even handed over the old and legendary lost sword, Tensa Zangetsu. Despite the curse, the sword is a great treasure and can easily be a substitute for Wado Ichimonji, he said. She needs a good sword to pursue her dream, he shrugged. Thank you. You're a better man than I am and even a better father in the future. Well, I hope so. Luffy couldn't help but reflect on those words. The two's conversation turned to some general topics in the next 10 minutes. Luffy took the opportunity to get some tips for training his swordsmanship, which is still at a very low level. After that, they descended the hill, and Kuina's father talked to Zoro alone. Luffy didn't want to risk leaving ahead, so he waited for Zoro to return with him to the ship. As soon as Zoro returned, they set sail after bidding farewell once again to Master Kushiro. Returning to the ship, Luffy used his wings to go to the ship in the water, holding onto Zoro's shirt collar, much to the swordsman's discontent with the treatment. So, are we leaving? Nami asked. Yes, heading straight for Goa. Is it really your home, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked curiously, recalling Zoro's words. Yes, before embarking on this journey, I had never left the country, Luffy said, looking nostalgically at the horizon. I won't fail to visit some dear people to me in that place, Luffy murmured. As night fell, the Black Pearl began to sail, heading in the opposite direction of Logatown, delving even deeper into the East Blue. 492 Chapter 78, Chapter Size. 2,763 words. Third person POV. Shimotsuki Village, East Blue. As the evening descended, when the sun poured its golden rays over the horizon, illuminating the vast ocean in a magical way, the kingdom of Goa majestically came into view. Nestled on the coast of a lush and vibrant island in the East Blue, this kingdom, rich in history and opulence, seemed like a piece of paradise in that picturesque sea. The towering towers of the royal castle rose, taking on the pastel hues of the setting sky, causing its walls to shimmer like precious stones. The royal garden, filled with vibrant flowers and exotic plants, emitted a sweet fragrance befitting its reputation as the most dazzling in all the seas. The city of Goa stretched at the foot of the castle, with its narrow cobblestone streets and buildings that blended ancient and modern architecture. The inhabitants, dressed in elegant and vibrant clothes, looked like living art canvases as they paraded through the bustling streets. As night approached, magical lanterns lit up, bathing the city in a soft, golden glow. The music and laughter of a distant celebration could be heard, floating through the air like an invitation for anyone who wished to join in the celebration of life. However, behind this dazzling facade and its aura of prosperity, the kingdom of Goa hid dark secrets and deep inequalities. A king with cruel ambitions and a desire for power at any cost prepared to extend his claws over a precious treasure that would change the fate of all under the wrath of a powerful pirate in these waters. At the top of a hill, commanding a splendid view of the city, stood the majestic Goa Palace, an architectural masterpiece that loomed over the humble houses of the city like an imposing guardian. Its walls were adorned with sparkling white stones, extracted from the quarries of the surrounding mountains, giving the palace an almost celestial appearance under the setting sun. Massive columns, adorned with sculptures of mythological creatures, supported the grand entrance porch, a portal that whispered of grandeur and authority. Inside the palace, the corridors were lined with rare marbles and luxurious tapestries that told the story of centuries of reign. Crystal chandeliers hung from high ceilings, casting a golden glow on every step of those who dared to enter the royal precinct. At every corner, statues of past kings, sporting gleaming crowns and ornate robes, looked with an air of relentless judges, silent witnesses to the legacy of royalty. In the center of the grand audience hall, a massive ebony throne, studded with rare jewels, dominated the space. An imposing man who always had an arrogant face rested on this throne. His gaze was not as cold and determined as usual, a constant reminder of his power. Dressed in royal silk and velvet, he personified the pride and authority of a king who ruled with an iron fist. This man, known as King Sterry, was the monarch of the Kingdom of Goa and was determined to maintain his position at any cost. His gaze fixed on the city spread out before him. He was not prepared to face a challenge that was coming to him from the sea and could shake the foundations of his kingdom and test his ambition to the limit. His expression was a mix of impatience and irritation, while his fingers incessantly tapped on the throne's arm. "No news of them? It's been 4 long and agonizing days," he roared, making the sound echo in the ornate walls of the hall. The courtiers and advisors, kneeling before the throne, trembled with the intensity of his anger. "Your Majesty," began the castle steward, a middle-aged man with a worried expression, "we lost contact with all of them as soon as they set out in pursuit of the target." King Sterry clenched his fists, his nails scraping against the jewel-studded arms of the throne. "Cursed, after all the hard work and fortune I invested in obtaining the devil fruits, they simply vanished before me." The steward tried to calm the king, despite his own unease. "Your Majesty, I believe it is too early to conclude such a thing. They are loyal to you and the kingdom, and their strength is unparalleled in this sea. There is no one who can challenge the power you entrusted to them." Sterry pondered for a moment, his brows furrowed. "You might be right," he finally admitted, the fury slowly giving way to a more contemplative expression. "They would never betray me or let a bunch of pirates prevail over them." "Yes, my king," the steward agreed. "It's possible they encountered some communication mishap. They're skilled and loyal. I'm sure they will return soon with news of success." King Sterry nodded, appearing, for a moment, calmer and more reflective. However, the shadow of concern still hung over him, knowing that future events could shape the destiny of his kingdom irrevocably. Suddenly, everyone in the audience chamber was startled by the familiar purro 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 echoing from a corner of the room. It was the characteristic sound of den den mushi, the snails used as phones in this vast and intriguing world. "Finally, are they in contact because they have the mermaid?" Sterry exclaimed, his voice laden with expectation, while his gaze fixed on the den den mushi. His hand reached eagerly towards the device, as if wanting to grasp the news with his own hands. The persistent sound of purro 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 continued filling the room with an aura of anticipation. The courtiers and advisors present could barely contain their emotions, whispering to each other with looks of expectation. Then, the sound of the den den mushi was abruptly interrupted by an audible thud. "Kacha!" Silence fell over the room, and everyone prepared to hear the awaited news. "Are you the king of the Goa kingdom?" The unfamiliar voice sounded from the other end of the connection, defiant and undisturbed. The room quickly plunged into a strange and ominous atmosphere, with the attentive eyes of the courtiers fixed on King Sterry. The monarch's hopes, which had been raised with the possibility of good news, were shaken by this unexpected response. His fingers clenched tightly on the ebony throne as he struggled to contain the tension that seized him, leaving him tense and filled with countless questions. "Who are you, cursed one?" Sterry roared at the unknown, his voice echoing through the luxurious hall, shattering all his expectations of favorable news. His face twisted in an expression of fury and challenge. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the mermaid you are trying to capture," Luffy responded calmly, challenging the Goa king with his fearless voice. "You damn pirate and insolent, hand over that mermaid for your own good," Sterry vociferated, his voice laden with authority. "What are you threatening me based on? If you think a bunch of knights can stop us, you're deeply mistaken," Luffy retorted, maintaining his calm as he defied the Goa king. "I am the king of Goa. Do not insult me, pirate," Sterry insisted, his unyielding arrogance despite Luffy's challenging presence. "What happened to the Lord Commander and the others?" Sterry questioned again, his expression revealing genuine concern for his knights whom he had spent a fortune cultivating. "They are all dead." Luffy's response came like a sharp blade, cutting through the tense air of the room. "You wretch, I will hunt you down," Sterry declared with determination, his voice turning into thunder that echoed through the hall. "Don't worry, I'll save you some time. I'm coming to your kingdom right now." The pirate responded with a sinister promise, leaving a heavy silence hanging over the room as the darkness of uncertainty loomed over the future. Kacha asterisk. As soon as the snail device was disconnected, a momentary silence fell over the palace's audience chamber. Sterry, like the courtiers and advisors, held his breath, aware that a storm was approaching. It was at that exact moment that the clear sound of the city bells began to echo through the palace corridors, breaking the silence with palpable urgency. Sterry felt a shiver run down his spine as the bells, located in the church towers, in the squares, and at various points in the city, rang with a rapid and frenetic cadence. It seemed as if the bells themselves had been awakened by a signal of imminent danger right after Luffy ended the conversation. The sound of the bells spread through the streets of Goa City, interrupting the daily activities of the people. Sterry watched from one of the palace windows, surprised and apprehensive, as residents near the church towers looked up, like him, perplexed by the sudden cacophony. The tolling of the bells acted as a city-wide alert in Goa. Inhabitants rushed to their homes, shops were hastily closed, and soldiers prepared to face the approaching danger. Sterry felt the weight of duty and responsibility as the king of Goa, with the city on the brink of confronting an unknown and threatening challenge. "What is this?" Sterry shouted, his voice echoing through the hall, his eyes widening in surprise and alarm. "Your Majesty." A knight hurriedly entered the room, his expression palpably panicked. "A pirate ship is approaching the kingdom. It's the dreadful Straw Hats." King Sterry swallowed hard, the news hitting him like a lightning bolt. "What? Are they really here to threaten me?" His voice trembled with anxiety and fear, while his fists clenched tightly on the throne. "Arrest them. Do not let them approach the palace at any cost." Sterry was hysterical at that moment, his words coming out with a tone of desperate command. He knew that the imminent threat from the Straw Hat pirates jeopardized not only his kingdom but also his own power and safety. The soldiers and knights present in the room quickly moved, obeying their king's order. Commotion and tension filled the air as everyone prepared for the pirates' imminent invasion. The palace was now at the epicenter of an impending crisis, and Sterry's determination was the only thing keeping him steadfast on the throne as danger approached. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship approaching the island, the Straw Hats observed the kingdom of Goa with surprising indifference. "Is this your kingdom? It's not bad," Nami commented casually, casting an interested glance over the unfolding landscape. It was her first time here, just like everyone else. The picturesque houses and buildings spread across the city, adorned with elegant architecture and vibrant colors. "I never lived there, I lived with bandits in those mountains over there." Luffy pointed to the other side, indicating the mountains surrounding the kingdom, reminiscing about his childhood days in the nearby forests. "I see. This kingdom seems quite beautiful," Usopp observed, remaining calm next to his scope. "When I was younger, I used to steal in that city with my brothers." Luffy smiled nostalgically, his eyes recalling the mischief of his youth. "You have brothers, Luffy-sama?" Shirahoshi asked curiously. "I have 3 of them, even if some aren't blood-related," Luffy commented, thinking of his childhood and his fellow troublemakers. 3? I only knew Ace," Yamato murmured, surprised by the revelation. "Anyway, it seems like we're causing quite a stir," Zoro interrupted, not hiding his excitement as he watched the city become a frenzy of activity as they approached. In the city, the bells echoed through the air, a shrill and urgent sound cutting through the panic taking hold of the streets. The clamor of the bells reverberated in every corner, like a desperate call to the population. People ran in all directions, their expressions of fear and uncertainty reflected in the deserted streets. Shops were hastily closed, merchants abandoned their stalls, and children were pulled indoors by worried parents. The kingdom of Goa was in a state of turmoil, and the sense of alarm hung in the air like a dark cloud. While the inhabitants panicked, the Straw Hats remained calm, their expressions maintaining the indifference of experienced pirates. To them, the city's commotion was just confirmation that their plan was working. They knew that the kingdom of Goa would be the next target of their plunder, and the population's anxiety would only ease their way. At the port, a crowd of soldiers gathered, preparing to face the imminent threat. Armor glistened in the sun, and spears were raised in preparation for battle. Panic was spreading like an uncontrolled fire, and the fate of the kingdom of Goa hung by a thread as they awaited the arrival of the pirates. "Looks like they want to greet us," Luffy commanded with a mischievous smile. "Let's return the favor. Usopp and Shirahoshi, aim for that port." The duo quickly headed for the shooting cabins inside the ship, ready to cause more chaos. "You really don't miss a chance to cause chaos, do you?" Nijiko commented, observing Luffy's tranquility. "What can I say, we're pirates." Luffy shrugged, wearing a carefree expression as the cannons of his ship prepared to fire. On the deck of the majestic Black Pearl, Usopp and Shirahoshi moved with determination as they headed towards the shooting cabin. The ship, with its aura of pirate power and an intimidating appearance, hovered over the sea with an imposing presence. Inside the shooting cabin, the atmosphere was high-tech. Control panels gleamed with indicator lights, and a series of joysticks allowed precise control of the cannons. The cannons themselves were a wonder of pirate engineering, equipped with advanced systems that allowed for aim adjustment and automatic loading of cannonballs. Usopp, with his fearless face and eyes shining with excitement, led the way. He skillfully took one of the joysticks, moving it effortlessly to align the cannon's aim ahead. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the port of the Kingdom of Goa awaited. With innate skill, he ensured that the aim was perfectly aligned with the target. Shirahoshi, with her gentle yet powerful presence, followed Usopp as if swimming through the air to her own cabin. She observed the control panel with curiosity, fascinated by the technology about to be used. With her delicate touch, she pressed one of the buttons, preparing the cannon for the shot. Her gentle touch was a contrast to the machine's complex mechanics, but it made it clear that she was ready to unleash the action. With a slight nod, Usopp initiated the procedure. The cannon adjusted automatically, moving smoothly thanks to the joystick. With a mechanical hum, the cannonballs were automatically loaded into the artillery. It was evident that the Straw Hats' pirate technology was ready to wreak havoc. As the Black Pearl advanced toward the panicked port of the Kingdom of Goa, Usopp and Shirahoshi used the advanced technology of the cannons to launch an explosive greeting that would shake the foundations of the kingdom and signal the imminent arrival of the Straw Hats. Boom! Boom! The first shots echoed through the front of the Black Pearl. The explosions were deafening, shaking the deck forcefully and sending clouds of smoke and debris into the sky. The advanced cannons, with their precise technology, hit the soldiers of the Kingdom of Goa directly positioned in the port. The explosions were surrounded by a bright flash and the thunder of impact. The soldiers, unprepared for the quick and fierce retaliation of the Straw Hats, were thrown to the ground, screaming in agony. "These two are good at shooting," Lami commented as she watched the destruction caused by the cannons. "Keep it up. We'll invade the kingdom as soon as we're done with this group of soldiers," Luffy announced, his voice filled with determination. He didn't hide his intentions to plunder the Kingdom of Goa, making it clear that there would be no mercy. "Are we going to kill innocent people?" Reiju asked, slightly alarmed by the brutality of the action. Luffy quickly corrected, "Don't jump to that kind of conclusion. We don't need to kill to steal. Just beat them if they don't want to hand over the treasures." His voice indicated that there was a code of conduct among the Straw Hats, even when they were about to pillage the kingdom. While the port was in flames, the Black Pearl continued to approach with its destructive arsenal, leaving a trail of chaos and destruction in its wake, preparing for its imminent invasion. 492 Chapter 79, Chapter Size. 1758 words. Third person POV. Goa Kingdom, East Blue. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a spectacle of golden and reddish hues across the sea, the port of the Goa Kingdom was shrouded in a fog of smoke and chaos. The Black Pearl, the proud pirate ship of the Straw Hats, had unleashed a devastating bombardment that had turned the once peaceful port into a scene of destruction. The cannons of the Black Pearl roared like beasts, launching salvos of explosive projectiles that erupted in flames and smoke. Once untouched buildings were reduced to rubble, while anchored ships were ablaze, their structures burning in a terrifying display. The imposing arrival of the Black Pearl had instilled panic, and local residents and soldiers were in full retreat. The port, once a site of tranquil commerce, was now ablaze and in chaos, with the sea waters reflecting the destruction the pirate ship had unleashed. The deafening noise of the cannons was replaced by the crackling of flames and the screams of people running for cover. The scene bore witness to the brutality of the imminent invasion by the Straw Hats, as the Black Pearl remained anchored in the center of the chaos, ready for the next phase of its attack. With the smoke and chaos of the port bombardment as a backdrop, Luffy disembarked from the Black Pearl alongside Yamato, Nami, Lami, Reiju, and Zoro. The ship's deck was warm beneath their feet, and the atmosphere was electrically charged with anticipation. Luffy quickly glanced over his team, trusting that the comrades left behind on the ship were dealing with the kingdom's forces in the port. He knew he could rely on their skills, allowing the group to advance to the next phase of the operation. Shirahoshi, with her gentle eyes and kind personality, approached the captain with a determined expression. "Let me go too, Luffy-sama," she requested with a touch of anxiety in her voice. Luffy nodded, understanding the need to keep her protected. "All right, but stay with me the whole time," he ordered, ensuring that Shirahoshi was under his direct protection as they faced the Goa Kingdom and its defiant king. The group of 7 advanced through the tumultuous streets of the Goa Kingdom. Shirahoshi, determined to see the city, rode on Luffy's back. Her kind and concerned gaze mixed with determination as she observed the destruction caused by the port bombardment. Luffy led the way, his determined expression as he headed toward the city center, where the imposing castle of the king stood. The rest of the group followed, staying alert as they watched the panic unfold around them. People in the streets were in a state of panic, their voices exuding fear and uncertainty. The nobles walking the streets of the Goa Kingdom were dressed in extravagant and ostentatious attire, an effort to display their status and wealth. Their clothing reflected the opulence that the reign of Goa represented, as Luffy recalled from his memories. Nobles always wore clothes made of fine and luxurious fabrics, often adorned with expensive jewels and elaborate details. Many of them flaunted flowing cloaks that trailed to the ground, with gold and silver embroideries shining in the light of the setting sun. Previously, these nobles paraded through these streets, their pomp and display of wealth starkly contrasting with the chaotic situation that the invasion of the Straw Hats had created. Now, they seemed like frightened rabbits, their expensive clothes not enough to mask the restlessness and fear hanging in the air. As the group passed by, words of disdain and hostility were thrown their way. "Accursed pirates, go away, you scum. Do you have any idea what you're doing, robbing a kingdom?" Luffy commanded, recognizing that confronting the hostile crowd directly was unnecessary. Nami assumed a defensive stance at this point, gracefully channeling her wind powers. She created a swirl of gray and green wind in her hand. This cyclone of air was unleashed over the tumultuous crowd, acting as an effective hurricane that pushed away the hostile protesters. The wind, under Nami's controlled force, swept through the streets, lifting the protesters off the ground and tossing them away, unable to resist the fury of the storm. "Ah! Help!" Screams and pleas echoed as people were uprooted from the ground. Although the impact was powerful, most would survive the fall. The wind explosion not only startled the hostile noble protesters but also the rest of the population, who watched the display of power with astonishment and fear. Witnessing wind manipulated by a devil fruit, people began running in shock and horror, fearing the presence of the dreaded pirates. With the path temporarily cleared, the Straw Hats continued their journey towards the castle of the King of Goa. After dispersing the hostile crowd, the path to the royal palace became notably easier. On the horizon, the grandiose Goa castle began to emerge, imposing and majestic, contrasting with the turmoil unfolding in the city streets. When they finally spotted the castle's entrance, they were surprised to see a massive wall separating the castle from the city. This obstacle only confirmed the careful and defensive nature of the Goa kings. Lami commented, "Kings are quite cautious, aren't they?" Luffy nodded. "True, but nothing we can't handle." At that moment, one of the 200 guards stationed in front of the castle stood out, shouting accusations against the intruders. "Pirates, do you have any idea what you're doing?" Luffy sighed, recognizing the cliché of the situation. He glanced at his companions, assessing the determination in their eyes. "Do you want to end this?" Luffy asked. "Of course," Zoro replied, drawing his sword from his waist with a determined expression. "That's easy," Lami commented, eager to join the action and prove her skill. Reiju, with a shrewd smile, suggested, "You can stay with the captain. We can handle them without you." Lami raised an eyebrow, surprised by the proposal. "Huh? I thought you would be the one to step aside." Reiju chuckled softly. "How about a competition? This will prove I'm better than you." Lami accepted the challenge, facing Reiju with determination. "So, who takes down more? Let's see if you're really useful, my rival." Reiju and Lami quickly advanced toward the 200 soldiers positioned in front of them. Both women were determined to showcase their skills and prove who was the better fighter. Reiju demonstrated her unique agility by launching a series of devastating kicks executed with grace and precision. Her movements were a dance of destruction as she neutralized opponents with her agile and powerful legs. Lami, on the other hand, brandished her sword and invoked the powers of her devil fruit, the Op No Mi. With a single movement, she altered the space around her and delivered swift, precise strikes, cutting through the space in front of her and creating invisible blades that affected the soldiers. Her combination of fencing skills and spatial manipulation made her a formidable opponent. The competition between the two was fierce, with Reiju showcasing her prowess with lethal kicks, similar to Sanji's fighting style, while Lami exerted her mastery over the Op no Mi and her sword skills. Each sought to outdo the other, and the count of fallen soldiers remained balanced as the fight continued. Hey, wait for me, Zoro exclaimed with a touch of anger in his voice, frustrated at being left out and eager to show his own skill. Reiju and Lami continued their intense competition, demonstrating their abilities with each bold move. The scene around them was filled with incapacitated soldiers, many still trying to recover from Reiju's powerful kicks and Lami's precise attacks. Spectators, including the other Straw Hat members, watched in admiration as the two women fought, driven by their fierce rivalry. Shirahoshi, watching the scenes on Luffy's back, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Lami-sama and Reiju-sama are so competitive." Luffy, still somewhat perplexed by the intensity of the competition between the two, commented, something like that. Yamato, beside Luffy, asked, "What do we do now?" Luffy responded with determination, "Let's see the king. They're already dealing with all the enemies." Nami, excited about the prospect of looting the royal palace, commented eagerly, "Let's go. I can't wait to check out the treasures in that palace." As they advanced along the path dotted with incapacitated soldiers, it became evident that the competition between Lami and Reiju had wreaked considerable havoc on the palace guard. The ground was littered with fallen men, primarily due to the rivalry between the two women, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Luffy entered the palace with calm confidence, moving through the corridors now populated by knocked-out soldiers. The interior of the palace seemed like an extension of his home, filled with grandeur and opulence. Shirahoshi, noting the resemblance between royal palaces and her home in the deep sea, commented with a touch of surprise, "It looks like my home." Nami, following closely, pondered the repetitive nature of royal palaces. "I believe all kings have castles that resemble each other." Yamato, however, found a notable difference between the royal castle and the residence of her adoptive father, Kaido. In a murmur, she expressed her opinion, "Doesn't look anything like the old man's castle, bastard." Shirahoshi's curiosity was piqued, and she asked with interest, "I still wonder who this old bastard is that Yamato always talks about." Luffy, avoiding going into details on the matter, changed the subject and directed his attention to a large door rising before them. It was evident that this door led to the audience chamber of the King of Goa. Before the imposing door, Luffy focused his energy, and purple flames began to dance around his hand. His fist turned into a blazing torrent of amethyst flames, enveloping it in a threatening aura. With a determined look, Luffy muttered to himself, "It's time to face this bastard king." The purple flames flickered, illuminating the dark corridor as Luffy pushed open the palace doors, ready for the confrontation that would change the Kingdom of Goa. 492 Chapter 80. Chapter size. 2,574 words. Third person POV. Kingdom of Goa, East Blue. In the heart of the Goa Palace, the majestic throne room stood imposingly, waiting to house a strong and powerful monarch who would lead his subjects with unwavering authority. However, instead, a frightened young king occupied the throne, shouting orders incessantly. "What do these pirates think they're doing? Invading my kingdom? This is an outrage. Guards, protect my treasure at all costs. No matter what happens, do not let them get close to it. My own well-being is at stake here. These soldiers are expendable. They are here to protect me, after all. You soldiers are useless. Why aren't you doing anything to stop these pirates? These damn pirates. They have no respect for royalty. They're about to destroy my kingdom. Go, end these pirates, don't let them reach the palace." "Your Grace, the pirates are already here," said a soldier, trying to keep calm. "Useless. You can't let them reach the throne. And my life is more important, you must protect it." The king was visibly terrified, his pale face reflecting the fear consuming him with every word that escaped his mouth. The soldier's words had caused his courage to crumble, and he trembled on his throne. "Please, sir, we must find a way out of this situation," pleaded a noble, bowing before the king. "They're about to enter the palace. We must consider surrender." Another noble, even more distressed, joined in the plea. King, please, think of our lives and the safety of the kingdom. Don't let your pride lead us to destruction. He was about to respond to his subjects, but the brief tense moment that had previously dominated the throne room was abruptly shattered, giving way to something much more terrifying. A deafening roar echoed through the chambers, making the chandeliers sway and the tapestries flutter, as if the very room were writhing in fear. The massive door guarding the entrance to the throne room was being brutally attacked. At the epicenter of this chaos was Monkey D. Luffy, the imposing figure leading the invasion of the Kingdom of Goa. His face, now stern and mature, radiated fierce determination, and the amethyst flames enveloping his left fist intensified with each passing second. With a powerful strike, Luffy shattered the door in an explosion of wood and iron. Fragments flew through the air, filling the room with a cloud of dust, as if destiny itself were being challenged. Now, the throne room was vulnerable, and the impending confrontation was about to begin. Luffy was determined to face the King of Goa and claim what he believed was rightfully his. Boom! The door exploded with undeniable violence, shattering into pieces that scattered through the air. Smoke and dust filled the air, momentarily obscuring everyone's vision. As the mist of debris settled, Luffy entered the throne room, accompanied by Shirahoshi and the other members of his group. The impact of the pirates' entrance was immediately felt, leaving King Sterry in panic and horror at what was happening in his own palace. In the throne room, Luffy saw Sterry, who was seated in the main chair, his expression betraying all the fear consuming him. Beside him, a noble-looking blonde woman seemed equally surprised and concerned. Ministers and high nobles clustered around them, surrounded by what seemed to be royal guards, all of them now facing the pirates' invasion. King Sterry, Luffy spoke amicably, displaying a smile that couldn't hide his defiant intent. Luffy approached Sterry, his gaze serious and determined. The king, though terrified, still tried to maintain a facade of arrogance. "What do you think you're doing, pirate?" Sterry tried to keep his voice steady despite the evident fear in his eyes. Luffy wasted no time on empty words. "I'm here to teach you a lesson. You can't just steal people and sell them as slaves, especially not my own people." The king nervously chuckled. "You don't understand, pirate. The mermaid is worth a fortune. I was only thinking of the good of my kingdom." Luffy tightened the fist wrapped in amethyst flames, causing the purple glow to intensify. "Money is not an excuse for what you've done. Shirahoshi is not a commodity, and I won't allow you to hurt her." Sterry swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the situation bearing down on him. "What are you going to do?" Luffy looked at the king seriously. "I'm going to show you what happens when someone messes with the people I love." "You, pirate. Do you know what you're doing?" Sterry shouted in panic. "You know, Sterry," Luffy commented as he walked with the women behind him. "I've always wanted to meet you. You have such a ridiculous face. Who are you to speak of the king, scum?" The woman next to him arrogantly shouted. "What can I say? Always wanted to meet Sabo's brother," Luffy said. "Sabo? That unworthy. You knew that scum. Why should I be surprised? Good riddance that he died horribly," he said with arrogance and madness. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the throne room. "Ah! Your Majesty, King Sterry. How dare you shoot a king, pirate? It hurts, my shoulder hurts. Someone make the pain stop," Sterry screamed like a wounded animal, his face contorted in agony. Luffy quickly drew his weapon and shot the man when he uttered those arrogant words about Sabo. The bullet hit the king in the shoulder, making him scream even louder as he fell to the ground with the bleeding wound. Luffy felt his anger grow exponentially upon hearing Sterry's disdainful words. It was thanks to this little shit and his parents that Sabo had to run away. He thought with fury, all the memories and emotions of his past life flooding into him at that moment. His hatred for Sterry intensified even more, and hearing the king speak of Sabo in such a disrespectful manner infuriated him deeply. "Look, I don't care if you're a king. You should know we're pirates, and we do what we want. You should be aware of that when you set your dogs after us." Luffy spoke, his usual challenging smile replaced by a serious and relentless look. "Stop, you don't know who you're dealing with. That mermaid on your back is being sought by someone I can't refuse, and you definitely won't be able to fight," Sterry retorted, a hint of arrogance in his voice. Luffy raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Then tell me, who could be so dangerous as to want my comrades?" he asked calmly, staring at the king with determination. Starry clenched his fists before revealing the dreaded name. Those whom no one in this world can refuse, a celestial dragon. He shouted, and the mere mention of the name made Shirahoshi and Nami shudder in fear. Memories of the oppression and cruelty of the world nobles echoed in their minds. Shirahoshi, in particular, knew deeply what it meant to be a mermaid princess in a world where the world nobles considered humans as mere disposable toys. Shirahoshi held Luffy's hand firmly, and he noticed it. A celestial dragon? Luffy repeated the name with a hint of surprise. Do you think that scares me, King? No matter who it is, no one touches the people I care about. Starry tried to regain some composure. You're a fool, if you knew what they're capable of. Luffy interrupted him with a sardonic laugh. I don't care what they're capable of. If they want a fight, they'll get a fight, and it won't end well for them. Shirahoshi squeezed Luffy's hand. Please, don't do anything reckless. Luffy looked at her with a reassuring look. I'll protect you, Shirahoshi. No one will hurt you. Nami, who had been silent until then, added firmly beside the trembling mermaid. They don't know who they're messing with. They'll regret challenging us, trust Luffy. Feeling Shirahoshi tremble, Luffy began to seethe with rage at Starry's threat. Do you understand that, pirate? You can't refuse a world noble. He wants that mermaid, and you will hand her over, Starry screamed like a madman. Luffy stared at him with indifferent eyes. You have no idea of the power of the world nobles, pirate. They rule the world, and when they find out you dared to interfere in their affairs, they'll come after you with all their might. Do you think you can face the world nobles and win? They have entire armies at their disposal. If you oppose them, your crew and everyone you love will be in danger. Just hand over the mermaid, Luffy. It's the only way to avoid the wrath of the world nobles. You don't want to find out what happens when they get angry. You are destined to bow before the celestial dragons. Yes, and I will become one of them one day, and everyone in this world will kneel at my feet. Starry had always nurtured the dream of becoming a world noble, maintaining contact with them and doing favors to gain influence. The mermaid in the room represented a great opportunity for him to secure some favors. Ha 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 ha. You can't even touch me anymore because I'm being protected by a world noble. Your home, and your family will be condemned for defying a world noble. Bang, asterisk. A gunshot echoed in the room, leaving everyone in shock. The dust still hung in the air when Starry screamed in pain. Ah! My shoulder. The atmosphere in the throne room became even more tense, and everyone was petrified by the turn of events. This can't be happening. A shaky voice came from the king's lips. The rest of those present in the throne room were in shock. Some looked at Starry, while others stared at Luffy with a mix of fear and bewilderment. Shirahoshi, still trembling and frightened, hugged herself tightly. She couldn't believe what was happening. King Starry. A voice among the crowd finally broke the silence. It was one of the ministers, one of the few who had kept his composure throughout the entire situation. You made a terrible mistake. The minister looked at Starry disapprovingly. You shouldn't have provoked one of the Straw Hat Pirates, especially not Captain Luffy. Luffy remained silent, keeping his gaze fixed on the king. His expression was dark, and everyone in the room could feel the intensity of his anger. You'll pay for this, Luffy said finally, his voice laden with seriousness. Starry, lying on the ground with his bleeding shoulder, realized he was in a desperate situation. He had completely underestimated the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and now his fate was in the hands of a man he had angered. Yamato, take Shirahoshi, Luffy requested seriously, and the mermaid had to reluctantly get off Luffy's back. Luffy began to walk toward the fallen king at the feet of the throne, both shoulders bleeding, groaning in pain and being helped by his subjects. As Luffy advanced, everyone made way with evident fear in their eyes. No one wanted to face that fierce gaze of the captain, as it indicated that he would kill anyone there. The air was charged with tension, and the throne room seemed smaller as Luffy approached Starry, whose face was pale with terror. As Luffy advanced towards Starry, he uttered words of determination and challenge with every step he took. His gaze was piercing and fierce as he approached the fallen king. You thought I would be afraid of the celestial dragons? I'm not afraid of anything, Starry, Luffy declared firmly, his voice echoing through the throne room. Not even the world nobles can make me back down, and you made a mistake, thinking you could harm those I love. Every word that escaped Luffy's lips was loaded with fierce determination. He left no room for doubt. He was willing to employ all his strength to protect his friends and seek revenge for the injustice they had suffered. Sterry, cornered and wounded, faced the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates with a mix of fear and remorse, realizing he had gravely underestimated his opponent. "You know, even if the whole world is in flames, I'll protect my people," Luffy declared with conviction, feeling an uncontrollable power growing within him. He immediately identified the nature of this power and did his best to keep it under control, fearing it would cause a collapse in the room. However, a wave of energy burst from him, affecting everyone present. Fortunately, Luffy managed to prevent most from fainting, but a mysterious shockwave swept through the environment, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Those who were still conscious saw their knees weaken, some of them collapsing on the floor, while others recoiled in fear. "Haoshoku Haki," Yamato exclaimed, surprised by what was happening. "I managed to control it a bit," Luffy murmured to himself, making a conscious effort to suppress the power emanating from him. He refocused his attention on the King of Goa, relieved to see that he was trembling in fear but still conscious. To Luffy, killing someone unconscious was not something he would do, even when it came to the worst enemy. Luffy advanced ruthlessly towards Sterry, his hand holding the gun with determination. The nobles, who until then had been on the king's side and hadn't fainted, still able to move, retreated in fear before the imminent threat. Luffy's eyes were fixed on the fallen king, and he aimed the gun directly at Sterry, keeping him in his sights. Each step of Luffy echoed in the throne room like a sentence of condemnation, a sound that seemed to decide Sterry's fate. The silence that hung in the air was interrupted only by the groans of pain from the wounded king. Luffy advanced, his determined gaze fixed on the fallen king, while he held the gun firmly. "Wait, Monkey D. Garp was born on this island. If you're not afraid of the celestial dragons, know that killing me will make the hero of the Marines hunt you down," Sterry shouted in despair, trying to play any card that might be at his disposal. He was an arrogant king, confident in his position, but now he was completely vulnerable. "Funny, my name is Monkey D. Luffy. You know what that means, Sterry?" Luffy smiled with dark humor, leaving everyone in the room intrigued and eager to understand the connection between the two names. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit in the minds of those present. "Unfortunately for you, not even my grandfather can stop me from putting a bullet in your head." Luffy's voice was calm and cold, contrasting with the emotional turmoil Sterry was feeling. "Wait." Bang! Thus, in an instant, Luffy pulled the trigger, and the sound echoed through the room as the bullet found its target. Sterry, the King of Goa, fell, his arrogance and power now useless in the face of the ruthless justice of the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. The ensuing silence was deafening as everyone absorbed the brutal reality of the situation. 492 Chapter 81, Chapter Size. 1948 words. Third-person POV. Goa Kingdom, East Blue. The nobles and soldiers still conscious in the throne room of Goa stared at the scene before them, letting silence dictate the narrative. Their faces revealed a mix of shock, fear, and disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Some wore expressions of pure astonishment, with wide eyes and slightly open mouths, as if they couldn't believe what their eyes were witnessing.
Others appeared apprehensive, sweat starting to bead on their foreheads as they grasped the magnitude of the situation. And there were those whose features showed pure indignation, as if confronting a king were an unacceptable crime, but reality had forced them to face this new dynamic. All of them envied their colleagues who had fainted from Luffy's aura, sparing them from witnessing the scene that would haunt everyone for the rest of their lives. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Where there had been arrogance and superiority, there was now a sense of vulnerability. No one dared to utter a word, fearing to unleash the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates' wrath even further. They were silent witnesses to a revolution that had completely transformed the situation, and there was nothing they could do to reverse what was happening. The nobles gazed at Sterry's body, lying on the floor like a felled animal, unable to hide the incredulity and fear in their eyes. A collective whisper began to rise in the room as they exchanged hushed words. "The king? Is he dead? It can't be. How did this happen so quickly? The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, he really killed our king. I can't believe what my eyes are seeing, our king. This can't be happening. He was our ruler, and now he's dead, like anyone else. These pirates. They are dethroning us." The room was immersed in a mixture of shock and terror as the nobles processed the reality that their king was dead,
and a group of invading pirates was now in control of their fate. It was an unthinkable and terrifying twist for those who once considered themselves untouchable and powerful. Luffy looked at the petrified nobles, his eyes cold and determined, leaving no doubt about his intention. However, surprising everyone in the room, he asked a polite, albeit authoritative, question. "Can you tell me where the treasure room of this palace is?" The nobles, in shock over the death of their king, exchanged glances and stuttered in response. It's in the basement, down the corridor to the left." Luffy nodded with a head gesture and turned to his crew, particularly to Nami, with a determined look. "Nami, go to the treasure room and see what valuable items we can take. Yamato, help her break into the safe." The women nodded at Luffy's words. Nami and Yamato quickly headed towards the treasure. Meanwhile, Luffy took the mermaid and turned his attention to the guards still in the room, terrified. "Soldiers, clean the king's body from here and the dirty floor," Luffy said. The nobles and soldiers, still in shock, hesitated for a moment. However, Luffy's firm and resolute gaze made it clear that he was not someone to be challenged. Finally, one of the bravest nobles decided to take the lead. "Come on, we'll all help remove the body," he said to the other nobles and soldiers, who nodded in agreement. Together, they approached the body of the former King Sterry and began to move it carefully, taking it out of the throne room. Others grabbed mops and began to clean the floor where Sterry had fallen. "You must be tired, princess. Come, let's sit and wait for the others," Luffy simply said before starting to walk. After the place was clean and Sterry's body removed, Luffy walked to the vacant throne. He looked at the majestic royal chair for a moment, contemplating the irony of his situation. Then, he calmly sat on the throne before turning his eyes to everyone in the room. Shirahoshi, who was beside him, climbed onto Luffy's lap and hugged him with a shy yet grateful look. The mermaid princess felt secure in the captain's arms, and her expression showed the trust she placed in him. While Luffy looked at the nobles and soldiers, they had no choice but to watch in silence. The throne room now belonged to the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the sight of Luffy sitting on the royal throne of Goa with a mermaid in his lap seemed like a representation of power and audacity. Luffy reflected on what they would call him now, his name echoing throughout the world after this audacious act. What would they call me now? Luffy pondered, his mind filled with thoughts on how the world would react to this act. Hero, villain, usurper, kingslayer, demon. I guess I'll find out soon. While the nobles and soldiers watched with eyes full of fear, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was determined to move forward, no matter what name the world chose to give him. Luffy looked at Shirahoshi and smiled, feeling more determined than ever to protect those he loved and seek revenge against those responsible for trying to steal the mermaid princess from him. Shirahoshi's eyes met his, and in her gaze, there was a mix of gratitude and trust. Shirahoshi was experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, and what intrigued her the most was the strange feeling growing inside her. She didn't have much understanding of what love was, as her life had been mainly confined to the Ryugu Palace, and she had never had the opportunity to engage in personal relationships. While hugging Luffy and looking into his eyes, she felt warm inside and happy, but at the same time, her lack of knowledge about her own emotions left her confused. It was as if her heart was speaking a language she didn't fully understand, but she knew it was something special and intense. While Luffy was sitting on the throne with Shirahoshi on his lap, the door of the throne room opened abruptly, revealing Lami, Reiju, and Zoro entering the room. Their expressions ranged from surprise to confusion at seeing Luffy on the throne of the Goa King with a mermaid in his lap. Lami couldn't help but laugh, teasing the situation. "Damn Luffy, you're really starting a revolution here, aren't you?" Reiju looked at the scene with a mischievous smile. "Oh, it seems our captain found a very interesting way to take the throne and get our hands on our mermaid." Zoro, on the other hand, just shook his head and sighed. "Why am I surprised? This is typical of the captain." Shirahoshi blushed, while Luffy just laughed at the companion's reactions. The scene was unexpected but had certainly brought a touch of humor to the serious situation. And so, the Straw Hat Pirates group proved once again that they were experts at surprising everyone around them. Luffy looked at them and asked with a mischievous smile, "Tell me, who won the competition between you two?" Lami, confident, replied, "Of course, Luffy. I clearly won. I'm the master of the Op no Mi techniques, and no one can surpass me." Reiju didn't let that pass, teasing Lami. "No one can surpass? Please, Lami. Even your eyebrows are darker than your skills. I won." Lami laughed. Oh, Reiju, at least my eyebrows are natural, unlike yours, which seem to have been done by a distracted painter. Reiju laughed mockingly and replied with a touch of sarcasm. Well, at least my eyebrows don't look like they were attacked by a gang of crows, Lami. Do all the crows in the world love your gothic style? Lami rolled her eyes and mocked, better crows than eyebrows worthy of a bygone century. Reiju retorted with a smug smile. At least my style doesn't look like I'm about to lead a secret cult. Silence hung for a moment until Luffy's voice roared in a threatening tone. Silence, your king demands order. The room trembled under the weight of his voice, amplified by his Moa Moa no Mi ability. Always wanted to do that, Luffy murmured before facing the nobles who were watching him attentively. This kingdom has already been conquered, and my revenge has been consummated. I leave a warning to the whole world. I don't care who you are, if you try to harm my people, I will retaliate. Now, ministers, spread the order that all kingdom soldiers must surrender and stop attacking, announced Luffy with authority. One of the nobles nodded in fear and quickly left the room. Everyone who had fallen before was already conscious, but seeing Luffy sitting on the throne in front of them meant one thing when Starry was no longer in their sight. Let's head to the treasure now. I want to see how much gold is in there, and Nami and Yamato should be breaking the vault at this moment, declared Luffy. He left the room, accompanied by a terrified minister who had no choice but to guide him to the castle's vault. As they walked through the corridors and descended into the basement, the sound of explosions echoed, indicating that Yamato was breaking the vault under Nami's guidance, who knew the weaknesses of the armored box as well. Inside the castle's vault, an unimaginable wealth awaited the Straw Hat Pirates' crew. Luffy and some of his companions were left speechless before the pile of gold, jewels, and treasures of all kinds. The shine and reflection of precious gems filled the place, casting fascinating glimmers of light on the walls and ceiling. Nami was particularly enchanted, as her eyes gleamed with greed while assessing the fortune unfolding before her. Zoro watched with a serious look, perhaps imagining new swords and high-quality equipment to add to his collection. Shirahoshi, who was in Luffy's arms, observed the treasure with curiosity, as it was a completely new sight for her, coming from the Deep Sea Kingdom. Yamato looked at the treasure disinterestedly. Lami, on the other hand, only cast a brief glance at the treasure and lost interest, returning to focus on other matters of her personal interest, while Reiju did the same. Luffy, on his part, smiled with satisfaction as he contemplated the treasure, ready to add more money to the system. Luffy then announced enthusiastically. Everyone, before we take everything, you can grab whatever you want. Whatever shines and catches your eye, it's yours. Nami wasted no time and began examining stacks of gold coins and jewels, choosing some of the most precious gems and stacking them in a bag. Zoro picked up a sword that looked especially sharp and well crafted, swinging it to feel the perfect weight in his hands. Shirahoshi, fascinated by all the colors and shines, chose a series of pearls and shells that seemed tailor-made for her. Yamato stood by her side, uninterested in the treasure but happy to see her so amazed. Lami and Reiju briefly looked at the treasures but soon got distracted by their own activities, as material wealth was not their main focus.
Luffy waited patiently as his friends selected their items. Once they were done, he began taking piles of gold coins and jewels and transferring them to his system, using his mythical zone abilities.
In no time, everyone had what they wanted, but there were still many stacks of gold remaining. Luffy then took a generous amount and kept it for the others, sucking up all the rest into the system, clearing Goa's national treasure. System. You've just added 4,210,000,000 berries to the store. 492 Chapter 82, Chapter Size. 2065 words. Third person POV. Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Goa, a place where peace reigned, and the concerns of the world seemed distant, despite its dark secrets. Most people lived well here. But like many stories, calm precedes the storm, and on a day that would be etched in the annals of the island, the kingdom's tranquility was shattered. Until that day, Goa remained untouched by the turbulence that often plagued other lands. Its nobles lived their lives amid luxuries, occasionally drawing the visit of a world noble, while the citizens enjoyed a simple and fulfilling existence. However, after a direct order from the king himself, along with his top warriors, the kingdom plunged into a completely different state than it used to be. The king's order to capture Shirahoshi, a mermaid and a pirate crew in East Blue at the request of a world noble approaching those waters, which should have been a simple capture order handled by trained soldiers who could deal with anyone in East Blue, turned into a unilateral massacre against them, leading to the death of almost the entire elite team when they realized how terrible the force of that crew was. This reckless decision was also the spark that led Luffy to retaliate with an attack on the Goa Kingdom. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, driven by his bond with the Mermaid Princess and his unwavering commitment to protect those he loves, unleashed an unprecedented and open attack on Goa. The king's decision provoked the pirates' wrath, marking the beginning of a revolt that would shake the foundations of established power in Goa, ending all the tranquility that existed in this place. The arrival of a figure like Luffy was marked as a day that would be engraved in the annals of history. Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, brought not only the promise of retaliation but also the end of the current regime. He entered the kingdom without anyone being able to stop him, leaving a path of destruction and reaching the king himself without anyone being able to stop him. The story of how this pirate walked to the palace and entered the throne room would be a tale for all the inhabitants of Goa to remember until the end of their lives and pass on to the next generations. Not only would this leave the kingdom shaken, but neighboring places would look on in fright, for a pirate invaded a kingdom and killed its monarch. The world would react to this with shock. Now, with the surrender of the soldiers of the Goa Kingdom and Luffy emptying the national treasury, the atmosphere of this country was laden with tension and uncertainty. The throne room, now under Luffy's control, witnessed the rise of the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and the fall of the previous regime. Meanwhile, the castle corridors were filled with disoriented nobles and soldiers who surrendered before the overwhelming force of the pirates, eagerly awaiting the next actions of the invading group. In the port, previously hit by the deafening roars of cannons and explosions, chaos had given way to a tense calm as some members of the group waited on the fearsome pirate ship, strongly guarded by the members who remained there. The local residents across the city watched with a mix of fear and disbelief, witnessing the audacity of the pirates who revealed the destruction left by their attack. The booms of cannons and the turmoil now transformed into an unstable calm, even with flames and smoke rising to the skies. The anchored vessels rocked violently, many displaying irreparable damages from the initial assault. From a distance, on one of the mountains surrounding the Kingdom City and the Fuchsia village, Dayton and his gang of bandits, with their shrewd eyes, witnessed the smoke rising in the city observed from that distance. A mix of concern and curiosity colored their faces as they closely watched the unfolding events, wondering who could make such an attack. Back in the tranquil Fuchsia village, the inhabitants were alarmed and scared at the distant sounds of explosions and cannons. Panic spread like a trail of gunpowder among the villagers as they fearfully watched the horizon, where smoke rose as a sign of disturbance. News of a pirate attack on the heart of the kingdom spread like a wave of uncertainty, leaving everyone in the village anxious about the future of their kingdom and their own lives. Dayton, like the other inhabitants of Fuchsia, shared the apprehension in the face of the unknown. The restlessness in the air was palpable, yet they were still unaware that the epicenter of this revolt was led by someone they knew well, their former energetic troublemaker, Luffy, and now the feared captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Meanwhile, back in the throne room of the kingdom. With the throne room once again under Luffy's control, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates seated himself on the imposing throne of Goa for the second time after robbing the treasury to finalize his orders. His eyes swept across the room, observing the nobles and soldiers who witnessed the entire scene of his cruelty and those recovering from the impact of the Haoshoku Haki. The atmosphere was still tense, but Luffy wanted to make his plans clear for this kingdom before leaving the city. "Listen up." Luffy raised his voice, projecting an authority that immediately silenced the room. "We're not here to destroy this kingdom. Our grievances are with the old regime and its actions against my people. Now that Starry is out of the way, I want peace and prosperity here." The nobles, still fearful, listened attentively. Yamato, Lami, Reiju, and Nami stood by Luffy's side, while Shirahoshi continued to sit in Luffy's lap, her tail swaying like a cat receiving affection. Zoro stood apart with a bored look, not wanting to get involved in politics. "Ministers, you now answer to me. I want a peaceful transition to a new government, free from an arrogant king. I intend to bring in an ideal candidate to lead this country, where everyone can live in peace." Luffy spoke with conviction, and his words echoed in the throne room. The ministers looked lost, some still uncertain, But Luffy's message was clear. Change was coming. However, some expressed their discontent. Noble 1. Wait a moment. A pirate wanting to put a new king in Goa? This is absurd. Noble 2. How can we trust you? Pirates have no morals or loyalty. Luffy. It's not about me being king. It's about bringing peace and a strong, fair government. I won't stay here ruling over you. I want someone reliable to lead. Noble 3. Who can guarantee that the new leader won't be as bad as the previous one? Luffy. I'll bring in someone powerful, someone with a devil fruit, and who is native to this kingdom. She may not be a noble from a prestigious family like the old monarchs, but she will certainly have power and a good head on her shoulders. The room buzzed with murmurs upon hearing this. The idea of a pirate appointing a leader for Goa, even if he promised not to rule directly, generated suspicion. Who would this chosen one be, and what was the true intention behind this plan of radical change? It was evident that this pirate wanted to put a puppet on the throne. The future of Goa remained uncertain. Luffy didn't care about the skeptical expressions of the nobles. Dealing with politics and the subtleties of government wasn't something he enjoyed, but he recognized the necessity. If his goal was to dominate the seas and bring an era of freedom in his way, he understood that taking on a leadership role was essential and being a political role model. He couldn't simply proclaim a world where everyone was free, as the original Luffy used to say. Now, his words carried the complexity of someone who understood that, to eradicate chaos, some form of order needed to be established. It wouldn't be a tyrannical system but governance that balanced freedom with responsibility. I appoint the former Prime Minister to take command of the kingdom temporarily and establish order to calm the population. I believe the losses were low, correct? Luffy inquired, seeking to ensure that the chaos that had ensued hadn't caused irreparable damage. His group didn't go around killing people indiscriminately. Although cannon shots caused some casualties, Lami and Reiju avoided shedding blood inside the castle. You honor me. Only a few soldiers, Your Excellency, Luffy. The middle-aged man bowed his head, aware that he had no choice but to accept the demands of the feared pirate. That's good. He'll leave the center of the kingdom temporarily and plan to spend a few days in Fuchsia village to find the next monarch. I'll be back with him in the next few days, Luffy announced, lifting the mermaid in his arms as he prepared to leave, the stunned eyes of the room following his movements. Was that it? He comes here, causes chaos, kills our king, steals the entire national treasury, says he'll usurp the throne with a new puppet monarch, gives us orders, and simply leaves. The words resonated in everyone's minds as Luffy exited the room with unsettling calm, leaving behind nobles bewildered by the whirlwind of events that had just unfolded. Luffy, accompanied by his group, left the throne room, leaving behind perplexed nobles and a kingdom on the verge of transformation. As they walked through the castle corridors, each group member shared their impressions of the situation. Are you really going to take the throne? Lami asked, curious. Yes, I've already decided that and other things, Luffy spoke mysteriously, arousing everyone's curiosity. Decided what? Nami looked suspiciously at him. I plan to make Goa my territory, just like Kokoyasi village and Syrup village in this sea. Luffy declared, revealing his greedy plans. You're saying? Nami couldn't contain her astonishment. Yes, I intend to create my own kingdoms and territories in these places, Luffy announced, noting the surprised reaction of some, as two of these places were just ordinary villages, but Luffy had a plan to establish countries. Luffy, you understand how absurd this idea is, Reiju spoke as she lit a cigarette. Not to mention that the Marines and the world government will never let this happen, Zoro commented, expressing concern. Ha ha ha, look, I have queens on my ship and a king. Of course, everything will be fine, and even if there is retaliation, we can fight against it, Luffy said, showing his unwavering confidence. Queens and king? Shirahoshi was a bit confused. Of course, Nami and Najiko are my queens of Kokoyasi. I plan to make Usopp the king of the kingdom that will be created in Syrup, with Kaya by his side. I also have Shirahoshi as the ruler of Fishman Island and Yamato as the future shogun of Wano, Luffy announced, not caring about the impact of these words. Although he could have Goa as his own territory, he made it clear that the monarch wouldn't be on his ship. Shogun of Wano, Yamato couldn't help but exclaim. As they left the castle, the eyes of fallen soldiers and some recovering from their attack turned back in fear to Luffy's group, but no one tried to interrupt their path. knowing they had already lost the battle. The future of Goa was now in the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the journey to establish their own kingdoms was just beginning. Luffy looked at his companions, realizing the surprise stamped on their faces. Before anyone could react, he initiated his transformation. His hair grew rapidly, and wings emerged from his back, giving him a majestic and imposing appearance. He simply uttered a few words. "I'll go ahead, meet me in Fuchsia village as soon as I fetch some people," Luffy announced, revealing his audacious intentions. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Yamato with surprise and flew off, leaving his group stunned by their captain's sudden metamorphosis and flying away with Yamato screaming. The sky witnessed the celestial figure of Monkey D. Luffy. 492 Chapter 83, Chapter Size. 1820 words, third-person POV. Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Above the mountain stood Dayton's refuge and house with her group, witnessing the chaos caused by the sudden attack on the kingdom. All the mountain bandits turned their gaze to the chaos unfolding in the kingdom below. Sitting in her chair in front of her house, Dayton contemplated the horizon, while the events in the country below the mountain were discussed by her fellow bandits. The sound of restless voices permeated the atmosphere. The group of bandits exchanged ideas and concerns about the unfolding events. The news of the invasion led by pirates was not a surprise to the woman leading the bandits, but the audacity of a pirate doing this here was still unbelievable to her. Curly Dayton, a robust and authoritative figure, was leading the conversation at the moment. "I've received news of what's happening down there. The Goa Kingdom is turned upside down by a pirate," Dayton said with a serious expression. "That's true, boss. It seems like a group of pirates is wreaking havoc," one of the subordinates said. "Pirates attacking Monkey D. Garp's kingdom? That's unbelievable to me still. This place used to be untouchable," Dayton frowned. "They're attacking the port. We don't have more news beyond that," another subordinate murmured. "This isn't something that happens every day. We need to stay alert," Dayton complained, crossing her arms. "What should we do, boss?" a third subordinate asked. "First, let's keep an ear to the news. Secondly, we need to ensure Fuchsia is safe. We don't know how this situation might affect us up here," Dayton spoke seriously. "And if they come up here, boss?" another member commented. "Then, we'll be ready to receive them. Pirates are always a problem, but we'll show them they can't mess around here without facing the consequences of the mountain bandits," Dayton growled with determination. The place echoed with the seriousness of Curly Dayton's words as her subordinates prepared for the upcoming confrontation. BOOM. While Dayton and her subordinates' discussion intensified in the mountain house, an abrupt explosion echoed in the courtyard nearby. A deafening roar reverberated through the mountain, causing the surrounding trees to shake. The sudden noise of the explosion echoed off the rocky walls, creating a sound wave that spread across the area. Birds, once calm, flew off in fear as dust rose in the air, momentarily obscuring the landscape. The thunderous boom was present, followed by debris flying upward and a dust cloud obscuring the view. "What the hell was that?" Dayton exclaimed, surprised, abruptly getting up from her chair. The subordinates, once relaxed, now quickly looked around, concerned about what could have caused the explosion. In the middle of the dusty courtyard, Luffy emerged from the wreckage, his wings slowly disappearing. He carried Yamato by the arm, and the scene was surreal for everyone present. "Who are you, and what the hell are you doing here?" Dayton shouted, furrowing her brow, not recognizing Luffy immediately. "Hey, Dayton. It seems my landing was a bit more explosive than expected." "Ha ha ha ha," Luffy laughed, rising and shaking off the dust, leaving Yamato dazed to the side. "Hey, boss, is this Luffy? Our Luffy?" one of the bandits shouted incredulously, while others exchanged perplexed looks and murmured among themselves. The unexpected presence of the Straw Hat Pirates' captain turned the courtyard into a whirlwind of surprise and confusion. Dayton frowned, looking closely at Luffy. After a moment of tense silence, she finally exclaimed, "Darn it, you've grown, you brat. How do you look so different after just a few weeks?" she exclaimed with a stunned expression. "Hey, Dayton. How's everything here?" Luffy smiled, revealing a familiar look of audacity. "What the hell are you doing here, Luffy?" Dayton asked, still processing the presence of the young man she had known when he was just a turbulent child who set sail almost a month ago. "It's a long story, but I needed to stop by. I've got some things to do, and I wanted to see you guys," Luffy replied, maintaining his casual expression. Dayton snorted, mixing surprise with a touch of nostalgia. You've always been trouble, kid. And now it looks like you brought more trouble with you. Who's this? She pointed to Yamato, who was still recovering from the shock. Ah, this is Yamato. She's my wife, Luffy introduced, while Yamato straightened up and looked at Dayton for the first time. The once noisy courtyard fell into a perplexed silence. The bandits exchanged incredulous glances as they processed the surprising information. Boss, did I hear right? Luffy got himself a wife? One of the men muttered, barely believing what he was hearing. I can't believe this. The sea really changes a person. But he left almost a month ago, how could this happen? Luffy used to look so silly and mischievous, now I see he has such a fierce look. He didn't have that many tattoos before or walk around shirtless. Now he even has a woman. Dayton, observing the scene, frowned, processing the drastic changes in her godson. You're saying you have a wife? Dayton shouted, her surprise mixing with a touch of indignation. Actually, 3, to be honest, and I plan to increase that number, Luffy replied with a carefree smile, unconcerned with the speculations. Dayton swiftly flew to Luffy, activating a quick movement and pulling his cheeks. You're saying you have 3 wives. What the hell are you up to now, you brat? And what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be out at sea chasing your dream? She shouted as she continued to pull his cheeks, but Luffy seemed undisturbed. I came to attack the kingdom. Look what I did. Ha ha ha. Luffy pointed to the smoke lingering in the distance. You're attacking Goa. Do you know what Garp will do when he finds out about this? You won't be able to escape your grandfather's wrath? Dayton was hysterical, unable to believe that the brat was becoming a ruffian attacking Goa and a womanizer. Ha 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 ha. How funny. Yamato laughed beside him, recovering from the shock of being taken by Luffy and appearing there, finding the situation hilarious. Don't laugh at the situation. Dayton growled at the taller woman, with a comical expression, as the courtyard continued to absorb the surreal twist. Anyway, let's go to Fuchsia. I want to see Makino, the mayor, and the folks. Let's have a feast, Luffy announced, escaping Dayton's clutches with agility. Don't act like you're here on vacation, Dayton couldn't help but exclaim, expressing her frustration with Luffy's carefree attitude. Luffy shrugged, ignoring Dayton's concerns, and began heading towards the small village below the mountain. Wait, brat. Where do you think you're going? The woman growled, watching Luffy walk away with his mysterious wife. What will we do, boss? We have no choice. Let's follow the brat and see what he plans to do after all this confusion. Dayton had no alternative but to follow Luffy with her companions, her frustration evident from the lack of clear answers about the reasons for the kingdom's attack. Meanwhile, in the village of Fuchsia, they were gathered at this moment, discussing with concern and suspicion the news of the attack by a terrible pirate group, despite not having knowledge of who the group is. Whoop Slap, Makino, and everyone else murmured among themselves, questioning what could be happening on the other side of the island. The news that pirates were attacking the Goa kingdom created a tense atmosphere in the village, and nervous glances were exchanged among the residents. Damn pirates! Don't they know they're attacking the hero of the Marine's kingdom? This has never happened before, exclaimed the mayor, indignant. I don't think they saw us here. Makino put her hand on her chin and gave a small smile. Still, that's bold. We should call Garp, said a concerned villager. Tisk. Damn pirates. Thank goodness Luffy isn't here anymore, or the brat would run to that place. Didn't you read the newspaper? Luffy has become the most feared pirate in the East Blue? It's true, he even attacked the marine base. He's changed so much, even his appearance looks a bit different than I remember. Garp will be furious when he reads the newspaper. Stop discussing Luffy. We need to see the situation with the pirates attacking Goa. The mayor tried to return to the main topic. Hey, old man, huh? Hi, Luffy. Since you said we'll discuss you later, we need to see other important things. Like the pirates attacking Goa. But it was me who attacked the kingdom, Luffy announced from a corner. I understand. But I'll have to inform Garp about this. The old man spoke angrily but noticed something for the first time. Luffy, he looked at Luffy approaching with Yamato and with Dayton and the others behind him. In the square of Fuchsia, the old mayor gave an incredulous look at Luffy when he appeared accompanied by Yamato and the others. His eyes, initially filled with anger at the news of pirates attacking Goa, now mixed surprise, disbelief, and a touch of recognition. The mayor, who used to see Luffy as a restless young boy running through the streets of the village, was momentarily shocked to see the boy's transformation into a feared pirate. The square of Fuchsia, which was once filled with tension and murmurs about the pirates, was now silent as all eyes turned to the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, in his reappearance in the square of Fuchsia, was almost unrecognizable to those who had last seen him in their foggy memories as an energetic and carefree young boy. What was once an energetic and carefree boy had turned into a man with a fierce and determined look. His stature had increased, making him taller and more imposing. The slim body from before was now covered in striking tattoos. The change was evident in his muscles, which had developed considerably, giving him a noticeably strong physical presence. Even though they had seen his photo in newspapers and wanted posters, seeing Luffy personally like this was difficult to process in their minds. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, was no longer the innocent boy from Fuchsia. Now, he was a feared and respected pirate in this sea, whose figure commanded respect and, at the same time, carried an aura of mystery. The fearless look in Luffy's eyes reflected the intensity of his experiences. This physical and personality transformation made it clear that the boy who had once left that village had evolved into a man whose name echoed across the seas and whose fate was intrinsically linked to the course of the Grand Line. 492 Chapter 84. Chapter size: 2,119 words. Third-person POV Goa Kingdom, East Blue. A silence hung over the Fuchsia Square as Luffy, now transformed and imposing, faced the old mayor, Makino, and other villagers. His gaze, once innocent and full of youthful energy, now exhibited a determination and fierceness that didn't go unnoticed. The villagers, in turn, looked at the man before them, processing the transformation Luffy had undergone since the last time they saw him. Surprise and shock painted the faces of those who knew the young and cheerful boy from Fuchsia. The square, once bustling with conversations about pirates and attacks on Goa, was now shrouded in a heavy silence, interrupted only by the subtle sound of waves breaking nearby. Luffy kept his gaze fixed on the familiar faces of the village, awaiting their reaction to the man who had returned after so many changes. The silence persisted, as if each member of that community was processing Luffy's metamorphosis and the implications of this new reality. Despite the initial surprise at Luffy's impressive transformation, the villagers didn't see that change as abnormal or strange. Understanding Luffy's peculiarity since his return to this world, where his physical features and appearance were different, they comprehended that the young man had manifested this specific desire. Despite the radical transformation and the initially peculiar look that Luffy sported, the village people recognized the essence of Monkey D. Luffy, the boy who was born and raised among them. Even in the face of evident changes, familiarity persisted, and they saw beyond appearances, understanding that, deep down, that robust man was still the same Luffy they knew and loved. Makino was the first to react to Luffy's presence in the village, taken aback by the remarkable transformation of the boy. She stared at him for a moment, wide-eyed, before breaking the silence with a mix of surprise and joy. "But what? Luffy, is that really you, Luffy?" Makino exclaimed, unable to contain the perplexity in her voice, as she moved away from the crowd to find the boy who left a few weeks ago in pursuit of his dreams at sea. Luffy smiled, and despite his imposing appearance, his expression was the same as always with those he cared about. He could feel all that affection in his own relationships with these people. He waved to Makino, confirming. "Of course, it's me, Makino. I've changed a bit," he said with a smile. "A bit? You're almost unrecognizable," Whoop Slap exclaimed, raising his cane. Luffy approached Makino with a warm hug, momentarily ignoring Whoop Slap's incredulity. Makino, still processing the change in Luffy, responded to the hug with tears of joy in her eyes. "I missed you so much, Luffy. What happened? Where have you been all this time?" Makino asked, pulling back a bit to get a better look at the young man's face. "Ah, Makino, the journey was amazing. You know, I had some rough times, met fantastic people. And look, now I'm married," Luffy exclaimed, pointing to Yamato by his side. She just cast a calm glance. She didn't make much fuss, after all. She enjoyed Luffy's company and the incredible nights he provided. She ended up accepting the title of wife, especially when she began to feel that strange thing in her heart for the captain, even though sometimes she called him my Toki. Makino, initially surprised by Luffy's revelation about his marriage, ignored Luffy's revelation and the mission to find a new monarch for Goa. She looked at Yamato with a friendly smile. "You got married? That's amazing. Luffy, is it really true that you're attacking the kingdom?" Luffy scratched his head, trying to explain in a simple way. It's a long story. I came here to change things and find someone to be the new king or queen. But before that, I want to see how everyone here is doing." Makino, surprised by Luffy's revelation about his marriage, ignored Luffy's revelation and the mission to find a new monarch for Goa. She looked at Yamato with a friendly smile. "What do you mean by finding a king or queen?" Deiden exclaimed, expressing the confusion everyone felt. Luffy, ignoring the tension in the air, replied casually, "The old king, I killed him." The ensuing silence was almost palpable. All villagers swallowed hard, unable to believe what they had just heard. Meanwhile, Deiden and the other bandits, still processing the information, fell silent after Luffy confessed to killing the former king. The notion that the boy who used to be a troublemaker had become a kingslayer, and spoke about it so casually left everyone dumbfounded. Whoop Slap, furious at Luffy's revelation about killing the former king, raised his cane, glaring at him with eyes full of indignation. "You killed the king of Goa," he shouted. "Whoop Slap, do you really think you can change things this way?" Luffy questioned, maintaining his casual tone despite the tension in the air. He smiled at the man, while Makino, for the first time, put a hand to her stunned mouth. "Kid, have you lost your mind? How dare you kill the king of Goa? And what will Garp say when he finds out? You're defying the navy and justice." Whoop Slap responded with evident fury in his voice, referring to Luffy's grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp. Unfazed, Luffy retorted, "The navy and justice never cared about the common people here. I came to change that and give Goa a fresh start. I still remember how the people of that town looked at the rest of the island. They even killed by burning the entire dump when I, Lucy, Ace, and Sabo were together, before Sabo's tragedy." Whoop Slap's eyes sparked with anger. "You have no idea what you're doing, kid. Garp won't let this slide." Luffy, still smiling, replied, "Then let me talk to Garp when he arrives. I have things to discuss with him too." "Luffy, you shouldn't anger your grandfather like this," Makino tried to warn the young man. "Don't worry about it, Makino. I'll deal with the old man when he gets here." "Deiden, did you teach Luffy to be like this over the past few years?" Whoop Slap asked the woman because this Luffy was much more ruthless than he remembered, and he wasn't even afraid of Garp, which was very strange. Deiden, looking at Whoop Slap and Luffy, was also perplexed by the situation. She frowned and crossed her arms, trying to process the information. "Whoop Slap, I don't know what's going on here. This isn't the Luffy we know. He has changed a lot since he left," Deiden said, her expression reflecting the confusion hanging over her. I know he has always been impulsive and stubborn, but this is too much. Attacking a kingdom? Talking about killing kings?" Whoop Slap murmured, still incredulous at Luffy's revelations. "It's not just you who doesn't understand. I'm lost in this mess too. But we have to deal with it the best we can. Luffy is going to be Luffy, whether we understand it or not," Deiden replied, her eyes narrowing as she observed the boy who now bore the responsibility for his actions. Meanwhile, Luffy continued to smile, unconcerned about the conversation in front of him. "Anyway, it's good to see all of you," Luffy looked fondly at all the villagers. As the residents of Fuchsia processed the revelations and surprises brought by Luffy, a common feeling still transpired. The joy of seeing him again. Despite the drastic changes and surprising actions, Luffy's essence was still recognizable to many. "It's strange. But for some reason, I still feel happy to see him after a few weeks. It seems like he has matured, even if he has become a bit more reckless," commented one resident, trying to find a balance between disbelief and nostalgia. Another agreed, adding, "Luffy has always been the one to defy expectations, but now, he's on another level. He seems stronger, more determined, and at the same time, more unpredictable." Makino, beside Luffy, perceived the complexity of emotions in the village. "Well, even though he has changed, I think Luffy's essence is still there. He continues to bring a smile to everyone's face, no matter what happens." She opened a caring smile, as she always did with the boy who grew up in her bar. While conversations continued, Luffy couldn't help but notice the mix of emotions on those familiar faces. He was aware that his actions had caused a significant impact, but his determination to change Goa and offer a new beginning remained unshakable. Let's all go to the square and start the party, Luffy suggested, ignoring the unspoken questions hanging in the air. The village, slowly, began to adapt to the presence of its notorious prodigal troublemaker, while emotions unfolded amid expectation and surprise. While Luffy led the way, the atmosphere had already become much more relaxed. Villager 1. Luffy, almost a month has passed since you left. What have you been doing all this time? Luffy, with his characteristic smile, replied, "Ah, it's been a few incredible weeks. I explored new islands, fought pirates, and even faced some Navy members." Villager 2. But what about these tattoos? You didn't have those before. Luffy, pointing to his tattoos, explained, "Ah, these, I got them during my adventures. They're pretty cool, aren't they?" Villager 1. And this woman by your side, Luffy. Is she really your wife? Who is she? How did you meet? Luffy, excited, replied, "This is Yamato. We met shortly after I left. She's amazing. We've faced many challenges together." One of the bandits who saw Luffy with his wings on the mountain asked, "And those wings on your back? Did you turn into an angel, Luffy?" Luffy laughed and explained, No, they're just some abilities I gained. Flying is quite useful, especially when I need to get somewhere quickly." Villager 4. We heard about your exploits in the newspaper. They say you attacked 2 Navy bases and defeated 3 naval commanders. Is that really true, Luffy? Luffy, laughing. Haha, yeah, it was more or less like that. We encountered some really corrupt ones, and I decided to interfere here and there. And, of course, defeating those famous pirates was fun too. Villager 2. And this bounty now? 50 million? You're famous, Luffy? Luffy chuckled. Did you see it? Ha 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 ha. Villager 12. Of course, you represent our village? Whoop slap, with a serious and irritated expression. Luffy, you're embarrassing our village, attacking the Navy, notorious pirates, and now a king. This isn't what we teach here in Fuchsia. You should be out there pursuing your dream, not causing trouble and staining the name of this place. Villager 15, curious. But Mr. Whoop Slap, you've been keeping all the news about Luffy as if it were a trophy. Whoop Slap, getting nervous. That's not true, Maki no Cute laughed while commenting. It's true, Luffy. He's always keeping an eye on the newspapers for news about you. Foo. Whoop Slap, even more irritated. Don't say those things. Luffy, still smiling, tried to calm the mayor. Luffy. Hey, mayor, I'm not trying to embarrass anyone. I'm just doing what I think is right. But relax, I'll sort everything out and make the village proud again. The mayor crossed his arms, discontent with the explanation, while the other villagers continued with their lively questions, and Luffy cheerfully answered them all. Despite the evident changes, Luffy remained open and approachable, sharing his experiences and adventures with those who had known him since childhood. The village, gradually, began to accept the new Luffy who had returned home. Yamato, who was beside Luffy, noticed the Black Pearl approaching the coast even before Luffy mentioned it. Her eyes watched the ship attentively, curious to see the crew and how the reception in the village would be. Luffy, realizing Yamato's attention on the ship, smiled and pointed in its direction. Luffy. Ah, everyone, look at this. My ship, the fearsome Black Pearl, is arriving, and with my crew. Let's welcome them. The villagers turned to look in the indicated direction, curious to see who Luffy's companions were and how their arrival in the village would unfold. The ship approached with the skull and straw hat flag waving, a familiar symbol to everyone who knew the Straw Hat crew. That darn kid became a true pirate in a matter of weeks, distancing himself from the village. Garp won't be happy with this, grumbled Whoop Slap, expressing his irritation at Luffy's impressive transformation. 492 Chapter 85, Chapter Size. 2,889 words. Third Person POV. Goa Kingdom, East Blue. The waves gently broke on the shores of Fuchsia, while the golden sun shone cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the lingering smoke of destruction still rising in the Goa Kingdom. The sky, however, appeared indifferent. Back at sea, on the island's coastline, a dark figure emerged on the ocean's surface. An imposing silhouette cut through the water, and the distinctive emblem of a skull with a straw hat was visible on the mainsail. It was the Black Pearl, the ship carrying the fearless crew led by the now infamous Captain Monkey D. Luffy. Villagers, gathered to welcome Luffy's companions, watched with fascination as the ship arrived. An air of anticipation mixed with curiosity hung in the atmosphere, eager to witness the faces accompanying the Straw Hat Captain on his journeys across the vast ocean. The Black Pearl glided gracefully through the water, approaching the shore with an unusual elegance for a pirate ship. The mainsail fluttered vigorously, as if greeting the village before it. The boards creaked softly under the weight of the ship, announcing the imminent arrival. The atmosphere was charged with expectation, and a mix of emotions swept across the faces of the villagers, waiting to receive Luffy and his crew in the welcoming village of Fuchsia. The large ship came to a stop next to the port, but a winged silhouette shot out from the ship, heading straight for Luffy as soon as the ship anchored. Boom! The ground exploded with the high speed of that winged shadow. "Luffy, you jerk!" Everyone saw Luffy being tackled by a girl with white wings on her back, flying directly at him. The impact raised dust, causing the ground to crack and break. But when the dust settled, everyone saw the boy holding the woman in his arms. The ground was pressed by Luffy's feet, who remained steadfast even with the impact of Nami without diminishing his strength. "How can you disappear like that?" she shouted, a bit displeased. She knew Luffy was strong, so she didn't bother flying towards him since she wanted to teach her reckless man and captain a lesson sometimes. "Nami." Luffy smiled at his mischievous woman. Everyone looked at Luffy with curiosity, witnessing Luffy's strange relationship with this girl. "How do you vanish after saying those things? I started to realize that you wanted me to become a queen, and..." She was frustrated, her words lost as Luffy kissed her in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned by this. The wide-eyed villagers witnessed the unusual scene. Whoop Slap crossed his arms, even more annoyed by Luffy's recklessness. Luffy, after the kiss, laughed loudly and turned his attention to the crowd. "Hey, guys. This is Nami, the queen of Kokoyashi, and my navigator." Nami, still a bit dizzy from the kiss, snorted and whispered embarrassedly to Luffy, "You shouldn't have done that in front of everyone." "Ah, relax, they need to get used to us," Luffy replied with a mischievous smile, unconcerned about the reactions around him. "Hey, Luffy, how can you kiss this girl in front of your wife?" Makino gave an unsatisfied look to Luffy. Yamato remained calm, as if it were a normal occurrence, accustomed to her captain. She stopped with the jealousy she used to openly display and just smiled. She's my wife too?" Luffy simply shrugged, causing a new uproar. "She has wings, is she an angel? Luffy has 2 wives. What the hell is this? Luffy, you've become a playboy? Darn Luffy, he even got 2 beautiful wives? Always knew that boy knew how to deal with women. In fact, he has 3. Commented Dayton. 3? Yes, he said he has 3 wives before coming here. Surprising, isn't it? Luffy. Makino didn't know what to say, her eyes reflecting surprise and perplexity at the turn in the boy's life. Meanwhile, all the crew members began descending from the ship, each bringing their unique traits. Shirahoshi, the princess of the fish men, stood out with her long pink hair, radiating a calm and gentle aura. Her presence contrasted with the vastness of the ocean over which she would one day rule, giving her a majestic and serene appearance. Megalo, the shark accompanying Shirahoshi, with its intimidating appearance, was actually docile and friendly. Zoro, the skilled swordsman, with 3 swords at his side, displayed his confident and serious posture. Lami, the woman walked confidently with her sword over her shoulder, displaying her style with tattooed clothes and body, her gaze firm. Beppo, the anthropomorphic polar bear, a member of the mink tribe, was one of Luffy's most loyal companions. Chow Chow, the loyal stray dog, with expressive eyes and drooping ears, brought a touch of simplicity and joy to the diverse group. Usopp, the talented marksman, with his long and distinctive nose, carried an animated expression. Reiju, the ship's cook and Sanji's sister, with her elegant presence and a cigarette between her fingers, exuded an aura of mystery. Hugo, the giant man, adding an imposing dimension to the group. Nijiko, Nami's adoptive sister, with her characteristic tattoos and a laid-back attitude. Hachi, the octopus swordsman, with his 6 swords and a friendly demeanor, despite being forced, seemed to be accepting his place in this group of humans and other races. Kuina, the young and skilled swordsman in the making, though 11 years after her tragic fate in the past, still maintained her presence among them. The village, now enveloped in this unique atmosphere, welcomed Luffy's group with a combination of curiosity, astonishment, and a touch of anxiety about what the future would bring with these new visitors. "Hey, look! Who are these people arriving with Luffy's ship?" Villager. "I've never seen anything like it. Who is that woman with pink hair and a tail flying? I've never seen anyone more beautiful." Villager. "And that shark? It flies. Is it a pet?" Villager. "Is that bounty hunter Zoro with 3 swords? This guy is a real swordsman." Villager. "This is Lami, the famous bounty hunter from the past few weeks. She seems strong." Villager. "And this polar bear? How cute, I've never seen anything like it." Villager. "Sorry, Beppo. He speaks and apologizes." Villager. "Oh, and there's a dog too. He looks so friendly." Villager. "A fishman is among them. Incredible. That woman flying is a mermaid too." Villager. "Incredible, Luffy got so many companions." Villager. "This is getting weirder and weirder. Luffy really brought a peculiar group." Villager. "But look at them, even though they're different, they seem to get along. That's amazing." Villager. "I have no idea how Luffy found them, but they seem trustworthy. Let's welcome them and find out more about what happened all this time." Villager. "Hey, Luffy, is this your village? It looks very peaceful." Zoro. "Yes, guys. Welcome to Fuchsia. This is where I grew up." Luffy. "Wow, Luffy-san, it's a charming village. And that big mountain there, it's so huge." Shirahoshi. "That's Mount Kalubo. It's where I lived for many years, and the base there is Dayton's house." Luffy. Thus, Luffy began introducing all his companions as they approached. Throughout the rest of the day, Fuchsia village entered into a frenzy. Despite their initial fears, Luffy dispelled the tension and initiated a festive moment among them. As the sun set over Fuchsia, the village's atmosphere shifted to contagious joy. Luffy, always the catalyst for excitement, led his friends amidst the curious smiles of the villagers. Upbeat music echoed through the air, and colorful lights illuminated the main square, where a table full of food and drink awaited. The mayor, though still wary, couldn't resist the general cheer. The scent of delicious dishes hung in the air, blending with laughter and playful banter. The initially fearful village began to surrender to the festive spirit as Luffy narrated his adventures, accompanied by fascinated expressions and attentive looks. During the feast, the initial tensions about the attack on Goa were dissipated as the story unfolded. The villagers understood the reason behind Luffy's actions, especially when they learned about the mermaid's abduction by the infamous Starry. The realization of the kingdom's corruption and the protection of their loved ones became central themes in the conversation. However, Luffy's proposal to choose a new king or queen left many still perplexed. Confused expressions lingered on the faces of the residents, but Luffy, ever optimistic, explained that he would discuss his intentions the next day. The night continued with music, dance, and laughter, marking a festive chapter in Fuchsia's history. As the clock advanced, Luffy led his companions back to the ship for the night. The moonlight illuminated the sea as the village rested, eager for the next morning when new shocks and discussions awaited them. The following morning, under the blue and sunny sky, with no more smoke coming from the port of the country's large city, Luffy decided to gather everyone in Fuchsia's main square. The toll of a bell echoed, grabbing the attention of villagers who began to gather, curious about what their intrepid fellow townsmen had to say. As everyone assembled, all of Luffy's crew was already in place, waiting to see what Luffy would do on this day, as their captain was quite unpredictable. Luffy, standing at an elevated point in the square, waited as people clustered around him. His gaze, though serene, carried the seriousness of someone with something important to share. As the crowd formed, an expectant silence hung in the air, broken only by the gentle sound of the breeze and distant waves. "Luffy, you better not bring more trouble to our village," Whoop Slap shouted at Luffy. "Chief, what do you think will happen?" said one of the thugs beside Dayton. "I don't know, Luffy has become a real rogue. Garp will surely blame us for this," Dayton growled. "Hey, everyone," Luffy began, his voice echoing through the square. "I know yesterday was full of surprises, but today I want to talk seriously." Interest in the faces of the villagers and Luffy's gang grew, and Luffy continued with a determined expression. "I attacked Goa for a reason, and you already know about Starry and what he tried to do. But I also want to change things here. I consider this whole country my home, from Fuchsia village to Dayton's mountain, the city dump, and the King's city. I want to take care of all these places, So I'm going to put someone as the leader of this kingdom, so that person can take care of it. And that's why I want to choose someone among you to be the new leader. Someone who takes care of everyone and makes the kingdom prosper." Luffy opened a smile. A murmur of conversations began to spread among the residents, but Luffy raised his hand to calm the crowd, his firm gaze conveying a confidence that began to dissipate the restlessness. "I know it's a big deal, but believe me, this can be the beginning of something amazing for Fuchsia and for the entire kingdom of Goa," he said, his words echoing in the square. The perplexed and surprised looks of the villagers transformed into thoughtful expressions. Luffy had everyone's attention as he continued to share his vision for a better future. "With all these thoughts, I've decided to name a new queen for Goa, and I've chosen Makino for that," Luffy announced decisively. A collective gasp escaped from the crowd, and Makino put her hand to her chin, clearly surprised and confused by the unexpected appointment. "Me?" she exclaimed, seeking to understand the sudden turn in her life. The voices of the villagers rose in a chorus of confusion and disbelief. "Luffy, how can you name Makino as the Queen of Goa? What are you up to now, Luffy? Don't worry, Dayton. You'll be a minister of the kingdom. You'll protect Makino." "Me? Why would I accept that?" Dayton growled, showing her typical reluctance. "Luffy, you can't be serious. Makino, don't let these ideas affect you." But it sounds like so much fun," Makino replied, surprising everyone by considering the proposal with humor. "Makino? She's being corrupted. She'll be a good ruler for Goa, and everyone will accept it, willingly or not," Luffy said calmly, his voice filled with determination, making it clear that his intentions were non-negotiable. The murmuring continued, with the villagers trying to understand the implications of this bold decision. Makino, now in the spotlight, was visibly perplexed. But Luffy seemed unwilling to back down in the face of the crowd's reactions. "Luffy, this is madness. Makino has no experience in ruling a kingdom," someone exclaimed, expressing the concern of many. Luffy, with his characteristic broad smile, responded, "Experience is something you acquire, not something you're born with. Makino is loyal to the village, and I trust her to lead the kingdom." Dayton, still growling in discontent, addressed Luffy. "You can't just decide this without consulting anyone. And why the hell do you think I should be a minister?" Luffy responded casually, "Because you're strong, Dayton. And you've always protected this village. Now, it's time to protect not just Fuchsia but the entire kingdom." Makino, despite her initial surprise, began to consider Luffy's proposal. "Well, if it's for the good of everyone, I'll give it a try." Discussions continued, with voices both in favor and against. Some villagers were intrigued by the idea of a new ruler, while others were deeply skeptical. In this tumult of opinions, Luffy remained firm in his decision. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Zoro, Lami, Beppo, Usopp, Reiju, Hugo, Najiko, Hachi, Kuina, and Chow Chow watched silently, absorbing the unique dynamics of Luffy's village. "Luffy-sama has such a fun village," Shirahoshi commented cheerfully. "I wouldn't say that," Zoro commented beside her. "Luffy is discussing the future of this kingdom in a square among villagers." Reiju was perplexed. He didn't even consult any nobles with significant influence. Woof woof. The captain is so determined to make this change, but there will be problems. Traditional nobles of Goa may resist Makino's leadership, especially if they feel their interests and privileges are threatened, as Makino is a commoner. About the impact. Nobles' resistance can create internal tensions, undermining the stability and effectiveness of the policies implemented by Makino. There will also be economic issues. Implementing economic reforms to benefit the entire population may face resistance from the economic elite. Possible economic conflicts may arise, affecting specific sectors of society and potentially creating divisions between different classes. Leaders of other kingdoms may see Makino's appointment as a threat to the status quo and pre-existing relationships. External political pressures may lead to diplomatic conflicts, requiring astute political skills from Makino to maintain balanced relations. And, the entire crew looked at Beppo strangely, wondering how that bear understood so much about economics and politics. Sorry, was the only thing he said before everyone fell to the ground in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the square, even the mayor looked with empty eyes at all this. "Not even a month since Luffy left, and our lives are going to change so much. He's worse than Ace when he left," Whoop Slap said, frustrated, trying to lean on his cane. In this way, Luffy made the decision to initiate Makino's training in intricate political arts and court etiquette, using some books acquired in the castle before his departure. Even an experienced minister was summoned to Fuchsia after receiving a direct call from Luffy through the Den Den Mushi, thus beginning to guide the new queen in formation. This unquestionable and resolute action laid the groundwork for Makino's preparation for the challenges she would face as the future queen of the kingdom. Luffy's decision to train Makino in political and courtly arts caused significant ripples both in the village of Fuchsia and beyond its borders. The local residents, initially surprised and skeptical, began to adapt to the idea of having a new queen in their community. The minister appointed by Luffy brought with him an aura of authority and knowledge, inserting a presence previously absent in the peaceful routine of the village. However, the news of Luffy sitting on a throne with a mermaid in his lap, with beauty comparable to the pirate empress, plastered on the pages of the new newspaper, echoed throughout the island and beyond. The image of the Straw Hat taking a position of real power after defeating a monarch in the East Blue reverberated like thunder. The acceptance of this drastic change varied, sparking heated debates and discussions on neighboring islands, countries, and cities. On a global scale, the news began to attract attention. The Marines, always vigilant about the movements of notable figures, closely monitored developments in Goa. Some nobles, accustomed to maintaining their dominance over lands and kingdoms, were uncomfortable with the idea of an outsider challenging established norms. Luffy's action, despite being unaware of the upcoming monarch's appointment by him, became a watershed moment, introducing an element of unpredictability to the political landscape worldwide. Thus, Luffy began to be looked at with much more powerful eyes from all parts of the globe. 492 Chapter 86. Chapter size. 2,167 words. Third-person POV. Many places at the same time. As newspapers swept the seas, an unusual piece of news echoed in every corner of the vast world of One Piece. The once majestic and wealthy kingdom of Goa, the richest located in the East Blue, became the epicenter of events that would unleash waves of surprise and speculation. At the center of this whirlwind was Monkey D. Luffy, the renowned captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. His feats were already broadcasted in the recent newspapers, but now his presence was a headline that many would usually mock, but now made people and especially influential eyes read the newspapers narrating his exploits. Luffy's decision to appoint a new queen for the kingdom of Goa was hidden, but the image of the pirate, sitting on a throne with a mermaid, was unique in this era, and everyone looked shocked at it, widely shared, fueling speculation and curiosity in every corner of the known world. While the local residents of Fuchsia adapted to their new reality, the news sparked interest and concern among the nobles of other kingdoms and the attention of the Marines. Luffy, once again, became the center of attention, challenging not only powerful adversaries but also established norms. The world was watching, awaiting the unfolding of these events and what the world powers would do about it. The turbulent waters of the East Blue were just the prelude to a story that would undoubtedly resonate across all seas. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, upon seeing the image of Monkey D. Luffy plastered in the newspaper, couldn't contain a restrained expression of fury. Sengoku, known for his calm and composure in public, let out a curse in frustration at witnessing the audacity of the Straw Hat captain. "This damn brat is crossing all the limits," growled Sengoku, his hands clenched in fists on the table. The image of Luffy sitting on a throne, pirates challenging even monarchs, would create turbulence worldwide. "This era is just getting worse," he growled. Gold D. Roger brought the most turbulent era to the known world, and Sengoku was the main pillar between evil and justice as the fleet admiral. The weight placed on his shoulders was greater than ever. He cursed again, expressing not only displeasure but also a sense of powerlessness in the face of Luffy's actions. The idea of a pirate influencing political events in such a way was something Fleet Admiral Sengoku had difficulty accepting. As he continued to analyze the newspaper, Sengoku's anger echoed through his thoughts. It didn't take long for a peculiar Den Den Mushi to start ringing on his desk, and he was already expecting this call. "The Five Elders," Sengoku sighed before picking up the communication snail. Meanwhile, in the East Blue itself, Vice Admiral Garp was aboard a marine ship when he came across the shocking news about his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. The scene in the newspaper, showing Luffy sitting on a throne next to a mermaid, hit Garp like a punch to the stomach. His wrinkled face twisted into an expression of fury and disbelief. Crack. Garp broke his table. This kid. He's challenging everything we stand for. He should be a powerful Marine. But he's much worse than I thought. Garp muttered to himself, squeezing the newspaper with his calloused hands. He, who had always been a staunch defender of justice and a proud member of the Marines, now saw his grandson openly defying the institutions Garp dedicated his life to protecting. The bulging veins on his forehead revealed the intensity of the anger Garp felt. Luffy, once again, was at the center of a whirlwind, triggering events that could shake not only the Marines but also the entire political balance of the world. This reckless brat. He hasn't been gone for even a month, and look what he's doing, he hasn't even entered the Grand Line yet, Garp muttered, gritting his teeth. He knew he would have to confront Luffy as soon as possible, and this prospect made him both furious and disappointed. Puro puro puro. Asterisk the Den Den Mushi began to ring amid the wreckage of the broken table. Garp sighed and picked up the snail amid the debris. Garp, your grandson is causing us trouble. His friend shouted at him with fury, and Garp had to stay silent, as he understood the anger. I know, Sengoku. Garp wasn't in the mood this time. Garp observed Sengoku on the other end of the line. The fleet admiral's face was grim, and the tone of his voice reflected frustration and anger at the situation. Sengoku, this kid is out of control. I can't believe he's causing so much turmoil. Luffy was never one to follow the rules, but this is too much, Garp replied, his fists clenched in a mix of disappointment and concern. Sengoku, knowing Garp's special connection with Luffy, tried to remain calm. You need to act, Garp. He attacked 2 Marine bases, defeated naval commanders, and now this story of taking a throne in Goa. This is unacceptable, even coming from your grandson. Garp sighed again. I know, Sengoku. I'll go after him. But understand, this doesn't mean I'll arrest him without trying to understand what's going on. Luffy wouldn't do something like this without a reason. Sengoku shook his head, skeptical but realizing Garp wouldn't change his approach to Luffy. You'll have reinforcements, Garp. We need to resolve this quickly before more problems arise. I'm sending a request to all nearby naval bases. I'll leave smokers stationed in Logatown, but you'll have assistance from all the other bases. Understood, Sengoku. I'll take care of it. Garp ended the call, his eyes fixed on the Den Den Mushi for a moment. Then, he began to prepare for the pursuit of his troublesome grandson. That Luffy baka. He's always been reckless. A new voice filled the room, and a figure appeared before Garp. I know, let's go to Goa and teach him a lesson. I still hope to get him into the Marines. Yes, I'll arrest him, don't worry, the voice sounded determined. I know you will. Garp looked at this person with a hint of pride. After all, not all of his family was taking a questionable path. In the bustling Shell City, the pink-haired boy looked at the newspaper in disbelief, absorbing the shocking news. It seems we got away unscathed when that pirate was here, one of the Marines commented, while others murmured about Luffy's recent exploits. Yeah, this guy is really a rogue. He not only destroyed Base 16 but also captured Captain Smoker, the strongest Marine in this sea, and had a photo taken with him in the newspaper as a captive. Now he killed a king. Gossip spread quickly among those present. The boy, who had been taken in by that base and was receiving training after Luffy spoke about the connection they would have with Garp, looked at Luffy's image in the newspaper with determination. He was determined to become strong and one day face that infamous pirate who now made headlines. In Orangetown. Those brats, I hope Chow Chow is okay, grumbled an old man in a small town. In the quiet syrup village, Mary, Kaya's dedicated butler, hurried to show the newspaper to his lady as she began her day. Miss Kaya, look at the newspaper. It looks like Usopp's captain has outdone himself now. She couldn't help but smile as she examined the headlines. My lady, he killed a king. The king of Goa. Mary was a little scared. I know, but Luffy has always acted mysteriously. We've lived through this before. He must have his reasons for this, Mary. Trust Luffy, she said calmly. I hope so. He commented, still somewhat worried about the twists and turns fate had in store. In a lively floating restaurant known as Barati, a crew member burst into the kitchen holding a newspaper. Boss, take a look at this. Zeph, the respected head of Barati, cast a disdainful look at the headlines. Damn brat, he's really bold. Zeph didn't mince words in expressing his opinion. Someone in the kitchen questioned with concern, "Is Reiju in trouble?" "If she is, it's her problem. That's their journey. We shouldn't question the actions of a pirate crew that has nothing to do with us. As long as Reiju is okay with those brats, the rest doesn't matter," Zeph declared, casting a meaningful glance at the kitchen before returning to his culinary duties. "What are you all looking at? Back to work. There are many customers waiting, and they need to be fed," he shouted, and the staff quickly returned to their culinary activities. In the peaceful Kokoyashi village, the mayor couldn't contain his anger as he read the newspaper. "That brat better take good care of the sisters after what he did to me, or else," the mayor grumbled, his narrow eyes expressing his irritation. The village was undergoing noticeable changes. Fueled by Luffy's initial funding and even before the arrival of the marine money, the community was in full swing, building a new port where Ifrit had defeated Garuda. The emergence of this new structure marked the beginning of a growing town on the island. Elsewhere, the ship's captain continued to vent his fury against Luffy and his Straw Hat crew. "That damn Straw Hat, I'll get back at that pirate," the captain's voice echoed among the crew members, who listened with a mix of apprehension and anxiety. "Captain, don't you think it's better to reconsider? We didn't even stand a real chance against them. And besides, we almost ended up impelled down." One of the men tried to argue, concerned about the possible consequences of confronting Luffy. "We escaped unscathed, and I have a plan to settle the score with him. Let's wait in Logatown." The captain reaffirmed his decision with determination. "Yes, Captain," the crew responded in unison. Meanwhile, Buggy the Star Clown began to get annoyed with the discussion around him. "Did I hear someone talking about my nose?" he bellowed, drawing attention to his presence on the deck. "In Logatown. Look at this, my love," said a man, holding the newspaper with Luffy's image printed. "Ah, Ziri Iksos Luffy. Say Valitzos Kiloni saved Ilva say Guratan Ilva Najat Barati. Ziri looks fearless is Bisa photo." The woman responded, looking at the picture of the now famous Straw Hat captain. "Ha ha ha. Do you think I would say they're enjoying their youth?" said the man, laughing as he observed the excitement in the image. "Siri, Isles va Moriat ia fearless Valitzos. Remember Scori istas Toli Zihun goals? Ziri Vestragon Ziri found Toli than Ziri bargained syt," the woman commented, reflecting on the past. "You think?" asked the man again, curious to hear more. "Say truth. Jernagon Rai Bisa. Ziri became Ia Dredja pirate captain. Kiloni could Emagon imagined Bona Bisa indomitable Valitzos would Miss Verdagon Ziri Bisa Tolmiat," the woman concluded, smiling at the portrait of Luffy in the newspaper headlines. In the same large city, as a bell rang in the morning, a mysterious figure carefully examined the newspaper of the day. Her normally cold and arrogant eyes showed a peculiar expression, mixing fascination and a touch of surprise. "You certainly know how to attract attention," she murmured as she touched the man's face in the newspaper with delicate hands. "I can't wait to meet you again, my love," she murmured, while the morning breeze subtly swayed her clothes, adding a touch of mystery to her silhouette. A passion born many weeks ago was beginning to bloom even more in her heart as she continued to contemplate Luffy's image in the newspaper, imagining their reunion. In the same city, Captain Smoker Tashigi approached cautiously as her captain examined the newspaper. "Damn pirate. If he shows up here, I'll arrest them, even if it's the last thing I do." Smoker spoke with a dark voice, as the smoke from his cigar hovered in the air. While everyone absorbed the news about Luffy, a few days later, a grand event was happening in Goa. The sun began to stabilize in the midday sky over Goa, while the crowd in the kingdom's main square continued to slowly grow. As the crowd gathered in the city of Goa, an atmosphere of anticipation hung in the air. Lights flickered, illuminating the majestic stage prepared for a unique event. The murmuring voices of the crowd echoed between the buildings, creating a symphony of expectation. In the center of all the hustle and bustle, a figure dressed with grace and elegance ascended the steps leading to the stage with many ministers and prominent nobles of the kingdom and the court. Her steps were steady, and her expression combined the humility of servitude with the determination of someone about to lead a kingdom. On this day, Goa would gain a new queen, kind and friendly. 492 Chapter 87, Chapter Size. 2,357 words. Third person Pav. Goa Kingdom, East Blue. as the sun's rays painted the Goa sky in golden hues at the center of the heavens, announcing the arrival of a special day. A majestic platform rose in the heart of the city. This platform, adorned with billowing fabrics and lush flowers, became the stage where the kingdom's fate would be transformed. Curious citizens from all parts of Goa gathered in the streets, eager to witness the event that would change the course of history. The murmur of the crowd grew, blending with the distant hum of the city waking up for the impending celebration. In the center of this platform, a velvet-coated throne awaited the future sovereign. This was no ordinary event. It was the ascension of a new queen, someone chosen by unique circumstances. As the sun reached its zenith, marking the formal beginning of the event, the figure of the chosen one, Makino, emerged from backstage, surrounded by an aura of grace and confidence. She ascended the platform's steps, each step resonating with significance. Despite the splendor of the platform and the meticulously prepared ceremony, a shadow loomed over the gathered crowd. Murmurs of discontent whispered among Goa's citizens, each word loaded with uncertainty and distrust. Makino, despite her majestic posture, was a relatively unknown figure to most. Her name echoed through the city like an enigma, prompting questions in the hearts of those yearning for familiar and recognized leadership. The population, so accustomed to the traditional faces of power, couldn't contain the restlessness silently spreading among them. The ascent of a queen so distant from what they knew stirred a cauldron of conflicting emotions. Even so, the platform gleamed in its grandeur, ignoring the underlying tension. Makino, despite being a mystery to many, remained serene, ready to take on a role that, for some, still lacked justification. Not only her, dressed in a suit, Whoop Slap stood by her side, and Daiden in a military uniform was on the other, clearly dissatisfied with the arrangement Luffy made for them to be there. The village personnel were among the crowd too. As the crowd murmured their dissatisfaction and distrust, Luffy remained vigilant, his eyes keen to the growing discontent in a corner of the square. The citizens of Goa dared to express their discomfort, but before the tension could turn into audible protests, Luffy's presence intervened unexpectedly. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, known for his notoriety and formidable power, moved through the crowd with imposing calm. His piercing gaze silenced the restless murmurs, making everyone turn to him. Luffy, with his characteristic smile, didn't need to utter a single word. His mere presence was a silent warning that any resistance or challenge would be met with overwhelming force. The inhabitants of Goa, fearing the wrath of the pirate who had defeated the old king and challenged naval power, recoiled in the face of his unspoken expectations. The ensuing silence, punctuated only by the distant sound of waves, was the silent response to Luffy's intervention. He had prevented the imminent eruption of discontent, asserting his influence unequivocally. The fate of Goa remained in the hands of a new queen, and Luffy, in his peculiar way, ensured that the transition occurred without visible turbulence. Nami looked at Luffy with a concerned expression. "Luffy, are you sure this will work? It seems like the people are not very happy with this choice." Luffy, maintaining his characteristic calm, replied, "Haha, trust me, Nami. Makino is strong, and I know she will do a good job. They just need some time to get used to the idea." Lami, showing her concern, questioned, "How are you so sure? We're leaving, and Makino will be here alone." Luffy pointed to the platform with conviction. "She's not alone, look closely at the platform." Daiden, the former chief of the mountain bandits, now wore a peculiar uniform alongside her companions, all transformed into a group of royal knights. Luffy had acquired the devil fruits of chains and steel, which the former royal knights of Starry used, and handed them over for 300 million berries each with the system. Additionally, he gifted Makino with a sound fruit, a strategic choice to strengthen the kingdom's protection. Although Luffy could have chosen a Logia, such as the Clouds or Ash fruit, for the same value of 500 million, he opted for the sound fruit due to its enhanced combat potential, and it could manipulate sound, launching shockwaves like the earthquake fruit. In the end, Luffy spent 1.1 billion on 3 fruits, an investment aimed at ensuring the safety and prosperity of the kingdom in the future as his plans for the economies of the 3 East Blue Kingdoms unfolded. "Besides, I have a secret card that will be announced soon." Luffy smiled, anticipating the reactions and expressions the news would bring, especially from those involved. "What would that be?" Reiju inquired. "You'll find out soon," Luffy replied mysteriously. He possessed a trump card capable of immediately silencing any questions about Makino on the throne. As the event unfolded, the crowd hushed when a minister, dressed in ceremonial attire and an ornate crown, ascended the stage. His serious and solemn demeanor contrasted with the anxious murmur of the crowd. The minister raised his hands, calling for silence, and the audience quieted down, eager to hear his words. Sunbeams glistened on the minister's crown, adding a majestic gleam to his figure. "Noble citizens of Goa, it is with great honor and responsibility that I stand before you today," began the minister, his voice resonating through the square. "As the representative of the kingdom, I am here to announce a decision that will shape the future of our beloved home." The crowd murmured again, some exchanging intrigued glances. The minister stood firm, maintaining composure in the face of growing anticipation. "Our former king, who led Goa, is no longer with us. However, amid the shadows of loss, a new light of hope emerges," the minister continued, choosing his words carefully. "After careful deliberation and consideration, a new queen has been chosen to guide our destinies." The crowd's gazes alternated between confusion and anxiety. Some whispered among themselves, trying to decipher the meaning behind the minister's words. "This queen represents unity, change, and the promise of a better tomorrow for all of us. Though the circumstances are unexpected, we believe this choice will be for the good of Goa and all who call it home," proclaimed the minister, now fixing his gaze on the audience. The minister concluded his speech with a note of suspense, leaving the audience in a silence charged with anticipation. The words echoed in the air, and the crowd eagerly awaited the revelation of the new queen. With a solemn expression, the minister gestured in the direction where Makino was supposed to appear. All eyes focused on the elevated platform, awaiting the appearance of the woman about to assume the throne. "Let all welcome our future leader, the guardian of our traditions, Makino, the wife of Akagami no Shanks, one of the 4 emperors." The impact of the words made the crowd pause at that moment. Shank's name, the Yonku, reverberated among those present, creating a sense of disbelief and surprise. As the crowd tried to process the revelation, a cacophony of voices arose in the midst of the commotion. "Shanks, the red-haired? This Makino is his wife? Send this to Morgan quickly, this is outrageous. This is going on the front page, she's the wife of an emperor. Our queen is powerful. I think we underestimated that village on the other side of the kingdom. Having a queen married to a Yonku is a major asset. This is a twist no one expected. Makino always seemed so ordinary. We cannot question her under any circumstances. Grab the Denden Mushi. We must alert our king to initiate diplomatic dealings with Goa immediately." Murmurs and whispers echoed among those present, expressing a mix of incredulity, respect, and urgency. While some marveled at Makino's powerful connection, others hurried to communicate the news to Central Powers, recognizing the importance of maintaining diplomatic relations with the new queen. The minister, standing firmly in the center of the stage, meticulously observed the crowd's reactions, aware that this moment marked not only the installation of a new ruler but also the beginning of a transformative era for Goa. Luffy, strategically, had advised the minister to reveal this information at the moment of Makino's appointment. Luffy planned to quell any protest with Makino's normalization when they heard this, and he didn't seem disappointed as he watched people speak up. "Luffy, is this true?" As the crowd began to dwindle into murmurs of surprise and shock, Yamato approached Luffy in disbelief, seeking clarification on the truth of the connection between Makino and a Yonku, considering a Yonku is on the same level as her father. "Honestly, I don't know. But I know they have a good relationship," Luffy smiled, leaving his friends stunned with his typical nonchalance. He admitted uncertainty but assured them that their relationship was solid. The square buzzed with murmurs and surprises when suddenly a sweet voice broke through the hubbub. All eyes turned to the platform where Makino, using the powers of her Akuma no Mi to amplify her voice, addressed Luffy. "Luffy, don't go around telling people these things." Upon the intervention, the minister beside her gently suggested, "Well, my queen, how about addressing a few words to your future subjects?" "Oh yes." Caught off guard, Makino cast a glance at the crowd, bringing a finger to her chin in a contemplative pose before starting to speak. Makino, with her relaxed demeanor and a smile on her lips, addressed the future subjects of her kingdom. "Hey, everyone, who would have thought I'd be here, about to be the queen of Goa? Even I'm surprised. But, life is full of surprises, isn't it? So, Luffy, as always, causing mischief. Huh? Saying I'm Shanks, the red-haired's wife. Ha ha ha. Seriously, who comes up with these things? I find all of this more amusing than Buggy when someone talks about his nose. But, on a serious note, folks, thanks for the support. Let's face this new phase with a smile on our faces and, of course, a lot of fun. Who knows, maybe Shanks will show up here for a barbecue at the castle, huh? So, let's go. Goa. I'm ready for this unusual adventure. Welcome to the era of Queen Makino, the most laid back of all. It's going to be fun, I promise. She delivered her speech in her own way, leaving everyone even more stunned, including Luffy and his place. But she just smiled and waved for everyone to have a public feast without everyone fully processing her words. Then, a sumptuous banquet began, involving all the inhabitants of the kingdoms. Before, many expressed dissatisfaction. But now people began to accept Makino as the ruler upon discovering her connections with one of the most powerful figures in the world. This is really unexpected, Captain, Hugo commented with humor. Luffy always acts uniquely. Usopp observed. Ha 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 ha. Miss Makino-sama will be an excellent queen. She's so much fun, Shirahoshi celebrated. Hey, hey, bow wow. Bow wow. Chow Chow expressed his approval animatedly. Don't be so shocked. I have Whoop Slap to manage the kingdom. Luffy pointed to the elderly man beside the queen, clearly dissatisfied to be there. However, Luffy practically forced him to become a minister, and he seemed to have empty eyes in the face of the whole situation. Luffy thought everything was going according to his plans. Luffy, the navy is coming. Nijiko suddenly spoke, pointing to the sea beyond the city. There, at least 50 navy ships were heading to Goa. The navy fleet approached Goa with impressive military precision. The ships, lined up in formation, cut through the sea waters efficiently, their flags fluttering in the wind, displaying the emblem of justice. The sunlight reflected on the sailors' armor, creating an imposing and disciplined sight. Among the ships, a large vessel stood out with the peculiar figure of a dog's head carved on the prow. It was evident that this was the lead vessel, commanded by a figure of authority who, even from a distance, exuded an intimidating presence. The Navy's approach created a palpable tension in the atmosphere, and the inhabitants of Goa nervously watched, aware that the arrival of military forces could bring a war to the kingdom. Grandpa finally showed up. Luffy murmured, turning his attention to his entire crew. We are ending our stay in this kingdom. Makino, if you need me, call me, Luffy announced with the Moa Moa no Mi, turning to the new queen. Luffy, be careful on your journeys, Makino wished with a happy smile using her sound-based power. Goodbye, Dayton, Whoop Slap, and the village people. Take care of Makino, stay tuned for news about me in the newspapers. Luffy amplified his voice to reach everyone. Luffy, a collective cry was heard faintly, evidencing the dissatisfaction of those who, against their will, became ministers of the kingdom. Even from a distance, the discomfort with Luffy's arrangements was evident. Luffy was satisfied with all the changes. He organized all the projects for the kingdom, placed the right people in power, and gave them military power. He left training manuals for Makino and Dayton with his personnel to train in case they needed to defend the kingdom, even though they already had a great defense. Garp wouldn't interfere in the queen's appointment and would prevent anyone from harming Makino and others, not to mention the armor of being the wife of a Yonko that Luffy planted in the world. Thus, Luffy and his crew headed to the Black Pearl, anchored in the port, preparing to set sail and face the naval fleet. 492 Chapter 88, Chapter Size. 1954 words. Third person Pav. Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Luffy, Yamato, Shirahoshi, Megalo, Zoro, Lami, Beppo, Chow Chow, Usopp, Nami, Reiju, Hugo, Nijiko, Hachi, and Kuina hurried aboard the Black Pearl, preparing to confront the imposing Navy fleet that approached. Excitement took hold of the ship as each member assumed their role. Luffy, atop Ifrit's head located at the bow, looked at the horizon with determination, his straw hat fluttering in the wind. Zoro sharpened his swords, getting ready for the imminent battle. Nami analyzed maps and weather patterns to devise strategies to escape this situation. Usopp checked his ammunition, ensuring he was ready to provide long-range support. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi, Hachi, and Megalo stayed in the inner part of the ship, ready to use their aquatic powers when needed. Reiju and Hugo, with their unique abilities, prepared to ensure the crew was in the best conditions. Yamato, Lami, Beppo, Chow Chow, Nijiko, and Kuina also played their specific roles, contributing to the crew's efficiency. The tension in the air was palpable as the crew prepared to face the Navy and protect their captain. The Black Pearl was ready to set sail at that moment. "Everyone ready to face this fleet?" Luffy smiled. "Of course, Captain. I'm looking forward to cutting down some sailors." Zoro spoke confidently. "We're about to enter turbulent waters, but if we use the sea currents to our advantage, we can gain a tactical edge and escape." Nami spoke, examining the maps. "If you need cover, I'll be in the right place." Usopp mustered some courage, inspecting his ammunition. "Luffy-sama, where can I be of use?" Shirahoshi asked. Sharky, Megalo expressed, shaking his head. "Don't worry, Captain. We'll make sure everyone comes out unscathed," Reiju said with a smile. "Captain, there are so many, can we handle them?" Hugo was scratching his head. "Just 50 ships. We'll show these sailors who's boss," she spoke with a smile. "I'd like another competition, as it's your chance to equalize like in the last competition." Reiju spoke to her, showing a mocking face. "You talk as if you won. I took down more soldiers in that castle." Lami spoke with arrogance. "So many ships," Beppo exclaimed. "Bow wow," Chow Chow barked cheerfully. "Ha ha ha ha. Can't even see the horizon on that side anymore," Yamato laughed. "Luffy, be cautious. They have numbers on their side." Nijiko spoke worriedly. "Hey, look at all those ships." Hachi spoke surprised. "This will be a tough battle, but we're all in this together." Kuina spoke, holding her precious sword. "Great, let's go. Everyone, our business here in East Blue is almost done. Soon we'll head to the Grand Line," Luffy said confidently. The Black Pearl, imposing and fearless, began to move away from the port with unwavering confidence. The sails filled with the sea breeze, causing the ship to glide smoothly over the waters. The Black Pearl advanced gracefully through the ocean, its sails billowing in the determined wind. On the deck, Luffy remained at the bow, his expression serious and determined, focused on the approaching Navy fleet. Aboard the Navy's flagship, Garp watched the Black Pearl's approach with keen eyes. The contrast between the two ships was evident. The Black Pearl, a symbol of freedom and daring, cut through the waves with confidence, while Garp's ship represented the disciplined strength of the Navy. The Vice Admiral's eyes were fixed on Luffy, his troublesome grandson, advancing toward an inevitable confrontation. Tension hung in the air as the two ships approached, preparing for the clash unfolding on the vast horizon. Garp, a mix of pride and frustration, observed the unfolding events, knowing that his destiny was intrinsically linked to that of the young pirate challenging conventions and the system. Garp, unable to endure the situation any longer, used Geppo to leap into the skies towards the front of the fleet, aiming to reach the black pirate ship, the Black Pearl. Observing his grandfather's charge, Luffy transformed, wings gracefully sprouting from his back, and took flight to meet old Garp. Luffy heard Yamato and Nami shouting for him, but he pressed on. No ships attacked them, so it was expected that Garp would talk to him first. Perhaps this conversation would be carried out with fists. The moment the two met in the skies, Garp shot an angry look at his grandson. "Luffy, you little brat," he growled, unable to hide his anger. Luffy, in turn, greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, Grandpa, how have you been? I've missed you so much." Surprised by Luffy's lively expression, Garp entered a brief state of reflection. "You really changed," he admitted, observing his grandson with a mix of emotions. "I never thought I'd hear those words, not that it's a bad thing. My grandson missing me is quite a positive thing," he added, blushing slightly. However, his expression quickly turned serious. "You're different from the last 6 months, I must admit, but you've become bolder and more troublesome than I remember. I'll punch you with the fist of love and take you to Marineford," declared Garp with determination. "I can't let that happen, Grandpa. I'm going to the Grand Line and conquer that sea," replied Luffy, maintaining a confident smile on his face. Garp clenched his fists, clearly indignant at Luffy's actions. "You've always been stubborn, but this is too much. You've always wanted to be a pirate, but killing a king and taking over a kingdom, especially Goa, what the hell are you thinking?" Luffy laughed, largely ignoring his grandfather's anger. "Relax, Grandpa, it was a necessary choice. He tried to attack me, attempting to enslave a crew member on my ship. And I put Makino as the queen now, and I believe she'll lead this place well. Makino? You made Makino a queen? Garp was stunned by this. Yes, ha ha ha. She's leading Goa, and I put Dayton and Wool Lap as ministers of the kingdom. Wasn't it a great idea? Luffy spoke proudly. Garp had a disturbed and comical look, his eyes were giant, and there was snot coming out of his nose with his mouth open, trying to process everything he heard. Luff why, he roared loudly. Garp was beyond angry. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was a roar echoing through the atmosphere. You're mocking me, you irresponsible brat. Who do you think you are to make decisions like these? Luffy, with his characteristic smile, replied lightly, as if discussing the menu choice at a restaurant. Grandpa, you know I always do what's right. And Makino will take good care of Goa, you'll see. Garp, furious, punched the ship's deck, leaving a crack. Makino as queen? And Dayton and Whoop Slap as ministers? You're turning our home into a circus? Relax, Grandpa. They'll be doing a good job. And there's more. We have an ace up our sleeve that you can't even imagine, teased Luffy. In his rage, Garp could barely formulate coherent words. You irresponsible, I should have brought you back to base the last time I saw you. Luffy, with a carefree expression, replied. You can try, Grandpa, but I'm going to the Grand Line. And if you want to stop us, I'll show you how much I've grown. Garp, enraged, halted his verbal onslaught and charged at Luffy with the intention of instilling some sense with his experienced fists. Seeing his grandfather's aggressive stance, Luffy reacted promptly, activating his devil fruit power to drastically increase his speed.
Moa Moa no Mi. Speed, apply 30 times. In a blur of quick movements, Luffy surged forward to face his grandfather. His fist, engulfed in flames, flew towards Garp with a confident expression. Garp, in turn, reacted by unleashing a hockey-coated fist, surprised by Luffy's speed, which had already reached an impressive level even before entering the Grand Line. The fists collided in the air, generating a palpable impact. The impact of the two punches reverberated through the air like a sonic boom, distorting the atmosphere around Luffy and Garp. Each collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, indicating the titanic force unleashed by these two formidable warriors. When their fists collided for the first time, a shockwave rippled out, making the air vibrate and creating a visual distortion in the surrounding area. The intensity of the clash was palpable, and the flames surrounding Luffy's fists danced frantically, struggling to resist Garp's brute force. In the second punch, Garp demonstrated his overwhelming strength by pushing Luffy backward. The direct impact on Luffy's face was accompanied by an audible crack, followed by the luminous trail of flames momentarily dispersing with the shock. Propelled by the blow, Luffy soared through the skies like an unguided projectile before regaining control and stabilizing in the air. The confrontation between the two contained explosive energy, reflecting the rivalry between a proud grandfather and a determined grandson. The atmosphere was charged with electricity, and both combatants prepared for the next phase of the clash, each aware of the ferocity of the opponent before them. Everyone watching the fight between Garp and Luffy was immersed in the grandeur of the confrontation. The audience, composed of Marines, pirates, and onlookers, kept their eyes fixed on the sky, following every move of the two powerful combatants. As the skies witnessed the explosion of energy between grandfather and grandson, anticipation hung like a charged cloud over the audience. Ouch! That hurt too much, Luffy murmured as he stabilized in the air, maintaining a determined look directed at his grandfather. Grandpa is too strong. Looks like I'll have to go all out from the start, commented Luffy, preparing for the next assault. What are you talking about there alone, brat? Garp retorted arrogantly, floating in the air. Luffy began his transformation into the mythical zone form of Ifrit, enhancing his body with armor as his skin turned purple, and horns emerged. Chaos flames began to envelop him, indicating the increase in his abilities. Damn brat, you have a fruit in the mythical category? That's really surprising, Garp observed cautiously. Grandpa, let's continue the fight, Luffy exclaimed confidently. The moment the challenge echoed through the skies, an intense aura enveloped both Luffy and Garp. The chaos flames shimmered more intensely around Luffy's transformed body, while Garp focused his haki to face his grandson's imminent attack. Luffy surged forward with impressive speed, using his mythical zone to gain power and agility.
The air around them began to vibrate with anticipation of the imminent clash. Ifrit's flames left luminous trails in the sky, illuminating the scene like burning stars. Garp, in turn, assumed a defensive posture, anticipating the whirlwind of attacks that would come his way. His fists were cloaked in haki, ready to withstand Luffy's enhanced power. The tension in the air was almost palpable, as if the atmosphere itself was holding its breath in the face of the clash between grandfather and grandson. The thunderous sound of punches, blows, and bursts of flames filled the space as the two collided in the sky. Each movement was a chaotic dance of brute force and supernatural abilities. It was a spectacle of power, determination, and the inheritance of a lineage bound by blood and the choice of their paths. The world seemed to freeze for a moment, witnessing the unfolding of this fierce and emblematic battle. Once again, Luffy launched himself into the confrontation, leveraging his speed amplified by the Moa Moa no and applying the Soru technique he had learned in recent weeks, showcasing his newly acquired mastery. 492 Chapter 89, Chapter Size. 1954 words. Third person POV. Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Luffy, transformed into his mythical zone form of Ifrit, exhibited an imposing presence in the skies. His flaming armor gleamed with increasing intensity, while his Ifrit horns stood out against the purple backdrop of his skin. The chaos flames danced around him, seeming to come to life on their own. As he launched himself back into the confrontation with Garp, Luffy demonstrated surprising agility, propelled by the multiplication of his speed by the Moa Moa no and the application of the newly learned Soru technique. His body, surrounded by flames, cut through the skies with extraordinary skill. Garp, in turn, faced his grandson with a serious gaze, aware of the remarkable evolution Luffy had achieved in recent months. He might still have some doubts about these powers, but there was no denying what was before him. The radiance of the flames reflected in his eyes, highlighting the grandeur of the imminent clash. The first blow exchanged in this new phase of the confrontation reverberated through the skies, creating a shockwave that made the air vibrate and distorted the landscape around. The flames clashed with Garp's haki-coated fist, creating a visually stunning spectacle. The spectators in the audience and on nearby ships watched attentively, absorbed by the intensity of the duel between the grandson seeking to conquer the seas and the grandfather seeking to restrain the path he tread. The stage was set for another chapter of this epic battle in the skies of the East Blue. The thunderous sound of punches and bursts of flames echoed through the skies, creating a chaotic symphony of brute force and supernatural abilities. The collision between Luffy and Garp was a true manifestation of power, determination, and the inheritance of a lineage connected by blood but divergent in their path choices. The atmosphere was electrically charged, each movement being a visible expression of this epic family battle. In a moment that seemed to freeze time, the world watched as the two titans exchanged furious blows and supernatural movements. The chaotic dance in the sky was an impressive visual representation of the rivalry between a grandson aspiring to conquer the seas and a grandfather determined to restrict that destiny. Luffy, now transformed into his second mythical zone form of Ifrit, dove into the fight with surprising agility. The chaos flames danced around him, creating a luminous spectacle that contrasted with the backdrop of the sky. His body, enveloped in these flames, moved like a gust of wind toward Garp. The newly learned Soru technique allowed Luffy to perform evasive movements and quick attacks, a clear expression of his newly acquired mastery. The fierce battle was only beginning, and the world was captivated by the magnificence of this clash in the skies of the East Blue. Garp murmured as he dodged his grandson's blows, carefully observing each peculiar movement. "Your powers are really strange. You clearly have a mythical zone, but your speed is increasing at a much higher rate than normal." While fists clashed and chaos flames danced in the air, Luffy, on the other hand, quickly analyzed the situation amid the intense fight. His thoughts were a whirlwind of strategies and reflections. "Damn. I'm barely scratching the surface of this fight. My natural strength is classified as B, and by transforming, I reach a rank estate. If I enhance my strength with the Moa Moa no I would reach S level, but I'd still be below my grandfather, who likely boasts strength at SS or SSS level. Not to mention the other stats where I would lose an advantage by using the Moa Moa no to boost my speed." Even in the face of this perceived disadvantage, Luffy continued to confront Garp with determination, his sharp mind seeking a strategy that could level the playing field and exceed the expectations placed upon him. Luffy decided to intensify the battle by unleashing a sequence of skillfully choreographed blows. With each punch, chaos flames erupted, creating explosions that filled the space between him and Garp. Each explosion was a manifestation of the intensity of the conflict, a physical representation of the fierce struggle between grandson and grandfather. Garp, in turn, reacted with agility, skillfully dodging the explosions and responding with powerful blows. The dance of fire and punches filled the skies, forming a visual narrative of a clash between two titans. With each explosion, Garp's strength was felt, but Luffy persistently sought ways to overcome this inequality. As explosions illuminated the sky, and the crowd in the city and the marine fleet watched with wide eyes, marveling at the grandeur of the epic clash between the pirate captain and the marine hero. Even the residents of Goa were not immune to the spectacle, looking up at the sky above all the ships, where the two combatants created impressive explosions. On the deck of the Black Pearl, the crew watched the battle with a mix of surprise and admiration. Reiju, Lami, Hugo, Beppo, Usopp, Hachi, Nijiko, Shirahoshi, Kuina, Zoro, Yamato, Nami, and Megalo shared their impressions in the face of the grandeur of the duel. "This is way beyond us," commented Reiju, observing the power spectacle, showing her surprise at the magnificence of the battle. "I can't disagree with you," added Lami, whose eyes were fixed on the aerial duel. "That's the marine hero." "No surprise for someone who was Gold Roger's rival," pondered Hugo, with a thoughtful look. "And to think that the captain is related to the marine hero," exclaimed Beppo, revealing a slight amazement. "This fight is between monsters," spoke Usopp, revealing a certain hesitation in his tone. "What kind of human family is this?" questioned Hachi, feeling a certain unease. "Luffy," whispered Nijiko beside him. "Luffy will be fine. Don't worry," affirmed Nami, maintaining unwavering faith in her captain. While the epic aerial confrontation between Luffy and Garp unfolded in the skies, Yamato, now acting as vice-captain in Luffy's absence, watched the battle attentively. Her keen eyes noticed a new threat emerging on the horizon, adding complexity to the situation. "The fight is ongoing, but it looks like the Marines are moving in our direction," warned Yamato, her voice laden with seriousness. Everyone on the crew turned their attention to the Marine ships, advancing determinedly toward the Black Pearl. "We must hold them off until Luffy returns from his confrontation with his grandfather," declared Yamato, taking a firm and decisive stance. Faced with the imminent threat from the Marines, she led the group with confidence in the absence of their captain. While the clash in the skies between Luffy and Garp continued, the crew was prepared to face the challenges looming on the horizon. This stretch of the ocean, once the exclusive stage for the battle between grandfather and grandson, now transformed into a field of multiple conflicts. Cannon shots echoed through the air, creating a symphony of destruction. The Black Pearl, now the target of the Marines, sailed fearlessly through the projectile storm from 50 ships. On board, Luffy's crew reacted swiftly. Yamato took a defensive posture, using her abilities to create a sturdy barrier. Zoro, Lami, Reiju, and Nami coordinated efforts to evade enemy attacks and counter when possible. Meanwhile, Luffy, still engaged in combat with Garp in the skies, sensed the growing threat to his ship. His eyes narrowed with determination, and he knew it was time to face not only his grandfather but also the challenges the Marines were throwing at him and his crew. "If you blink, you'll miss it, Luffy," Garp shouted, his warning echoing across the battlefield. Propelled by overwhelming force, Garp unleashed a powerful punch directly to Luffy's face. The impact was cataclysmic, triggering an explosion of force in the air. The sound of the punch reverberated like a thunderous roar, while the chaotic flames surrounding Luffy's fists seemed to momentarily flicker in the face of Garp's immense concentrated strength. Luffy's face was thrown backward, leaving a luminous trail of dissipating flames in its wake. Garp's expression remained serious and determined, showcasing the intensity of the devastating blow he had dealt. Impacted by the overwhelming punch, Luffy soared through the skies like a wayward bullet but, with impressive agility, regained control and stabilized in the air. "What a punch!" Luffy murmured, adjusting his jaw after the brutal impact. "I told you to pay attention to our fight," Garp reprimanded, materializing in front of his grandson with the Soru technique. Luffy had to go on the defensive instantly. "Damn, Grandpa, you're a monster," Luffy complained, skillfully dodging Garp's powerful blows. "Luffy, stop the cursed brat. You've gotten so strong. You should have followed the path of an admiral. Why did only Lucy follow the right path in this family?" Garp exclaimed, delivering powerful blows against his grandson. Meanwhile, Garp muttered to himself. This family, so stubborn, but so full of potential. He unleashed increasingly intense blows, demonstrating combat skills befitting his reputation as a marine hero. Amidst the exchange of blows, Luffy seized an opening and launched a series of explosions towards Garp, trying to gain some advantage. The explosions illuminated the sky, adding an extra layer of aerial spectacle to the already epic battle. His grandfather attacked again, and Luffy skillfully evaded Garp's formidable attacks, whose overwhelming strength cut through the air. While punches and explosions filled the air, the intense exchange between grandfather and grandson continued. "Grandpa, how is she? Is she causing a lot of trouble in Marineford? I miss her too," Luffy had to ask, his words intertwining with his defensive movements. Garp, between punches, growled in conflict, expressing pride and concern for the family that defied marine norms. "She's no different from you in that regard, but at least she's becoming a fine marine. Unlike you and Ace. And you managed to be even worse than Ace, darn grandson." As the battle unfolded, Luffy, in addition to facing physical attacks, absorbed Garp's words. "I hope she's okay. I really want to see her." He didn't hide his feelings, his emotions blending with memories of the body he now inhabited. "Don't worry about that. She's here too," Garp murmured, adding a punch to Luffy's chest, marking a moment of conflict and connection between two generations of a family bound by blood and challenging decisions. "She is." Luffy raised his voice quickly amidst the impacts of blows and aerial explosions. "Speaking of the devil, she's already coming," Garp commented, his gaze turning to the tumultuous horizon. As the battle continued, on the deck of the main ship in the naval fleet, a girl prepared to ascend to the skies. With agility, she positioned her arms on the sails, stretching like a cat about to pounce. In the next moment, she launched herself into the sky, propelling toward the epic showdown between grandfather and grandson like a rocket. It didn't take long for the female figure to enter the combatant's field of vision. The intensity of the battle momentarily decreased, with even Garp halting his frenetic attacks to observe the imminent arrival of the girl. She appeared before Luffy, who looked at her with a mix of longing and surprise. Clad in a marine uniform, resembling a lieutenant or captain, the girl had an unmistakable face, a strikingly feminine version of the original Luffy himself. Her features were lively reminiscent of the Straw Hat Pirate's captain's face, enhanced by a femininity that added a new layer to the familiarity of the countenance. "Brother RRRRRR," she shouted, her voice echoing through the skies as she approached. "Lucy," Luffy exclaimed, his eyes shining with joy at seeing his sister. "Long time no see, brother, you have weird powers. What kind of transformation is this? But it's so cool," she said in the air, her eyes shining like stars as she expressed her fascination. "Brother, you've become a pirate. I'm going to arrest you," she demanded, a mix of determination and playfulness in her expression. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm waiting, Lucy," Luffy laughed, ready to receive his sister's charge. "Take this then, Gomu Gomu no." She began to stretch her arms, preparing to show her own version of the familiar elastic techniques. 492 Chapter 90. Chapter size. 2,549 words. Third-person POV. Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Luffy, seeing his sister after so many months, memories begin to surface in this moment, recalling how his life in this world was before his memories from the other life had been replenished. Flashback. "Lucy, I'm going to be the most powerful pirate," declared Luffy, his eyes shining with determination. "Luffy, I'm going to be the most powerful marine, and I'll arrest you," affirmed Lucy, showing a serious expression but with a touch of friendly competitiveness. "I'll be more powerful, and I'll never be arrested. I'll be more powerful. I will. No, it will be me. I will. You little brats are so funny, da ha 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 ha." An adult man wearing a straw hat laughed, watching the two children with an amused look. Sometime later. "Luffy, you're too childish," someone commented, expressing a mix of concern and understanding. "She's right," Luffy added another, agreeing with the previous assessment. You girls don't understand. I'm going to be a great pirate and dominate all the seas, exclaimed Luffy, excited and full of confidence. Tisk, I don't like that dream, Luffy. I want a world where people live happily, Uda expressed discontent. It's a beautiful dream, Uda. I want to bring justice to the world, Lucy said, revealing a deep passion for her ideals. You're much nicer than your brother, Lucy, Uda praised, smiling at Lucy. Thank you, Uda, Lucy responded, grateful and with a childish and silly smile. You girls. The boy grumbled, revealing a touch of frustration or incomprehension, at another moment. Uda, I have a bad feeling about this journey. Luffy commented, a wrinkle of concern marking his forehead. I'll be fine, silly. Remember our promise? Uda replied, displaying a reassuring smile. That we would stay together. But that was weird, I still don't understand. You'll find out in the future. Foo. Uda laughed mysteriously, leaving an aura of suspense in the air. Uda, come back soon. Lucy commented happily beside Luffy, oblivious to the promise Uda mentioned. Yes, my father and the others are visiting the South Blue, we'll be back soon. Still, be careful. I feel like something bad is going to happen. Luffy murmured softly, expressing his concerns. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Uda said, leaning in to give Luffy a kiss on the cheek. Hey, what's this? Don't do that to people, Luffy jumped, embarrassed by the display of affection. She. Luffy, you act so weird with a kiss. Maybe I should do the same. Lucy laughed at her brother's sudden attitude. No, definitely not, Luffy protested vigorously at his sister's suggestion. Did I see you kissing my daughter, brat? Shanks arrived at the trio, surprising them. I didn't, she kissed me, Luffy protested, trying to explain himself. Do you know what that means? Shanks looked at Luffy seriously, increasing the tension. No, the boy didn't like how Shanks was staring at him. It means you're going to die. Shanks began to draw his sword from its sheath, making Luffy widen his eyes in shock. Come here, brat, Shanks shouted, and Luffy ran, being chased by the pirate captain. She, ha 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 ha. The two girls laughed at this scene, watching the interaction between Luffy and Shanks with a touch of amusement. Sometime later. Why are you laughing? Did you let them step on you, Shanks? I thought you were strong enough for that. The boy exclaimed angrily as he rose in the bar chair, seeing Shanks soaked in alcohol after being humiliated by mountain bandits. Luffy, not everything is resolved through violence. Shanks commented calmly, trying to calm the boy. They humiliated you. You should be powerful, as a pirate should be. The girl next to him was a bit shy, and before he could say anything to his brother, Luffy jumped off the chair and ran to the back of the bar. I hate you, Shanks, Luffy shouted and left with tears in his eyes. Luffy. The girl commented, showing concern. Let him be, Lucy, he's upset for what happened with Uda, he has every right to be angry with me. Yes. But it wasn't your fault. Lucy lowered her head, understanding and murmuring the situation. Eat something, Lucy. Your brother will be back before you know it. Shanks stood up and smiled at the girl, ruffling her hair. Yes. What a horrible fruit. Lucy found something to eat, but didn't like it much and complained. Lucy, did you eat the treasure fruit? What have you done, brat? Shanks tried to grab her and make her spit out everything she ate, but only made his neck stretch at that moment. What's happening? Lucy seemed terrified at the transformation, her neck starting to stretch. You ate the rubber fruit. You can never swim again. Your body is rubber, Shanks shouted at her, revealing the consequences of eating the devil fruit. What? How can first be a marine like this? Lucy was terrified, making faces considering the implications, but before they could say more, the bar door opened again with the village mayor. Shanks. Luffy is in trouble. An old man, Whoop Slap, entered Makino's bar, visibly frightened. What? My brother. He's facing the mountain bandits who left this bar a while ago. Now they're threatening to kill the boy, said the old man, quite scared. We must go, Lucy, we'll talk about your fruit later. Shanks concluded, anticipating the urgency of the situation. At another moment, Shanks. Why? The boy cried into the man's chest. I couldn't let a boy die, could I? Shanks replied, his voice conveying compassion. But, your arm. The boy tried to avoid looking at where Shanks had lost his arm to save him. Even being a good swimmer, he couldn't go back to the village with that sea monster, but Shanks still saved him. Shanks sacrificed his arm for the boy who, just a few hours earlier, said he hated him. Shanks's heroic gesture did not go unnoticed, creating a deeper connection between the two, while the boy was filled with regret and sadness. Sometime later, Shanks, so you're leaving? Lucy commented next to Luffy at the port, while Shanks and his crew prepared to return to the New World. I must go. My journey is waiting for me, Luffy and Lucy. I hope to see great things from you one day. Shanks looked at the children with satisfaction. Of course, I'll be a great marine like Grandpa and capture you. Just like Luffy too, she said excitedly. I can't wait for that. Dahahahahahaha, you'll never capture me because I'll be the pirate who will rule all the seas, Luffy declared. Oh, how can you be so sure? Are you willing to create that path? Shanks smiled at the boy. I swear, this is my dream. One day I'll have a crew that will be the most powerful in the world. I'll be the strongest pirate and man of all. No one will stop me, be it you or Lucy. And I'll get you, Lucy, you'll join my crew too. The boy shouted with his childish voice but seemed quite sincere. Who said I'll be in your crew, Luffy Baka? I'll be a great marine, a vice admiral, and I'll capture you, Lucy said, sticking her tongue out at her brother. Dahahahahaha. I liked hearing that, Luffy. Let's make a promise then, Shanks said, taking off his hat and putting it on the confused Luffy's head. See, this hat is very precious to me. I want you to wear it until the day you become a great pirate, and you have to protect your sister too. She's very special, Shanks said with a relaxed voice, but no one could imagine the weight behind those words. That? Your hat, Shanks? Luffy and Lucy looked at the man in surprise. Yes, now it's yours, and it looks good on you, so, promise me, Shanks smiled. I promise, I'll become a great pirate, recognized as the great emperor of the sea. I'll protect my sister and one day pass your hat again, Luffy shouted with excitement. I'll be waiting for you. Shanks left after that, leaving behind a promise that would echo through time. Sometime later. Come on, brats. A man dressed in the marine uniform carried 2 children in each of his arms. I shouldn't have left you in the village, damn Shanks, how he corrupted my grandchildren. I'll be a pirate. I'll rule the seas. It's decided, Grandpa, Luffy protested while in one of Garp's hands. Pop pop, Garp threw them up and punched each one, then caught them again. Ouch, that hurt. Luffy protested, rubbing the affected area. Yes, because it hurt, now I'm made of rubber. Lucy still didn't fully understand her pain, something she didn't feel anymore after eating Shanks's fruit. Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha. This is the fist of love. You'll always feel your grandpa's love. This is to remove any influence that damn redhead has put on you, Garp said seriously. Grandpa, but I want to be a powerful marine like you, Lucy protested. But now you're a devil fruit user thanks to that damn man, Garp growled. No matter what you say, I'll be a pirate, Luffy said firmly, demonstrating his determination. Ouch. Stop hitting me. Luffy cried after another punch, but still with a touch of silly laughter. I'll take you to live in the mountains. There you'll learn to be great marines, Garp said as he continued on his way with the 2 children, outlining a new destiny for them. Sometime later. Who are you, you bastard? The door opened with a fat woman growling. It's me, Garp said calmly. Gee Garp? You're back? Are you taking that brat with you? He's a demon, Dayton protested. I didn't come to bring 2 more for you to take care of. Garp scratched his nose after dropping Luffy and Lucy on the ground. What? Who are these brats? Dayton demanded, my biological grandchildren. What? Hey! Lucy raised her hand excitedly. Luffy remained quiet. Lucy felt spit on her after trying to catch a butterfly while Garp demanded things from a submissive Dayton and her group in a corner. Who did that? Lucy looked in the direction of where the spit came from and saw a boy on top of a rock. It was Ace. Tisk. The boy clicked his tongue. You spat on my sister, you damn brat. Luffy saw this and ran to hit the boy. I see you've already met. This is Ace, Luffy and Lucy, and your siblings from now on. Garp crossed his arms. Luffy was already defeated on the ground since he couldn't beat a boy 3 years older than him. Brother? What? The 3 expressed their surprise, thus beginning a new dynamic between the newly discovered siblings. Another moment. Run, they're going to catch us, Luffy shouted excitedly. Brother, this is wrong. Lucy protested as she ran. Let's keep going. Ace spoke as they ran. Ha 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 ha. This is so much fun, Sabo laughed. The four left after escaping a restaurant without paying. Come back here, you brats, the owner chased after them. The group of four used to enter the city to steal things and eat without paying in the kingdom of Goa. They did this every day. Sometime later. What's that in your hand, Luffy? Ace asked, noticing something shiny he was holding. Oh, it's just a necklace I took from that store over there, Luffy replied, smiling as he displayed the stolen necklace. This place is getting boring. Let's go to that beach. There must be something interesting there, Sabo suggested, pointing to the horizon. Good idea. Who knows what we might find there? Lucy agreed, her excitement always present. The four ran away again, leaving behind the chaos they caused in the city. On the beach, they found a small abandoned boat. This is perfect. Let's take it and explore the sea, Luffy proposed, looking at the boat with shining eyes. What? That's stealing, Lucy protested, even though her expression indicated she was already considering the idea. So what? It's going to be so much fun, Ace laughed, getting into the spirit of adventure. Grab what you need. We're going to sail the sea, Sabo encouraged, taking some things from the boat. The four boarded the boat, laughing and planning their next escapade, leaving behind the tumultuous city and heading towards the dump. Lucy fell into the sea, and Luffy quickly grabbed her. In another moment. With this, we will officially be brothers from this moment on. Yes. Ha ha ha. Cool, let's drink. She, I have more brothers now. The four toasted the cheap loot, enjoying the moment together. In a moment of euphoria and shared dreams. I will be the emperor of all seas, Luffy shouted, his voice filled with determination, echoing through the beach. I will be a powerful marine and capture you, Luffy, Lucy exclaimed, looking at the horizon with eyes full of determination and pride. I want to make my own name in the world, Ace proclaimed, raising his fist towards the sky, challenging destiny. Freedom on the sea and fighting against oppression. That's what I want, Sabo declared, his gaze fixed on the ocean, as if he could see a future free and full of adventures. The four voices merged, creating a chorus of dreams that resonated beyond the beach, uniting these adopted siblings in their shared aspirations. In another time, they're going to burn the dump. We must stop it, it's madness. Yes, we must bring justice, let's stop them. The four, now united as siblings, decided to act against the injustice of the Goa nobles and protect what they believed was right. Some more time later. Ace was crying in a corner. Luffy let the tears flow silently. Luffy. He's really gone. Lucy sobbed along with her brother, incessant tears marking the trail of their sadness. Yes, Lucy. Sabo. Died. Luffy said in tears as well, his voice wavering with the pain of loss. Ah. Lucy cried viscerally, as if each tear was an echo of the pain her heart carried. I'm sorry, sister, I'm really sorry. Luffy enveloped Lucy in his arms, letting her cry on his shoulder, while his own tears mixed with hers. It was a shared lament between siblings who had lost someone dear. Ace, good luck. You can do it, Ace, master it before I arrive, because I plan to give you a beating. You can wait, Luffy. You'll never surpass me. I will capture you and bring justice. Good luck trying that, Lucy. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Ace. See you in the future, siblings. Lucy, we'll see each other soon, right? Yes, brother. We'll leave earlier, but we'll meet in the sea. Good luck, Lucy. Me too, brother. Lucy had strange eyes for Luffy. Luffy remained silent, not knowing how to react to that. About that. Lucy commented. Let's keep that just between us, Lucy. We'll talk about it in the future. For now, follow your dreams. Luffy commented. Yes, brother, and you follow yours. I want to see you soon, she said excitedly. Goodbye. Everyone, good luck, Luffy. Don't embarrass the village. Good luck. Follow your dreams, kid. We have faith in you. Goodbye. All. Soon you'll be seeing my picture in the newspaper. Chapter size. 2,391 words. Third-person POV Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Lucy launched her attack with surprising agility, her arms extending through the sky like rubbery serpents in a fluid display of mastery over her devil fruit. Elastic patterns formed as she prepared for the characteristic move of the Gomu Gomu family. Gomu Gomu No. She began to pronounce, her arms twisting like serpents seeking their prey. Tension in the air increased as she geared up for the final blow. Luffy's expression was filled with joy and excitement as he witnessed his sister's unique ability. Her entry into this world brought a variety of changes, including the discovery that he now had a sister who also possessed a devil fruit, gifted by Shanks. Once both arms were stretched backward, Lucy lunged forward in the air, Garp stepping back to give his granddaughter space to attack. "Bazooka!" she shouted, and her arms flew toward Luffy, who allowed himself to be enveloped by his sister's elastic embrace. Boom! The two hands exploded on Luffy's chest, causing him to recoil a few inches in the air, but nothing more. "Hey, Lucy! You got strong! Ha 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 ha!" Luffy laughed, his voice echoing through the skies as a testament to the unique connection between the Gomu Gomu siblings. She, did you see him? Hot? Lucy shouted, her hands burning after connecting with Luffy's skin. "You little brat, don't you see he's made of flames? You have to be careful," Garp growled at his foolish granddaughter. "Ai, hot, hot, hot," Lucy comically screamed in the sky, waving her hands in an exaggerated effort to cool off the heat. "Lucy, you idiot," Luffy commented, watching his sister with a mix of amusement and concern, while noticing something peculiar. "Lucy, did you learn to use Geppo?" Luffy asked, and Lucy stopped moving her hands at that moment to look at her brother before answering. "Grandpa goes really hard, throwing me on various islands for training," she said, but was interrupted by Garp's grumbling. "It's for you to become a powerful marine, my granddaughter. I should have thrown Luffy into the jungle too. Maybe he wouldn't have become a pirate if I had been tougher," Garp roared, and Luffy rolled his eyes at the familiar comment. "But anyway, about Geppo, I'm learning to use it, but I haven't mastered it yet," Lucy said, scratching her head with an awkward smile. "I see, but then, why are you up here?" Luffy casually asked. "Well, Lucy finally realized she was suspended in the air above the vast ocean, her eyes widening in surprise. Lucy began to scream when she realized she was falling. Both Luffy and Garp slapped their own faces, almost in synchrony. "Let me get her," Luffy spoke, reverting his transformation to have only wings, and quickly flew to rescue Lucy. "Phew. I thought I was going to die today, thanks, brother." Luffy brought her back, holding her by the waist to ensure her safety. Luffy turned his gaze from his sister and addressed Garp, who was a few meters away. "Grandpa, I have a hostage now," he said cheerfully. Both Garp and Lucy widened their eyes. "A hostage?" Garp was stunned. "This hostage, by any chance, is me?" Lucy asked, still stunned. "Of course, I have my sister in my arms, an officer of the Marines," Luffy laughed, displaying a mischievous smile. "Grandpa, help! Luffy kidnapped me. He's going to kill me. Help!" Lucy started shouting in desperation, making dramatic faces. "You darn brat, let go of your sister," Garp shouted, perplexed and annoyed by his grandson's prank. "Ha ha 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 ha. I had memories, but living with this family is so much fun," Luffy thought, enjoying the madness around him. "Okay, I'll let her go, but let me talk to her first," Luffy spoke as he approached Lucy's ears. "Whisper, are you sure, brother?" Lucy asked, looking at Luffy with curiosity. "Whisper, but Grandpa won't like it. She's going to give me those love punches." "Whisper, what are you kids talking about there?" Garp growled, impatient. "I guess so, brother." "All right, Lucy. Stay safe," Luffy announced, and in a theatrical gesture, comically leaned her body as if about to perform a special move. Then, with a playful smile, he tossed Lucy in the direction of the Black Pearl, creating a scene of lightness and fun amid the intense battle in the sky and sea. Lucy screamed as she realized she was rapidly heading towards the ship and remembered that Luffy considered her a hostage. Lucy's expression quickly transformed from initial joy at seeing her brother after months to a mix of shock and fear. Her eyes widened as she tried to process the sudden change of emotions, and her initial cries of joy turned into a mixture of alarm and confusion. The crew, even amid the chaos of battle, watched with concern and curiosity at the cry in the sky as Lucy approached the Black Pearl. Meanwhile, Garp observed the situation with a mix of shock and irritation, unable to fully comprehend his grandson's carefree mentality in the midst of such a serious confrontation. "Ah, I'm gonna die," Lucy screamed in fear as she descended through the air. "Kid, where did you throw your sister?" Garp asked, perplexed, eyes fixed on Luffy as he flew through the sky. "Don't worry, Grandpa. She'll be fine. Let's continue our fight." Luffy smiled at Garp, displaying confidence and determination. "Enough of the games, Luffy. Now you'll feel the love punches," Garp shouted, promising an intensification in the battle. "Bring it on, Grandpa," Luffy announced, preparing to face his grandfather's powerful punches. As the fight resumed in the skies, the Black Pearl was the target of an incessant barrage of cannon shots from all directions. However, the skilled crew of the ship executed precise maneuvers, skillfully dodging each cannonball, ensuring the efficient protection of the pirate ship amidst the chaos of battle. "Oh, now that I remember, I'll be fine." The crew heard a scream from the sky and saw a woman falling in their direction. Pop! An elastic sound reverberated through the deck as she landed. Lucy, with a serious and determined expression, stood upright, showcasing her ability to handle dramatic falls. The crew, initially surprised, soon realized it wasn't an enemy attack. "Who is this?" Nami exclaimed, not recognizing this intruder, while using her wind to protect the ship. "An enemy attack?" Usopp shouted in alarm. "Oh." Usopp eased, lowering his weapon. The initial surprised expression was replaced by widened eyes as they noticed a woman dressed as a marine falling onto the deck in a strange manner. I'm fine. She. Good thing I'm made of rubber." The strange woman quickly got up while scratching her head in celebration. "Who are you?" Zoro asked, brandishing his sword in a defensive stance, an aura of distrust hanging over the crew. "A marine," Nejico answered suspiciously, noting her distinctive uniform. "Nay. They decided to send someone," Hachi muttered, analyzing the situation with a keen eye. "She must be quite strong to come all the way here flying," Yamato commented, watching the marine with a mix of curiosity. Seeing the people around her with suspicion, Lucy displayed a smile and spoke for the first time. Hey, are you pirates from Luffy's crew?" the marine exclaimed, interrupting the group's murmurs with an enthusiastic greeting. "Marine-sama, do you know Luffy-sama?" Shirahoshi inquired with a mix of surprise and curiosity in her shy voice. "Of course. He's my brother, she. The girl laughed happily, revealing an unexpected connection. "What?" The Straw Hat's expressions ranged from surprise to disbelief at the surprising revelation. "You're our captain's sister?" Reiju exclaimed, showing a mix of surprise and disbelief. "It's Lucy, right? I heard Luffy talk about her in Fuchsia," Yamato recalled, connecting the pieces of the story. "Incredible," Beppo commented, watching the newcomer with fascination, while the crew absorbed the surprising revelation about Luffy's family. "A bear?" Lucy exclaimed with stars in her eyes. "Sorry. She. What a funny bear. Luffy's sister is in the Marines, how bizarre," Hugo commented. "Don't forget that his grandpa is Garp," Lami mentioned. "So, no one's going to ask why she's on our ship when the captain is fighting in the sky with his grandpa," Nejico commented, crossing her arms. "Hey, can you guys stop arguing? We're being bombarded from all sides. I'm going to need help, or the ship will take severe damage," Nami shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos as she struggled to protect the ship from the constant cannon shots. Lucy, still a bit dazed, quickly recovered as she remembered something important. "Ah. Luffy told me to warn you guys about something. He said to activate the ship's nitro, whatever that is, and said to launch it. He'll be back once the ship is in the air. What does he mean by that?" "I got it, leave it to me," Usopp responded quickly, running into the interior of the ship. Luffy had shared a lot of knowledge about the vessel with him and a few other members who had ship-related skills. Luffy had implemented the same system that the Thousand Sunny had with Kola, but here, it was activated by combustion, with a battery that could be charged by his flames. Meanwhile, in the sky, Luffy wasn't having an easy time. He was taking a beating from his grandfather. "Darn it, These so-called love punches hurt a lot. Even turning back into my mythical zone form, I still feel like I'm completely vulnerable. What expression is that? Luffy? Not enjoying your love punches? Garp asked, scratching his nose provocatively. Grandpa, it was good fighting with you. I hope to see you in better shape next time we meet, Luffy said suddenly, making Garp raise an eyebrow in surprise. What do you mean, brat? You can't escape my punches, Garp replied, clenching his hands with determination. But, Grandpa, Dad is coming over there. I doubt you can fight both of us at the same time, Luffy said, pointing with his finger behind Garp. What? Dragon is here. How do you know your father? Garp quickly turned his body, searching for his son. However, he only found the empty ocean behind the marine fleet. Luffy, when he realized he had been tricked, he turned to face his mischievous grandson but saw only the empty space in front of him. Goodbye, Grandpa. It was great seeing you, Luffy's amplified voice echoed below him, reaching the deck of the Black Pearl. Luffy, do you think you can escape from your grandpa? Garp shouted, determined not to let Luffy get away unpunished. I'm pretty sure I can, Grandpa. It was nice seeing you, and thanks for the cookies. Luffy showed a package in his hand, teasing Garp. My cookies? Garp quickly searched his pocket, realizing that they had been stolen by Luffy during the exchange of punches in the air. During the heated exchange of blows between Luffy and Garp, the pirate captain showcased his skills not only in combat but also in his antics. While dodging powerful blows and the pressure from his grandfather, Luffy seized an opportunity to perform an agile and sneaky maneuver. In a quick and precise movement, he slid his hand into Garp's pocket, where he knew the coveted cookies were stored. With the skill worthy of a true cookie thief, Luffy extracted the package and triumphantly displayed it before the surprised Vice Admiral. Garp, in turn, had no time to react to his grandson's stealthy ability. The cookie package changed hands in the blink of an eye as Luffy continued his descent to the Black Pearl, taunting his grandfather with the successful heist. Darn it, no one messes with my cookies, Garp growled, heading towards Luffy as he descended towards the ship. While the showdown between Luffy and Garp reached its climax in the skies, behind the scenes, a mysterious energy began to concentrate behind the Black Pearl. It was as if the atmosphere itself was being charged by something imminent and powerful, a harbinger of what was about to happen. Suddenly, in a surprising move, Luffy, demonstrating extraordinary agility, grabbed onto the ship's mast. With formidable force emanating from behind the ship, it exploded and lifted the Black Pearl into the skies, leaving Garp astonished as he watched the ship gain altitude rapidly. The vessel hovered above the marine fleet, traversing the skies with a gravity-defying skill, while the perplexed gaze of the Vice Admiral followed every move. Garp headed to his ship, accompanied by his loyal crew who watched their Vice Admiral with both respect and uncertainty in the face of recent events. Vice Admiral Garp, should we pursue them immediately? A trusted officer of Garp inquired, showing concern and urgency. No, let's first head to Goa. I want to see the mess my grandson created in the kingdom, Garp replied, scratching his nose with a thoughtful expression. But, Sir Garp, they took Lucy. Your granddaughter is being used as a hostage. They took off with her on the ship. Another Marine warned, highlighting the critical situation. It's true. Garp widened his eyes, momentarily forgetting about his granddaughter. However, he quickly regained composure and looked seriously at his subordinates. Tisk. He crossed his arms, adopting a comical expression that left everyone confused. Leave her for now. She'll be fine. Besides, she needs to spend time with her brother. It's been months since they've seen each other, my grandkids. Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Garp began to laugh, displaying a mix of emotions that left his crew perplexed in the face of the complexity of family bonds. Vice Admiral Garp, what about Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders? Someone asked cautiously, expressing concern about the decisions to be made. Leave that to me. I'll inform them that my grandson escaped and took a hostage. I might even suggest increasing the reward for Luffy for stealing my cookies. Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Garp laughed, his tone full of confidence and a pinch of peculiar humor, leaving everyone aboard somewhat perplexed. With little choice, they followed the ship towards Goa, anticipating the developments of the adventure involving the intrepid grandson of the legendary Vice Admiral. Author here. 492 Chapter 92, Chapter Size, 1719 words. Third-person POV Goa Kingdom, East Blue. As the sun set on the horizon, painting the sky with shades of orange, the Black Pearl sailed through the skies, moving farther away from the bustling naval fleet. The ship didn't descend when it lost speed but ended up extending its suspension in the air thanks to Nami's abilities with her wind. The pirate ship's hull cut through the air, providing a spectacular view of their audacious escape. On the Black Pearl's deck, the crew gathered again as the captain approached. Amidst the organized chaos typical of that crew, Lucy, the female and equally eccentric version of Luffy, stole the scene with her peculiar antics. She. Just look at this. Flying through the skies as if it's the most natural thing in the world. Awesome. Lucy laughed, swinging her arms as if balancing on an imaginary trapeze. Luffy. You have a sister in the Marines. Nejiko was the first to comment when they were all gathered. Ha 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 ha. This is Lucy, my dear twin sister. Luffy smiled. Twin? You guys are different. Lami remarked. True, brother, you used to be so similar to me. How did you change so much? Lucy raised her voice. I went on a diet. Luffy shrugged. Clearly, he's lying. Zoro, Lami, Usopp, Nami, Reiju, Hugo, Nejiko, Hachi, Kuina thought collectively. Amazing. Awesome. Lucy shouted with starry eyes. Really? Yamato exclaimed. That's incredible, Luffy-sama. Shirahoshi was amazed. Sharky, woof woof. Can you make one for me too, Captain? Beppo said. How can you guys believe this? Nami shouted, as many others looked suspiciously at Luffy because this change didn't seem to match a simple diet, but no one questioned their captain further. Excuse me, incredible, besides the talking bear. There's a shark and a dog in the crew. Lucy exclaimed, looking at all of them. Amazing, a woman with a tail? Are you sick or something? Come here, little doggy. Give me a paw. A person. Ha. So many funny people. At the Marine headquarters, it's so boring, everyone is so serious, and Grandpa always makes me train. As people listened to Lucy interact with them, they couldn't help but be stunned. Luffy, but speaking of personalities, your sister is so different from you. Reiju commented. Despite the captain being an idiot sometimes, I have to agree with this woman, Lami spoke. Ha 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 ha, it's true, Lucy is always fun. Luffy smiled lovingly at his sister. Anyway, we managed to escape Garp, the Marine hero. That's a relief, Beppo commented. True, but it was because Grandpa let us escape. I doubt that would have happened if he wanted to. He could quickly come here or even predict our escape. Luffy shrugged. He's that strong, Captain, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked. Hugo, still processing the situation, commented with a sigh. Of course he is. He could have easily captured us if he wanted. That's true, agreed Luffy, but I think Grandpa wanted to give us a break. If he wanted, he would be here by now. Nami looked at Luffy with a raised eyebrow, wanting to change the subject to another topic that no one had discussed yet. Luffy, do you really think it's okay for your sister to be here with us? She's a Marine officer, after all. Lami nodded, shaking her head. Even by the crazy standards of this group, this is out of control. Luffy just laughed, hugging Lucy from the side. Ah, relax. Lucy is family, right? And she always brings a bit more fun to the party. Yes, we're here after you guys managed to escape. Wait, I should be here, shouldn't I? Lucy began to analyze the situation and looked at everyone. Everyone remained silent with Lucy thinking. Lucy, looking around, finally realized the incongruity of her presence on the pirate ship. Her eyes widened, and without hesitation, she began shouting to the sky for help. What? I'm a Marine. I shouldn't be on this pirate ship, Grandpa. Luffy kidnapped me. Help, she immediately looked for her grandfather. Luffy, seeing the growing confusion, decided to act. Hey, Lucy, calm down. It's not like that. Look, we were just having fun, and, you know, I thought it would be cool to have you with us on the ship. Lucy looked at Luffy with indignation. Luffy, I'm a Marine. Do you really think I can stay here? She pouted. Luffy scratched his head, laughing nervously. Well, I thought you'd enjoy it. Plus, we have meat and a feast prepared. You still like meat, right? And our Reiju made some of the best delicacies. Lucy's eyes sparkled upon hearing about the meat. Feast. Good food. But, she still hesitated. Luffy nodded, smiling. Of course. we have tons of food, and I know you can't resist a feast, little sister. But what about Grandpa? What if he gets mad at me for letting you escape? Lucy continued, concerned about family implications. Luffy smiled confidently. Don't worry about Grandpa. He's tough, but deep down, he understands that we're just enjoying life. And as for you, well, you've always been good at handling things, right? It'll be fun having you around. Lucy, still indecisive, looked at the tempting offer of food. I'm a Marine officer. I can't just betray my loyalty. Luffy shrugged. Don't be so serious, Lucy. We're just having fun, and I'm sure Grandpa will understand. He's cool like that. Think of it as a day off. Lucy looked at the deck, where Usopp and Hachi were bringing food and drinks from the stock, and sighed. Well, I guess I can't resist good food. But that doesn't mean I'm joining this crew and becoming your nakama. I'm a Marine, your enemy who will capture you one day, she exclaimed in the last sentence. Luffy laughed. All right, Lucy, take it easy, for now, just enjoy the moment. Lucy looked at the meat, then at Luffy, and then at the meat Reiju was preparing at that moment. Finally, she sighed. Lucy. Fine, you idiot. But only because the meat looks good. Don't think that means I won't capture you in the future. Luffy celebrated, and the crew applauded as Lucy joined the party in a comical manner. Luffy. Great, now, let's enjoy the party together, sis. And so, Lucy, even if reluctantly, found herself immersed in the madness and fun of the Black Pearl's crew. While the party started lively on the Black Pearl's deck, the sun began to set on the horizon. The sky acquired warm shades of orange and red, creating a magical atmosphere. The Black Pearl, hovering in the air, became a dark silhouette against the colorful display. Luffy, Lucy, and the rest of the crew were engrossed in conversations. However, the celebration was just beginning. Nami, with her navigation expertise, began preparing the ship for the next stage of the journey. As the last sunbeam disappeared on the horizon, Nami gave the coordinates for the Black Pearl to start its gentle descent toward the glistening waters. The ship descended slowly, with Luffy helping to slow it down as the hull touched the ocean's surface. As the Black Pearl began to move, the sails adjusted to catch the evening breeze as the ship sailed toward the horizon with the feast. Starlight began to dot the sky, revealing a starry and serene night. While the deck was illuminated by a lively banquet, the Black Pearl, now sailing through the dark waters, left behind a trail of silver reflections. The crew, still in a festive mood, watched the scenery unfold as the ship moved forward. Luffy, with his typical joyful expression, stood at the bow, feeling the cool night breeze. Lucy, still adjusting to the idea of being on a pirate ship, couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the moment and the lively companionship of Luffy's crew. The feast on the Black Pearl continued into the night, extending until the dawn of the next day. As the stars shone in the night sky, the pirate crew celebrated with abundant food, laughter, and music. The aroma of delicious delicacies lingered in the air, blending with the fresh ocean breeze. The ship's deck was lit by hanging lanterns, creating a cozy and festive atmosphere. Improvised tables were set up, covered with a variety of exotic and colorful dishes. Bottles of rum circulated among the crew members, further enhancing the celebratory mood. Luffy, eating voraciously and occasionally raising his glass in a toast, was the epicenter of the fun. Lucy found herself easily drawn into the contagious party. Her quirkiness and peculiar humor blended with the moments of celebration. Hey, everyone, you have to hear the crazy stories I've experienced with Lucy, Luffy announced with enthusiasm, capturing everyone's attention. He began to share funny and thrilling stories, narrating with his characteristic animation. Laughter echoed as Luffy recalled the peculiar events that had marked his journey with his sister. And remember the time Lucy tried to use hot pepper in Makino's kitchen? Ha 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 ha. Almost blew up the kitchen in agony. Luffy laughed loudly, and the crew members joined in with infectious laughter. Lucy, equally unabashedly laughing at her own stories, ended up joining the fun and sharing some goofy anecdotes about the captain. Laughter echoed across the deck, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Between one story and another, Luffy, now drunk, took the opportunity to thank everyone for being part of his crew. You guys are the best companions I could have at this moment. Ha 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 ha, wouldn't trade any of you for anything. As the sun emerged on the horizon, the Black Pearl witnessed the dawn breaking. The sunrise brought shades of pink and orange to the horizon, painting the sky with vibrant colors. The crew, despite the night of revelry, was filled with renewed energy, ready to face the challenges the new day might bring. The Black Pearl continued its journey, sailing toward the next chapter of adventures, with the crew united by the spirit of freedom and camaraderie that only pirates and a marine knew. 492 Chapter 93, Chapter Size. 1719 words. Third person POV. Logatown, East Blue. A few days later, without making stops on any island, the Black Pearl sailed directly to Logatown. The arrival of the imposing ship did not go unnoticed, and soon, the port personnel could witness the arrival of the formidable vessel, surpassing all others in that stretch of the sea. This caused immediate panic among those present, recognizing the large Jolly Roger with a straw hat. Although Logatown was not as grand as Goa, it was evident that it possessed a busier and more vibrant atmosphere, driven by constant trade. Logatown, a bustling and lively city, stretched along the coast, featuring unique architecture that blended traditional styles with maritime influences. Narrow streets were lined with a variety of colorful buildings, from modest shops to lively taverns. The port, a vital part of the city, was filled with a diverse mix of ships, from local fishing boats to large merchant vessels. Tall towers and lighthouses marked the landscape, providing a spectacular view of the horizon and the turbulent sea. The bustling commercial atmosphere was evident in the local markets, where street vendors displayed their colorful and aromatic goods. People moved through the streets, some seeking business, while others enjoyed the relaxed atmosphere of entertainment areas. At the center of the city, a broad square was dominated by an imposing structure that served as a landmark. Large squares and parks offered open spaces for social activities, and the sound of laughter and conversation filled the air. Logatown, with its unique combination of architecture, bustling trade, and welcoming atmosphere, was about to receive the peculiar arrival of the Black Pearl's crew, perhaps with some panic and caution. The Black Pearl entered the busy waters of Logatown, causing an immediate commotion among the local inhabitants and the Marines patrolling the port. The pirate ship, with its unique appearance and striking aura, stood out among the more common vessels, attracting curious and, in some cases, alarmed looks. Hugo, alongside Luffy, observed the unfolding commotion with a satisfied expression. "Looks like we know how to make a striking impression wherever we go, Captain." While Luffy simply shrugged, Lucy, on the other hand, reacted entirely differently to the situation. "I hear them shouting about a terrible pirate crew. Where? We have to arrest them immediately." Her voice echoed as she frantically scanned the sea for the alleged crew. The crew members looked at her strangely, questioning if she was really Luffy's sister. Zoro, with his usual frankness, expressed the general doubt. "Are you sure she's your sister?" "Of course, why do you think she's so beautiful?" Luffy retorted with a mischievous smile. "That's not what I meant. Anyway, we're approaching the port, and there's a group of naval soldiers gathering there," Nami warned. Luffy turned to Yamato. "Yamato, use Conqueror's Haki and knock down Smoker once again." Yamato nodded, preparing for action. As the Black Pearl approached the port, the Marine captain, Smoker, leading the group of naval soldiers, awaited with determination to capture the pirates. Before the ship could anchor, a wave of power emanated from Yamato, hitting Smoker and toppling his entire platoon. Tashigi knelt under the intensity of the Haki, and before Smoker could react, a shadow loomed behind him. Recognizing her as the same woman from before, Smoker realized that his fate was sealed. He failed once again, falling unconscious to the ground. As onlookers ran in fear of the naval captain being knocked out, Luffy and the others disembarked from the ship. "You can't knock out naval soldiers like that," Lucy shouted, alarmed by the scene. "Of course, we can, we're pirates," Luffy replied to his sister. "Luffy, I'll arrest you if you keep committing crimes," she growled cutely. "Remember that you're my prisoner," Luffy countered. True, I guess you're right," she seemed to ponder her situation. "What a strange family," everyone murmured seeing this. "Anyway, let's explore the city," Luffy announced. "I'll stick with my troublemaker sister and Shirahoshi. If you want to accompany me to the execution square, feel free. Otherwise, you can do whatever you want in the meantime. We have money, and we can enjoy this afternoon before setting sail for the Grand Line," Luffy proposed, and everyone began to consider their options. He wanted to stay a day, but with his grandfather on his tail, he needed to leave. "I'll talk to my replica over there," Kuina asserted. "I'm going to buy new swords." Zoro planned his activities in the city.
"I'm going to explore," Usopp announced. I'll accompany Usopp. Hugo decided to follow him.
I'll be exploring too. Lami affirmed. I'll buy ingredients for the kitchen, Reiju informed. I want to buy some dresses. Nami revealed her shopping plans. I'll go with Lami-san. Beppo accompanied Lami. Nay. I'll stay on the ship. Hachi chose to stay on the ship. Oh, Chow Chow, the dog, expressed his displeasure. I'll go with my sister. Nijiko decided to accompany her companion. Sharky, Megalo, the shark, made his characteristic sound. I'm going with Luffy, Shishi, Lucy, excited, declared. Me too. Yamato decided to follow Lucy and Luffy.
So everyone mentioned their plans and split up, leaving the unconscious Marines and Hachi with Chow Chow on the ship. Tashigi was the only exception, dragging a strangely screaming Kuina, who claimed they had cloned her.
Luffy, Lucy, Shirahoshi, Megalo, and an enthusiastic Yamato headed to the city center. Shirahoshi no longer needed to hide her tail, as her photos were already spread throughout the world, and Luffy and Yamato were by her side for any eventuality. Hey, are you the pirates causing a ruckus at sea, right? Aren't they afraid of the Navy? They're everywhere? Is that mermaid real? Never thought I'd see one for real? While they ignored the gossip, Luffy passed by a peculiar place. He couldn't help but open his eyes with interest at a sign on a bar hidden in one of the alleys, which read, Gold Roger Bar. Found something, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked curiously. Yeah, there's a bar here I want to check out. Let's go. Luffy announced and proceeded with his trailing companions. Meanwhile, at the port. That ship, it's his. A figure ran toward the vessel. Wow, did I pass out? A marine spoke, getting up from the ground. The captain passed out too, another one said. What happened? The pirate's ship is here as if nothing happened, a third marine grumbled. As the marines regained consciousness, the same figure passed them on the ground and stopped in front of the ship. She took a deep breath and shouted, Monkey D. Luffy. A smile formed on her face. A six-armed person, along with a dog, appeared at the edge of the ship and looked down. Hey, the captain is out. Who are you? Hachi asked, curious about this woman. The woman put a hand on her shoulder and adjusted her hat. With a smile, she spoke to Hachi. I'm Alvida, your captain's woman. Can you tell me where he went? She asked curiously. His woman? Of course, he went to the square, Hachi replied politely. Got it, thanks, I'll find him there. She smiled and began to run in that direction. Nay. What a polite woman, the captain sure knows how to pick a wife. Hachi couldn't help but be impressed by people's manners. Oh. Chow Chow barked by his side. Nay, do you agree too? Hee. Meanwhile, Luffy entered the bar Gold Roger. The place exuded a vintage aura, with few souls present, typical of a bar that had witnessed the passage of time. An old man was busy cleaning the counter when the door creaked open, revealing the peculiar group consisting of a mermaid, a shark, a woman dressed as a navy officer, a nearly 3-meter-tall lady, and the pirate boasting the highest bounty in the East Blue. What do we have here? A mermaid, a shark, a woman dressed like a navy officer, a woman almost 3 meters tall, and the pirate with the highest East Blue bounty. Murmured the old man, widening his eyes at the scene. Ha 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 ha. Finally, customers, exclaimed the old man, his expression gaining a cheerful gleam at the prospect of an unusual clientele. Old San, are you open? Luffy led the group with a smile. Monkey D. Luffy, the greatest pirate in the East Blue, in my bar. That's amazing. How did you get into the city with Smoker here? Did you do the same thing that was in the newspaper? Oh, by the way, I'm Raoul. Nice to meet you all. The old man, Raoul, expressed contagious enthusiasm. About Captain Smoker, we knocked him out at the port. He should still be unconscious, Luffy said, tipping his hat with a mischievous smile. Damn Luffy, don't badmouth the Marines. Lucy intervened beside her brother. Ha 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 ha. I wish I could have seen that. Now, when he shows up here, I can tease him. Look over there, I even hung the newspaper on a frame, much to that guy's displeasure. You guys are my heroes, Raoul spoke cheerfully. What a funny old man, Yamato laughed. Come on, old man, give me something to drink. I heard Gold D. Roger used to frequent this place, Luffy announced, heading to the counter. Really? Truly? The Pirate King Sama? Sharky? Ho 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 ho. I see you know this place then, that's good. Yes, Roger used to frequent this place in my youth. Hence the name. The old man spoke dreamily and looked at Luffy. What'll you have? Any alcohol for me and Yamato. Juice for the other girls. Wait, Luffy, you can't drink alcohol. You're my age, Lucy protested. Didn't you see me drinking at banquets? Besides, I'm a pirate, I can do what I want, sister. I guess you're right, brother, she said softly, admitting. Thus, the group found themselves immersed in Raoul's animated narratives about the exploits of Gold D. Roger. Luffy was there more out of curiosity, eager to see the place he had seen in the anime. It was intriguing to think that, in this alternate reality, Luffy was a Navy officer, hearing the same stories he used to live. This Luffy was a true original creation. While the Black Pearl anchored in Logatown, Garp, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, kept his eyes fixed on the city as they approached. He was determined to capture his grandson, Luffy, who was now a wanted pirate. His serious demeanor reflected the seriousness of the mission, but there was a hint of concern in his eyes. Vice Admiral, we're approaching. We received a call from the base confirming the presence of your grandson's pirate crew in the city, reported a Marine officer. Great. Let's get my outlaw grandson. Sengoku is furious with me and plans to cut my salary if I don't catch him here. Garp spoke as he watched the city approaching on the horizon. Prepare for the approach. Let's capture Monkey D. Luffy and bring him back to justice, Garp commanded, firming his posture as he prepared to disembark in the city with his iconic Navy ship. Thus, while Luffy enjoyed the relaxed atmosphere of the bar, Garp continued his approach to the city, ready to fulfill his duty as Vice Admiral of the Navy. 492 Chapter 94. 200k words in this fanfic. Notice. I am reducing the update rate in this novel to 1 chapter every 2 days. I want to catch up to its English version. Chapter size. 2,589 words. Third person Pav Logatown, East Blue. After a lively conversation with Raoul and a few sips at the old bar, Luffy decided to leave a few minutes later. What a cool place, now I want to see the square. Let's go, declared Luffy as he left the bar. Meanwhile, people's reactions continued to be quite peculiar as they saw them walking through the streets of Logatown. Look, a mermaid. A woman with horns, incredibly beautiful. That man with the hat, it's him, they are the Straw Hats. He killed the king of Goa, he's the worst pirate in the sea. Pirates are walking peacefully through the city. Where is Captain Smoker? Haven't you seen the newspaper? This pirate arrested Smoker and took a picture with him tied up. Can't anyone stop this pirate? What if he starts looting the city? We can't do anything. I heard he brought an entire kingdom to its knees. Luffy advanced with his group through the city, while people didn't stop making obvious comments about him. It didn't take long for them to reach the imposing square of Logatown, where the platform where Gold D. Roger was executed stood out. Logatown Square was spacious and majestic, with a well-kept stone pavement and benches arranged in a circle around the central platform. In the center, Gold D. Roger's execution platform was an imposing structure, rising above the ground and boasting a striking presence. It was surrounded by golden chains that added a touch of symbolism to the location. Around the square, there were various buildings and shops, some of which dated back to Roger's era. Statues and monuments honored the city's rich history, while cobblestone streets provided a picturesque and historical atmosphere. The square was often visited by tourists and local citizens, but the arrival of some of the Straw Hats certainly added an extra dose of excitement to the environment. People gathered, looking at the famous captain, taking some pictures, and murmuring to each other as the pirates explored the iconic location. The atmosphere was charged with excitement and curiosity. Look, this is where the Pirate King met his end, said Luffy, opening a smile. It's so grand. This happened right here? Let's go to the spot. They moved forward to get a better look at the location. As they explored the bustling streets of Logatown, Nami and Najiko strolled through the historic city, absorbing the peculiar and history-filled atmosphere while shopping for dresses and other clothes. The late afternoon sun cast a golden light on the ancient buildings and busy squares. As they walked, the sisters enjoyed their time together, reminiscing about old memories and sharing laughter. The aroma of street food filled the air, mixing with the sounds of passing people and the distant music of a street performer. You. I know you. Suddenly, the cheerful atmosphere was shattered by Buggy's shrill cry echoing through the streets. Nami and Nijiko turned to see the eccentric pirate captain standing in the middle of the street. "Buggy?" Nami exclaimed with disgust, while Nijiko looked curiously beside her. "I knew I'd find the Straw Hats here, ha 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 ha. I almost went to Impel Down because of your captain. Now I'll get revenge on your crew," he shouted and laughed. "That's right, Captain Buggy," the crowd behind Buggy shouted in a synchronized chorus. The big-nosed clown, recognizing Nami, began to make threats and vengeful proclamations. The crowd around him, like an enthusiastic chorus, echoed his words. "Do you know this clown, Nami?" Nijiko asked, tilting her head. "Are you mocking my nose?" Buggy growled at Nijiko. "He tried to kill me once, and almost succeeded if it weren't for Luffy," explained Nami, keeping her hand raised to prevent any approach from Buggy. "I'm not the same anymore and I'm enjoying some time with my sister, so get lost." Faced with Nami's firm response, she summoned her powerful attack, Garuda Hurricane, a demonstration of the strength she had gained since the tumultuous days with Buggy. The strong wind swept through the street, keeping any imminent threat at bay. The crowd, initially enthusiastic about Buggy, now watched in surprise as Nami and Nijiko continued their stroll through the city, leaving the indignant and perplexed clown behind. Nami, with a determined expression and her hand extended toward Buggy and his crew, channeling a mysterious energy in front of her. The atmosphere around them seemed to vibrate with power as an invisible force began to concentrate. Suddenly, an explosion of energy manifested, forming an imposing tornado that swallowed Buggy and his crew as if they were mere toys. The roar of the wind mixed with the desperate screams of the pirates, who were lifted into the air like leaves in a storm. "What is this? Ahhhhhhhh, Buggy's pirates screamed, unable to contain themselves in the face of the fury unleashed by Nami. Nijiko, next to Nami, watched the scene with a disapproving expression. "Nami, could you be more gentle?" reprimanded Nijiko, concerned about her sister's intense response. "They're pirates, sister. I won't go easy on those who almost killed me," Nami replied, determined, as she continued ahead. Nijiko sighed, understanding Nami's perspective, and followed her sister along the path, leaving behind the tumultuous confusion caused by Nami's impressive power. At the same time, Buggy and his crew flew uncontrollably through the skies of Logatown, their panicked screams echoing in the atmosphere. The energy tornado unleashed by Nami propelled them upwards and sideways, like leaves carried by the furious wind of a storm. Buggy, with his detached head, desperately tried to control his chaotic trajectory. His dismembered body was thrown from side to side, while his fellow pirates followed the same fate. In the midst of chaos, members of Buggy's crew were thrown in different directions, each experiencing a tumultuous journey through the sky. Some spun disoriented in the air before colliding with building roofs, trees, or posts, while others were thrown to more distant parts of the city. The population of Logatown, watching perplexed at the spectacle, saw members of Buggy's crew falling like uncontrolled meteors. With each impact, a cloud of dust rose, and the cries of pain and confusion from the pirates filled the air. Meanwhile, Buggy continued his tumultuous journey through the sky, desperately trying to find a way to land or at least control his disordered trajectory. Nami's attack proved to be more formidable than he expected, leaving him in a state of complete disorientation. Boom! The boom echoed as Buggy's dismembered body finally found the ground, his tumultuous fall ending the chaotic dance through the skies of Logatown. It didn't take him long to realize that he was alone here, while the members of his crew fell in various parts of the city, scattered like pieces of a shattered puzzle. Buggy rose from the ground, his body marked by scratches and bruises from the fall but still pulsating with life. As he tried to recover, he couldn't help but snarl in disbelief at Nami's feat. How did she do that? Did she gain new powers with a devil fruit? Buggy questioned, his voice laden with incredulity. The image of the frightened girl he almost killed once had now transformed into a woman who launched him through the skies. Around Buggy, local spectators startled to see the clown descend abruptly from the skies. The surrounding air was filled with murmurs of surprise. While trying to make sense of what had just happened, Buggy shook his head, attempting to dispel the confusion clouding his thoughts and sought to understand where exactly he was at that moment. "Hey, it's that clown. Ha 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 ha, look at his nose." "Hey, Buggy, it's good to see you again." Buggy looked with hatred ahead and saw a group of people on the platform in front of him, a place Buggy knew well. It was the place where they executed his captain, which he personally witnessed in his youth, and the man who was there was the one he wanted to kill, the Straw Hat. He was in the place where Gold Roger died, how not to be moved. When Luffy arrived at this place in the square, he wasted no time in climbing the platform, and everyone followed him with curiosity. People noticed this activity, and as everyone was already talking about the terrible pirate who arrived in the square, it didn't take long for everyone to see him in that place. Feeling the eyes of the whole square on him, Luffy didn't waste time and took a deep breath, shouting to the entire city with his voice amplified 30 times. Listen, all inhabitants of this city, today I am here to declare that I, Monkey D. Luffy, will conquer all the seas. Remember my name and my words. Ha 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 ha. Luffy shouted, and every ear in Logatown felt those words. Luffy? What is he up to this time? Kuina muttered in front of her copy in a corner of the city. Ha ha ha. The captain knows how to grab attention as always. Hugo laughed, and Usopp nodded beside him near a church. Luffy. Nami grimaced as she walked with her sister down a street. Ha 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 ha. Nijiko laughed. Tisk. Zoro heard from inside a shop and glitched while getting new swords. Lami, Beppo, Reiju also heard without any surprise, as the captain was a man to do these unexpected things, and they continued with their tasks while exploring Logatown. Vice Admiral. That. A voice was heard in the port. Yes, my grandson is up to something again. Let's go get him, Garp said, leaving the ship. And their ship? The same marine pointed to the large black pearl anchored there. Leave it, there's only a fish man and a dog on it. Our priority is my grandson, Garp said and moved on. Smoker, already conscious, appeared and greeted the Vice Admiral, following him to the square. They got you good, Smoker. Boo ha 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 ha. Garp couldn't help but laugh at Smoker's disheveled appearance. They have someone who knows hockey. I was knocked out twice by the same woman, Smoker growled. Oh, so Luffy already has someone who knows how to use hockey? That damn brat. Where did he get that person in the East Blue? Garp reflected, and they continued walking through the city to the square. Luffy had calmed down after his companions shouted at him not to use his powers to amplify his voice like that. Everyone had earaches now. Now he even took the opportunity to open the biscuit he got from his grandfather for the first time, while sitting on the edge of the platform eating and looking at the square. Luffy's words echoed mainly through the square, leaving people astonished and curious. At first, a tense silence dominated the atmosphere, but soon it gave way to a series of reactions among the inhabitants of Logatown. What? Conquer all the seas? Who is this guy? It's Monkey D. Luffy, the pirate with the highest bounty in the East Blue. The one who cruelly killed King Starry in the throne room. Did you hear that? He wants to be the king of the pirates by conquering the seas, right? I saw the news in the newspapers. He's unbeatable in the East Blue. This city is always involved with pirates. Haha, is he serious? He must be crazy to say that so openly. As voices mingled, some murmured in disbelief, others were fascinated, and some even started laughing at Luffy's audacity. The news spread quickly, creating a buzz of excitement throughout the square. People began to gather, discussing what they had just heard. Can he really do that? Who knows? He has the courage to say it here. I've never seen anything like this. Is he going to cause trouble in the city? I heard he defeated Captain Smoker. This Monkey D. Luffy is an interesting figure. Logatown Square became the epicenter of heated discussions as residents tried to absorb Luffy's bold declaration and speculated on what it would mean for the future of the city. Wow, these cookies are really good. No wonder Grandpa loves them. Luffy was sitting on the edge, calmly eating the biscuit. Is this cookie good, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked beside him. Yes, it's the most famous cookie in this world. Really, it's true. But Grandpa will beat you for this. I still feel the fists of love when I tried to steal it once, sister, Lucy whined. At that moment, Luffy turned his attention to the sky and noticed Buggy, the clown, plummeting from the air. A sight that surprised him. After seeing him fall to the ground, Luffy didn't forget to greet the clown. While his eyes were fixed on Buggy, the clown managed to rise from the ground and uttered words full of hatred toward Luffy. Straw Hat, I finally found you, I'm going to kill you, Aw. However, he didn't have a chance to finish his threat, as an apple hit him from behind with a thunderous impact. Boom! Buggy was sent flying until he collided under the platform, while a female figure emerged, revealing herself as the one responsible for the surprise attack. "Finally found you." The figure that hid Buggy shouted to Luffy with a big smile. "Who is she?" "She looks strong." "You." Luffy, wide-eyed, watched the woman advance toward the impact site, ready to continue the confrontation. Luffy jumped from the platform to the ground with his cookie in hand, while in the audience formed by those present, Lucy and the others watched the scene with growing curiosity. "Took a while, but I finally found you," the woman proclaimed as Luffy reached the ground. In an unexpected moment, Logatown's bustling square was suddenly filled with murmurs again as the events unfolded one after the other, while an imposing figure approached Luffy. The crowd moved away to give space, and there she was, Alvida, the Iron Mace, known for her unique and intimidating appearance, despite being extremely beautiful. With a firm and confident stride, Alvida advanced, making her way through the streets as passers-by stepped back, creating an involuntary corridor for her passage. Her black hair gracefully fell over her shoulders, contrasting with her smooth, fair skin. What stood out the most, however, was the remarkable change in her appearance since being transformed by the Sub No Mi. Where there was once an awkward figure, now stood a slim and attractive woman. An aura of confidence surrounded her as she moved, and the sound of her footsteps echoed through the environment, echoing the transformation that the devil fruit had provided. Onlookers couldn't help but stare, some with looks of surprise, others of fear, but all recognizing Alvida's imposing presence, which was becoming famous. Her entrance not only defied expectations but also added a new dynamic to the already lively square scene. "I don't know her," Lucy commented as she saw this. "Neither do I, but Luffy seems to know," Yamato said. "Sharky. She must be a dear friend of Luffy-sama." Shirahoshi spoke as Luffy and the woman approached with people moving away from them but with eyes fixed on the pair. Why are they kissing?" Lucy exclaimed, intrigued by the situation. 492 Chapter 95, Chapter Size. 2718 words. Third person POV. Logatown, East Blue. Alvida's eyes scanned Luffy as he proclaimed his ambitions to the entire city. He was different from before, no longer wearing simple, tight-fitting clothes that seemed too small for him. Now, he was imposing, his aura even more befitting of the man he had become. Dressed in black with his front exposed, a pistol at his waist, his entire appearance screamed power and audacity. A mix of emotions bubbled within her, a combination of admiration, respect, and gratitude. The man before her was not just the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. He was someone who had radically changed her life, giving her a new perspective and self-confidence. Watching him, Alvida remembered the time when she was considered ugly and overweight. Before the mysterious transformation of the Sub No Mi, she would always make her crew say she was the most beautiful, but it was an excuse to deflect her lack of self-confidence. She knew they spoke out of fear, but this man spoke sincerely. Despite saying she was still ugly and fat on the outside, he exuded a confidence that she could be beautiful. In his unique sincerity, Luffy had accepted her as she was and saw the beauty that lay beneath the surface. He declared her his soulmate, a connection that transcended appearances and physical changes. Now, in the presence of the man whose existence had inspired her to become who she was, Alvida felt her heart beat faster. He was not just an ally now. He was someone for whom she harbored deeper feelings. Hearing his bold words echoing in the square, Alvida decided to act on her own desires. Thoughts swirled in her mind as she advanced, determined. The man before her was not just her captain now, but someone she desired in ways that would not have been imaginable in her old days. The change Luffy had brought to her life now urged her to make a decision, one that could alter the course of their destiny and relationship. Alvida's heart pounded as she approached, ready to express her feelings in an unexpected way. The punch he called the love punch had indeed worked wonders on her. Thanks to that, she had changed, becoming beautiful to be with her man. She had left her old crew and followed her new dream, standing by this man. As Luffy approached, casually enjoying his biscuits, Alvida felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. Each of his steps seemed to bring a palpable change to the surrounding atmosphere. She didn't hesitate. She couldn't wait another second to express the whirlwind of emotions within her. Without wasting time, Alvida ran towards Luffy with determination. Her feelings, once kept in her heart, exploded in a bold and fearless demonstration. With a decisive gesture, she aimed her lips at his, sealing a kiss that transcended words. The world around them seemed to freeze for a moment as that intense moment united two souls in a unique way. Alvida's kiss was laden with meaning, an expression of years of gratitude, love, and mutual transformation. She knew that from this moment on, Luffy would become the most important person in her life. The initial embarrassment she felt dissipated in the certainty that this was the path she had chosen. After the bold kiss, Alvida pulled away from Luffy, but the gaze between them remained intense, as if they had shared something deeper than words could express. Luffy savored his biscuits with his characteristic nonchalance, while Alvida was immersed in the realization of having found the man who had changed her life. Alvida looked into Luffy's eyes with a shy but joyful smile. "I finally found you, my love," she said, revealing her emotions sincerely. Luffy, in turn, laughed casually. "Ha ha ha ha. You look stunning right now. And bold." He appreciated the visible changes in her, recognizing the journey they had both undertaken. "Let's be together now," Alvida proposed with a smile, her eyes shining with eagerness to embark on this new phase alongside Luffy. Their destinies were entwined, and both were ready to face the future together. System, crew. Alvida joined as a member of your crew. The system notification surprised Luffy, and he thought, wow, that was fast. I didn't even need to invite her. He looked at Alvida with satisfaction. "Yes, now you belong to my crew and are my people," Luffy said, smiling at the woman before him. "That's good," Alvida murmured, a blush coloring her cheeks. "Brother, who is she?" Lucy arrived at that moment, falling like a rubber on the ground and looking curiously at Alvida. "This is Alvida, my woman," Luffy announced loudly. "Luffy, you have another woman." Yamato appeared beside them, displaying a slight sign of dissatisfaction. "Yamato, I've told you I'm a selfish man, but don't worry. None of you will be dissatisfied with your needs," Luffy said, recalling the conversation he had with his three current partners. He had made it clear that he would have more women, and, with a bit of persuasion, had convinced them. He had no shame in expressing his desire to have at least a dozen of them by his side. While Luffy was talking to his crew and sister, the people around were astounded by all these events, from Luffy shouting to the entire city to Alvida confronting him with a kiss, and the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates declaring her his woman. Suddenly, people in the corner of the square became agitated, starting with a murmur and escalating to loud voices. "They are the Marines, they are in the square. Is Captain Smoker there? Is he here to arrest Straw Hat Luffy? Who is leading the group? You fool, that's Garp, the man who fought against the Pirate King and is a hero of the Navy. What's a big shot like him doing here? What will happen? The Straw Hats won't stand a chance. Let's leave the square, this will soon turn into a war zone. Yes, better not get involved in this." The rhythmic sound of Marine boots echoed through the square of Logatown, reverberating between the buildings surrounding the area. The military noise announced the imposing arrival of a Marine force, led by the formidable Vice Admiral Garp, whose reputation preceded his presence. The Marines advanced through the square with visible determination on their faces. Garp led the group, his serious and focused gaze indicating that he was on a serious mission. The other members of the Marine followed him, and among them was a young man with pink hair, whose gaze was mixed with conflicting emotions upon seeing Luffy again. As the Marines advanced, a wave of whispers began to spread among the city's inhabitants. Some nervously exchanged glances, others raised their eyebrows in anticipation, and the bravest whispered to each other. The news of the possible confrontation spread rapidly, causing a growing agitation among the city's inhabitants. Some backed away, concerned about the imminent clash between pirates and the Marines, while others approached to observe the unfolding events. Garp spotted Luffy among the crowd below the execution platform with the unconscious Buggy beside them, and his expression hardened even more. He was determined to capture his grandson and put an end to Monkey D. Luffy's pirate antics. Kobe, on the other hand, felt a mix of respect and concern as he faced his former friend who had once helped him. Luffy, in turn, remained calm, looking directly at Garp. He knew the confrontation was inevitable, but his fearless spirit did not waver in the face of the impending battle with the Marines. The square was now filled with palpable tension, awaiting the unfolding of the clash between the forces of the Marines and the pirates challenging the status quo. "Luffy-sama. Marines incoming." Shirahoshi came to his side with concern. The tension in Logatown Square was almost palpable, a nervous silence settling in as Shirahoshi warned about the arrival of the Marines. The audience around watched with curious and apprehensive looks, aware that a confrontation was about to unfold between the pirates led by Luffy and the Marine forces. "Marines are coming. We have to escape," Lucy shouted, and Alvida looked at her with a confused expression. "But aren't you a Marine too?" she asked Luffy's sister. Oh, right, she. Lucy scratched her head as she became aware of that. In the center of this tense scenario, Luffy observed the arrival of Garp, Smoker, and, to his surprise, Kobe. The Straw Hat Captain's excited expression brightened upon seeing his acquaintance after not seeing him for a month, alongside his grandfather. "Kobe!" Luffy shouted, his voice full of enthusiasm, as his gaze met that of the young Marine. Still beside Garp, Kobe was the same as ever, displaying a mixed expression of anxiety and fear, a reminder of the situations he had been through with Luffy and hearing about the exploits of the man who hitchhiked with him to Shell City. Kobe, alongside Garp as recommended by his grandson, was visibly disoriented at the imminent encounter with Luffy. Garp, calm and laid back, chewed his biscuits, observing his two grandchildren with an affectionate gaze. The former vice admiral had gone to Shell City to recruit Kobe, pleased to see the potential that Luffy had mentioned earlier. "Luffy," Kobe murmured, his words carrying a mix of emotions, from gratitude to a certain apprehension about what was to come, as he knew deep down that he wasn't ready to fight Luffy yet. Garp's gaze, as he walked in his peculiar way, conveyed a serenity that contrasted with the imminent confrontation. He was there not just as the vice admiral of the Marine but as Luffy and Kobe's grandfather. Beside Luffy, Alvida watched the scene with surprise, realizing Kobe was there. Her expression was a mix of curiosity with her former jack-of-all-trades in the Marines. "Hey, Kobe, so you became a Marine?" Alvida asked, staring at the young man with an apple in hand, as if he were a potential victim in the upcoming moments. Who are you, and why do you know me?" Kobe, somewhat frightened by the presence of the woman beside Luffy, sought refuge next to Garp. However, the vice admiral was completely absorbed in his biscuits, seemingly ignoring the situation as he observed his grandchildren. "Kobe, you don't remember. This is my wife, Alvida. Your former captain when you were a prisoner," Luffy announced, displaying a confident smile. Luffy's words made Kobe's eyes widen in shock. Alvida?" he exclaimed, surprised by the revelation and reliving memories of his time as a prisoner under her command. The woman before Kobe was no longer the same as he remembered. Her previous form, marked by fat, had transformed into extraordinary beauty. How is this possible?" he wanted to shout, feeling a mix of shock and disbelief. Internally, Kobe questioned how Alvida had transformed so drastically. Old memories of when Luffy proclaimed that she would become the most beautiful woman in the East Blue echoed in his mind. At the time, Kobe thought his captain was delirious, but now, seeing the transformation, he realized that Luffy had been right all along. "Kobe-kun, don't be surprised. My husband always said I would become the most beautiful woman in the East Blue," Alvida replied with a smile laden with arrogance. "Do you know what they're talking about?" Lucy asked curiously. "Maybe Luffy-sama met her before he met us," Shirahoshi pondered, emitting a curious tone. "Sharky," Megalo agreed with an affirmative nod. "Damn Luffy. He said he'd have multiple wives," Yamato growled with displeasure. "I still haven't." Kobe was lost for words, but was interrupted by Garp at this moment. "Monkey D. Luffy. Crack, I'm here to arrest you." Crack asterisk, his grandfather spoke while munching on his biscuits. "Hello, Grandpa. Crack, how are you?" Crack asterisk. Luffy began eating his biscuit too. "Damn Luffy, Crack, you took my caramel-flavored crack biscuit. That one's really crack good, Grandpa. What crack flavor is that in your hand?" Crack asterisk. "Corn flavor crack, it's really crack good. I see crack. Crack 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 crack. Crack 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 crack. Crack 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 crack. Crack 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 crack." The only sound in the square was the noise of bites on biscuits, between grandfather and grandson, while all opposing groups looked on without knowing what was happening. As the Marines were lost, unsure of what to do, since their vice admiral was in front of the pirate eating biscuits. Smoker looked at this scene behind Garp with a furrowed brow. Kobe was stunned, seeing that the Marine hero was as peculiar as Luffy. Luffy's group was also lost, Lucy with an animated look, Yamato curious, Shirahoshi trying to study Luffy with his grandfather, and Megalo nervous, realizing that the situation was not favorable. Comedy permeated the atmosphere as biscuits were devoured in a surreal atmosphere. Crack 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 crack. Crack I visited the Goa kingdom. Crack you created a huge mess that shook the world. Crack. His grandfather spoke in a serious tone. Crack Makino isn't a great queen. Crack asterisk. Luffy laughed. She will be, crack asterisk. No one will question her. Crack not after you said she was, crack Shank's wife. Crack asterisk. That's asterisk crack good. But still, crack asterisk. I have to asterisk crack arrest you in the name of the Navy. Crack injustice. I understand, crack asterisk. You're just doing your, crack job. Grandpa crack asterisk. So, crack get ready. Crack asterisk. Everything, crack right. Crack asterisk. Crack 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 crack. Crack 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 crack. Are you just going to keep eating? Smoker couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily. It had been 5 minutes since the start of this strange scene of incessantly devouring biscuits. Captain Smoker. They fell asleep, said a dazed soldier. Luffy fell asleep in front of Garp, and his grandfather did the same. Snore 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 snore. The silence in the square was broken only by the synchronized snores of the two, pirate and marine asleep, while the people around tried to understand what had just happened. The square was enveloped in a strange silence, interrupted only by the continuous snoring of the two sleeping pirates. Yamato was stunned, unable to comprehend how such a serious situation had turned into a scene of collective slumber. How can they sleep? Yamato exclaimed, her expression of disbelief intensifying. Yamato-sama. Lucy also fell asleep. Shirahoshi murmured with a tone of fear, watching the surreal scene before them. Snore snore snore. The persistent snores of Garp, Luffy, and Lucy echoed in the square, amplifying the perplexity of those present. Even Megalo, the shark leopard, seemed confused by the situation. What's wrong with this family? Everyone thought, looking at the siblings and the grandfather asleep in the middle of a possible fight between Monkey D. Luffy and Monkey D. Garp. Boff. The bubble on Garp's nose burst, bringing him back to consciousness. His eyes narrowed upon seeing Luffy and Lucy sleeping peacefully in front of him. Luffy. How can you sleep in the middle of a square, you two? Lucy, I'm going to throw you into a jungle to learn some manners. Garp growled as he threw a punch at Luffy, waking him abruptly. Grandpa. I think I slept. Ha 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 ha. Luffy felt the pain in his head and looked at his grandfather retreating a few meters away. He laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. You think you slept? Everyone exclaimed, still stunned by the bizarre turn of events. Anyway, let's end this. I came to arrest you, my rebellious grandson. Get ready, Garp roared, throwing his bag of biscuits away and staring at Luffy seriously. Okay, Grandpa. Let's end this. Luffy also threw his package of biscuits away, assuming a serious posture. They were about to clash once again, but the surrounding atmosphere still exuded a comedic tone due to the surreal nature of the situation.